The rain in the west sea carried the scent of rust battering the barren reef rocks with a monotonous clatter. Kalen awoke inside a dilapidated stone hut. The wooden plank bed beneath him had long since rotted, groaning with an unsettling creak at the slightest movement. He touched his stomach, finding it completely empty, a familiar burning hunger gnawing at him from within. This was a forgotten island. 3 months ago, when Kalen had first opened his eyes inside this 18-year-old body, he understood this cruel truth. Fragments of the original owner's memories scattered like broken glass, piecing together only an image of endless solitude. Parents long dead, a lone fishing boat destroyed in a storm, leaving him stranded on this nameless island ever since. The island had no other inhabitants, only sparse shrubs and reefs scattered across the land. The only thing to fill his stomach was the occasional sea fish washed ashore by the waves, or wild fruits struggling to grow in the crevices of rocks. And now even these meager resources were nearly exhausted. Kalen struggled to his feet and walked to the hut's only window. Beyond the window stretched a gray sky and churning black waves. The coastline twisted and wound, yet not a single trace of human habitation could be seen. He sighed, his gaze falling upon a heap of rusted iron tools piled in the corner. The wreckage of the original owner's fishing boat, now reduced to twisted iron sheets and snapped chains. Beyond the hunger and loneliness, this body had also left Kalen a power that was difficult to wield. His gaze fell upon a rusted iron sheet as he attempted to focus his mind. A fine buzzing rang deep within his skull, like countless steel needles trembling at once. The rusted iron sheet trembled faintly, then quickly fell still once more, as if mocking his incompetence. This was the power of the magnet fruit. Within the original owner's memories lingered only a vague impression of this fruit. It was after a rare shipwreck that he had discovered this fruit inside a floating wooden crate. The peel was dark purple, covered in spiral patterns like forcibly twisted metal. The starving original owner had taken a few bites and immediately felt a searing pain burning through his internal organs. From that day onward, he had discovered he could exert a strange attractive force over iron objects, but this power remained uncontrollable, working only intermittently. Because there were no other people on the island, the original owner had never thought to train this ability. To him, it was more like a burden, occasionally causing the iron objects to shake, inexplicably never bringing any real benefit. Kalen had also tried to master this power, but with little success. He could sense the presence of iron objects around him, yet could not manipulate them at will. Sometimes he wanted one iron fragment to move, but another iron object would suddenly fly up instead. At other times, even straining with all his might, he could only make the iron objects tremble faintly. At this rate, I'll starve to death here, Kalen murmured to himself. The food on the island was nearly gone, the wild fruits long since picked clean, and in recent days no sea fish had washed ashore. He had to leave this island and search for a town with people. He recalled from the original owner's memory that to the south of the island, roughly a few days' voyage away, there was a town called Rust Town. It was a small trading port in the nearby waters where he should be able to find food and a chance to survive. But the problem was, there was no boat. Kalen walked to the shore, gazing at the churning waves. He knew that in his current state, swimming there was absolutely impossible. Moreover, as a devil fruit user, if he fell into the sea, his strength would abandon him, leaving him at the mercy of the waves. Once again, his gaze turned toward those remnants of the fishing boat. Perhaps he could use the power of the magnet fruit to piece these fragments together and assemble a simple boat. The thought invigorated Kalen's spirit. He took a deep breath, walked over to those iron tools, closed his eyes, and tried to sense their presence. The buzzing inside his skull sounded once more, and this time he attempted to concentrate his spirit upon those larger iron sheets. Move now, Kalen screamed inside his heart. Those iron fragments trembled faintly, emitting a harsh scraping sound. Several of the smaller fragments even broke free of the ground and floated in midair, but soon fell back down. Kalen was drenched in sweat, but dared not relax for a single moment. He could feel his spirit rapidly draining, but he knew this was his one and only chance to leave this island. Finally, after relentless effort, a larger rectangular iron sheet slowly rose into the air, swaying unsteadily as it moved. Kalen carefully controlled it, placing it gently onto a flat reef stone. Excellent. Kalen gasped for breath, a glimmer of joy crossing his face. Although the process was arduous, at least it proved he could use this power to build a small boat. Over the following days, Kalen began the grueling work. Every day he strove by the shore to train his ability, piecing together those iron fragments little by little. His progress was slow, often marred by mistakes, sometimes even injured by runaway iron. But he never gave up. When hungry, he chewed a few bites of the hardened compressed biscuits he still had. When tired, he lay on the rocks to rest for a while. In his mind burned a single thought: leave this island and reach Rust Town. After several days of effort, a crude small boat finally began to take shape. It was built from several larger iron sheets, as the hull bound together with iron chains. Though it looked terribly crude and even seemed on the verge of collapse, at least it could float on the sea. Kalen looked at his creation, a long-absent smile breaking across his face. He knew this boat might not withstand great storms, but as long as it could hold together until Rust Town, it would be enough. He packed up his only belongings: a slab of compressed biscuits, a few berries the original owner had hidden in the corner of the stone hut, and a crude sea chart drawn with charcoal. Then, using the power of the magnet fruit, he pushed the small boat into the sea. When the boat steadied itself on the water's surface, Kalen took a deep breath and leapt aboard. He gripped tightly an iron oar in his hand. Though he did not know whether he could actually row this boat assembled from iron sheets, he had no path of retreat. Rust Town, here I come. Kalen gazed southward with steadfast eyes. He adjusted his direction, rowed with all his might, and the small boat slowly set off toward the south. The waves battered the hull with muffled thuds. Kalen knew the journey ahead was fraught with unknowns and dangers, but he felt no fear. He clenched his fists, sensing the power stirring restlessly within him. In this world ruled by seafaring pirates, possessing power was perhaps not such a bad thing. As long as he could master the power of the magnet fruit, perhaps he could carve out his own place in this world. The weather over the western sea was as capricious as a child's temper. Moments ago the sky had been a somber gray, but in the blink of an eye it was torn open by a vicious gash. Kai Luen lay on the pitching iron boat, his stomach already emptied of bile. He lashed himself to the deck with chains, letting the icy seawater soak him through time and again. This crude vessel, cobbled together from iron plates, bobbed on the waves like a withered leaf. Each time it was flung skyward, he could see the roiling ink-black clouds closing in at an alarming speed. Damn it! He spat out the seawater, clenching his right hand tightly around the iron oar. When he left Rusted Island 3 days ago, he had believed that the power of the magnet fruit would at least keep the boat steady. But reality was far different. He couldn't even control the oar's stability, though every time a wave struck it trembled violently, like a nail drawn to a magnet, nearly slipping from his grasp into the sea. The wind suddenly shifted, howling across the low sky with a whistle-like shriek. Kai Luen jerked his head up, seeing the clouds on the horizon morph into a spinning funnel. Dark purple lightning slithered through the depths of the cloud, illuminating rows of white-crested waves like countless beasts poised to strike. A tornado. His pupils contracted. In his previous world, he had only witnessed such natural fury in documentaries. But now, as the gray-black pillar of wind connecting heaven and sea truly appeared in his sight, a chill seeped into the marrow of his bones. The iron boat was suddenly lifted by a tremendous force, and Kai Luen felt his organs jolted out of place. Instinctively, he activated his ability. The hum deep within his skull sharpened into a piercing sound. The scattered iron fragments around him suddenly burst upward, clumped together by an invisible hand, and shielded his back. Bang! The boat slammed back onto the sea, of vicious cracks splitting its hull. As seawater surged in, Kai Luen saw the tornado approaching. The water around its base was sucked upward, forming an eerie wall of water. I have to steady the boat, he roared, pressing his forehead against the deck and focusing all his will on the iron plates of the vessel. The rusted metal began to emit a faint crimson glow. Under the pull of magnetism, the loose structure contracted slightly, and the crack temporarily stopped widening. But it was far from enough. The suction of the tornado grew stronger. The iron boat was drawn like a puppet on invisible strings, drifting helplessly toward the pillar. Kai Luen felt his consciousness being drained. The mental energy required to maintain the magnetic field was far beyond his expectations, and double vision began to blur his sight. Just then a reef swept up by the gale crashed into the stern. With a screech of tearing metal, the iron plates on the right side of the hull disintegrated completely, and seawater poured in like a waterfall. The force threw Kai Luen to the deck, and the chains binding him snapped. He watched helplessly as he slid toward the edge, toward the churning black sea dotted with whirlpools. No. In despair, he reached out his fingers, brushing a broken chain link. The hum in his skull reached its peak. The chain suddenly went taut, wrapping around his wrist like an iron serpent. But before he could catch his breath, another massive wave shattered the boat completely. Countless iron plates and wood splinters flew into the air. The icy seawater swallowed him instantly. The curse of the sea upon devil fruit users manifested itself with full force. Kai Luen felt his limbs heavy as lead. He lacked even the strength to lift a finger. He watched helplessly as the scattered iron fragments floated on the surface, yet he could not muster even a spark of magnetic force. Is this where I drown? Salt water filled his nostrils, and the suffocation gripped his throat like an invisible hand. As consciousness faded, he seemed to see the dilapidated stone hut on Rusted Island once more, and the wooden crate in the original owner's memory that contained the devil fruit. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, a massive shadow suddenly fell over the sea. It was a pitch-black warship with menacing cannons lining its sides. The seagull emblem on its sails gleamed vividly under the lightning. What was even more astonishing was that the warship remained stationary at the edge of the tornado, as if surrounded by an invisible barrier that deflected the raging winds and waves. Hey, there's a kid down there. A voice as loud as a bell pierced through the storm. Kai Luen struggled to open his eyes, seeing a tall figure in a Marine Vice Admiral's uniform standing at the railing. His fists were larger than an ordinary man's head, and a cigar constantly emitted smoke from his mouth. Vice Admiral Ka Pu. There are whirlpools in that area. It's dangerous to approach, an anxious aide shouted. Shut up. The man called Ka Pu waved his hand impatiently, then did something that left everyone stunned. He took a few running steps and leaped into the raging sea. Kai Luen felt someone grab the back of his collar, and a powerful arm yanked him out of the water. He looked up dazedly, seeing Ka Pu's face washed by rain. The man's fists were emitting faint white steam, and each swing precisely shattered the oncoming waves. Kid still alive. Ka Pu's voice boomed in his ear. Kai Luen opened his mouth, but could only cough up seawater. He noticed that every time Ka Pu's fist struck the water, it sent out a ring of air waves. The once turbulent sea seemed to recoil, parting to either side. Is this hockey? His heart leaped. In the fragmented memories of the original owner, there were legends about Haki, a power only true masters could wield, capable of countering devil fruit abilities and even attacking the soul directly. Kapu landed lightly on the deck with Kai Lun in his arms, and the surrounding Marines immediately gathered around, offering towels and hot water. Kai Lun wrapped himself in a military blanket that smelled of disinfectant, watching Kapu walk toward the cabin surrounded by aides. Before leaving, the man glanced back at him, his eyes sharp as an unsheathed blade. "What's your name?" asked a young Marine with glasses holding a notebook. "Kai Lun," he answered in a low voice, his throat still aching. "Which island are you from? Why did you set sail in this weather?" Kai Lun hesitated. He couldn't reveal his identity as a transmigrator, nor could he easily disclose the secret of the magnet fruit. I'm a fisherman from Rust Town. My boat capsized in the storm." The young Marine nodded, jotting something down. "Rust Town. That's convenient. We're heading there for supplies. You can come with us. But according to regulations, we need to conduct a simple check." "A check?" Kai Lun's heart tightened. He instinctively patted his pocket, where half a compressed biscuit and a few berries from Rusted Island were hidden. What worried him more was whether the Marines would treat him as a dangerous element if they discovered he was a devil fruit user. Just then the cabin door was pushed open, and Kapu stepped out, cigar in mouth, holding a giant meat bun. "Hey kid, come here." Kai Lun hesitated before walking over. Kapu shoved the meat bun into his hands. "Eat something first." The warm bun emitted a tempting aroma, and Kai Lun's stomach immediately growled. He took a huge bite, the hot filling scalding his tongue, but tears streamed down his face. This was the first hot meal he'd had since crossing into this world. "Take your time, no one's going to fight you for it." Kapu looked at him, his eyes losing their earlier sharpness and gaining a hint of subtle warmth. "Just now in the sea I thought I saw some iron pieces moving around you." Kai Lun froze, the bun suddenly hard to swallow. He looked up, meeting Kapu's eyes that seemed to see through everything. That was just ship planks tossed by the waves." He stammered, his heart pounding wildly. Kapu said nothing, just stared at him for a few seconds, then burst into laughter. "Is that so? Maybe I was mistaken. But you're a tough kid surviving that storm." He slapped Kai Lun's shoulder with force that nearly knocked him over. "Get some rest. You'll be safe once we reach Rust Town." Watching Kapu's retreating back, Kai Lun let out a long sigh, his back soaked with cold sweat. He didn't know if Kapu truly believed his words, but in that instant he had felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him, as if any lie would be exposed instantly. "So this is the pressure of a Marine hero," Kai Lun murmured, tightening his grip on the meat bun. The warship sailed steadily through the storm, the tornado now far behind. Kai Lun sat in a corner of the deck, watching the increasingly calm sea outside the window, but his mind was in turmoil. For the first time he had such a visceral understanding of the power levels in this world. Kapu's effortless demeanor, his haki that seemed to command the wind and rain, all made Kai Lun realize how naive his previous thoughts had been. Relying on mere scraps of the magnet fruit's power, let alone making a name in this world, survival itself was a question. "I must become stronger." Kai Lun gritted his teeth. He touched his chest, where the warmth of Kapu's hands seemed to linger. After an unknown time, the sky began to lighten. The young Marine came over to tell him they would reach Rust Town in about an hour. Kai Lun stood up and walked to the railing, already able to see a blurry outline of land in the distance. Just then his peripheral vision caught sight of scattered iron fragments floating on the sea not far away, the wreckage of his makeshift iron boat. Almost instinctively he summoned the power within him, and the hum in his skull rose again. This time the iron pieces did not scatter chaotically as before. Instead, under the pull of magnetism, they drifted slowly toward the warship, finally landing softly on the deck. Kai Lun stared at his hands in surprise. After this life or death trial, his control over the magnet fruit seemed to have strengthened. "Interesting." Suddenly Kapu's voice came from behind. Kai Lun turned to see him standing there holding a fresh meat bun, his eyes deep as he watched the floating iron pieces. "That's not something an ordinary fisherman can do, kid." Kapu's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Kai Lun's heart shot to his throat. He knew that his secret might no longer be hidden. The morning sunlight streamed through the portholes, casting dappled shadows on the deck. Kai Lun sat on a wooden crate in the corner, but his gaze was not on the training soldiers. His eyes swept past the crowd and locked onto the tall figure puffing a cigar at the stern. The tags, Iron Fist Kapu, Navy hero, Luffy's grandfather, scrolled through his mind like a barrage of comments. The memory of watching One Piece while huddled in his rented room before his transmigration suddenly became vivid. The man on the screen who had pushed Roger into a corner was now wearing a wrinkled vice admiral uniform, fighting with a cook for meat buns. When Kapu had fished him out of the sea yesterday, Kai Lun almost bit his tongue off in fright. When the name Kapu came out of the adjutant's mouth, his first reaction was not the relief of being saved, but this was a walking golden opportunity. He looked down at his thin arms, the scar on his belly left by the shipwreck still throbbed dully. Before his transmigration, he was just an ordinary office worker who would be panting for half an hour after running 800 meters. The original owner of this body was a perennial underfed orphan from a fishing village, let alone compared to Luffy's innate monstrous strength. He probably couldn't even match the physical fitness of an ordinary Navy soldier. His only asset was this mysterious magnet fruit. But at present he could at most make iron pieces dance a gap as vast as between a firefly and the bright moon compared to the terrifying power of someone like Jide, who could attract an entire fleet in the original story. In this world without a backer you wouldn't even know how you died. Kylo touched the crumpled berries in his pocket, feeling the cold sensation against his fingertips. The advantage of a transmigrator. Apart from knowing the general direction of the next few decades, he had nothing. The plots in novels where transmigrators come and beat up the four emperors were beyond his wildest dreams. Yesterday an ordinary storm nearly killed him. If he really encountered a pirate with a bounty over 10 million, he probably wouldn't even have a chance to activate his ability. The saber at a soldier's waist suddenly trembled slightly. Kylo snapped back to reality and hastily cut off the magnetic force. The buzzing deep in his skull stopped like a radio being turned off, and the saber became still again. Practicing your ability in secret. Kapu's voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Kylo was so startled, he nearly fell off the crate. Looking up he saw the Vice Admiral bending over and staring at him, the cigar, smoke precisely blowing into his face. And no, Kylo's face instantly flushed red. He knew his little trick had been seen. His heart pounded, as if it would break through his ribs. Was he going to be arrested as a dangerous person? Kapu suddenly laughed, and thrust a steaming meat bun into his hand. Don't be nervous, old man has seen more devil fruit users than you've eaten rice. Kylo held the still steaming bun, his mind racing. Opportunity. This was a golden opportunity. He took a deep breath and suddenly looked straight into Kapu's eyes. Vice Admiral Kapu, I know you. You are the Navy hero who hunted down the pirate King Roger. Kapu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you little brat have heard of me. More than just heard. Kylo's voice trembled with excitement. Back in my hometown, I heard the old pirates in the town talk about your deeds. They said you could shatter icebergs with your fists, that you drove Roger into a corner several times. He deliberately picked some well-known legends to tell, skillfully hiding the secret of his knowledge of the future. Seeing the smug expression gradually appearing on Kapu's face, Kylo knew he had bet correctly. He changed his tone, speaking with utmost sincerity. To be honest, after eating the devil fruit, I've been at a loss. I have no skills and my body is weak. Drifting on the sea, I'm just a piece of meat to be carved up. He looked down at his hands, his voice carrying just the right amount of confusion. I don't want to be killed by pirates, and I don't want to hide on some small island and starve to death for the rest of my life. I know the Navy has rules, but at least the Navy doesn't bully people for no reason, right? Kapu paused in his cigar smoking. He studied the boy before him. Thin shoulders, clothes washed white, and those clear eyes that had cowardice, so much like the struggling orphans he had seen in the East Blue years ago. You want to join the Navy? Yes. Kylo nodded, vigorously pouring out his calculations. I know I'm weak, I might not even keep up with basic training. But I'll work hard. I can do odd jobs, I can do anything. I just asked to learn some skills in the Navy at least to protect myself. He deliberately emphasized his weakness, avoiding any ambition that might arouse suspicion. In this world of rampant power, showing weakness was sometimes more useful than showing off strength. Especially in front of a straight-tempered man like Kapu, who yields to softness rather than hardness. Kapu looked at him silently. The shouts of soldiers training on the deck seemed to fade away. Kylo could feel the other's gaze like a physical force sweeping over his body, from his trembling fingertips to his worn-out soles, finally settling on the hand clutching the meat bun. You little brat are quite honest. Kapu suddenly burst into laughter, slapping Kylo on the back, nearly making him spit out the bun filling he had just swallowed. I've seen too many guys who want to rise to the top overnight with a devil fruit. It's rare to see someone who knows his own limitations like you. Kylo rubbed his aching back, forcing a grateful smile, but inwardly rejoicing. It worked. But joining the Navy isn't that easy. Kapu wiped off his smile and became serious. You have to get up before dawn to train every day, obey military discipline, and be ready to fight pirates at any time. Are you sure you can handle it? Yes. Kylo answered without hesitation. No matter how hard or tiring, it's better than waiting to die at sea. He knew this was just the beginning. Joining the Navy was only the first step. The training, exclusion, and even the risk of exposing his identity that lay ahead all required careful handling. But at least he had a backer for now, a chance to live safely. Kapu looked at his determined expression and nodded approvingly. All right, when the ship reaches Tiesho Town, you go to the Navy branch to register. Say you're recommended by me and have them arrange basic training for you. Thank you, Vice Admiral Kapu. Kylo was so excited he nearly jumped up. Kapu suddenly changed the subject. By the way, the ability you used just now, what kind of devil fruit is it? Kylo was taken aback, not expecting Kapu to ask this, but he answered honestly. I'm not sure of the exact name, I only know it's related to magnetism. It can attract or repel iron objects. For now I can only make small iron objects move slightly, nothing too useful. As he spoke, he carefully watched Kapu's expression, afraid his ability might arouse suspicion. Kapu nodded thoughtfully after listening. A magnetism type ability. Quite interesting. Train well, and you might have considerable development. Just then an adjutant rushed over to report. Vice Admiral, we will arrive at Tiesho Town in half an hour. Kapu waved the adjutant away and turned to Kylo. By the way, I recently went back to the East Blue to see my worthless grandson. Only 10 years old, and he keeps yelling he wants to be the pirate king. It's infuriating. Your grandson, 10 years old. Kylo's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that Luffy? Calculating the time, there were still 7 full years before he set sail. 7 years was enough for him to grow from a novice who couldn't even move a saber to a figure who could stand firm in the Navy. He didn't need to dominate like an admiral, nor challenge the world like Luffy. As long as he could survive and live comfortably in this chaotic world, it was enough. Kylo looked at the gradually clear outline of the port in the distance, feeling a sense of relief. He knew he had chosen the most stable path. Relying on the Navy as a big tree, he could at least avoid many open attacks and hidden arrows. Following Kapu's line, he might even find shelter in the future storms. As for those magnificent adventures, those world-changing dreams, let them be for Lu Fei and the others. For an ordinary person like him to live peacefully and happily in the world of One Piece was already a great fortune. What are you daydreaming about? Kapu elbowed him. When you get there, hurry off and don't delay my resupply. Yes. Kylo nodded, vigorously grabbed his worn canvas bag, gave Kapu an awkward salute, and ran down the gangplank. The moment he set foot on the pier of Tieshio Town, the salty sea breeze, mixed with the clamor of the fish market, hit him. Kylo glanced back at the black warship. Kapu was standing at the rail waving at him. He took a deep breath, clenching the few berries in his pocket. The street ahead was bustling with people full of unknowns, but Kylo's heart was calmer than ever. With a backer, a goal, and 7 years. That was enough. The sea breeze of Tieshio Town had not yet dried the salt frost on his boots when Kylo was shoved by Garp onto a supply ship, headed for Marine headquarters. When the massive island floating in a sea of clouds appeared on the horizon, the dry ration in his hand nearly fell into the sea. The Justice Gate frozen into an ice sculpture by Aokiji, countless black warships anchored in the harbor, and the Marine headquarters building piercing the sky, 100 times more awe-inspiring than in the anime. What are you gawking at, kid? Garp patted the back of his head as they stepped onto the dock, his military boots clattering on the special steel plates. From today on, you're a reserve member of Marine headquarters. Pull yourself together and work hard. Kylo hurried to follow the canvas bag strap biting into his shoulder. Inside the bag, aside from 3 sets of gray training uniforms that Garp had stuffed in, there was only half a piece of unfinished compressed biscuit. That was all his worldly possessions. The recruit training camp was built on the eastern foothills of the headquarters island, looking from a distance like a neat array of gray building blocks. As soon as he entered the camp, a deafening roar of shouts crashed into his eardrums. Hundreds of youths in identical training uniforms were wrestling in the mud, figures crawling under barbed wire, like wriggling insects, and barbells piled into a small hill in the center of the training ground. These are all fine seedlings selected from the 4 Cs, Garp said, pointing to a burly man in the center of the field who could lift a 500-gene barbell with one hand. That's Mungta from a warlord family in the North Blue, born with monstrous strength. And that one practicing with a sword is the heir of a sword dojo in the East Blue. What's his name? Old age, my memory's failing. Kylo's gaze, however, was drawn to a small, thin figure in the corner. The boy was being pinned to the ground and beaten by 3 companions, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he bit down hard on one of his assailant's wrists. He noticed faint bruises on the boy's arms, as if from long-term bullying. Here, devil fruit users aren't anything special. Garp seemed to read his mind, his tone softening a bit. But don't think that having a fruit ability means you can slack off. Let me tell you, more users are eliminated each year than ordinary people. You have to work hard. The instructor in charge of reception was a one-eyed colonel. Upon seeing Garp, he immediately straightened his back. Vice Admiral, is this the boy you recommended? Yes, his name is Kylo, a magnet fruit user. Garp pushed him forward. Don't give him special treatment just because I recommended him. Train him as you would anyone else. If he can't keep up, don't be too harsh. Just teach him slowly. The one-eyed instructor's gaze swept over Kylo's thin arms and his lips curled. Yes, sir. I guarantee strict training. When he received his own number plate, No. 734, Kylo realized the dormitory was a communal bunk room for 12 people. He had just placed his bag at the foot of the bed when a boy with a mohawk haircut bumped into him, deliberately stepping on his canvas bag with his military boot. Newcomer. I heard Vice Admiral Garp pulled strings to get you in. The mohawk sneered, revealing a knife scar on his arm. Let me tell you, nobody here cares who your backer is. If you've got guts, prove it in combat class. Kylo said nothing, silently pushing his bag further under the bed. He noticed the military saber at the other's waist, standard issue with an iron scabbard, well within the range of his ability. But he knew he couldn't act now. A fool who caused trouble on the first day wouldn't last 3 days. Moreover, using his fruit ability would greatly drain his already limited stamina. The barracks at night were thick with the stench of sweat and feet. Lying on the hard wooden bed, Kylo listened to the chorus of snores and quietly aimed his fingertip at a nail in the corner wall. He concentrated, feeling a faint magnetic field connecting his fingertip to the nail. This was the power of the magnet fruit. Each activation felt like pulling a heavy rope, causing a dull ache in his arm muscles. With a flicker of thought, the nail trembled, pulled free from the wall, and fell to the ground with a soft clink. He immediately withdrew his power, his chest already feeling tight. Still practicing secretly, came a voice from the bunk below. Kylo was startled, and looking down, he saw the scrawny boy who had been beaten earlier staring at him with wide eyes. The bruises on the boy's face had turned purple, but he grinned. I'm Liqui. We're roommates from now on. Nice to meet you. Kylo, he replied after a moment's hesitation. I'm a magnet fruit user. Liqui's eyes lit up. Can you attract iron objects? Then maybe we can help each other out in combat class. The guys here are tough. Kylo nodded, saying nothing more. Staring at the ceiling, he suddenly understood why Garp had thrown him here. In this place of survival of the fittest, any naivety was fatal. At 4 a.m. the next day, a sharp whistle pierced the dawn. By the time Kylo stumbled to the training ground, 300 recruits were already standing in formation. The one-eyed instructor roared through a megaphone, 10-kilometer weighted march. The last 20 get no breakfast. When Kylo shouldered the 30-gene sandbag, he truly understood what despair meant. His physical fitness was below average among his peers. After less than 2 kilometers, he fell behind, his lungs heaving like a broken bellows, his legs as heavy as lead. "Hey, number 734. Hurry up," came Laquis's voice from behind. Though the kid was small, he had amazing endurance. "If you're eliminated, you'll be sent to impel down to do chores." Gritting his teeth, Kylo pushed forward, his vision beginning to blur. The iron spikes of the roadside barbed wire, the iron door of the distant guard post, the iron buckles on his comrades' belts. He could attempt to manipulate all these iron objects, but he knew he couldn't. His already exhausted stamina couldn't withstand such a drain. He forced himself to focus on his breathing and move step by step. When he crossed the finish line, last breakfast had already been distributed, leaving only a puddle of spilled soup on the ground. Worthless is worthless. The Mohawk deliberately paraded his tray in front of Kylo. "Can't even outrun anyone in a run, and you dare come to headquarters?" Kylo ignored him, walked to the faucet, and drank half his belly's worth of cold water. He knew this was just the beginning. The training ahead would only be more brutal. Sure enough, the afternoon physical training directly redefined his understanding. 500 sit-ups, a minimum of 30 pull-ups, and the most terrifying was the Devil's Drill, running back and forth on a 45-degree slope with a sandbag on his back until someone collapsed. On his third run, Kylo's vision went black, and he collapsed onto the sandy ground unconscious. When he woke up, he found himself lying in the infirmary, with Laquise stuffing an energy bar into his mouth. "The instructor said your constitution is too weak, and let you rest for half a day," Laquise whispered. "But I heard him tell another instructor that he's going to give you some special care." Kylo's heart sank. So-called special care was nothing but targeted training for devil fruit users. He struggled to get up, and as soon as he reached the door, he saw the one-eyed instructor standing there holding a pair of heavy iron shackles. "Since you have the magnet fruit, you should make good use of it." The instructor threw the shackles in front of him. "Wear these and complete today's combat training. If you lose to anyone, you'll clean the toilets for a month." The shackles weighed a full 50 gene, with fine iron wires wrapped around the chains. When Kylo put them on, he could feel that manipulating magnetic force had become extremely difficult. Each attempt consumed several times more energy than usual, and his arm muscles twitched violently. In the combat arena, his opponent was none other than the Mohawk. The latter was clearly trained, his fists whistling as they aimed straight for Kylo's face. Kylo tried to dodge, but the shackles slowed him down, and he took a solid punch, blood immediately gushing from his nose. "Is that all a devil fruit user can do?" The Mohawk sneered as he closed in. "Let me tell you, I hate guys like you who rely on fruits to get by." Kylo wiped his nosebleed and suddenly smiled. He stared at the other's military boots, sensing the iron plate embedded in the toe. Taking a deep breath, he concentrated his remaining strength to manipulate the magnetic force, and the iron plate suddenly shifted half an inch. After that move, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his arms went weak. As the Mohawk landed, his ankle twisted, and he stumbled forward. Opportunity. Kylo ducked, sharply locked his shackled arm around the other's throat, and used his body weight to throw him to the ground. The weight of the shackles now became an advantage, pressing firmly down on the Mohawk's back. "Do you yield?" Kylo's voice was hoarse from lack of air and exhaustion. The Mohawk struggled a few times, then reluctantly spat a wad of saliva. "You're ruthless." The instructor blew his whistle, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "Not bad, you didn't completely disgrace yourself." When he removed the shackles, Kylo's wrists were marked with bloody welts. He nearly collapsed to the ground, gasping for air, as if all his strength had been drained. Laquise ran over and handed him a towel, whispering, "That move was brilliant, but the Mohawk is the nephew of a West Blue officer. He'll definitely take revenge." Kylo said nothing, only gazing at the squad conducting shooting practice in the distance. In the crisp sound of bullets being chambered, he knew that those bullets were all iron. Manipulating them would require immense stamina, making them even more dangerous than a saber. In the days that followed, Kylo began hellish special training. He woke up at 4 every morning, started weighted marches at 5, had physical training in the morning, combat and weapons classes in the afternoon, and studied marine regulations and navigation knowledge in the evening. His progress was slow but solid. Though his stamina still lagged at the bottom, he could barely keep up with the main group. In combat, he groped his way through repeated beatings, using magnetic force to subtly adjust an opponent's center of gravity, carefully calculating his energy expenditure each time, and always managing to dodge fatal blows at critical moments. In weapons class, he could make the training iron sword dance in his hand like a flower, though each manipulation was accompanied by aching arms, leaving the sword instructor scratching his head in amazement. What troubled him most was hockey class. When the instructor first demonstrated armament hockey, shattering a rock with a pitch-black fist, Kylo was completely stunned. That invisible power could directly block his manipulation of magnetic force, and countering it consumed even more stamina. It was the bane of all devil fruit users. "Can't feel it." The instructor poked his forehead with a blackened finger. "That's right. Hockey isn't talent, it's forged from sweat. Punch this wall 10,000 times a day. When you can leave a mark, then we'll talk." So every night after lights out, a figure would always appear beneath the stone wall of the training camp. Kylo punched the cold rock until his knuckles bled. He knew this was his only chance to counter hockey and the capital to survive in this world. Only by increasing his physical strength could he better support the use of his fruit ability. 3 months later, the first comprehensive assessment arrived. The test was a simulated island combat with the recruits divided into 2 teams for confrontation. All weapons and equipment were real, with the only rule being no fatalities. Kyloen was assigned to the red team, whose captain was the Mohawk. As the team entered the simulated battlefield, he immediately sensed something wrong. The iron objects around were abnormally scarce. Even the shell casings on the ground had been cleaned up, clearly targeting his ability. What? Can't use any iron, so you're panicking? The Mohawk's voice came from behind a tree with a malicious grin. Let me tell you, I already arranged with the logistics to remove all the iron in this area. Let's see what use your magnet fruit is now. Kyloen's heart sank. He could sense his teammates being taken out one by one, screams coming from all directions. The Mohawk clearly intended to use this opportunity to completely crush him. Just then his gaze fell on a watchtower in the distance. The tower was made of wood, but the lightning rod on its top was pure iron, at least 300 meters away. This was the farthest iron object he could currently reach. Manipulating it would require enormous stamina, and he didn't know if he could hold out. Kyloen took a deep breath, bent his legs, slightly clenched his fists, and gathered all his strength, activating the magnet fruit's power. A powerful magnetic force extended toward the lightning rod. His muscles began to tremble, veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat trickled down his cheeks. Still putting on a show, the Mohawk and several others surrounded him, their military sabers glinting coldly. Today I'll show you that without iron you're nothing. Kyloen suddenly thrust his arm forward, exerting all his strength to drive the magnetic force. The watchtower 300 meters away suddenly emitted a screeching sound of twisting metal. The bowl-thick lightning rod was violently ripped out, turning into a black bolt of lightning that shot through the air. After this, Kyloen's face was as pale as paper, and he nearly collapsed. The Mohawk and his men's smiles froze on their faces as they watched the lightning rod skim past their heads and embed itself into a nearby tree trunk, shaking the leaves noisily. This is impossible, someone shrieked. Kyloen didn't stop. Clenching his teeth, he again concentrated his remaining strength to manipulate the iron objects that had been cleared away, shell casing, sabers, even the iron badges dropped by his teammates. They were summoned by an invisible gravitational force flying through the air to form a rotating iron wall around him. By now he was nearing his limit, his vision darkening. Now who's the useless one? Kyloen's voice carried a hint of coldness along with barely concealed weakness. The Mohawk's face turned pale and his hand holding the saber trembled uncontrollably. He finally realized that the person he had provoked was not an ordinary devil fruit user, but a beast awakening. When the referee blew the final whistle, only Kyloen remained standing in the center of the field from the red team. The iron objects around him had piled up into a small hill like a miniature metal fortress. He then collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, without even the strength to lift his hand. On the distant viewing platform, Garp puffed on a cigar, a satisfied smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The one-eyed instructor was recording something beside him, the pen scratching softly on the paper. Kyloen gazed at the headquarters building under the setting sun, suddenly feeling that the sweat and blood of these 3 months had been worth it. He knew he was still far from being a strong warrior, with a long way to go in terms of physical strength and mastery of his ability. But at least in this brutal training camp, he had found his footing. And this was just the beginning. With more than 6 years left until Luffy set sail, he still had plenty of time to grow, to become stronger, to improve his stamina, and to better master this magnet fruit. In this magnificent era, he might not become the protagonist, but at least he could be a supporting character who lived long enough. Kyloen clenched his fist, though his arms still trembled, and his knuckles turned white from the effort. The afterglow of the setting sun fell upon him, coating him in a golden halo. In his eyes there was no longer the timidity and confusion of when he first arrived, replaced by determination and perseverance. The training at Marine headquarters continued. The baptism of iron and blood would forge a stronger soul and body. Kyloen knew that the road ahead was long and arduous, but he was ready. He would live well in this world with his magnet fruit, carving out a path of his own. The finish line of the loaded march wavered in his vision, Kalen's lungs stinging as if scraped by sandpaper. When he was left behind by the Mohawk for the umpteenth time, he finally collapsed to his knees on the sandy ground, sweat splashing onto the scorching earth, instantly darkening into deep stains. Worthless is worthless, came the Mohawk's voice from ahead, dripping with undisguised mockery. Even if you have a devil fruit ability, so what? With that broken body of yours, you can't even outrun my grandmother. Kalen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. He looked at his thin arms, the muscle definition almost invisible. This was his greatest flaw. The sedentary lifestyle before his transmigration had left him with a sub-healthy physique, which hadn't improved after crossing over. Though the magnet fruit was miraculous, it couldn't conjure strength out of thin air. That night he tossed and turned on the hard cot. Li Chi's snoring sounded like a worn-out bellows, and the footsteps of patrolling soldiers outside the barracks echoed rhythmically. Staring at the cracks on the ceiling, a flash of memory from a ninja manga he'd read before transmigrating crossed his mind. Those ninjas enveloped in lightning, using electric currents to stimulate their bodies, unleashing astonishing speed and power. Lightning release. Electric current. Muscles. These words collided in his mind. He sat up abruptly, instinctively manipulating magnetic force, causing the iron badge under his pillow to vibrate slightly. Magnetism generates electricity, a lesson from middle school physics. If he could use the magnet fruit to create electric currents like the lightning release stimulating muscles, could he break through his physical limits? The thought grew like wild grass. He quietly retrieved the copper wire hidden under his bed. Stripped from a training signal flare, the thin copper strands wound into a thumb-sized coil. Under the moonlight filtering through the window, Kalen pressed both ends of the copper wire against his left bicep. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind to make the magnetic field inside the coil spin at high speed. ZZZT. Blue-white sparks suddenly burst on the skin's surface, and searing pain shot straight to his brain. Kalen barely stifled a cry, biting down on his pillow to avoid waking the others. The muscles in his left arm twitched as if branded by a hot iron, and fine scorch marks instantly appeared on his skin. Too hasty, he gasped, collapsing back onto the cot, his entire arm trembling uncontrollably. The electric current produced was far more violent than he'd imagined. Rather than stimulating muscles, it was more like directly burning them. But he had no intention of giving up. During a break in training the next day, he hid behind the equipment shed and crafted a cruder device using copper wire and iron filings he'd scavenged. This time he slowly increased the magnetic force, watching tiny sparks leap between the wires, and carefully pressed it against his calf. A faint tingling sensation spread along the shin, and his calf muscles suddenly tightened. Kalen was astonished to find that his sore legs could generate power again, even allowing him to easily jump half a meter high. It works. His eyes lit up, but the joy was quickly replaced by more intense twitching. Though the current was weaker, it felt like countless needles probing his nerves, causing him to crouch and tremble uncontrollably. In the days that followed, Kalen became the oddball of the training camp. While others rested, he hid in corners, fiddling with copper wires. After lights out, he secretly practiced controlling electric currents under his blanket. Li-Chi noticed the burn marks on his arm and worriedly urged him to stop. Kalen, this is too dangerous. If you damage your nerves, it's over. I have to get stronger. Kalen watched Manta lifting barbells in the distance. That burly man could easily lift 300 pounds, while Kalen couldn't even manage half. In this world, weakness is the original sin. He began to adjust his methods. No longer using bare copper wire directly on skin, he wrapped the coil with medical gauze. He controlled the current intensity to a level that caused tingling, but not severe pain. Each stimulation session lasted no more than 10 minutes, followed immediately by a warm compress on the muscles. Progress was remarkable. A week later, his loaded march time improved by 5 minutes. He could do 3 more pull-ups, and in combat training, he could barely block the Mohawk's punches. But hidden dangers were quietly brewing. One morning, Kalen found his right index finger trembling uncontrollably, unable to straighten, no matter how hard he tried. The military doctor examined him and warned, if you continue like this, your peripheral nerves will suffer permanent damage. He turned a deaf ear to the warning. It wasn't until a real combat sparring match that he realized how gravely mistaken he was. In the training ring, the Mohawk's fist came whistling through the air. Kalen activated his magnetic power, as usual, generating current from the coil hidden in his palm. But this time the current suddenly went out of control, blue-white arcs shooting from his arm to his shoulder muscles, instantly stiffening like iron plates. Bang! He took the full force of the punch, flying backward and crashing into the wire mesh fence at the edge of the arena. The Mohawk seized the opportunity, pouncing and stomping on his chest, sneering, "What's wrong? Your little trick failed." The current still raged inside his body, muscles twitching like a sieve. Kalen could feel the tendons in his right arm tearing, as if ripped apart, his vision blurring. Just then a furious roar came from the sidelines. "Stop!" Kapu had appeared at the training ground, still holding half a bag of meat buns. He strode across the arena in a few steps, grabbed the Mohawk by the scruff of his neck, and tossed him aside. Then he knelt down to check Kalen's condition. This? Electric shock injuries. The Vice Admiral's brow furrowed into a knot, pointing at the burn marks on his arm. "Kid, you're using your devil fruit ability to mess with this stuff." Kalen gritted his teeth and said nothing. He knew he'd violated camp regulations and might even be expelled. "Come with me." Kapu didn't press further, simply grabbing his arm and dragging him toward the infirmary. Passing the one-eyed instructor, he said sternly, "Check all the new recruits' training equipment. No unauthorized dangerous items." In the infirmary, the military doctor was applying ointment to Kalen's arm. The cool salve made him shiver as it touched his skin. Kapu sat on a nearby chair, cigar smoke swirling around him, but his gaze was unusually serious. "Why did you do it?" Kapu finally spoke, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible pain. "Didn't I tell you physical training should be gradual?" Kalen lowered his head, his voice barely a whisper. "I want to get stronger. As strong as Manta. Strength doesn't come from reckless effort." Kapu suddenly raised his voice, slamming his fist onto the iron-framed bed beside him, the equipment clattering loudly. "Do you think I became a Marine hero by brute force? It's about perseverance. It's about knowing how to train scientifically." He stood up, pulled a yellowed booklet from his pocket, and tossed it to Kalen. "Take a look at this. 50 years ago, some fool tried the same thing, using electric current to stimulate muscles, and now he's still bedridden, unable to move." The booklet contained detailed diagrams of human muscles with neural pathways marked in red. The more Kalen read, the more alarmed he became. The cases documented were strikingly similar to his own. Initial significant improvement, mid-stage nerve damage, and late-stage muscle atrophy. "The human body is like a precision clock." Kapu's voice softened. "You use electricity to force the mainspring, and it might run faster for a short time, but the gears will eventually break. That afternoon, Kapu took him to the Marine Headquarters Medical Archives. Here, research data on human biology collected from around the world was stored, from the muscle structure of giants to the respiratory systems of fishmen, everything available. You can use electricity to get stronger, Kapu gestured at the rows of bookshelves. But you need to understand the human body first. How nerves are distributed, how muscles exert force, how much pressure bones can withstand. Once you've figured all that out, then we can talk about the rest. In the days that followed, Kalen's life became more structured. During the day, he trained with the other recruits. At night, he immersed himself in the archives and the infirmary. He consulted the military doctor about neurology, learned proper muscle training methods from ancient texts, and even began studying the physical differences among various races. 3 months later, he presented a new plan. Instead of using rough coils to generate chaotic currents, he created electrode patches that conformed to muscle contours based on neural distribution patterns. The current intensity was precise to the milliampere, targeting only motor nerves, combined with specially formulated nutritional supplements and massage techniques to minimize side effects. When he first used the new method to stimulate his leg muscles and easily completed 50 squats, Li Chi gaped in astonishment. This is a miracle. Not a miracle, but science, Kalen said earnestly, removing the electrode patches. Devil fruit abilities are just tools. A true strong person knows how to use the tools correctly. He began integrating electric stimulation with basic training. In the morning, he used low-intensity current to activate muscles during physical training. Before afternoon combat drills, medium-intensity current to enhance reaction speed, and in the evening, weak current to aid muscle recovery. At the second assessment 6 months later, Kalen stunned everyone. He finished in the top 30 in the loaded march. In combat sparring without using any devil fruit ability, he fought the Mohawk to a draw through sheer physical prowess. Kapu stood on the reviewing stand watching the figure agilely dodging on the training field, a gratified smile spreading across his face. He popped a cracker into his mouth, thinking this kid has finally wised up. True strength has always been about wisdom. After the assessment, Kalen sat on a rocky outcrop by the sea, watching the sunset sink into the ocean. The scar on his right arm had faded to a pale pink, like a special metal. He clenched his fist, clearly feeling the power contained within his muscles, strength cultivated through the marriage of scientific method and sweat. It was less than 6 years until Luffy set sail. A sense of urgency had always lingered in his heart, because he knew that once Luffy went to sea, the combat power of this world would undergo a cataclysmic transformation. The entire process had taken just over 2 years. The sea breeze carrying a salty, damp scent brushed across his face. Kalen stood up and walked back toward the training camp. His journey of magnetism generating electricity had only just begun, and this path was destined to be walked with more caution and more determination than others. The morning mist had not yet cleared from the training grounds. Kailuan stood before a massive metal block, half a man's height, his broad shoulders nearly blotting out half the morning sun behind him. After 3 years of systematic training and ample nutrition, this body had shed all traces of its youthful frailty. Standing at 2 meters tall, he was as conspicuous as an iron tower among the recruits. The contours of his robust muscles could be glimpsed faintly beneath the gray training uniform, every fiber of his physique harboring explosive power, the marks etched by day after day of weighted runs and combat drills. He took a deep breath, hoisting the 1-ton metal block onto his arms. A faint blue-white glow flickered at his fingertips as he leveraged magnetism to steady the load onto his shoulders. Huff! The muscles in his legs trembled slightly under the imperceptible stimulation of electric currents, driving his body into a steady squat. After 200 squats, he gently set the metal block back on the ground. The stone floor beneath him had cracked into fine fissures, yet his breathing remained, even without a trace of disorder. Li Chi, carrying a stack of training equipment, passed by and couldn't help but whistle. Kailuan, you're improving so fast you're almost catching up to Mengta. Right now, even if you wrestled him, it might be a 50-50 right. Kailuan smiled and wiped the thin sweat from his forehead. 3 years had passed, and he no longer needed copper wires or electrode pads to generate electric currents within his body using the magnet fruit. The skin that had once been covered in scorch marks was now smooth as before. Only when he exerted his ability to its fullest did faint blood vessel patterns emerge near his temples, proof of the currents traveling through his subcutaneous nerves. More importantly, as his electromagnetic induction ability advanced, he accidentally awakened observation haki. Now, even with his eyes closed, he could clearly track the trajectories of flying insects within 200 meters. A sneak attack is no act of a true man. A sudden rush of wind came from behind. Without even turning his head, Kailuan locked onto the incoming trajectory with his observation haki. Mashi lunged forward with a fierce aura, his index finger pressed together like a spear, the finger gun of the 6 Navy styles. Kailuan sidestepped the attack while swinging his right hand backward. Magnetism instantly acted on the iron plates of Mashi's military boots. Mashi felt his feet abruptly stall, and the supposedly sure hit finger gun veered off course, grazing past Kailuan's shoulder. He stumbled forward a few steps before regaining his balance. Turning back, his eyes were full of frustration. That trick again. If you've got the guts, fight me fair and square without using your devil fruit ability. Ability is also part of strength. Kailuan withdrew his hand, his tone calm. Besides, even without my ability, do you think you could beat me, eh? Those words made Mashi's face flush red. Over the past 3 years, he had watched the boy he once freely bullied not only undergo a physical transformation, but also master the 6 Navy styles to perfection. In their last sparring match, Kylo had toyed with him, using only the combination of shave and moonstep. At breakfast, the radio in the mess hall was broadcasting the news. The announcer's impassioned voice echoed through the dining area, recounting the Navy's campaign to purge a pirate crew in the West Sea. Several recruits gathered around the radio, enthusiastically discussing the heroic feats on the battlefield. Kylo ate his meat quietly, but his ears paid attention to the surroundings. Observation hockey let him easily distinguish who was talking about him and who was secretly observing him. Over 3 years, he had grown accustomed to maintaining focus amid the noise. That was the first lesson physical training had taught him. No matter the environment, he must control his own rhythm. Did you hear? Yesterday, Magneto broke another mission record. What's that? Kylo won 5 straight matches in the last tournament. I really don't know how his magnet fruit is so powerful. Last time I saw him lift the entire warehouse of iron bunk beds. Kylo paused in his scooping of porridge, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. They were right. By now he could easily manipulate nearly 10 tons of metal. The discarded iron anchors in the warehouse had become his most convenient training equipment. During the afternoon free training session, Kylo went to the clearing behind the equipment depot. Piles of discarded firearms, broken sabers, and rusted iron anchors lay scattered there. More conspicuous was a special wooden crate in the corner. Filled with flying needles, he had prepared each one pre-magnetized. Though he could control them without pre-treatment, his reaction wasn't fast enough yet. So whenever he had time, he would process them first. He took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The electric currents inside him began to pulse at a specific frequency, resonating with the iron molecules in the air. The next second, the iron objects on the ground suddenly levitated, arraying themselves in midair as if under an invisible command. Divide. With a soft command, all the iron objects instantly disintegrated into fine iron filings glinting with metallic luster in the sunlight. Kylo extended his right hand, and the filings converged into a long sword. With his left hand he grasped, and the scattered bullet casings formed a shield. This was the fruit of 3 years of effort. He was no longer limited to simple attraction or repulsion. He could break down and reassemble iron objects, altering their forms at will. When Garp had come to inspect last time, seeing the defensive array made of iron filings, he had nearly dropped the meat bun from his mouth. Time to try that. Kylo clenched his fists, and the electric currents within him suddenly intensified. The suspended iron filings exploded, transforming into countless tiny iron needles, forming a circular area 10 meters in diameter around him. This was the magnetic storm domain he had developed by combining his physical techniques with his ability. Any iron object that entered this domain would be completely controlled by his magnetism. Last time, an arrogant veteran tried to sneak attack him, only to be stabbed in the backside by his own saber. Not enough. Kylo frowned. Although his control precision had greatly improved, maintaining this domain still consumed enormous physical energy. He could only hold it for 10 minutes at most. He needed a more efficient way to use it. He opened the crate, and the flying needles inside instantly rose into the air. These 3-inch-long thin needles, manipulated by magnetism, arranged themselves into a dense array. With a gesture of his hand, they transformed. Now a spinning iron wheel, now a sharp sword net. This was a new tactic he had developed, imitating the legendary sword immortals who commanded flying swords. Combined with observation hockey, it could handle fast-moving targets. Done. Kylo was about to cheer when a sudden dizziness struck him. Maintaining dual abilities placed an unexpected burden on his stamina. He staggered back a few steps, the magnetic barrier instantly collapsed, and the needles clattered back to the ground. Still too impatient, he smiled bitterly, sitting down on the ground. He pulled a water flask from his pocket and gulped down several mouthfuls. Physical fitness was the foundation of everything. The one-eyed instructor often said that, and it was indeed true. He stood up and began basic recovery exercises: push-ups, unweighted squats, high knees. Every movement was as standard as a textbook. 3 years of physical training had taught him that flashy techniques were ultimately castles in the air. Only solid physical fitness could support a powerful ability. In the evening, Garp suddenly appeared on the training ground. The Vice Admiral was rarely without a meat bun in his mouth. Instead, he held a document, looking somewhat serious. "Come with me," Garp said in a low voice. "There's a practical assessment mission I need to assign to you." Kylo's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly followed. On the way, he met the one-eyed instructor, who looked at him with a strange expression, half sympathy, half envy. When they reached the meeting room at the headquarters building, Kylo saw several officers in charge of recruit assessments sitting inside. The rear admiral at the head pushed up his glasses and said in a grave tone, "Kylo's 7th recruit, camp number 734. Based on your overall performance, we have selected you as the captain for this practical assessment." He slid a wanted poster across the table. The man in the photo had a brutal face, his eyes as fierce as a wolf. "The target is Blood Wolf, Baki bounty, 40 million berries entrenched on Black Reef Island in the West Sea. This man is extremely cruel and cold-blooded, skilled with a bloodstained machete. Though he has no devil fruit ability, he commands nearly 100 desperados and has already massacred 3 villages of civilians." Kylo picked up the wanted poster, feeling the rough texture of the paper against his fingertips. In the photo, Baki wore a sinister grin, and in the background, burning houses could be faintly seen. A chill crawled up the back of his neck. "This mission requires your squad to complete the eradication within 3 days. The Rear Admiral continued. You are permitted to carry standard-issue weapons and communication devices, but requesting reinforcements is forbidden. This is the final test of your 3 years of training. Why make me captain? Kylo asked instinctively. Because your overall score is the highest. Garp suddenly interjected his tone, carrying irrefutable certainty. You have the qualifications to lead in physical techniques, ability, and tactical awareness. Of course I'll be on standby in the nearby waters. If something goes wrong. But I trust you won't need it. Kylo's heart sank. He knew what this meant. The Navy had recognized his strength and regarded him as a combat force capable of standing alone. Don't worry, this is a collective assessment for your squad. Garp patted his shoulder, his tone returning to a measure of warmth. Mashi, Lichi, and the others will all go with you. It's a good chance for you rookies to get in sync. As he left the meeting room, a passing Vice Admiral stopped him. Kid, when dealing with those desperados, don't show any mercy. Finish it quickly. That's the key. Kylo paused for a moment, then understood. The man was reminding him. When facing cruel enemies, hesitation is an irresponsibility to oneself and one's teammates. This aligned perfectly with his long-held training philosophy. Back at the barracks to pack his belongings, Lichi and Mashi were already waiting for him. Lichi was excitedly polishing the saber at his waist while Mashi carried a heavy rifle on his back, his face for once devoid of its usual hostility. Captain, when do we set off? Lichi's tone was full of anticipation. I've been dying to see what real pirates look like. Mashi also nodded. Weapons and the ship are ready. We can leave any time. Kylo smiled. It was less than 3 years before Luffy would set sail. This mission might be his first step into that magnificent and turbulent world. He didn't know what lay ahead, but at least he had teammates he could trust beside him. After packing his bag, he took one last look at the dormitory's rows of bunks. 3 years' worth of memories flashed through his mind. The grievance, when he was first bullied, the joy, when he first succeeded in stimulating his muscles with electric currents, the thrill, when he first won a test. Let's go. Kylo shouldered his backpack and turned to leave the barracks. The setting sun's afterglow spilled over the training camp grounds, casting his 2-meter-tall figure into a long shadow. From afar came the shouts of recruits, so reminiscent of himself 3 years ago. He knew this was not an end, but a new beginning. The potential of the magnet fruit was far from exhausted. The limits of electrical stimulation had not yet been reached. In this world of countless powerhouses, he would carve out his own path. A small Navy warship was already moored in the harbor. Lichi and Mashi had boarded and were waving at him from the deck. Kylo took a deep breath, jogged up the gangplank, and the sea breeze brushed his face, carrying a sense of freedom and danger. His gaze turned toward the distant horizon, the direction of the West Sea where the assessment would begin. As the small warship sliced through the morning mist of the East China Sea, Karen stood at the bow, controlling dozens of arm-length flying needles that swirled around him. Sunlight filtered through the thin mist, casting a cold gleam on the metal needles. These were the weapons he had brought out overnight, each precisely magnetized, capable of changing direction at will within 100 meters. Captain, no matter how many times I see it, it's always freaking cool. Too bad I'll never have that chance, Mashi said, stepping out of the cabin with a rifle on his shoulder, his boots thudding steadily on the deck, his tone filled with approval. During the last assessment, if you'd used this thing, who could have withstood it? You've been holding back on us all along. Karen looked up and smiled, his fingertip tracing the tip of a flying needle. According to intelligence, the port of Black Reef Island is full of hidden reefs, making it impossible for large vessels to approach. Moreover, Bachi is stationed in the old fortress halfway up the mountain, surrounded by 3 layers of barbed wire. A direct assault would result in casualties. He spread out the sea chart, his finger pointing at a mark on the west side of the fortress. There's an abandoned mine tunnel here that leads directly to the bottom level of the fortress. We'll split into 2 groups. Lich will lead a team in a frontal feint to draw their attention, while you and I infiltrate through the mine tunnel. Mashi leaned over the sea chart, tapping his finger on the entrance of the tunnel. How wide is the tunnel? My rifle might be a bit cumbersome with the silencer attached. He paused and added, but it's fine. If it really doesn't work, I'll switch to a knife and follow your orders. I was just about to say that. Karen nodded. The tunnel can only accommodate 2 people walking side by side, so bringing your rifle is indeed inconvenient. In that case, you take the remaining people to establish a sniper position on the high ground to the left of the harbor. When you see the flare, suppress the fortress's fire points. Your observation, hockey, and marksmanship are the best in our team. This position is tailor-made for you. Got it. Mashi responded briskly, raising his hand in a crisp military salute. I'll make sure not a single one of them escapes. Lich rushed over carrying an ammunition box. Seeing the 2 working in perfect sync, he couldn't help but laugh. Looks like I don't need to worry about coordination. Captain Mashi, I'll distribute the ammunition. Do you need any special types? Karen pointed at the fire point marks on the sea chart. Just give Mashi extra rounds. The fortress's watchtower uses reinforced steel plates. Lich, you take the smoke grenades. They'll be useful for the frontal feint. As for the rest, once I deal with Bloodwolf, Bachi, it won't be a problem. Mashi had already started checking his rifle scope. Hearing this, he added, I need 2 people to help carry the ammunition and bring a spare sniper rifle just in case. No problem. Karen quickly marked the personnel assignments on the sea chart. We'll set off for reconnaissance in half an hour. Mashi, go calibrate your gun first. Let's aim to finish this in one go. Roger that. Mashi shouldered his rifle and turned to leave, his steps crisp and decisive. Lich watched his back and smiled at Karen. Ever since you took 3 heavy punches from him during the last combat training session, Mashi has been genuinely impressed by you. Karen gazed at the gradually clearer outline of Black Reef Island in the distance and nodded lightly. What this team needs is trust, not just obedience. We all have to prove ourselves in actual combat. The weather suddenly changed in the afternoon. The originally clear sky was covered by gray-black clouds, and the sea wind became violent, carrying a salty, fishy smell. The waves slammed against the hull like enraged beasts. The weather is turning, the rookie lookout shouted from the mast. There's a storm in the northwest. Karen grabbed the swaying railing, his observation hockey instantly spreading out. He could see countless electric charges colliding within the rolling air mass in the distance, blue-white lightning weaving through the dark clouds like giant serpents. Furl the sails. Secure the ropes, he roared as he rushed to the helm, simultaneously activating his magnetic power. The iron rivets on both sides of the hull suddenly hummed. The loose deck plates re-engaged under the invisible force field, and the originally swaying ship steadied somewhat. Mashi rushed to the gun positions, directing the rookies to secure the cannon barrels. Drop the anchor chain. Check the drainage system. His voice was steady and forceful, quickly calming the panicked rookies. As raindrops began to fall, the storm arrived. Raindrops as large as beans pelted the deck like stones. The waves lifted the hull high into the air again and again, then slammed it violently into the troughs. A rope securing the mast suddenly snapped, and the thick wooden pole as wide as a bowl swung toward the lookout rookie with a whistling sound. Watch out! Karen's pupils contracted sharply as he thrust his right hand forward. The magnetic force instantly acted on the iron fittings of the mast. The heavy wooden pole paused in midair, then grazed the rookie's shoulder and crashed into the sea. 3 minutes left. Lich shouted, holding up an anemometer. The maximum wind force is coming. Cold sweat beaded on Karen's forehead. Maintaining the magnetic field for the entire ship was extremely draining on his stamina. His muscles twitched under the electrical stimulation. His eyes swept across the deck and landed on the stacked ammunition boxes, a flash of determination in his gaze. Everyone hold tight. Karen roared, thrusting both arms forward. A shell from the ammunition box suddenly broke free, rising into the air under the magnetic pull, and he precisely ignited the fuse at the shell's base with an electric current. Go! The shell, blazing with fire, shot forward like a crimson meteor, precisely striking the crest of the massive wave that was about to engulf the ship. A violent explosion bloomed on the wave's crest. The immense force tore the wave into countless splashes, and the giant wave that could have capsized the ship instantly dissipated. Blue-white lightning exploded 100 meters above the ship, illuminating Karen's tense profile. Mashi watched his feat of controlling the shell to destroy the wave, and then saw the loose deck plates being refixed by magnetism. He tightened his grip on the rifle slightly. He knew that with such a captain, even the fiercest storm could be weathered. Reefs on the port side, the lookout screamed again. Karen turned the helm to starboard while concentrating his magnetic force on the iron keel beneath the ship. The entire ship under his control veered slightly to port, scraping past the black rocks. Sparks from the collision between the hull and the reefs flashed and vanished in the rain curtain. In truth, if it weren't for being at sea, he would have liked to lift the entire ship out of the water, but unfortunately, he didn't yet have the ability to fly it over. Lifting it briefly would be of no use. As the storm passed, the setting sun cast golden light through the gaps in the clouds. The deck was a mess. The rookies sat slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. Mashi was carefully and gently bandaging Lich's arm, which had been cut by flying splinters. Karen leaned against the helm, feeling as if all his strength had been drained. He watched the mist gradually dissipating over the sea. The outline of Black Reef Island was now clearly visible, the fortress halfway up the mountain, looking like an ugly scar in the sunset. Captain, have some water. Mashi handed him a canteen, his tone full of admiration. That skill of controlling the shell just now. I've never seen anything like it. If it were me, I would never have thought of that. Karen took the canteen water droplets sliding down the side into his sleeve. As he looked up, he saw Mashi earnestly checking his rifle. The earlier antagonism had long since vanished. Lich laughed from the side. I knew our team could do it. With the captain commanding and Mashi providing cover, capturing Bachi is a piece of cake. As night fell, the warship quietly anchored in a hidden bay on the west side of Black Reef Island. Karen did a final inventory of the equipment. The flying needles had been loaded into several specially made leather pouches, with another portion to be carried to the island by the team members. Mashi's rifle was fully loaded. Lich had 2 short knives at his waist and a spare flare hidden in his boot. Remember, keep an eye out for any civilians, Karen said, looking into his teammates' eyes, enunciating each word. We are the Navy, not executioners. Mashi nodded solemnly, and Lich tightened his grip on the knife at his waist. Don't worry, Captain, we understand. Karen took a deep breath and was the first to jump onto the beach. The sand crunched softly under his feet, and from the direction of the fortress came the faint sound of dogs barking. He raised his hand to signal the team to follow the flying needles floating in midair, already poised for action. The night breeze of Black Reef Island lifted the hem of his coat, carrying the smells of blood and rust. Karen knew that the true test had only just begun, but his palm holding the sea chart was much steadier than when they had set out. Behind him, Mashi's footsteps kept a tacit distance, and Lich's breathing was even and steady. This team, forged together in the storm, finally displayed flawless coordination the moment they set foot on the enemy island. The night over Black Reef Island was like a rag soaked in ink, with only a few sparse stars twinkling through the gaps in the clouds. Karen crouched behind the bushes at the entrance of the mine tunnel, the flying needles at his fingertips trembling faintly with each breath. This was his third time confirming the location. Sure enough, on the rock wall above the tunnel, there was a heart-shaped stone exactly matching the chart. "Mashi, are you in position?" he whispered into the small transponder snail on his palm. The snail's compound eyes blinked and emitted a faint buzzing sound. "Western high ground secured, good visibility." The snail mimicked Mashi's steady voice with the faint sound of a firearm being loaded in the background. "The fortress's searchlight sweeps the main square every 30 seconds. You have a 10-second window." Karen made a gesture to Lich, and the two ducked into the tunnel. The damp air reeked of rust and mold, and the gravel beneath their feet crunched noisily. Karen activated his observation hotkey, and in the darkness it felt as if a third eye had opened. He could see two blurry figures 20 meters ahead leaning against the rock wall smoking. The light of a metal lighter flickered like two dancing sparks in his perception. Two sentries 20 meters ahead to the left. Karen pressed Lich's shoulder, his tone as calm as if he were discussing the weather. With a flick of his fingers, 3 flying needles slipped from between them, carrying an almost imperceptible current of air. A miniature vortex of magnetic field formed in his palm, precisely calibrating the angle and rotation speed of each needle. This was the instinct honed by 10,000 daily practice sessions over 3 years. Lich gripped the short sword at his waist, watching as the needles traced 3 silver lines through the stagnant air of the tunnel. He didn't even hear the sound of breaking air before he saw the 2 cigarette butts fall to the ground simultaneously. The 2 figures slumped like puppets with their strings cut, their bodies still leaning against the rock wall, only a pinprick of blood seeping from their necks in the darkness. "Done." Karen withdrew his hand, not a single tremor in his fingertips. For him, now such precise control at this distance was as natural as breathing. The fluctuations of the magnetic field didn't even disturb the pulse at his wrist. He stepped forward quickly to check. The needles had pierced the gaps in the sentry's carotid arteries, the angle error less than a millimeter. Lich used his short sword to pry open the key ring from the sentry's waist, clicking his tongue. "Captain, your hand is steadier than a surgeon's. I counted from your release to their fall. Only 2 seconds. Don't get distracted." Karen pointed to the iron door ahead. "This door is solid steel. We'll need some force." He stepped forward half a pace, placed both hands on either side of the door handle, and channeled the magnetic field into the hinges. With a faint metallic grinding sound, the heavy iron door, as if lifted by an invisible hand, slowly tilted inward and fell to the ground with only a dull thud. The sound was still jarring in the silent tunnel. Karen's eyes narrowed and his observation hotkey instantly spread out. In the corridor on the fortress's ground floor, a dozen blurry figures surged like a disturbed swarm of bees, their guns gleaming coldly in the dark. "We're exposed." Karen grabbed Lich and pulled him behind the iron door. "Notify Mashi. Execute Plan B." The transponder snail had barely relayed Mashi's response when a hail of bullets came whistling in. Lead bullets struck the iron door with a piercing clatter, sparks forming a net of light in the darkness. Karen took a deep breath, and the electrical current inside him began to surge rapidly, his muscles swelling under the electromagnetic stimulation. Lich smoke grenades. 3 smoke grenades were thrown precisely into the middle of the corridor, and a gray-white smoke instantly billowed out. Seizing the moment, Karen swept his right hand forward. All the flying needles and scattered blades, iron tools, and other metal objects around seemed to come to life, forming a swirling metal storm within the magnetic field. "Go!" As the metal torrent pierced through the smoke, screams broke out one after another in the corridor. Karen could see bullets being blocked mid-air by the metal storm, pirates pinned to the walls by flying daggers. The screams mingled with the crisp sound of breaking bones. Lich took the opportunity to dash out from cover, his short sword tracing 2 silver arcs through the smoke, precisely severing the wrists of 2 stragglers. First floor cleared. Lich's voice carried the thrill of battle as he kicked aside a rifle. "There's a heavy machine gun at the stairway to the 2nd floor." Karen didn't charge recklessly. He continued to control the bullets scattered on the ground, forming a spinning shield in front of him. The metal shield emitted a low hum as it rotated, deflecting all the bullets fired from the stairs. Mashi suppressed the 2nd floor fire point. "Roger." A muffled gunshot came from the transponder snail. Karen saw a blazing bullet trajectory streak across the night sky from the western high ground of the fortress, precisely hitting the enemy sniper. The figures at the stairway instantly scattered, clearly stunned by the ultra-long-range sniper shot. "Now!" Karen leaped onto the stairs on top of the spinning metal shield, the magnetic field sweeping up the scattered flying needles behind him. With a gesture, he hurled them forward. The pirates in the 2nd floor corridor had just recovered from the shock of the sniper when they were struck by the rain of flying needles, collapsing with screams into pools of blood. Lich followed closely, his short sword whirling in an impenetrable dance. Unlike Karen, he didn't have a devil fruit ability, but he had mastered the 6 powers technique, shave, to perfection, his figure darting through the crowd like an elusive shadow. Karen noticed that each time he struck, he avoided vital points, precisely disabling the enemy's mobility. This was a man of meticulous care. "Captain, there's a powder magazine in the southeast corner." Lich's voice suddenly rang out. "They're trying to detonate it." Karen's heart jolted. Indeed, his observation hotkey saw 3 figures charging toward the iron door marked powder, holding Molotov cocktails, the fuse lights slithering like a viper's tongue in the dark. He twitched his fingertips, and the flying needles in the 3 spare leather pouches at his waist instantly quivered. The 300 needles he had filled before departure had not been touched during the metal storm earlier. "Watch this," Karen muttered, spreading his right hand like a fan. 30 flying needles shot out like a silver rain toward the Molotov cocktails, the magnetic field precisely controlling the trajectory of each needle. Half aimed at the glass bottles, half at the pirate's wrists. Clink, clank. The Molotov cocktails exploded in midair, splashing oil onto the corridor floor and igniting into blue flames, yet not a single drop touched the iron door of the powder magazine. Before the 3 pirates could react, their wrists were pierced by the flying needles, and they screamed, dropping their lighters and collapsing to their knees. The one closest to the iron door tried to crawl forward, but Karen's eyes hardened, and a single flying needle struck his elbow joint, pinning him to the ground. Lich watched in awe. "Captain, your control has improved again. That last move was like it had eyes." "Let's talk, put out the fire." Karen tore off his coat to beat the flames on the ground, while the magnetic current beneath his feet silently pulled scattered metal fragments over to press on the burning fabric. Lich quickly fetched a bucket of water, and the two worked together to extinguish the blaze. By the time they were done, the flying needles in Karen's pouch still remained plentiful. He patted the bulging leather pouch at his waist and smiled at Lich. "I brought 2 extra pouches before we left, more than enough for this kind of situation." This was the fear of insufficient firepower carried over from his past life. "Moshi's second floor is secure. Suppress the watchtower on the 3rd floor." Karen shouted into the transponder snail. "Roger, working on it." Moshi's breath came through the snail, accompanied by continuous gunfire in the background. "But their sniper is troublesome. Almost hit my scope just now." Karen stood up, and his observation hockey suddenly detected an anomaly from above. Beneath the 3rd floor ceiling, a burly figure was hidden, muscles taut, like a drawn bowstring, a cleaver poised to strike. He didn't look up. Instead, he tapped the ground with his toes, instantly activating the 6 powers technique, shave, and his body shot backward like a phantom, landing 20 meters away at the end of the corridor. Boom. The spot where he had stood collapsed, and a bare-chested, muscular man burst through the ceiling. It was Blood Wolf, Bocce, with a bounty of 40 million berries. A black blood clot congealed in his empty left eye socket, and the scars on his chest twisted into a hideous spiderweb under the moonlight. The cleaver in his hand still dripped with viscous fluid. Fast reflexes. Bocce licked the blood beads off his blade, his single eye gleaming with cruel light. "But you think you can escape?" Karen didn't reply. Instead, he jerked his right hand toward his waist. All 300 flying needles in the leather pouch shot into the air, simultaneously forming a steel torrent 5 meters wide in the magnetic field. These metal needles glinted coldly, slowly rising with his gesture, all tips aimed at Bocce, the air filled with the sharp screech of metal friction. "What the hell is this?" Bocce's face changed drastically, and he instinctively swung his cleaver to parry. But the flying needle torrent didn't strike immediately. It hung in the air like a coiled viper, awaiting the command for a fatal strike. Karen's observation hockey firmly locked onto Bocce's every move, even the subtle twitching of his muscles. "When you preyed on innocent civilians and committed evil, you should have known this day would come." His tone was calm, but his right hand suddenly swept forward. "Go." The steel torrent gathered again, surging like a dam, breaking hundreds of needles, forming a rotating spiral, tearing through the air with a sharp howl toward Bocce. Bocce's pupils contracted, and he turned to dive into the room on the right, his cleaver leaving an afterimage behind him. Ryup. The needles grazed his back, blasting half the wall into a honeycomb. Amid the flying debris, Bocce crashed through the door and rolled into the storeroom. Before he could get up, the needles pierced through the wooden wall and chased after him. The crates on the shelves were instantly riddled with holes, grain, and with chips flying everywhere. "Damn it!" Bocce roared, smashing through the back window and leaping onto the balcony. He was about to slide down the drainpipe when the needles followed like a shadow, shooting through the railing. A few sharp metal needles scraped past his ankle and embedded into the ground, leaving deep holes. Karen advanced slowly through the air, using moonwalk, manipulating the torrent of needles with the ease of moving his own arm. Bocce fled in panic through the fortress's corridors, leaving a trail of destruction. Wooden doors covered in honeycomb holes, sparks flying from stone walls, even a thick oak table splintered into a mess of wood chips. "Fight me face to face if you've got the guts." Bocce was forced to the edge of the terrace with a 20-meter drop behind him. He swung his cleaver wildly, but could only block the needles coming from the front, of those from the side had already left dozens of bloody holes in his arms. Karen didn't approach. Instead, he gradually tightened the encirclement of needles. The metal needles formed a continuously shrinking cage, compressing Bocce's movement space to less than 3 square meters. "Your time is up." Meanwhile, in other corners of the fortress, a one-sided battle was also unfolding. Moshi on the western high ground set up his sniper rifle, the crosshairs in the scope, like a scythe of death. Whenever a pirate tried to operate a cannon, his bullet would precisely pierce the man's wrist. If someone tried to pass a message, the communicator was shot to pieces the moment it reached their ear. 3 pirates who attempted to ambush him were each shot in the head with his sidearm as they crept up the hillside, their bodies tumbling down into the thorn bushes. Lich, along with 3 recruits, cleared the remaining enemies on the 3rd floor. He combined shave with his short sword, his figure darting and twisting through the corridors, each strike precisely severing an enemy's tendon. When a pirate swung an axe at him, he sidestepped and drove his short sword into the joint of the man's arm with a crisp crack, sending the axe clattering to the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the entire third floor was left with only wounded soldiers moaning, not a single one dead. On the ground floor, the recruits advanced steadily under the guidance of the two veterans. They formed mutually supporting combat squads, shield bearers in front to block bullets, spear wielders, making precise thrust from the gaps, their coordination as smooth as if they had practiced 1,000 times. When a pirate tried to detonate a grenade for a suicide attack, he was pinned to the wall by a spear just as he pulled the pin. The grenade exploded at his feet, but the recruits had already retreated to a safe distance. On the terrace, Bocce's stamina was waning. His single eye was bloodshot and blood from his wounds had stained half his body. The cage of flying needles continued to shrink, the sharp tips almost touching his skin. "I'll take you with me." Bocce let out a desperate roar, gripping his cleaver with both hands and leaping high, hoping to smash through the needle torrent with his weight. Karen's eyes hardened and his right hand pressed down sharply. The 300 flying needles instantly changed direction, forming an impenetrable metal net. Bocce's cleaver struck the net with a grating screech, but failed to cut a single needle. "Time to end this. Have you heard of the Iron Maiden?" As Karen's voice fell, the needle net suddenly tightened inward. Hundreds of metal needles formed a square array like a coffin enveloping Bocce, piercing his body, but skillfully avoiding vital points. Bocce screamed, plummeting from the air and crashing heavily onto the wooden planks of the terrace. His cleaver flew from his hand and fell into the sea below the cliff. Karen stepped forward, looking at Bocce, who was covered in needles, but still alive, and pulled out a pair of sea stone handcuffs from his waist. "Naval Officer Karen, I hereby arrest you." Bocce's single eye was filled with resentment and fear, but he had no strength left to struggle. The needles had avoided vitals, but precisely struck his tendons, completely immobilizing him. Just then, Lich's excited voice came through the transponder. "Snail, Captain, the entire island is cleared. 37 prisoners, no casualties on our side." "Moshi here, done too." The Snail relayed Moshi's steady voice. "Suppressed 6 fire points, eliminated 9 snipers." Karen let out a sigh of relief and looked up at the eastern sky. The dawn light was piercing through the clouds, painting Black Reef Island in a golden hue. Thin wisps of smoke rose from the fortress ruins, and in the distance the cheers of villagers who had survived the ordeal could be heard faintly. He walked to the edge of the terrace and gazed at the surging waves below the cliff. Hundreds of flying needles pulled by the magnetic field slowly flew back, forming neat ranks in the air, before finally dropping into the leather pouch in his hand. The metallic coolness on his fingertips gradually calmed his turbulent thoughts. "Captain, time to head back to the ship." Lich's voice came from behind, followed by a few recruits escorting prisoners, all wearing victorious smiles. Karen nodded and turned toward the stairway. As he passed by Bocce, he paused to glance at the once notorious pirate, whose eyes now held only despair. "Justice may be late, but it never fails," Karen said softly, his tone carrying an unprecedented resolve. On the distant Sea Garp's warship was slowly approaching. Karen knew that he had not only passed this assessment, but had also found his own path of justice. And this was merely the beginning of his career as a Marine. The morning light of the naval base filtered through the Venetian blinds, casting dappled shadows on Karen's draft paper. The paper was filled with bizarre sketches. Some resembled unfolded metal wings with feather-like veins shimmering with a cold blade edge. Others were spiral armors coiled around the arms, with a line of small characters at the bottom. "Magnetic levitation stability test, 18th attempt, wing vein resonance frequency adjusted." Up to new tricks again. Lichi walked in with breakfast, his right arm still bandaged, yet he set the tray down on the table without a hitch. "The medical officer said if you keep staying up like this, you'll end up in the hospital sooner or later." Karen put down the pencil and rubbed his aching temples. 3 days had passed since the battle on Black Reef Island, but he still dreamed of Bocce's eyes as he fell off the cliff. A gaze mixed with regret and fear, like a thorn lodged in his heart. "Don't you think we won too easily?" He pointed at the unfolded metal wings on the sketch. "If Bocce could fly, my flying needles wouldn't have stopped him." Lichi bit into a sandwich as he leaned in. "But you still won in the end. A cage of hundreds of flying needles. Anyone would have been done for." "That was because I had the terrain advantage, and Bloodwolf wasn't that strong anyway." Karen shook his head, his fingertip pointing toward the harbor outside the window. "What if it were in open waters? What if I faced an enemy with high mobility? My close combat isn't strong enough yet. If my flying needles and other metal objects can't keep up once the distance is closed, I'm finished." He stood up and walked to the training rack where a brand new metal device hung. 2 main alloy bones, each 2 meters long, embedded with 72 overlapping metal feathers, their edges honed into sharp blades, the roots connected to fine magnetic rails. This was his design, inspired by 2 iconic flying devices from his past life memories. The mechanical wings of Falcon from the Avengers provided the skeletal structure, while the luminous wings of Angel from X-Men inspired the unfolding pattern. The fusion of these 2 concepts materialized under the power of the magnet fruit. "Moonwalk can briefly suspend me in the air, but it consumes too much stamina per second." Karen donned the device. The metal wings trembled slightly under magnetic force, the veins unfurling like living creatures. "True aerial combat requires sustained hovering capability, and I have the capital for that." He moved his fingertips slightly, and the magnetic rails inside the main bones pulsed with blue light. The 72 metal veins suddenly spread into a 3-meter-wide fan, gleaming with a cold luster in the morning sunlight. Lichi's eyes widened. "Can this thing really fly? Without a thruster? My devil fruit ability is the best propulsion." Karen took a deep breath, channeling magnetic force to create a repulsive field among the veins. The moment his feet left the ground, he felt a gentle force lift him upward. The veins automatically adjusted their angles with the airflow without any tremor. Ascending to 5 meters, he tilted his body, and the metal wings turned as agilely as a bird's wings, carrying him smoothly over the training rack. Whoa! Li Chi jumped up on the ground. That's awesome. Karen hovered in midair, feeling the vibration of the airflow passing through the veins. These metal veins not only provided lift, each was a meticulously honed blade. When spread, they formed a defense with no blind spots. When folded, they could be stored in a special backpack on his back, solving the portability problem. This is the core of air-to-ground tactics. He dove downward, and just before reaching the ground, he swept the veins forward horizontally. The wooden posts of the training rack were instantly sliced into clean stumps. Li Chi picked up a piece of wood and looked at the smooth cut, clicking his tongue. You combined wings and weapons into one. Not just that. Karen controlled a single vein to descend from the air and land steadily in his palm. These feathers can be detached and controlled individually. He flicked his fingertip, and the metal blades suddenly soared into the sky, tracing complex trajectories in the air before precisely slotting back into the slot on the wing bone. At range, they serve as flying needles. At mid-range, they can form a blade net. In close combat, they function as a shield. When needed, they become a storm of blades. Li Chi suddenly remembered something. There's close combat training this afternoon. Emoshi said he wants to spar with you. Karen paused in his movements. He certainly remembered Emoshi's close combat ability. That guy had been among the top in the recruit camp, and now, after 3 years of refining the 6 powers, he was even more formidable. Perfect chance to test the new gear. He folded the metal wings into a backpack. Take these veins to the armory and have the master apply a coating to enhance corrosion resistance. The afternoon sun blazed over the training ground. Emoshi was already standing shirtless in the center of the arena. His muscle definition was even more pronounced than before, and a scar from Bachi's blade still marked his right arm. He was now wrapping his fists with cloth straps. I heard you made new wings. He rotated his wrists, his knuckles cracking. But don't forget, no matter how impressive a bird is, once it's dragged to the ground, it'll get beaten. Karen took off his jacket, revealing the metal rings wrapped around his forearms. His new close combat gear, which could contract into bracelets when not in use and expand into spiral armor, covering the entire arm, made of the same material as the wings on his back. I was hoping for your guidance. Emoshi grinned, then suddenly used Soru to rush forward. His speed was faster than during the Black Reef Island battle, and his fist whistled as it aimed straight for Karen's face. Karen didn't retreat. The metal wings on his back suddenly spread, with 7 veins forming a fan-shaped shield in front of him. A crisp clang rang out as Emoshi's fist was deflected, leaving a cut on the cloth strap. Not bad. Emoshi stepped back half a pace, eyeing the glinting veins. But can those wings protect your front and your back? He spun and kicked at Karen's side, but the metal wings swung like a flexible tail, the vein barrier again blocking the attack. Seizing the moment, Karen launched a counterattack. The spiral armor on his left arm suddenly extended 3 short spikes, while he simultaneously controlled 2 metal veins to flank from both sides. Emoshi was forced to retreat, looking at the cut on his training uniform. A flicker of approval crossed his eyes. Now that's more like it. The two began to grapple in the center of the arena. Emoshi's attacks were broad and forceful, each punch carrying immense power, clearly trying to force Karen into a direct confrontation. Karen, on the other hand, used the flexibility of the metal wings to constantly adjust his position, sometimes blocking with the veins, sometimes launching individual blades for sneak attacks, perfectly integrating ranged abilities into close combat. When Emoshi's finger pistol pierced through the defense, his fingertip nearly touching Karen's throat, the metal wings on Karen's back suddenly closed forward, forming an impenetrable iron cocoon with over 100 veins. Emoshi's finger pistol struck the veins, leaving only a shallow white mark. Seizing that momentary pause, Karen commanded the outermost veins to spring out, the blade grazing Emoshi's throat and drawing a thin line of blood. You're too kind. Karen retracted the metal wings, his breathing slightly ragged, the back of his training uniform soaked with cold sweat. He had practiced this tactic no less than 100 times, finally perfectly combining his devil fruit ability, the metal wings, and close combat techniques. Emoshi wiped the blood from his neck and for once didn't argue. Much better than last time. At least you didn't get knocked out with one punch. He picked up a towel to wipe his sweat. But if you run into armament hockey, those veins will be useless. Karen nodded silently. He knew Emoshi was right. Armament hockey was the key to dealing with Logia users. I'll add some sea stone powder into the veins later. He pointed at the connection points of the wing bones. Refined from the alloy the instructor gave me. It's not much, but enough to disrupt a devil fruit user's body form. Emoshi raised an eyebrow. You've thought of everything. But you should also step up your training and develop armament hockey to coat the veins. That's the real way. Karen nodded. I understand. The way of the black sword. Over the next 2 weeks, Karen became the busiest person in the base. During the day, he trained hard with the instructors. At night, he dragged Emoshi to the training ground for extra practice, eager to develop armament hockey and apply it to the veins. When the pitch-black blades sliced through the night sky, even the moonlight seemed to split apart. Test number 37, beginning. On the harbor's open ground, Karen unfolded his metal wings and soared into the sky. 50 meters, 100 meters. When he reached 300 meters, the figures on the ground had become blurred black dots. He took a deep breath and activated his observation hockey. The entire layout of the base instantly appeared vividly in his mind. Emoshi in the cafeteria, Li Chi in the medical room, getting his bandages changed, and even the gaze from the instructor's office. This is the feeling. Karen dove sharply, and just before reaching the sea surface, he fully extended the metal wings. Over 100 veins formed a spinning disc, and the waves they kicked up were sliced into fine droplets by the blades. While flying erratically, he controlled 10 veins to detach from the main bone and shoot toward a distant target ship, like homing missiles instantly, leaving 10 neat holes in the sail. Success! Li Chi cheered from the shore, holding a den mushy that recorded the data. Karen landed on the beach, and the metal wings automatically folded into a backpack. He looked at the target ship riddled with holes and suddenly gained a deeper understanding of magnetic control. It was not just a weapon or wings, but an extension of his body, the embodiment of his devil fruit ability. Li Chi suddenly pointed into the distance. Look who's here. Karen looked up to see the one-eyed instructor carrying a huge package followed by a blonde man in sunglasses. Kid, I heard you've been playing around with those wings pretty well. The one-eyed instructor dropped the package on the ground, and a few pieces of silver-white metal rolled out. This is an alloy fused with sea stone. Keep a bit for your new material. The blonde man took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of sharp eyes. Dr. Vegapunk asked me to pass on a message. Your magnetic wing design is quite interesting, especially the idea of high-frequency vibration at the wingtips. This is his optimized resonance frequency formula. It should help you. He handed over a blueprint covered with calculations several times more complex than the previous one. Karen looked at the blueprint and suddenly realized what this meant. The Navy High Command had taken notice of his potential, and Vegapunk's involvement was a signal in itself. Thank you, instructor. Thank you, sir. He carefully put away the blueprint, but his palms were sweating. Don't get too excited. The one-eyed instructor's smile suddenly vanished. Remember, no matter what ability you have, physical strength and hockey are the foundation of everything. He patted Karen on the shoulder. Your wings are good, but they can be better. Keep up the good work, kid. Vice Admiral Garp has his eye on you too. I understand, he said quietly, instinctively touching the metal wing backpack behind him, suddenly feeling its weight. Then Karen locked himself in the training room. He repeatedly practiced close combat techniques on a dummy, continuing to stimulate his muscles with electric currents. Finally, a wisp of black manifested on his fist, the result of countless hours of forging. Late at night, only Karen remained in the training room. He stood before the mirror looking at his equipment. The spiral armor on his left arm could both attack and defend, the metal wings on his back could fly and block, and the short sword at his waist could split and combine. These steel devices gleamed coldly under the moonlight like a hard shell. But he knew that true defense lay in vigilance within. The existence of the celestial dragons was like an alarm bell, constantly reminding him never to let his guard down. A one-dimensional range style could be countered, a lack of close combat ability could be exploited. Even this seemingly comprehensive tactic would eventually meet its nemesis. Not enough, Karen said to his reflection in the mirror, electricity crackling at his fingertips. I need to become stronger, strong enough that even if the celestial dragons target me, I can protect myself and those around me. He walked to the window and gazed at the sea beyond the base. The distant beacon light flickered faintly like a stubborn star. His years in the Navy had taught him that not all pirates were like Luffy. Most were vicious, ruthless criminals burdened with countless crimes. That was why he showed no mercy when facing pirates. On this point, he stood with Akainu. Now that he was a Marine with ability, he was willing to protect the weak and eliminate pirates within his power. Yet the existence of the celestial dragons kept him clear-eyed. The path to self-improvement had no end. Karen raised his hand, recalling the metal wings from the wall. The veins slowly unfolded in the moonlight, the cold light along their edges flowing with a resolute meaning. This was no longer a mere weapon, it was the steel wings he had forged for himself, to soar to higher skies and to guard the ground beneath his feet. He did not know what enemies he would face in the future, nor when the shadow of the celestial dragons would fall over him. But at this moment, his fingertips controlling the veins were steady, and the heart that had been tempered through reality was slowly becoming as hard as the metal wings. The night deepened, and the silhouette of the naval base stood in silent solemnity under the starlight. No one knew that a young Marine yearning for all-around strength was forging a weapon for survival in this chaotic world with steel and will. And his journey of growth had only just completed its first leg. The decoration ceremony at the naval base was held under the morning light, the sea breeze causing the flags on the square to rustle loudly. Kai Lun stood at the front of the formation, his straight navy blue uniform making his figure appear even more upright. A year ago his face still bore a hint of immaturity, but now it was etched with a certain steadiness. Only the occasional flashes of electric blue light in his eyes betrayed the surging power within him. Kai Lun, as the Vice Admiral called his name, he stepped out of the formation, his leather shoes clicking crisply against the stone slabs. The metal wings were carefully stored in the specialized backpack behind him. The 72 wing segments refracted tiny glimmers of sunlight, shining in harmony with the brand new lieutenant insignia on his epaulets. In recognition of your completion of 27 combat missions over the past year, defeating 11 pirate crews, and protecting 3 towns from plunder, you are hereby awarded the rank of lieutenant in the Marine headquarters. The instructor pinned the golden epaulets onto his shoulders, his voice carrying across the square through the sea breeze. Your steel wings and electromagnetic cannon have become the blade of justice in these surrounding waters. Kai Luen raised his hand in a salute, the motion flawlessly precise. He recalled the days spent training relentlessly in the training room. Back then, the metal wings still required magnetic rail assistance to fly, but now, he could maintain stable hovering in a storm with just a subtle adjustment of the magnetic field. Back then, the maximum range of the flying needles was barely 100 meters, but now the newly developed electromagnetic cannon technique could accurately strike a target 3 kilometers away. Under the influence of the electromagnetic field, his observation haki had developed an effect similar to Enel's mantra, capable of covering a radius of 10 li. Even armament haki could barely achieve a coating state. After the ceremony, Mo, she patted him on the shoulder as they walked toward the harbor. I heard the higher-ups specifically assigned you to Lo Town. Kai Luen gazed at the warships in the distance, the metal wings vibrating faintly in his backpack as if echoing his mood. Headquarters orders. They said it's the throat of the Grand Line and needs someone with high mobility and long-range strike capability to assist in defense. She raised an eyebrow. Assisting Captain Smoker. That smoke man isn't the easiest to deal with. Working with him might be a good thing. Kai Luen corrected, a faint current flickering at his fingertips. Pirates come and go every day. Captain Smoker alone can't fully cover the defense. Intelligence says recently several pirate crews from the West Blue have been trying to enter the Grand Line via Lo Town, and their strength is not to be underestimated. She paused mid-step. West Blue fellows. I hear pirates from there are pretty fierce. Perfect chance to test the new technique. A confident smile curled at the corner of Kai Luen's mouth. A year of actual combat had honed his ability usage to greater proficiency. The wing segments of his metal wings could not only be controlled individually, but also combined into various forms under the magnetic field. The most powerful among them was the electromagnetic cannon. 48 wing segments formed a rectangular prism track using magnetic force to accelerate electric current into a beam, which combined with metal projectiles could pierce even thick city walls. This ability was exactly what the higher-ups valued. It complemented Smoker's smoke fruit, with one excelling in mid to close range combat, and the other responsible for long-range interception and aerial support. When they reached the armory entrance, Li Chi was already waiting there with a toolbox. His right arm had fully healed, though the scars were still clearly visible. He waved excitedly. Captain, your metal wings maintenance kit. Knowing you're heading to Lo Town to support Captain Smoker, the armory prepared extra supplies. Kai Luen took the toolbox, his fingertips brushing over the components inside. Suddenly, he raised his hand toward the distant coastal rocks and deployed his metal wings. 48 wing segments instantly detached from the main spine, forming a rectangular prism track about 1.5 meters long in the air. Blue-white electric currents flowed between the magnetic rails, emitting a low hum. The track structure was far more complex than previous designs. The outer 24 wing segments formed a protective shell, while the inner 24 constituted the acceleration channel, creating a double-nested structure. So this is your newly developed electromagnetic cannon. Li Chi's eyes widened as he watched Kai Luen take a coin from his pocket, flick it with his thumb, and send it right into the center of the track. You built it from 48 wing segments. This structure is too crude. In battle, there's no time to reassemble a whole cannon from scratch. Kai Luen adjusted the magnetic field intensity, his observation haki locking onto a crevice in the rocks 3 kilometers away. This combined form ensures both power and the ability to dismantle back into defense mode at any time. It's the most suitable for complex combat environments. Boom, a sound like thunder. A pale blue electromagnetic beam shot through the air, striking the rock crevice with pinpoint accuracy. After the smoke cleared, a smooth hole appeared in the hard rock. Its edges were still smoking with blackened heat, and the diameter of the hole was nearly twice as wide as in previous tests. Accuracy is good. Kai Luen controlled the wing segments to return to their original positions, nodding with satisfaction. With this technique, I can keep watch from high altitude over Lo Town, intercept pirate ships trying to force their way through, and ease the pressure on Captain Smoker. The energy circulation system of the 48 wing segments is more stable. It can fire 3 consecutive shots without overheating. The engineers at headquarters saw the design and said this structure could even be applied to our warships to install large-scale electromagnetic cannons in the future. Kai Luen's mind flashed with the image of warships from his previous life. He handed an analysis report on the West Blue pirate cruise to Li Chi. Please forward this to the intelligence department and have them send it to the Marine branch in Lo Town. Focus on those pirate crews. We need to set up defenses at the port in advance. As he boarded the warship bound for Lo Town, the setting sun was painting the sea gold. During the voyage, Kai Luen stood on the deck and suddenly deployed his metal wings to fly into the sky. At an altitude of 300 meters, he could overlook the ocean. His observation haki swept across the sea like radar. About 10 nautical miles away, 3 ships flying pirate flags were lingering in the distance. The figures on the decks were clearly discernible through his haki perception, and the guns at their waists glinted coldly. This was exactly the kind of combat situation he would need to handle in Lo Town. A little practice now wouldn't hurt. Prepare for battle. Kai Luen ordered through a din-din mushy, then dove down immediately after. Electromagnetic cannon assemble. Kai Luen landed on the main mast. 48 wing segments instantly formed a double-nested track in front of him. The outer segments rotated rapidly to create a protective barrier. The inner segments began charging the electric current, emitting a piercing screech. His observation hockey detected the position of gunpowder barrels hidden in the ship's hold, so he deliberately shifted his aim by half a meter. Boom! 3 shells were fired in succession. The electromagnetic beams precisely pierced the hull, hitting the gunpowder barrels and triggering explosions. The violent tremors threw the pirates into panic, and they fled in all directions, clutching their heads. Kai Luan took the opportunity to unleash a metal storm across the deck, disarming all the pirates' weapons. The battle ended within 10 minutes. Their ship had just arrived at the location. He stood on the deck, counting the prisoners, the wing segments automatically flying back to the main spine. The residual electric current from the electromagnetic cannon had not yet dissipated. He inspected the surface of the wing segments. The joints of the 48 segments were only slightly worn, performing even better than expected. Captain, the navigation charts these pirates carried marked the locations of reefs near Lobetown. A soldier handed him a piece of parchment. It looks like they planned to sneak in through the reef area at night. Kai Luan unfolded the chart, tracing a circle around the reef positions with his finger. Inform the helmsman to sail around the outer side of the reef area. We'll set up an ambush there. When the warship entered Lobetown's harbor, night had already fallen. Kai Luan stood at the bow, his metal wings deployed in a defensive stance. His observation hockey enveloped the entire town. The square where Roger was executed had gathered a considerable crowd. A dozen or so people with strong auras were hidden in the warehouse near the docks, and from the direction of the lighthouse came the familiar scent of smoke. That must be Captain Smoker. Looks like a tough fight ahead. Kai Luan clenched his fist, armament hockey quietly coating his entire body. Inform the crew rest tonight, and we'll meet Captain Smoker tomorrow morning to familiarize ourselves with the defense layout. Pay special attention to the shoal area on the west side of the port. The currents there are complicated and easy for ships to hide in. Li Chi, try to contact Captain Smoker and relay the intelligence. Got it. I'll do it right away. In the dead of night, Lobetown was silent, with only the sea breeze weaving through the streets and alleys. Kai Luan lay on the deck of the warship, the metal wings spread flat, beside him their segments reflecting the moonlight. He recalled the higher-ups' instructions before departure. Lobetown was the gateway to the East Blue. If it fell, countless pirates would flood into the Grand Line with disastrous consequences. And his mobility and long-range strike capability were key to defending it. In the distant square, the execution platform, where Roger once stood silently in the night. Kai Luan's observation hockey seemed to see the lingering will there. Not fear, not despair, but a longing for freedom, a challenge to the world. And his duty was to keep those who would harm the world out of Lobetown. I will not betray headquarters' trust. He whispered to the night sky, the electric current at his fingertips mingling with the moonlight. And I will never let Lobetown become a passage for pirates to run rampant. The metal wings suddenly stirred without wind. The 72 wing segments formed a rotating halo under the moonlight, echoing the distant stars. The 48 segments that made up the electromagnetic cannon glowed faintly on their surfaces, as if conducting a self-check of their energy. Kai Luan felt no sleepiness at all. The defense mission of Lobetown would be an important milestone in his growth. He would have to face challenges from all kinds of pirates, coordinate perfectly with Captain Smoker, and hold the throat of the Grand Line. When the first light of dawn appeared on the horizon, Kai Luan retracted his metal wings and walked toward the cabin. In the mirror, the young lieutenant's eyes were resolute, and the lieutenant insignia on his uniform gleamed in the morning light. He did not know what difficulties the defense of Lobetown would bring, but he was certain that as long as he and Captain Smoker worked together, they would never let it fall. The bell at the dock rang, and the warship slowly pulled in. Kai Luan walked down the gangplank, carrying the backpack containing the metal wing storage device, setting foot on the soil of Lobetown. The stone slabs beneath his feet carried the weight of history, and the air was mixed with the scent of sea breeze and gunpowder, along with the increasingly distinct smell of smoke. His mission to defend Lobetown had officially begun. The office of the Lobetown Marine Division was thick with the pungent scent of cigars. Smoker stood by the window, fingers wreathed in smoke, holding the latest pirate intelligence. His gaze was as sharp as a hawk's. When Karen pushed the door open, he didn't even turn around, merely exhaling a smoke ring. The Silver Falcon, sent by Marine Headquarters. Lieutenant Karen reporting. Karen snapped to attention and saluted the metallic wings in his backpack, emitting a faint magnetic rail resonance. He could feel the other's scrutinizing gaze sweeping over him, a veteran's appraising look. A silent test between the strong. Smoker finally turned, the glow of his cigar flickering behind his sunglasses. I heard you can fly with wings. And play with lightning. His smoke fruit ability activated silently, a tendril of gray smoke slithering along the desk, coiling into a serpentine shape around Karen's feet. It's metallic wings and an electromagnetic cannon, sir. Karen didn't move, letting the smoke snake wrap around his calf. Primarily for long-range interception and aerial support, capable of coordinating with your mid-to-close combat. Humph. Smoker tossed the intelligence onto the desk. The cover bore the conspicuous words, Blood Anchor Pirate Crew of the West Blue. These scum raided the neighboring town's marine base yesterday, stole 3 cases of cannonballs, and are now hiding in the reef zone. He tapped the red circle on the navigational chart with his cigar. They plan to land tonight from the west shoal during the high tide of the full moon. Karen's fingertips lightly tapped the shoal area. The currents there are treacherous, large warships can't get close. They know Lobetown's defenses well, choosing this spot suggests there's a mole inside. That's why we need you, the Flying One. Smoker grinned, revealing a row of even teeth. I'll lead the main force to ambush at the dock warehouse. You take your men and lie in wait offshore. Once their ships cross the third line of reefs, use your electromagnetic cannon to disable their propulsion systems. He suddenly leaned close, smoke condensing into a sharp blade between them. Remember, don't screw this up. There's a bastard among them called Iron Jaw, a Zoan-type boar fruit user, tough as nails. Karen's metallic wings slightly unfolded in his backpack. I'll maintain high-altitude surveillance offshore 300 meters high enough to cover the entire reef zone. Also request 10 soldiers skilled in climbing to set up observation posts on the shoal's reefs. Already sent. They'll give you a contact. Den Mushy. Smoker stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray. 3 o'clock dock warehouse. Don't be late, Lieutenant. Leaving the Marine base, Lobetown's market was bustling with activity. Karen moved through the crowd with his metallic wings on his back, his observation hockey subtly spreading. The scarred man behind the fruit stall had a standard-issue pistol hidden at his waist. A guest on the second floor of the tavern was passing an encrypted note, and the tailor's wife kept glancing toward the harbor. This seemingly peaceful town was seething with undercurrents. Captain Smoker doesn't seem to like us much. Richie muttered behind him. The way he looked at you earlier was like you were a pirate. He doesn't like any parachutists. Karen stepped into an alley, his metallic wings suddenly spreading, lifting them both into the air. Only a spectacular battle will earn his respect. As they ascended to 100 meters, the sea wind whipped up towering waves. Karen deployed his metallic wings, hovering in midair, his observation hockey sweeping across the reef zone like radar. 3 pirate ships, disguised as fishing boats, were hidden behind the coral reefs. Pirates on deck were wiping their guns, and a burly bald man was whipping his subordinates with an iron chain, presumably Iron Jaw. Tell the observation posts to maintain radio silence once they're in position. Karen ordered into the Den Mushy. Use low-frequency communication with a 5-minute interval between signals. As the soldiers infiltrated the reefs around the shoal in small boats, Karen hovered in the air current east of the reef zone. 48 wing segments slowly rotated in front of him, ready to form a dual-nested rail. The outer segments reflected sunlight, while the inner ones hummed with current in the magnetic field poised to strike. He locked his vision onto the smokestacks of the pirate ships. His observation hockey could even see the churning steam inside the boilers. Captain, something's off. Richie suddenly pointed northwest. The seabirds over that area all took off at once. Karen's expression turned serious. He expanded his observation hockey's range and indeed detected 3 fast boats outside the reef zone. No markings on their sails, but the metal rams on their bows glinted coldly, clearly the blood anchor's reinforcements. Looks like they have more than 3 ships. Karen quickly adjusted the battle plan. Richie, notify Captain Smoker that the pirates have reinforcements. Request he split his forces to guard the East Channel. The Den Mushy relayed Smoker's impatient voice. Got it, don't make a fuss. I'll send Tashiji with a squad to the east. You proceed with the original plan. As the sun sank into the sea, the pirate ships in the reef zone began to move. Karen held his breath, descending to 50 meters, watching the lead ship, the Blood Anchor, slowly emerge from behind the coral. The iron anchor emblem on its bow glowed blood red under the moonlight. Iron Jaw stood at the gunwale playing with his iron chain, his fang-like canine teeth gleaming coldly. 1 kilometer from the third line of reefs. Richie reported distance, his palms sweating. Karen's fingers closed in front of him, armament hockey gradually coating the wing segments. Wait until they're all inside the shoal area. When the last pirate ship crossed the reef line, Karen finally gave the order, electromagnetic cannon assemble. The 48 wing segments instantly formed a rectangular rail about 1.5 meters long. The outer 24 segments formed a protective shell, while the inner 24 created the acceleration channel. Current surged through the guide slots, emitting a piercing shriek. He locked onto the Blood Anchor's boiler room. His observation hockey captured the pressure changes inside. In 30 seconds, the boiler would reach maximum pressure. Boom. A beam of electromagnetic light, like a blue lightning bolt, tore through the night sky, striking the Blood Anchor's boiler room with pinpoint accuracy. A violent explosion erupted, sending flames skyward. Scorching steam billowed out, and pirates screamed as they leaped into the sea. Iron Jaw roared, transforming into a boar form, his body bristling with steel-like quills. He jumped from the burning ship, charging across the water toward the shoal. Sudden news came from the observation posts on the reefs via Den Mushy. The pirate reinforcements were turning, trying to flank from the East Channel. Karen seized the moment, manipulating the metallic wing segments into a blade net, capturing the pirates who had fallen into the sea one by one. Bastard. Iron Jaw broke through the fire net, blood dripping from his tusks. Get that flying brat down here. The pirates aimed their cannons skyward. As shells screamed toward him, Karen deployed his metallic wings as a defensive barrier. The outer segments rotated, deflecting the shells, while the inner electromagnetic cannon recharged its beam, instantly obliterating the artillery position. Your turn. Karen dove down a sword curtain formed by hundreds of wing segments aimed at Iron Jaw. But the Zoan user's reflexes were astonishing. At the last moment, he rolled aside, leaving only a scorched mark where a silver streak passed. Is that all you've got? Iron Jaw laughed savagely as he got up, swinging his iron chain. Come down and fight me. Karen didn't engage. He looped back and ascended, then manipulated the wing segments into a rotating blade, driving back the surrounding pirates. Richie, notify Captain Smoker it's time for the final assault. A red flare suddenly rose from the warehouse direction. Smoker's smoke fruit ability erupted in an instant, dense smoke surging like a tide toward the shoal, engulfing the pirates. Karen seized the moment, unleashing a massacre from the air. The metallic wings constantly shifted forms, now forming shields to block bullets, now becoming blades to reap enemies, now reverting to the electromagnetic cannon to blast escaping ships. When Smoker's smoke formed a massive prison, Karen knew the battle was over. He landed on the wreckage of the blood anchor, watching Iron Jaw bound by smoke and unable to move, the light in his tusks gradually fading. Got him. Smoker emerged from the smoke, the glow of his cigar flickering in the dark. Not bad, that electromagnetic cannon of yours, Silver Falcon. Karen retracted his metallic wings, the bloodstains on the segment stark under the moonlight. You flatter me, sir. I still have a long way to go. Smoker grunted, then suddenly pointed toward the east channel. Tashiji's having some trouble. Go help. Karen spread his wings and flew east, where he saw Tashiji surrounded by 3 pirates. Without hesitation, he manipulated 10 wing segments into a blade net, a whirlwind of blades disemboweling the pirates. Tashiji looked up in surprise at Karen descending from the sky, a faint blush on her cheeks. Thank you, Lieutenant Karen. You're welcome. Karen reported into the den mushy. East channel cleared. No survivors. By the time the sun rose, Lobetown's harbor had returned to calm. The pirates were locked in the marine base's cells. Iron Jaw's iron chain was secured with seastone cuffs. He could only growl in frustration. Karen hovered above the harbor, watching the soldiers clean up the battlefield, his metallic wings trembling gently in the morning breeze. Looks like we'll work together well enough, Silver Falcon. Smoker had somehow made his way to the dock, looking up at Karen in the sky, holding 2 cans of cola. Heard you like this stuff? Headquarters wasn't wrong. You do have some skill. Karen landed, took the cola, and the pop of the tab was crisp in the silence. Just doing my duty, sir. Smoker gazed at the entrance to the Grand Line in the distance, his eyes growing deep. This is just the beginning. The real powerhouses are all in the Grand Line. If you've got the guts, you'll meet them sooner or later. Karen's eyes fell on his metallic wings, the segments glinting coldly in the sunlight. He knew that the defense of Lowtown was only the start. More severe challenges awaited him. But he was ready. Whether it was Logia users or Zoan beasts, he would use these steel wings and his electromagnetic cannon to defend the justice of these seas. Always ready, sir. Karen's voice was firm. The sea breeze swept through the harbor, carrying the scent of the ocean. Karen tightened his grip on the cola can, looking at the distant horizon as if he could already see the raging waves of the Grand Line. The morning mist had not yet dissipated when Kai Luen hovered above Logatown. His metallic wings glowed with a silver-gray luster in the dawn light, their blades adjusting angles slightly with the airflow, as silent as a falcon perched on a mast. He closed his eyes, and his observation hockey spread like a spider's web, covering most of the town. The baker's apprentice kneading dough, the fisherman at the port hauling in last night's nets, even the whispers of pirates in the Navy branch's cells. Another peaceful day. Kai Luen opened his eyes, flicking his fingertip. A mischievous wing blade detached from the main structure, spun in the air, and obediently returned to its place. Ever since joining forces with Simoj 3 months ago to crush the Blood Anchor pirates, the two had formed a unique division of labor. Simoj said he was suited for guarding, so he entrusted the defense of Luaga Town entirely to him, while he took a squad to sweep the surrounding pirates. He swooped down and landed on the training ground of the Navy branch. Dasiki was leading the recruits in sword drills, the crisp clatter of bamboo, swords a pleasant sound. Seeing Kai Luen land, she blushed slightly, stopped her movements, and saluted. Good morning, Lieutenant Kai Luen. Morning, Sergeant Dasiki. Kai Luen retracted his metallic wings and looked at the sweating recruits. I'll be the sparring partner for today's combat practice. The recruits immediately grew excited. Kai Luen's reputation in Luaga Town had long spread, the lieutenant with silver wings who could pinpoint suspicious individuals without ever leaving the town. Colonel Simoj swept pirates on the outskirts while he waited in the town to catch them. They worked together like precision gears. Once the training began, Kai Luen barely needed to open his eyes. The recruit's attacks, sensed through his observation hockey, seemed like slow-motion replays. He always dodged half a step ahead, occasionally raising his hand to block, controlling the force of the bamboo sword impact perfectly, neither harming them nor letting them underestimate the gap. When it came to a lanky recruit, the opponent suddenly changed his move, the bamboo sword grazing past Kai Luen's ribs, a basic variation of the Navy's 6 styles technique, shave. Nice speed. Kai Luen sidestepped and tapped the recruit's wrist with his fingertip. The lanky man felt a numbness in his wrist, and the bamboo sword flew out of his hands, spinning in the air before landing in Kai Luen's grasp. But your force is too abrupt and your stance is unstable. He demonstrated by adjusting his center of gravity. Use your knees to drive your waist, then the power will flow. Dasiki watched intently, her notebook already filled with 3 full pages. She noticed that Kai Luen's teaching style was unique. He never lectured on complex theories, but could always pinpoint each person's weakest point. Just now, even though she saw no flaw in the recruit's movements, Kai Luen could instantly see the hidden imbalance. Is this observation hockey? Dasiki couldn't help asking. She had once asked Simoj about training in hockey, and his answer was as concise as ever. Kai Luen's perception range covers almost the entire island. With him here, Luaga Town is as solid as a fortress. Kai Luen wiped the towel handed by a recruit and nodded. Sort of. But hockey isn't just for combat. Perceiving your opponent's intent is equally important. He looked toward the clock tower. Right now, someone is carrying 3 boxes of contraband into warehouse No. 3. Dasiki immediately drew her sword. I'll handle it. Wait. Kai Luen stopped her. Let the 3rd squad go. They need combat experience, and besides, his observation hockey caught the faint heartbeat in the warehouse. They're just a few small-time arms smugglers not worth your effort. Watching Desiki hurry off with her squad, Kai Luen recalled Mo's decision 3 months ago. After crushing the Blood Anchor pirates that day, Mo slid a glass of liquor across the table to him, the smoke from his cigar swirling between them. Your observation hockey can cover most of the town, so the defense duty is yours. I'll take the men to clear out the surrounding pirates. I've wanted to do this for a long time. He had wanted to argue, but Mo waved him off. That's an order. Luaga town is safer with aerial surveillance, and the headquarters sent you here for training. Besides, with your strength, I'd wager no pirate below the 7 warlords is a problem for you. So leave this place to me. Now in hindsight, this division of labor was indeed efficient. Moj was like a heavy hammer striking at restless pirate groups in the surrounding seas, while he was like a fine net catching any small fry trying to slip through Luaga town. The midday cafeteria was always lively. Kai Luen sat with his tray by the window, the storage device for his metallic wings resting against the back of the chair like a silent companion. The den mushy on the table suddenly vibrated, and Mo's voice came through tinged with the smell of gunpowder. The Iron Hook Baron has been dealt with in the Northwest Seas. His fleet tried to bypass our defenses, but we intercepted them. Understood. Kai Luen replied to the den mushy. Everything's normal in town. I just took down a smuggling den this morning. A mess cook from the next table leaned over, his eyes full of admiration. Lieutenant Kai Luen, Colonel Moj just caught Baron. Kai Luen smiled, not explaining that the den mushy had just relayed the news. Colonel Moj and his men have worked hard. Kai Luen bit into a piece of bread. When they come back, make sure to cook something good to reward them. Don't worry, our kitchen never lets anyone down, the cook said, patting his chest. The afternoon sun streamed through the clouds onto the central square. Kai Luen sat in the shadow of the Roger execution platform, his observation hockey naturally spreading out its range, now nearly covering the entire Luaga town. He could sense the crane at the dock loading and unloading cargo, pirates boasting of past exploits in the tavern, and even smell the cold steel of newly forged blades in the blacksmith shop. The den mushy vibrated again, this time with the Siki's voice a hint of urgency. Lieutenant Kai Luen, 3 suspicious ships spotted off the east coast. The men on board don't look like merchants. Kai Luen's perception instantly locked onto the target. Over 20 pirates charging toward the shallows and speedboats. The scar-faced man in the lead wore a samurai sword at his waist, the blade emitting an ominous red glow. His aura was more dangerous than any he had encountered before, his movements carrying the rhythm of a seasoned warrior. Notify the port guards to evacuate civilians. I'll handle this. Kai Luen stood up, his metallic wings spreading in the sunlight. Have the signalman send a message to Colonel Moj. Tell him there's a fish that slipped through the net. The moment he took off, the 48 wing blades formed an electromagnetic cannon track. Kai Luen hovered above the port, watching the pirate ships break through the waves. The scar-faced man was waving his sword and roaring. If we charge through, we'll survive. We have to take this town before that smoker behind us catches up, or we're dead. Your dream ends here. Kai Luen's voice carried through the air current as the electromagnetic cannon hummed with charging energy. The scar-faced man looked up sharply, his eyes fierce as a wolf's. Another flying marine. He suddenly leaped, using the sails as footholds, and lunged straight at Kai Luen in the air. I'll chop you to pieces. Kai Luen's observation hockey clearly tracked the trajectory. The man's swordsmanship bore the style of Wano country, each strike infused with a unique force. The moment the wing blades formed a defensive barrier, the samurai sword slammed into them, producing a grating screech of metal. Not bad. The scar-faced man grinned and changed his move, the blade tracing a bizarre arc, bypassing the frontal defense and aiming for the flank. Try this. Kai Luen was startled, forcibly twisting his body as a flying slash grazed his shoulder, drawing a string of blood droplets. He realized then that the man was a swordsman, a master who had even left tiny nicks on his wing blades. It seems Colonel Moj's Moku no Mi completely counters you. Too bad you don't have hockey, or the fight might have been different. Kai Luen's eyes sharpened as armament hockey coated his wing blades. But you shouldn't have entered my domain. The blue light of the electromagnetic cannon blazed beneath the clouds, and the track formed by the 48 wing blades emitted a roar like a dragon's howl. The scar-faced man's pupils contracted sharply. He tried to dodge, but the surrounding airflow was locked by the magnetic field stirred by the blades. Within Kai Luen's observation hockey range, any evasion was futile. Boom. The beam pierced through the ship behind him. This was his usual strategy: cut off the retreat, first then clean up. The torrent of pitch-black blades instantly locked the scar-faced man, piercing through his limbs. There was no room for him to maneuver. A master swordsman had been defeated without even unleashing a few proper strikes. A truly frustrating end. But both Kai Luen and Moj's abilities were indeed quite effective against swordsmen. The remaining pirates tried to resist, but were subdued by the marines who arrived on the scene. The whole process took less than 5 minutes. While bandaging his wound, Desiki looked at the gash on his shoulder and couldn't help but exclaim, "Who was that guy? He actually managed to hurt you." "Not sure, but he's a swordsman at least." Kai Luen glanced at the scar-faced man glaring furiously from the cell. Probably remnants of a pirate crew that Colonel Moj crushed earlier. At dusk, Moj's fleet returned to the port. He stepped onto the ground in a cloud of smoke in front of the Navy branch, still covered in seawater and bloodstains. When he saw the bandage on Kai Luan's shoulder, he raised an eyebrow and teased, "You get hurt just guarding a town. Looks like you need more training." Just a moment of carelessness. Kai Luan handed over the interrogation report. Simoj took the report, the ember of his cigar flickering in the twilight. "These scum just won't stay gone." He suddenly slapped the report on the table. "Tomorrow I'll take the squad to sweep their hideout. You keep watching town. Need backup?" "No." Simoj's tone brooked no argument. "Your battlefield is here." He paused and added, "Clean the wound properly. Don't let it get infected." Watching Simoj turn and walk away, Kai Luan suddenly smiled. This seemingly cold superior always expressed his care in his own unique way. Just like back then when he assigned the defense duty to him, saying, "Your observation hockey is suited for guarding," but in truth he was protecting him as a newcomer and giving him a chance to lead. Night deepened. Kai Luan hovered above Luoga town. The metallic wings reflected the moonlight as if coated with a layer of silver frost. His observation hockey covered the entire town clearer than ever. Simoj studying the sea chart in his office, marking tomorrow's sweep route, Desiki organizing the day's combat reports, the scar-faced man still growling in his cell, unable to hide the fear in his bones. He recalled Simoj's words, "Your battlefield is here." Perhaps it was true. Everyone had their own place to stand guard. Simoj was suited for charging through stormy seas, while he was better at weaving a protective web over this familiar town. This isn't so bad. Kai Luan murmured to himself, the electric current at his fingertips merging with the moonlight. The metallic wings suddenly spread to their maximum span, the silver-gray glow illuminating the entire harbor. "As long as I'm here, nothing will happen to Luoga town." The sea breeze carried the salty scent of the ocean. Kai Luan took a deep breath, feeling the steady pulse of the town. In the distance, Simoj's fleet was already preparing to set sail, the smoke flickering in and out of the night. When the morning mist had just begun to roll over the rooftops of Luoga town, Karen was already standing atop the bell tower at the town center. His metallic wings unfurled into a fan shape, the wing blades glinting coldly under the early sun like a silver falcon perched on the tower. He closed his eyes, his observation hockey spreading like a current of water over every street and every house, finally settling on the inconspicuous metal spires, the town's new lightning rods now quietly standing among the tiles. These metal spires, which he had personally magnetized, were the weapons he had prepared for the battle that might come at any moment. This was the result of nearly a year of work. Those seemingly ordinary lightning rods, once guided by his magnetic field, could be instantly summoned during combat, becoming an endless supply of weapons. After all, he couldn't just unleash his powers in the civilian quarters, ripping out ironware from people's homes. He was a Marine, not a pirate, so he had to consider the consequences of his actions. When he first proposed this plan a year ago, Smoker was stubbing his cigar into the ashtray at the Marine branch office, his fingers tapping the table through a haze of smoke. "Installing these things on the roofs. Are you planning to turn Luoga town into an arsenal?" "Just ordinary lightning rods, but they've been magnetized." Karen spread out the blueprint, pointing at the densely packed red dots. "If we install them on all the buildings in town, I can summon these metal spires at any time during a large-scale battle to end the fight as quickly as possible." Smoker could already picture it in his mind. When Karen activated his ability, a torrent of steel would flood the battlefield, sweeping away the small fry in an instant. Smoker's gaze swept over the Rogers execution platform square on the blueprint, which was marked as a key area. He was silent for a long moment, then suddenly let out a scoff. "You think far ahead." "But," he changed his tone, circling the port area on the map, "since we're doing it double the number here, those pirates are most likely to break through from the docks." Now standing on the bell tower, Karen looked at those metal spires hidden among the tiles and could still recall the scene. Though Smoker had complained that the plan was unnecessary, he hadn't stopped it. On his own, he had found blacksmiths and engineers, and they worked under cover of night, installing the rods while the residents were fast asleep. Just before dawn, they cleaned up the site, ensuring no one would notice anything unusual about these metal spires. "Lieutenant Karen, Colonel Smoker wants you at the dock." Tashiji's voice came through the den mushy, tinged with urgency. "A suspicious ship is approaching. The presence on board is unclear." Karen retracted his metal wings and leaped down from the bell tower. Spreading his metal wings, he soared into the sky, his observation hockey already locking onto the target. A swift boat without any flag was docked at berth 3. The crew moved furtively, their eyes scanning the surroundings with alertness. "Got it. I'll be there soon." Karen hung up the den mushy as he descended toward Smoker. The sea breeze at the dock carried a salty tang. Smoker was standing on the pier, smoke swirling into a vortex at his feet. Seeing Karen approach, he tilted his chin toward the swift boat. "No registration records, no reports. Everyone on that ship is off. 50 people on board, all armed. Ferocious auras. They don't look like good folk." Karen's voice was low, his observation hockey penetrating the cabin. "They all have swords at their waists, and some are hiding pistols." Smoker's eyes turned cold instantly. The cigar between his fingers crumbled to ash. "Looks like they're here for trouble." He gestured to the Marine squad behind him. "As per the usual routine, you seal off the sea area. I'll lead the raid. Once something happens, open fire immediately." Karen nodded. His metal wings suddenly spread, kicking up a whirlwind as he shot into the sky. When he reached a height of 100 meters, his mind had already connected to the lightning rods in the dock area, ready to summon them at a moment's notice. The electromagnetic cannon track had already deployed. Moved. The moment Smoker's roar fell, smoke surged like a tide toward the swift boat. The people on board reacted swiftly, drawing their blades and unsheathing swords. Some even pulled out pistols, bullets tracing golden trajectories through the smoke. But they clearly hadn't anticipated a defense line in the air. Karen manipulated dozens of wing blades to form a magnetic shield, precisely deflecting all bullets aimed at the Marines. "It's that guy." One pirate looked up and saw the silver figure in the sky, his face turning pale. By now the name Silver Falcon had already spread. The battle ended faster than expected. When the last pirate was bound by Smoker's smoke, Karen hovered in midair, clearly seeing the weapons in the cabin. Common pirate gear, but in considerable numbers. Another bunch of clueless fools. Smoker stepped onto the deck on a cloud of smoke, the soles of his boots grinding against scattered scabbards. Karen landed beside him, his gaze sweeping over the rooftops. The lightning rods here have been tested and activated. They should work as expected. Smoker's brow relaxed slightly. He hated these clueless pirates the most. Every time they took a fair amount of effort to clean up. "Step up patrols, especially around the execution platform." Smoker gave the order, his eyes scanning the rooftops. "Can those lightning rods of yours really be useful in combat?" "Of course. No matter where a fight breaks out in town, I can summon the power of these lightning rods at any time." Karen's tone was confident. This was no boast. In a simulation drill last week, he had remotely guided the lightning rods at the dock to instantly create a small magnetic field around the mock pirates, disabling their weapons with remarkable effect. At the time, Smoker had stood by with a cigar in his mouth, watching the captured mock pirates, and had rare uttered a single word, "Not bad." When they returned to the Marine branch, the setting sun was painting the sky amber. Karen headed straight for the training ground, where the wooden post still bore the marks of his armament hockey practice from the night before. Deep black fist imprints sunk into the wood edges, gleaming with a metallic luster. Sneaking in extra training again. Smoker appeared at the edge of the field holding 2 cans of chilled cola. Karen took the cola, the pop of the tab echoing crisply across the empty training ground. "Just staying in shape. You're already strong enough." Smoker leaned against the railing, looking toward the direction of the lightning rods. "With these things, helping out pirates below the warlord level are no match for you. There will always be stronger ones coming. And I'll eventually go to the new world." Karen smiled. It's always good to prepare in advance. He recalled the fragmented memories of his past life. It had been so long ago. Straw Hat Luffy, the chaos at the execution platform, and the civilians caught in the middle. Now with these lightning rods ready to be activated at any time, he would be much more prepared to handle the situation. Smoker seemed to read his mind, and suddenly said, "Have the engineers check them next week. Don't let them fail when we need them." In the days that followed, Luaga town appeared calm on the surface, but undercurrents were quietly stirring. Karen's observation hockey caught more and more unfamiliar auras. Drunks in the tavern with wary eyes, the tailor shop owner always peering out the door, even the church priest seemed troubled. At least 100 outsiders have infiltrated the town. Karen spread a map in the Marine branch's operations room, marking a dozen strongholds with red ink. They're waiting for a signal likely related to the upcoming Navigation Festival. The Navigation Festival was Luaga town's biggest annual celebration, when the whole town would hold a carnival and tens of thousands of civilians would gather around the execution platform. Smoker's finger tapped heavily on the execution platform's location. They want to create chaos that day and break through the Grand Line. The Navigation Festival is crowded and noisy, a perfect opportunity for them. Karen's eyes fell on the lightning rod distribution points on the map. But with us here, they won't cause trouble. Smoker lit a cigar in silence. He knew Karen was right. Over the years, pirates had always tried to cause trouble during the festival, but this time the scale might be larger than ever. On the day of the Navigation Festival, be ready. Smoker finally spoke, his tone carrying an unyielding resolve. I'll lead the main force to guard the execution platform. You keep watch from the air. Remember, he looked at Karen, his eyes sharp as a blade. Ensure the safety of the civilians at all costs. Understood. Karen nodded. My observation hockey will be on constant alert. On the eve of the Navigation Festival, Karen didn't sleep a wink. He stood on the roof of the Marine branch, his metal wings quietly spread, each wing blade reflecting the lights below. His observation hockey spread like a sheet of silk covering the sleeping town. The auras lurking in the shadows were now unusually restless, like a volcano about to erupt. The lightning rods on the rooftops glinted coldly under the moonlight, like a group of sentinels poised for action, ready to play their role in battle. Ready? Smoker's voice came from behind. He had changed into a fresh Marine uniform, the jit on his back, standing out conspicuously. Karen turned around, his metal wings trembling slightly in the moonlight, ready at any moment. All lightning rods have been calibrated and can be activated instantly in combat. Then, Smoker's words were cut off by a sudden bell toll. The bell tower's chime rang out urgently, the signal of a riot. Karen's observation hockey exploded. Countless chaotic auras erupted across the town. Pirates in the tavern overturned tables, the tailor shop owner pulled out weapons hidden beneath the fabric. The crowd around the execution platform began to stir, someone deliberately spreading rumors. A great pirate is attacking Logtown. Run. Prepare for battle. Smoker's roar mingled with the din, and smoke instantly flooded half the town. Karen soared into the air, his wing blades simultaneously glowing with blue light. With a thought, the lightning rods across the town responded instantly. Under his control, they shot precisely at the rioting pirates. The thugs storming the execution platform suddenly felt sharp pain. Some had their hands, others their legs pierced through. Their weapons flew out of their hands simultaneously. What's going on? My hand. What is this? The panicked crowd fell into chaos, but no one was injured. Karen manipulated the lightning rods to strike out in all directions, restraining the thugs one by one, while forming protective barriers around the civilians to avoid harming them. Smoker's smoke spread everywhere, weaving through the crowd, arresting the pirates who had been struck one by one. Pirates gathering in the northwest district. Tashiji's voice came through the den mushi. Karen's gaze locked onto the western part of the town, where dozens of pirates were assembling, trying to break into the civilian area. He snorted coldly. 12 wing blades detached from the main frame, shooting toward the target, like a silver rain of arrows, while simultaneously summoning the lightning rods in the western district. The magnetic field following the torrent of blades instantly surrounded the pirates. A dozen pirates who tried to break out were instantly pierced by the blades and pinned to the ground, unable to move. When the first rays of sunlight fell on the execution platform, the riot had subsided. Karen landed on the debris-strewn square, the electric current on his metal wings gradually dissipating. Smoker walked over on a cloud of smoke, the glow of his cigar bright in the morning light. Count complete. Over 280 rioters arrested. 0 civilian casualties. Karen looked at the lightning rods, now quiet again. The metal spires on the rooftops shimmered faintly in the sunlight, as if nothing had happened. The lightning rods he had spent nearly a year installing had finally shown their worth at this moment. Being able to summon them at any time during battle maximized his home field advantage, allowing him to fully leverage the power of his devil fruit ability. Those guys have accomplices. Smoker suddenly set his gaze, turning toward the harbor. The riot just now was only part of it. The rest should be waiting at sea. Karen's observation haki instantly extended to the open sea. Sure enough, he spotted the shadows of a dozen ships in the reef area offshore. The pirate flags at the prows were faintly visible in the morning mist. They had been waiting for the riot to escalate, planning to attack from the sea. Haven't they learned yet? Aren't they just targets for my electromagnetic cannon? Karen's lips curled into a smile. Let's show them what we've got. Smoker grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. That's the spirit. When the pirate ships emerged from the morning mist heading for the harbor, what awaited them was not a town in chaos, but a streak of azure light from the sky. Karen manipulated the electromagnetic cannon in midair, firing at the pirate ships. What is that? The pirates watched in terror as in a series of booming crashes the masts of their ships were struck, and some even caught fire, leaving them unable to move. Smoker stood on the breakwater watching the pirate ships being routed by the electromagnetic cannon. He suddenly said to his adjutant, "When we get back, have the engineers do maintenance on his metal wings too. These things really come in handy." The adjutant suppressed a smile and nodded, "Yes, sir." He knew that although Smoker didn't say it out loud, he had great respect for Karen's ability to control the battlefield. The midday sun warmly bathed Luoga town. Residents began cleaning the streets, shops reopened, as if the early morning riot had been just a nightmare. Karen sat under the eaves of a bakery, watching the blacksmith repair a street lamp. The clear, rhythmic clang of metal was pleasing to the ear. "Lieutenant Karen, would you like a freshly baked bread?" The shop owner smiled and handed him a paper bag, the aroma within wafting out. "Thank you." Karen took the bread, looking at Smoker in the distance, who was directing the soldiers on patrol. He suddenly felt that the nearly year-long effort had been worth it. He hadn't charged into battle like Smoker, but he had protected this land in his own way, safeguarding these ordinary yet precious days. And these lightning rods, which could be activated at any time during combat, were the best proof of his guardianship of this land. Smoker walked over to him at some point and tossed him a can of cola, his gaze falling on the streets gradually returning to life. "Looks like we can catch our breath today." Karen caught the cola, the pop of the tab echoing clearly through the bustling street. He took a large gulp, the cold liquid sliding down his throat, dispelling the fatigue of battle. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in his metal wings, casting fragmented patterns of light on the ground. Karen's observation haki once again covered the entire town. Those inconspicuous metal spires now stood like loyal guardians, quietly watching over this town that had weathered the storm and still stood tall. On the 7th day after the navigation festival, the air of Lowtown still carried the sweet fragrance of celebration. Karen sat atop the clock tower, polishing his metal wings, whose blades refracted tiny specks of light under the sun like scattered silver coins on the rooftops. His observation haki habitually spread out, capturing every stir in the town. The hammer of the blacksmith forging a new anchor chain, the fishmonger hawking freshly landed tuna, and 3 suspicious individuals fixated on the marine branch's warehouse, their auras carrying a ferocity unfamiliar to these waters. "More troublemakers," Karen murmured, his fingertip tracing the blade, leaving an afterimage in the sunlight. Ever since the disturbance during the navigation festival, there were always some reckless pirates trying to seize the chance to make a name for themselves, unaware that they were already being watched by the eyes of the town. He did not act immediately, but continued to observe. The curved sabers at the waists of the 3 men bore wave patterns rare in the east blue, and the soles of their boots were caked with volcanic ash, suggesting they hailed from Drum Island to the south. Suddenly the metal wings trembled faintly, not from a vibration in the ground, but from a peculiar aura drawing closer. Karen's observation haki rippled like a lake stirred by a pebble, spreading a unique ripple. A vitality mixed with the scent of rubber, blazing like the rising sun, bold and unrestrained, moving rapidly from the direction of the harbor. This appearance. Karen's eyes snapped open, his wings instantly expanding into a defensive stance. The image of the anime he had seen in his past life flashed through his mind. The boy in the straw hat had finally arrived. He did not descend, but focused his observation haki on the harbor. The scene unfolded clearly in his perception. A boy in a straw hat stood at the edge of the dock, waving his arms excitedly. Wow. Is this Lowtown? I want to go see Roger's execution platform first. Behind him followed four companions, a green-haired swordsman scanning the knife shops along the street, with sharp eyes, a curly-haired cook nodding appreciatively at the seafood stalls, an orange-haired girl already drawn to a trinket stand, and a long-nosed man lingering at the entrance of a weapon shop. Straw Hat Luffy. Karen whispered to himself, his metal wings gleaming coldly in the sunlight. He could clearly sense the boy's aura, full of vitality, exactly as he remembered. What caught his attention even more was that a new era was about to dawn. His observation haki captured Luffy's curious gaze into the sky, Zoro's vigilant scan of the surroundings, Sanji's exploration of the ingredient market, Nami's delight at the accessories, and Usopp's longing for weapons. At the same time, he also saw at least 7 marine soldiers quietly encircling from the shadows, led by Tashigi. Her hand rested on her sword scabbard as she moved lightly through the crowd, clearly having noticed the anomaly of this group. Karen did not intervene, merely observing silently. He knew Tashigi's character. She would not act rashly, especially when the other party had not made any obvious moves. Before long, a den mushy rang in the corner of the clock tower. It was Smoker's voice, hoarse from the cigar smoke. Come to the base. Karen folded his metal wings, and with a few leaps landed at the entrance of the marine branch. When he entered the office, Smoker was staring at the wanted posters on the wall. Luffy's 30 million berry bounty was pinned right in the center. What do you think of that lot at the harbor? Smoker stubbed out his cigar in the ashtray and looked up at him. Straw Hat Luffy's crew 5 in total. Karen stood before the desk, his tone calm. Currently, they haven't caused any trouble. They've split up. Luffy went to the execution platform. Zoro entered a sword shop. Sanji is at the ingredient market. Nami is shopping on the commercial street, and Usopp is at the weapon shop. Smoker paused for a moment, a cold gleam flashing behind his sunglasses. Perfect, a prey that delivers itself. He stood up, smoke coalescing at his feet. Notify the troops. Set up a perimeter around the execution platform. Let that brat walk right into the trap. Karen did not object. He knew Smoker's temperament well. Once he made a decision, it was hard to change. Besides, he remembered the course of the story. A Luffy would not be captured here. Even if he didn't go easy, Luffy's father would intervene. Rather than futilely obstructing, it was better to let things take their natural course, lest he disrupt the narrative rhythm prematurely. More importantly, Luffy's grandfather was Garp, the marine hero who had saved his life, so he had to show some respect. Yes, sir, Karen replied. I'll return to the clock tower and monitor the whole situation with my observation haki. Smoker grunted, don't hold me back. Karen returned to the top of the clock tower and spread his observation haki again. By now, Luffy had excitedly run to the top of the execution platform, spreading his arms and shouting, I'm going to become the Pirate King. The mocking laughter of the surrounding crowd was clearly audible, but only Karen could sense that when the boy spoke those words, the aura within him burned like a volcanic eruption. Not a boastful declaration, but a vow from the depths of his soul. In the distant sword shop, Zoro was arguing with the owner over a blade. In the ingredient market, Sanji had already selected a full basket of provisions. At the accessory store on the commercial street, Nami was stuffing a discounted necklace into her bag. At the weapon shop entrance, Usopp was carrying supplies and laughing triumphantly. This crew was defying the rules of the world in the most clumsy way. I really look forward to seeing how these strange folks will turn the world upside down, Karen murmured to himself. His observation haki noticed dozens of unfamiliar auras at the edge of the plaza. One of them, a man in an iron mask, was playing with a dagger coated in poison, his aura cold as a snake, seemingly a member of Buggy's crew planning to ambush Luffy. With a flicker of thought, a fork suddenly shot from a nearby table, piercing straight through the iron-masked man's hand, eliciting a scream. Huh, what's going on? Luffy's bewildered face appeared clearly in Karen's perception as he turned to see the iron-masked man clutching his hand behind him. Someone tried to sneak attack you, you idiot. An impatient voice seemed to echo right beside him. Just then, Karen's observation haki detected a commotion breaking out in the west of town. A group of pirates, taking advantage of the distraction at the execution platform, were wielding weapons and looting the commercial street, causing many civilians to scream and flee in terror. A bunch of bottom feeders taking advantage of chaos. Karen's eyes narrowed. Without a moment's hesitation, with a thought, the lightning rods on the rooftops near the commercial street responded instantly. The metal spires he had magnetized emitted a faint hum, converging under his control into tiny arcs of electricity. The lightning rods, like agile dragons, precisely snaked toward the rioting pirates. The struck pirates felt their bodies turn into sieves, weapons dropping from their hands, their bodies limp and pinned to the ground, unable to move. The entire process was clean and swift, taking only a few minutes. The turmoil on the commercial street was quelled. The civilians, still shaken, stared at the pirates who had suddenly lost their mobility, knowing full well who had helped them. Having dealt with that situation, Karen's attention returned to the execution platform. Smoker's smoke was already approaching, and marine soldiers were quietly surrounding the area. He did not intervene, merely silently counting the time, ensuring no accidents occurred. The Marines are here. Usopp's panicked voice rang out as he was the first to notice the anomaly around them. Nami and Sanji quickly rushed to the execution platform, the 5 of them standing back to back, assuming a battle stance. Smoker's smoke surged like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire plaza. Straw Hat, you won't escape this time. Luffy, however, laughed, his body suddenly stretching, throwing a punch at the figure in the smoke. Gomu Gomu pistol. Karen watched the battle quietly from the clock tower. When Smoker's smoke locked Luffy down, he did not send any signal to warn him. When the Marines tried to surround Zoro, his wings remained still behind his back. When Sanji kicked away the cannonball, it was entirely his own skill. Karen chose to be a complete spectator, which in itself was a form of leniency. Not long after Tashiji's din din mushy rang. Lieutenant Karen, why aren't you coming to support? Captain Smoker is in the middle of a fierce battle with Straw Hat. Maintain order in the vicinity and keep the civilians safe. Karen's voice was calm and unwavering. Captain Smoker can handle the execution platform. Just then the sky suddenly darkened and a powerful aura pressed down like a storm cloud. Karen's observation haki instantly captured the familiar figure, a man in a hat standing on a distant rooftop. It was Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon. He's here, Karen whispered, his metal wings lifting slightly. He knew he had to put on a show. The lightning rods around the execution platform began to hum. Suddenly Dragon's power swept through the plaza like a storm. Rain fell abruptly, blurring everyone's vision. Karen deliberately delayed for a moment. When the rain stopped and the mist cleared, the lightning rods only then swarmed in. By then the Straw Hat crew had vanished without a trace. The image of Smoker standing in the empty plaza, his face as dark as a thundercloud, was clearly presented in Karen's observation haki. Later, Karen's observation haki tracked the Straw Hat's auras to the harbor. He saw Luffy and the others jumping excitedly onto their ship, Nami adjusting the navigation chart at the helm, and the crew in a chaotic scramble preparing to face the waves of the Grand Line. The Going Merry gradually sailed away from the harbor, disappearing into the night. Karen could sense their auras growing distant. Smoker's figure appeared below the clock tower, holding 2 cans of cola, tossing one up to him. Karen caught at the sound of the pull tab echoing crisply in the night breeze. How does it feel to go easy on purpose? Smoker asked, looking up, smoke swirling above his head. Karen chuckled softly and took a sip of the cold cola, the icy liquid sliding down his throat. No particular feeling. He looked toward the direction where the Going Merry had disappeared. After all, he's Vice Admiral Garp's grandson. What else could I do? Smoker snorted and said nothing more. The two stood, one above and one below, gazing at the distant sea. The scents of smoke and metal mingled in the night breeze. Karen knew that the appearance of the Straw Hat Boy was only the beginning. In the future, more powerful figures would pass through Logtown heading for the Grand Line. His duty was to guard this place of departure and arrest every pirate who tried to pass through. The metal wings trembled gently under the moonlight, resonating with the lightning rods of the town. Karen's observation haki once again covered the entire town. The malice hidden in the shadows seemed to have receded somewhat after the commotion of the Straw Hat Boy. He knew that his days here were numbered. The morning mist of Logtown carried the chill of deep autumn as Kailuan stood in the center of the Marine branch's training ground, watching Tashiji lead the recruits through their final assassination drills. The metallic wings gleamed coldly under the morning sun, with dewdrops clinging to the edges of the blades, falling with each movement, splashing into fine droplets upon the ground. Today marked his last day stationed in Logtown. The year-long grassroots refinement was drawing to a close, and the transfer order from Marine headquarters had arrived 3 days ago. Tashiji jogged up to him, her cheeks flushed with a healthy glow from the training. Her swordsmanship had improved considerably over the past year, now capable of unleashing flying slashes. Lieutenant Kailuan, are you really returning to headquarters? Her fingertips unconsciously traced the hilt of her sword, her voice laced with reluctance. Yes, the time has come. Kailuan's observation haki detected movement at the distant pier. Smoker stood on the deck of the specially built warship, his cigar flickering in the morning mist. That ship had been dispatched from Marine headquarters 3 days ago, with steel plates bolted to both sides of the hull and dense metal rings embedded along the deck's edge, all designed to facilitate his ability manipulation. The recruits in the training ground gradually paused their movements, stealing glances in their direction. Over the past year, the lieutenant with the metallic wings had become a legend in Logtown. No one had ever seen him fight at full strength, but whenever pirates attacked, there would always be a silver streak in the sky and suddenly uncontrolled weapons. Lieutenant, could you fly once more? A lanky recruit mustered the courage to shout, drawing the chime of his companions. They loved watching Kailuan manipulate the blades into various formations. Those metal fragments seemed to possess a life of their own. Kailuan did not refuse. The blades suddenly detached from the main frame, spreading into a fan shape under the sunlight, then transformed into a silver stream that formed a rotating ring above the training ground. The recruits gasped as the blades accelerated through the center of the ring, severing the target rope suspended 10 meters away. As the target fell, the blades had already reassembled seamlessly, as if they had never parted. Remember this, Kailuan's voice echoed across the training ground. Whether using a sword or a gun, control and power are equally important. Tashiji diligently recorded notes beside him, her notebook already filled with the trajectory of the blades. She always felt an unconscious urge to document everything, just as no one understood why Kailuan's observation haki could cover the entire Logtown. The midday sun pierced through the clouds and Smoker's cigar smoke drifted across the pier. Kailuan's luggage was almost too simple, just a backpack with a change of clothes and 2 boxes of elongated steel needles. The captain of the special warship waited by the gangplank, his boots clicking sharply as he brought his heels together. This is the blueprint of the Silver Wing. The captain handed him a roll of parchment marked with the locations of all metal components on the ship. Headquarters specially reinforced the keel. You can control the rudder directly through the conductive devices on the deck. Kylo unfurled the blueprint, his observation hockey instantly enveloping the entire vessel. The ship's metal structure glowed in his perception like luminous veins extending from the ram at the bow to the propeller at the stern, every rivet's position clearly discernible. This familiar sensation reminded him of the lightning rods on Lobetown's rooftops, now just ordinary metal spikes quietly perched among the tiles, as if they had never held any special purpose. Captain Smoker, thank you for your care over the past year. Kylo turned to the figure on the deck and saluted with respect. Smoker exhaled a ring of smoke and returned the salute, the smoke swirling into a vortex between them. Don't disgrace Lobetown when you get to headquarters. He ground out his cigar on the deck. And watch out for those men in black suits. CP isn't as easygoing as I am. Kylo smiled. He knew that despite Smoker's cold exterior after the transfer order was issued, he had specifically sent engineers to reinforce the defenses of the Silver Wing. The ship's waterline was extremely deep and a set of elongated metal pipes had been installed, undoubtedly the handiwork of this cigar-smoking captain. Suddenly a commotion arose from the pier as the townsfolk gathered spontaneously carrying fruits and pastries. The bakery owner thrust a bag of fresh croissants into his hands. Lieutenant Kylo, remember to come back and see us. The children's shouts cut through the mist, waving small wings folded from tinfoil. Kylo's blades suddenly spread, forming a giant seagull shape in the sky. After circling 3 times, they swooped down, leaving a silver metal feather above each child's head. Souvenirs he had made from scrap, carrying a faint magnetic field that could attract small iron objects. Set sail. The captain's roar resounded as the anchor chain was slowly hoisted. Kylo stood at the stern, watching Lobetown's silhouette shrink gradually. The lightning rods on the rooftops glimmered in the sunlight like ordinary architectural ornaments. Smoker's figure remained on the pier until it became a black dot in the mist. The metallic wings trembled softly, as if bidding farewell to this tranquil time. On the 3rd day after the Silver Wing entered the main route of the East Blue, Kylo tested the ship's control system for the first time. When his magnetic field enveloped the entire vessel, the ship suddenly emitted a low hum like a wild beast. The alloy steel plates on both sides began to contract and expand, rhythmically doubling the ship's speed instantly. The captain couldn't help but exclaim, from now on the comm belt will be nothing but a breeze. The sailors on the lookout tower even witnessed the rudder making a 90-degree turn without warning, deftly avoiding a cluster of reefs. Lieutenant, unidentified vessel spotted to the southwest. The lookout's shout shattered the peace. Kylo's observation hockey extended, instantly capturing 3 sailing ships, flying Jolly Rogers 50 nautical miles away. The wolf's head emblem on their bows glinted coldly under the sun. It must be the Wolf Pirates, with a total bounty of 52 million berries. The captain frowned at the sea chart. They're notorious for plundering merchant ships. Last month they attacked a transport vessel of the East Blue branch. Kylo did not order a course change. He slowly ascended, his metallic wings spreading under the sun with blue arcs of electricity beginning to leap between the blades. The elongated metal pipe Smoker had configured assembled in the air, forming a cannon even more massive than the electromagnetic cannon made from his own blades. Target 3 pirate ships. Kylo's voice was calm and steady. The blades began to spin at high speed, the surrounding air distorting from the intense heat of the electromagnetic field. Distance 50 nautical miles. Wind west force 3. No ballistic correction needed. The sailors stared in amazement at the silver figure in the sky. The whirring of the rotating cannon grew louder and blue arcs converged into a dazzling track. The captain gripped his command baton, cold sweat beading on his palms. An attack from 50 nautical miles was beyond his understanding of cannons. With a flick of Kylo's finger, a solid cannonball entered the electromagnetic track. Ultra-electromagnetic cannon, he muttered inwardly with a hint of theatricality. As he extended his arm, a beam of light tore through the sky like a lightning bolt, shooting into the distance with a piercing shriek. A thunderous roar echoed across the heavens. 50 nautical miles away, the captain of the Wolf Pirates was observing the distant marine warship through his telescope, a contemptuous smirk on his lips. Just a lone patrol boat, boys, get ready. Before he could finish, a blue beam descended from the sky, striking the flagship's mast with pinpoint accuracy. There was no violent explosion, but the mast instantly turned to charcoal, and the surrounding deck emitted black smoke from the intense electrical current. Before they could react, a second and third beam struck in rapid succession, hitting the rudders of the other 2 ships. The metal melted into molten iron under the extreme heat. Seawater rushed in immediately. What's happening? The pirates screamed in terror, watching their ships lose control and spin on the surface. An explosion erupted from the flagship's ammunition hold due to a short circuit. Though not powerful, it ignited the canvas, sending thick black smoke billowing into the sky. On the deck of the Silver Wing, there was dead silence. The sailors stared at the distant smoke columns, unable to speak for a long time. They had never witnessed such a terrifying long-range strike. Wherever the beams passed, it seemed as if everything was purified. Kylo descended slowly, the arcs on his blades gradually dissipating. His observation hockey confirmed that all the pirates had abandoned ship and escaped. He had deliberately controlled the power of the electromagnetic cannon, destroying only the ship's propulsion systems and sparing their lives. This was not mercy, but according to marine regulations, living pirates had greater intelligence value. Record the coordinates and notify the nearest branch to take the prisoners. Kylo said to the stunned captain, continue sailing. Over the next 10 days, the Silver Wing became the silver ghost of the East Blue Waters. Any ship flying a pirate flag regardless of distance would be locked onto by Kailuan's observation hockey, followed by the baptism of the electromagnetic cannon. His efficiency was astonishing. On average, he destroyed 3 pirate ships per day, yet never harmed the innocent. He could even precisely strike a pirate ship's weapon store without damaging the cargo. When the news reached Marine headquarters, Fleet Admiral Sengoku was reviewing files in his office. Reading the encrypted battle reports, he tapped his fingers on the desk, his coffee already cold. This Kailuan. Quite interesting. Sengoku picked up a den mushi. Have the staff department compile his dossier. Oh, I want to review it personally. Beside him, Vice Admiral Tsuru set down her teacup, a smile playing on her lips. Garp sure recommended the right person. A year ago, we were still hesitating whether to assign him a more important mission. Now it seems he's a good kid. Anyone Garp brings back should be fine. Sengoku's gaze fell on the defense report from Lowtown. The ability to control metal combined with an observation hockey that covers an entire island. That kind of power is a seed for an admiral. When the Silver Wing sailed into the port of Marineford, a squad of officers was already waiting on the dock. Kailuan stood on the deck, gazing at the steel fortress floating on the sea. The Marine emblem atop the headquarters building gleamed brightly under the sun. The metallic wings spread slightly, resonating with the ironwork in the port. The cold cannon barrels turned slightly, as if paying tribute. Lieutenant Kailuan, the fleet admiral, is waiting for you in his office. The messenger's voice carried awe, his eyes involuntarily drifting to the gleaming blades. Kailuan followed the messenger through the corridors, his observation hockey sensing countless gazes around him. Curiosity, vigilance, scrutiny, and hidden hostility. Marine headquarters was never short of geniuses, but for someone of his lieutenant rank to be summoned personally by the fleet admiral was unprecedented in the last decade. Pushing open the office door, Sengoku stood by the massive floor-to-ceiling window, watching the warships coming and going in the port. He turned around, his authoritative gaze falling on Kailuan. I heard you were quite bored on your way back shooting birds with your electromagnetic cannon. Kailuan snapped to attention and saluted. Reporting, sir. I was engaging pirates. What's the difference between pirates 50 nautical miles away and birds? Sengoku's tone carried a hint of amusement. Smoker's report said you had some interesting arrangements in Lowtown. I merely fulfilled my duty to defend the territory, Fleet Admiral. Sengoku clasped his hands under his chin, his eyes scrutinizing. Then Lieutenant Kailuan, answer me seriously, what is your justice? An overwhelming pressure descended like Mount Tai. But Kailuan's heart remained unshaken. Not because he could match Sengoku in strength, but as a transmigrator he had long prepared for this question. Countless predecessors had compiled a standard answer. Even if he wanted to slack off like Kizaru, he couldn't say it outright. Didn't they teach workplace politics? Akina hadn't risen yet, so his justice was quite flexible. So Kailuan took a deep breath and said with solemnity, my heart and actions are as clear as a mirror. All that I do is justice. He raised his voice, Fleet Admiral, that is my justice. He enunciated each word almost deliberately. He couldn't tell whether it was his acting self-cultivation or the influence of most Marines around him, but his mindset had gradually shifted from the initial desire to cling to a powerful ally and survive. As the old saying goes, with great power comes great responsibility. Sengoku stared at him for a long moment, then waved his hand and pointed to the documents on the desk. Your promotion request has been approved. From today you are a Marine Headquarters Major. He paused, his gaze softening slightly. After your debriefing you'll be assigned a patrol mission. Conduct routine patrols near the neighboring countries to familiarize yourself with the surrounding environment. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Kailuan responded, his metallic wings retracting slightly. Sengoku nodded with satisfaction and handed him a patrol route map. This is the route plan passing through 7 allied nations. The main task is to maintain the safety of the shipping lanes and assist local branches in dealing with pirate harassment. He looked at the seagulls passing by the window. The grassroots refinement is over, but that doesn't mean you can slack off. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings to better fulfill your duties. Kailuan took the route map. As he turned to leave, he heard Sengoku mutter to himself. I hope you can uphold your justice unlike that reckless cigar smoker. Stepping out of the headquarters building, the sunlight was just right. Kailuan spread his metallic wings and circled once above Marineford. The distant coastline was empty, the gate of justice slowly opening and closing, swallowing and releasing passing ships. He knew that the peaceful days of Lowtown were over. The waters around the neighboring countries would be his new battlefield. The Navy headquarters building in Marineford was steeped in the scent of paper and ink. Kailuan sat at the desk by the window, his fingertips gliding over the mountain of documents, yet his gaze drifted to the training ground outside, where soldiers were engaged in routine hand-to-hand combat, the dull thuds of fists and feet carried into the office by the sea breeze. Lieutenant Commander Silverwing, here is the recent report on pirate activity in the neighboring countries. The adjutant gently placed the folder on the desk, observing the young officer, who had just been promoted. In the 3 days since returning to headquarters, Kailuan had spent most of his time buried in these files, familiarizing himself with the 7 allied nations along the patrol route. Occasionally, when he looked up, his eyes carried a calmness that belied his age. Kailuan opened the report, his finger pausing over the mark reading East Blue entrance to the Grand Line. His year in Lowtown had accustomed him to hands-on combat, and these cold written records felt oddly unfamiliar. His metal wings were stored beside the desk, their blades still bearing the scars from his clash with the wolf pirates. proof of the electromagnetic cannon shot that had repelled them from a distance. Suddenly a hearty laugh pierced the solemnity of the office, accompanied by the rustle of a sunbae bag. Kai Luan's pen paused and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He would never mistake that voice. The office door burst open and Vice Admiral Ka Pu strode in his justice cloak, unfastened a massive bag of sunbae in one hand and half a cracker in his mouth. Yo, little Kai Luan. So you are here. Vice Admiral Ka Pu. Kai Luan shot to his feet, the chair legs scraping loudly against the floor. He instinctively straightened his back, his gaze falling on the other man's calloused fists, and memories instantly dragged him back to that stormy night years ago. What? It's only been a few years, and you're already acting distant with me. Ka Pu flopped down casually on the desk, grabbing a document to fan himself. Smoker said you did pretty well in Lowtown. Developed your devil fruit ability nicely, huh? Kai Luan's cheeks flushed. Just luck. Luck won't protect you forever. Ka Pu's playful expression suddenly vanished. He tapped his knuckles on the desk. I heard you're preparing to go on patrol. I want to familiarize myself with the situation in the neighboring countries first. That's Sengoku's business, not mine. Ka Pu jumped off the desk, grabbed Kai Luan's arm, and said, come to the training ground with me. Let me see how much you've improved over the years. Pulled along by Ka Pu through the office corridor, Kai Luan could still feel the warmth from the other's palm, the same broad, powerful hand that had once pulled him out of the waves. Officers around them saluted, watching the peculiar pair, none understanding why the legendary Vice Admiral was so close to a young lieutenant commander. On the sandy ground of the 7th Training Ground, soldiers halted their movements at the sight of Ka Pu. When they saw Ka Pu push Kai Luan to the center, a low murmur of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Kid, don't hold back. Ka Pu rolled his shoulders, the sea breeze lifting his cloak. Let me see what those iron plates of yours can really do. Kai Luan took a deep breath, and his metal wings unfurled instantly. Under the sunlight, the glint of the blades reminded him of the day he was rescued. The signal lights on the warship deck flickering just like that. Vice Admiral, forgive me. He did not charge recklessly. Instead, he manipulated dozens of wing blades to orbit around him, forming a defensive barrier. Silently, he extended his observation haki, trying to trace Ka Pu's movements. He planned to harass Ka Pu with the blades first, then seize the chance to ascend and employ a hit-and-run tactic. Still too green. Ka Pu's figure blurred, and Kai Luan's defensive circle of blades was breached in an instant. A fist whistled past his ear, striking the blade that shielded him. The metal wing that could withstand cannon fire shattered like paper. Kai Luan's pupils contracted. He immediately controlled the remaining blades to form a spike formation, aiming for Ka Pu's lower body. But the next second his tactic was completely shattered. Ka Pu did not dodge or evade. He swung his fist into the swarm of blades. Without even using haki, pure strength smashed through all the blades. Sharp shattering sounds echoed one after another, and the alloy blades scattered like snowflakes. Too slow. Ka Pu surged forward through the gap created by the shattered blades, closing the distance to Kai Luan in an instant. Kai Luan's observation haki caught the trajectory of that iron fist, but he was utterly unable to react in time. He tried to ascend to gain distance, but Ka Pu grabbed one of his metal wings. The immense force transmitted through the wing, dragging him down. Kai Luan felt his balance, lost his body, uncontrollably pulled toward the ground. Boom. Dust and sand exploded on the ground. Kai Luan knelt on one knee, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth and his tiger's mouth. He realized then that the gap between him and Ka Pu was far greater than he had imagined. What? Is that all you've got? Ka Pu stood before him, fiddling with the torn-off blade. Back on the warship, you weren't such an easy youngster to give up. Kai Luan raised his head sharply, a fighting spirit blazing in his eyes. Of course not. Watch out, Vice Admiral Ka Pu, here I come. The remaining blades suddenly accelerated, scattering around him, while faint blue arcs of electricity began to leap across his body. This was his usual training method, lightning release. He had learned from Naruto's lightning release armor to stimulate his body with electric current, temporarily enhancing his physical abilities. That looked somewhat interesting. Ka Pu's figure vanished once more. Kai Luan's speed increased dramatically. Using shave, he barely kept up with Ka Pu's pace. He clenched his fists, coating them with armament haki, and struck at Ka Pu, only to have Ka Pu grab his hand, flip over, and appear directly above him. That familiar iron fist descended with its familiar pressure. Even though Kai Luan blocked with his arms, he was still struck directly. Boom. This time Kai Luan was smashed into the sand, forming a crater about 2 meters deep. The sand made him cough uncontrollably. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, yet surprisingly no bones were broken. Ka Pu's control over his strength was exquisite, rendering him combat incapable without causing real harm. Understand. Ka Pu crouched by the edge of the crater, handing down a bag of senbei. Kai Luan took the senbei, his fingertips whitening from the pressure. He looked at the scattered fragments of his wing blades, and suddenly smiled. I understand. I've been getting a bit complacent and slack lately. Not too stupid. Ka Pu burst into laughter, jumped into the crater, and pulled him out. This is the little guy I know. He brushed the sand off Kai Luan's clothes, but his tone turned serious. You're too reliant on those iron plates. No matter how strong your long-range attacks are, if your physique and close combat skills are lacking, you'll eventually suffer a major loss. Otherwise, when you face an admiral-level opponent, you'll only be able to run. Kai Luan nodded silently. The exchange had made him keenly aware of the fatal flaw in his fighting style. Do you know why I agreed to let you join the Marines? Ka Pu suddenly asked, gazing at the distant gate of justice. It wasn't because I pitied you clinging to my leg. It was because I saw that unyielding spirit in your eyes. That fierce determination, you seem to have hidden it away hiding behind those iron plates. Kai Luan clenched his fists. He recalled the comfort of Logetown, the days of relying on his wings and observation hockey, and his cheeks burned. Train with me this month. I've already arranged it with Sengoku. I only have this much time to give you a proper workout. Kapu said suddenly. 2 hours, every day I'll spar with you. Only through real combat can you grow. Otherwise on your patrol mission, you'll probably stumble before you even reach the red line. And then no one will be there to split the waves and fish you out like back then. As the sun set, the figures on the training ground were still moving. Kapu's fists landed again and again on Kai Luan's defensive arms, leaving red swollen marks, yet always pulling back at the last moment. Kai Luan no longer relied on his metal wings. He focused on understanding Kapu's boxing techniques and adapting to the electric current stimulation. Sweat soaked his uniform, but the fire in his eyes reignited. That's it. Even though you've awakened armament hockey, it's almost useless, let alone coding. You need to condense it. Defense isn't about taking the hit head-on, you have to redirect the force. How many times have I told you? Kapu's roar echoed across the training ground, carrying an unquestionable authority, yet concealing a tenderness that was hard to detect. Kai Luan suddenly understood. The legendary Vice Admiral's teachings were telling him that true strength never came from just shooting from a safe place, but from the courage to face the storm and a body tempered through countless trials. When night fell, Kai Luan dragged his exhausted body back to the office. The documents on the desk were still piled high, but his gaze no longer lingered on them. Instead it fell on the metal wings in the corner. The broken blades glimmered faintly in the moonlight, as if waiting to be reforged. He knew the days ahead would not be easy. But whenever he thought of Kapu's iron fist and the rescue on that stormy night, what was a little pain compared to that? The sandy ground of the 7th training ground was scorching under the morning sun as Karen's fists, blackened with armament hockey, pounded into a massive boulder, leaving one fist imprint after another. During this period, such dawn combat training had never ceased. Kapu's iron fist served as the most precise yardstick measuring his progress day by day. When you punch, twist your waist and abdomen like winding a spring. Kapu's roar came from the edge of the field where he sat peeling an orange under a sunshade, the trajectory of the flying peel, carrying a fierce momentum. Your strength is not even a fraction of mine, and you still dare to slack off. Karen wiped the sweat from his face. His goal was to intensify the training of armament hockey strength. All along, both his armament hockey and observation hockey had been awakened somewhat expediently, relying on his past life's foundational physics knowledge and references from certain anime abilities. Thus the development of the magnet fruit had been smooth with a template to follow. He had also used the fruit's power to accelerate the awakening of hockey, but he had consistently neglected the refinement of hockey. Under the influence of magnetic fields, his observation hockey covered a large area, but it possessed only quantity, not quality. Not to mention the advanced future prediction, it could not even track the movement trajectories of powerful experts, serving merely as a radar. His armament hockey was merely at the level of being usable, far from sufficient in strength. A single punch from Kapu could shatter it. Therefore, taking advantage of having a master like Kapu around, he concentrated on strengthening his hockey training. Again, Karen growled, his figure suddenly accelerating. Under the precise regulation of electric currents, his muscle fibers contracted at a frequency far beyond ordinary, increasing his punching speed by nearly 3 times. This was a refined application of a technique he had developed under Kapu's urging, using electromagnetic force to stimulate muscles, compensating for his shortcomings in close combat. The boulder let out a dull rumble under the relentless pounding, cracks spreading across the surface from the fist imprints. Kapu suddenly stood up, his form appearing before Karen like a ghost, his fist carrying a fierce gust of wind. Karen's observation hockey instantly captured the attack trajectory. He crossed his arms in defense, while simultaneously discharging electric current to retreat rapidly. This series of movements was fluid and seamless, a stark contrast to the passive, battered self of before. Not bad progress. Kapu's fist smashed into his crossed arms, without full force, the wind from the blow lifting the stray hairs on Karen's forehead, but still too soft like a marshmallow. Karen withdrew his fists, his chest heaving with rapid breaths. He knew Kapu was right. Though his speed and power had increased, this burst reliant on electric stimulation always felt like something was missing. Take a break. Kapu tossed him a bottle of water, then sat cross-legged on the sand. Tell me, what have you gained lately? Karen's hand paused as he unscrewed the cap. He did have a thought, more precisely a notion that had troubled him for a long time, about the boundaries of his own abilities. During the training intervals these days, scenes from a certain manga he had read in his past life would involuntarily surface, especially the power system centered on magnetic field rotation, which faintly hinted at a possibility with his electromagnetic abilities. Vice Admiral, what do you think is the source of power? Karen hesitated before speaking. Kapu raised an eyebrow. Why ask that all of a sudden? I'm thinking, is there a higher level use for the power gained from stimulating muscles with electricity? Karen gazed at the distant sea, where sunlight refracted into flowing spots on the waves, like penetrating power into finer details. Kapu chewed on an orange, mumbling indistinctly. I don't understand your fancy theories, but I know this. No matter what kind of power, to be strong, you must temper it to the extreme. He suddenly punched the sea, instantly blasting a channel through the waves. See, power must be drilled into your bones, not floating on the surface. Sinking into the bones. Karen murmured a sudden flash from that manga about the application of electric currents striking his mind, controlling the high-speed friction of cells to generate positive and negative currents. He couldn't control cell friction, but he could already generate electricity. So what about using the current in reverse to drive cell activity? This idea struck him like lightning. He immediately sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and sensed the electromagnetic flow within his body. With the aid of observation hockey, the contraction of muscle fibers, the flow of blood, and even the faint electrical signals of cells were clearly presented in his consciousness. It was also thanks to the recent tempering of hockey back in Luogatown he might not have been able to achieve this. Kapu watched him with interest. Over the past month, what Kapu admired most about Karen was not his speed of progress, but this relentless drive to think at every moment. Much like himself in his youth, Kapu thought so. The metal wings Karen had placed nearby began to tremble slightly, and the arcs of electricity dancing on his body grew denser. He attempted to adjust the frequency of the electric current to synchronize with the cellular electrical signals. The process was far more difficult than imagined, and the slightest misstep could trigger muscle spasms. Ugh! Karen grunted, his left arm suddenly twitching uncontrollably. The current frequency had been too high, causing an instant cramp in his forearm muscles. Haste makes waste. Kapu tossed him a towel. Controlling force with such precision requires patience. Karen wiped the cold sweat with the towel and adjusted his breathing. He recalled the powerhouse in the manga who could manipulate atoms with magnetic field rotation. Although his own ability was far from that level, the principle might be the same. An extreme refinement of energy control. Perhaps one day he too could become a madman. Over the following days, Karen turned the training ground into a laboratory. He no longer obsessed over increasing strength and speed, but repeatedly practiced the fine control of electric currents. From controlling the muscle fibers of a single finger to simultaneously stimulating the cellular activity of an entire arm, each step forward was accompanied by indescribable pain. Once he attempted to stimulate all his cells simultaneously, but the current instantly lost control, erupting in a blinding blue flash. He was sent flying, crashing into the training grounds wall. When Kapu rushed over, he found Karen's skin trembling all over, as if struck by lightning, with countless tiny currents crawling over its surface. Are you crazy? Kapu rarely showed a serious expression, pressing down on his twitching shoulder. This kind of stunt will kill you. Karen coughed up a mouthful of blood, but his eyes sparkled with excitement. Almost there. I can feel that power. In the moment the current went out of control, he had clearly sensed the subtle tremor of cells under electrical stimulation. It was a source of power far beyond the muscular level, as if slumbering in the most primal part of life, waiting only for the right switch to awaken. Stay in bed for 3 days. Kapu carried him to the infirmary, leaving behind a final remark. If you dare mess around again, I'll throw you back to Luogatown to scrub decks. Lying in the hospital bed for 3 days, Karen instead became much calmer. He began to systematically analyze the principle of this new ability, using electromagnetic force as a medium to convert electric current into energy waves that resonate with cells, then changing the resonance frequency to unlock cellular potential. This had gone beyond mere stimulation. It was using electric current to push cells into unleashing their hidden power. Let's call it current drive, as a kind of tribute. Karen whispered to himself, tracing complex current trajectories in the air with his fingers. On the day of his discharge, he headed straight for the training ground. Kapu was already waiting there, accompanied by several officers who had come to watch. Even Vice Admiral, he had arrived. Clearly the legendary Vice Admiral regarded his new toy as an amusing pastime. Kid thought it through. Kapu flexed his wrists, joints cracking crisply. If you fly off again like last time, I won't save you. Karen greeted everyone and said, I'm ready, Vice Admiral. This time, instead of rushing to attack, he slowly closed his eyes. His observation hockey and electromagnetic perception merged perfectly, making the state of every cell in his body clearly discernible. He took a deep breath and adjusted the current frequency to the critical point of cellular resonance. Hum. Karen's solid form seemed to emit a low hum, and then a fine web of blue electric arcs appeared on his skin, as if countless currents were racing beneath the surface. The surrounding air warped from this energy, and fine sand on the ground floated up uncontrollably. This is... The watching officers exclaimed in amazement. They could sense that the aura emanating from Karen was wild and unrestrained, yet it contained a terrifying explosive force like a bomb ready to detonate at any moment. Kapu's expression turned serious, his arms crossed over his chest. Interesting. Karen's eyes snapped open, and his figure vanished from where he stood. It was not muscle contraction, but an instantaneous displacement driven by the current pushing his cells, a speed that had nearly reached the level of a Navy Vice Admiral. Facing this straight punch far faster than before, Kapu did not dodge, but met it with a punch of his own. Boom. The moment the two fists collided, the training ground seemed to be muted. Then a ring-shaped shockwave radiated from the two of them, sending sandbags and equipment flying. The watching officers quickly activated their defenses, their faces filled with shock. Karen felt a tremendous force surging toward him, his arm, as if hitting a steel plate. But unlike before, with the support of current drive, his arm was not sent flying. Instead, he used the recoil to retreat, swiftly landing steadily on the sand 10 meters away. Power increased nearly tenfold, speed 7-fold, cell activity. Karen rapidly analyzed the data, his eyes gleaming with excitement. And no loss of control. Kapu flexed his fist, the knuckles slightly reddened. For For the first time in so long, Karen had not been completely overwhelmed in a direct clash. Though still at a disadvantage, the qualitative leap surprised even him. Good kid. Again, Kapu's battle lust was fully ignited, his figure rushing out like a cannonball. He did not use hockey but pushed his pure physical strength to the extreme, each punch tearing through the air with a sharp howl. Karen's heart was greatly relieved, and he finally let go of his mental burden. He thought to himself, finally, he could fight freely, and he applied current drive to his entire body. His movements became fluid and erratic, sometimes swift as lightning, sometimes steady as a rock. The electric current not only propelled his body, but also when he made contact with Kapu conducted through the skin to interfere with the opponent's muscle contractions. This unprecedented fighting style caught Kapu somewhat off guard. He noticed that though Karen's strength was still inferior, the electric interference, like a clinging parasite, would always cause a subtle stagnation in his punches at critical moments. Exchanging blows, Karen actually managed over a dozen real exchanges with Kapu. Sometimes he used current drive to teleport, like dodge heavy punches. Other times he counterattacked with armament hockey, thinking to himself that he must force Kapu to use his armament hockey. Now, Karen seized an opening, instantly boosting current drive to maximum power. Blue electric patterns covered his entire body, and his physique even grew slightly taller due to the temporary expansion of cells. This punch condensed all his insights, both the essence of boxing taught by Kapu and the unique explosive force of current drive. The fist was even wrapped in white air currents from high-speed friction, faintly showing the rudiments of armament hockey coating. A glint of approval flashed in Kapu's eyes, and he finally got serious. It's over. With that, he threw a punch that contained the quintessence of his tempered armament hockey. Karen felt a numbing ache in his arm. The rhythm of current drive was instantly disrupted, and his body involuntarily flew backward, crashing through the outer stone wall. Soon after, Karen pushed himself up from the rubble. How was that? Kapu walked over and handed him a canteen. Karen took a few gulps, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with the back of his hand, and smiled. Being able to exchange this many moves with you is already satisfying enough. That's more like it. Kapu's laughter echoed across the training ground. But don't get cocky. If I go all out, this little progress of yours is still nothing. He then changed his tone, becoming serious. But remember, this power is only justice when used for the right path. If you go astray, I understand, senior. Karen stood at attention and saluted. I will use this power to uphold my justice. When it was time to make his stance clear, Karen never fell short. Kapu nodded in satisfaction, then lowered his voice. That move, current drive, just now, it does have some merit. But don't get proud. This method of stimulating potential will require an even stronger physique in the future. Karen paused, then smiled wryly. Kapu's eyes were indeed sharp. That burst of power had already left him somewhat exhausted. Go back and rest well. Kapu patted his shoulder. The 1-month deadline is up, and I have things to attend to. After bidding farewell to everyone, Karen specially exchanged a few pleasantries with Vice Admiral He. This woman was anything but simple. On that point, Mingo would have the most to say. The next day, as Karen was about to go collect his mission, his adjutant rushed over with a document in hand. Lieutenant Commander, urgent notice. Karen took the telegram, which read, the Ehao is suspended from sailing. Lieutenant Commander, Karen is to immediately return to headquarters and await orders temporarily under the command of Vice Admiral He. His heart tightened. For headquarters to change orders at the last minute, and specifically assign him to Vice Admiral He, something major must have happened. Could it be? A thought suddenly flashed through Karen's mind, and his heart skipped a beat. For the Navy headquarters to be so concerned requiring the mobilization of a high-ranking officer like Vice Admiral He could think of only one possibility. The 7 warlords were coming. Memories of his past life surged back. The 7 warlords, as the Navy's special combat force gathering at this time, meant that the summit war was truly imminent. The corridor leading to the main venue was carpeted in dark crimson, absorbing all footsteps. Kalen stood in the shadow of the corridor corner, his fingertips pressed against the wall, sensing the vibrations. Rear Admiral Silverwing, Vice Admiral Thru, ordered you to await orders here. Colonel Hina's voice came from behind him, her black barrier cloak shimmering with a dark purple luster under the light. The pre-dinner meeting of the warlords does not require too many people present. Kalen nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze sweeping past the carved wooden door at the end of the corridor. From within, faint clinks of cups and plates drifted out, mingled with Doflamingo's signature laughter, as unsettling as a serpent's hiss. His observation hockey quietly spread out, sensing 5 distinct auras intertwining and clashing beyond the door. Among them, Teach's seemingly careless aura concealed a pulse that sent a chill down the spine. They are inside. Kalen weighed his words. Merely the customary pre-dinner pleasantries. Hina held a cigarette between her fingertips. Hina finds it utterly dull. These people outwardly accept the summons, but secretly harbor their own schemes. Vice Admiral Tsuru wants you to wait outside and join the meeting later. As she spoke, the wooden door suddenly swung open and Moria's figure staggered out, viscous liquid dripping from beneath the shadow of his hat. Whether it was wine or something else was unclear. He glanced at Kalen, let out an unintelligible gurgle from his throat, then wobbled toward the restroom. Half an hour later, the wooden door opened again. Vice Admiral Tsuru stepped out first, a silver strand of hair clinging to the hem of her cloak. Kizaru followed behind, still toying with a wine glass, a nonchalant smile on his face. The warlords filed out one by one. Doflamingo was wiping his fingertips with a handkerchief. Teach was picking his teeth, while Kuma and Mihawk remained silent, maintaining a subtle distance between each other. Kalen, come here. Vice Admiral Tsuru beckoned. Follow us to the conference room. As they passed through another corridor, Kalen could feel Doflamingo's gaze lingering on his back, like a barbed investigation. He deliberately slowed his pace by half a step, keeping an arm's length distance from Vice Admiral Tsuru, a position that allowed him to respond to emergencies promptly without overstepping his bounds. As the door to the conference room swung open, Kalen looked up to see the Navy's Justice emblem carved above. An oppressive aura instantly surged forth as if the very air had solidified. Seats for the Navy and the warlords were arranged at opposite ends of the long table. Though the room was brightly lit, the bronze candelabrum at the center cast flickering shadows on each face. Please have a seat. Vice Admiral Tsuru walked to the main seat on the Navy's side and sat down. Kizaru, Momonga, and Hina took their places in order, while Kalen stood behind Vice Admiral Tsuru, his gaze calmly sweeping over the 5 figures across the table. Doflamingo plopped into his chair, crossing his legs and propping them on the table. Feathers from his pink coat fluttered down with the movement. What's with all the seriousness? Are you about to announce some earth-shattering secret? Mihawk pulled out his chair with barely a sound. Once seated, he placed his sword on the edge of the table. The scabbard clinked sharply against the black stone surface. Kuma remained in the same posture as when he was standing, like a war machine ready to activate at any moment. Moria huddled in his chair, his hat brim pulled low, revealing only the eerie smile on his lips. Teach, without any hesitation, grabbed a piece of fruit from the table and began to devour it, juice dripping down his chin onto his collar. Since everyone is here, let's begin. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice broke the silence. She pulled out a document sealed with wax, the seal bearing the golden emblem of the world government. The reason I've summoned you all today concerns the Navy's upcoming public execution of Port Gasti, Ace, the 2nd Division commander of the Whitebeard Pirates. The air froze instantly. Doflamingo's smile stiffened, then erupted into even more piercing laughter. Oh, one of Whitebeard's men. This is extremely interesting. He suddenly leaned forward, his eyes behind the sunglasses gleaming with excitement. When do you plan to do it? I must go and watch the spectacle. Mihawk's fingertips paused briefly on the scabbard, a ripple stirring in his usually calm eyes. Even the world's greatest swordsman could not remain completely indifferent upon hearing the name Whitebeard. Teach's fruit munching came to a sudden halt. An unintelligible grunt escaped his throat, and his thick palm instinctively clenched into a fist. Kalen keenly caught the violent fluctuation in his aura, not surprise but a barely restrained excitement. Public execution. Moria's hoarse voice carried a tremor. Are you insane? That's one of Whitebeard's men. The Navy's decision is not for you to question. Vice Admiral Momonga barked, his grip on the sword hilt turning his knuckles white. Vice Admiral Tsuru raised a hand to stop Momonga, her gaze sweeping over the warlords. The world government has issued orders. The execution will be carried out at Marineford Plaza 3 days from now. At that time, we will need your assistance to maintain order and prevent the Whitebeard pirates from attempting a rescue. Rescue? Doflamingo laughed even harder. Old woman, you mean all-out war, don't you? You capture Whitebeard's son and expect him to just watch. That is precisely why I have summoned you all. Kizaru finally shed his nonchalant attitude, tapping his fingers lightly on the table. As combat forces recognized by the world government, the warlords are obligated to participate in this operation. Teach suddenly slammed the fruit core onto the ground with a dull thud. Ja, Whitebeard. That old man is indeed getting old. His eyes gleamed with greed, as if already envisioning the coming chaos. Mihawk slowly shook his head. I have no interest in these things. But if Whitebeard dares to come, I wouldn't mind having a spar with him. A spar? Doflamingo sneered. Mihawk, are you aiming for the title of the world's strongest? I have no interest in that either. However, Whitebeard is a rare opponent. Mihawk's tone was flat, yet carried an unyielding resolve. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Kuma. Your opinion? Obey the world government's orders. Kuma's mechanical voice was devoid of any emotion, as if stating a predetermined fact. A bunch of madmen. Moria muttered to himself, but dared not voice any further objection. He might not fear the Navy, but he would never dare to openly defy the world government's orders. Very well. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded and pushed the document to the center of the table. This is the procedure for the execution ceremony and your respective duties. Just cooperate with us and act when necessary. Doflamingo snatched the document and flipped through it rapidly, letting out a few strange laughs from time to time. Teach leaned in to look with him. This is really interesting. Look all you want. Doflamingo tossed the document to him and leaned back in his chair. As long as I get to see Whitebeard suffer, it doesn't matter where I am. Cold sweat seeped from Kalen's palms. Looking at these warlords, each harboring their own ulterior motives and thinking of the upcoming summit, his heart felt as if it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. Memories of his past life surged like a tidal wave. Whitebeard's roar that shattered the sky, Akainu's magma-like fists, and Blackbeard, Teach finally seizing the power of the tremor fruit. Halfway through the meeting, Doflamingo suddenly turned his gaze to Kalen. Hey, old hag Tsuru, this little one beside you hasn't said a word. Is he mute? Everyone's attention instantly focused on Kalen. He could feel Mihawk's gaze like a sword, Teach's eyes probing, and Moria's stare filled with malice. I am merely an adjutant responsible for recording the meeting minutes. Kalen answered with neither humility nor arrogance, his hands resting on the notebook, maintaining a perfect military posture, though his fingertips were turning white from tension. Recording. Doflamingo laughed. Since when does the Navy have a lieutenant commander record such an important meeting? Are you that short of personnel? Kalen is a key combatant for that day. I specifically brought him along and arranged for him to be here. Vice Admiral Tsuru said calmly. Is there a problem? Doflamingo shrugged. Of course not. I just find this little guy interesting. Earlier outside you seemed to be keeping an eye on our movements. Kalen did not respond. He knew that engaging with Doflamingo would only play into the man's hands. This man loved to toy with people's hearts. Any emotional fluctuation could be exploited by him. Mihawk suddenly stood up. If the task has been assigned, I'll take my leave now. He picked up his sword from the edge of the table. I'll be there on time in 3 days. Jaha Teach also rose. A rare gathering, who knows if there will be another chance. Farewell, everyone. Jaha. Mihawk turned and walked away, his black coat tracing an arc through the air. What a dull fellow. Teach clicked his tongue and followed him out. Old woman, if you need me you can contact me via Den Den Mushi, but I can't promise I'll answer. Doflamingo waved with a smile. I have things to take care of. I'll be off now. His figure flickered at the door and vanished. Kuma and Moria also left one after another, leaving only the Navy personnel in the conference room. These guys are getting more and more out of line. Vice Admiral Mamanga frowned, his tone full of dissatisfaction. Kizaru yawned. Can't be helped. They are the 7 warlords of the sea after all. How frightening, but speaking of which, this time things are really going to blow up. From the moment the decision to execute publicly was made, the war has already begun. Vice Admiral Tsuru closed the document. Kalen, compile the meeting minutes from just now. Yes, sir. Kalen immediately began writing, the pen pressing so hard against the paper it nearly tore through. Hina feels this matter is not so simple. Hina said worriedly. Going to war with the Whitebeard pirates, Marineford will likely be reduced to rubble. It's a necessary evil. Vice Admiral Tsuru sighed. Ace's identity is special. We must use this rare opportunity of a public execution to wipe out the Whitebeard pirates in one fell swoop, thus deterring those restless pirates. She looked at Kalen. What do you think? Kalen put down his pen and pondered. I think Teach's reaction is suspicious. His excitement when mentioning Whitebeard is too abnormal, not like mere curiosity. Oh, give me your reasoning. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at him with interest. Because Ace was captured by him and handed over to us in exchange for the warlord position. Kalen recalled the details he had seen in his past life, organizing his words carefully to give them a warning, hoping to prevent him from obtaining the Tremor Fruit's power. And it feels like he anticipated it, as if he was deliberately orchestrating something. Kizaru raised an eyebrow. I didn't expect you to observe so keenly. It seems Vice Admiral Garp was right. You really do have talent. Just lucky, Kalen said modestly. This is not luck. Vice Admiral Tsuru said seriously. A grasp of details is an essential quality for an excellent Marine. Noticing these things shows you already have the mindset to stand on your own. She stood up. All right, that's it for today. Kalen, come with me. There are still some things to discuss. Following Vice Admiral Tsuru out of the conference room, the corridor lights were already on. Kalen could feel that after this meeting the atmosphere in Marineford had grown even heavier. The arrival of the warlords had not brought a sense of security, but rather like a stone thrown into a calm lake stirred up ripples. Do you think Whitebeard will come? Vice Admiral Tsuru suddenly asked without stopping her pace. Kalen hesitated for a moment, then replied, knowing Whitebeard's character, he will definitely come. He recalled the towering giant from his past life willing to stake the fate of his entire crew to save his son. You're right. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. So we must be fully prepared. In the coming days stay vigilant at all times, and keep a close watch on the warlord's movements, especially Teach. Yes, sir. Also, Vice Admiral Tsuru stopped and turned to face him. Listen carefully, Lieutenant Commander Kalen. Your mission this time is, once the battle with the Whitebeard pirates begins, you are hereby authorized to use the electromagnetic cannons to sink their pirate ship, immediately cutting off their escape route. Understood. Kalen's heart jolted. He knew that Vice Admiral Tsuru was hinting at the impending storm. The shadow of the summit war had already fallen, and he must stand firm in this storm. Yes, Vice Admiral Tsuru. I understand. Kalen stood at attention and saluted, his eyes firm. No matter the cost, I will complete the mission. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded with satisfaction. By then, several sets of your specialized cannon barrels will be arranged near the execution platform. Just follow my orders. She turned and continued walking ahead. Kalen followed behind her, his gaze fixed on the distant sea. The sun had already set, night began to fall, and the lights of Marineford flickered on like stars, simultaneously igniting the fuse. The morning mist of Marineford, laced with the salty sea breeze, shrouded the entire Marine headquarters in a hazy veil. Kyloin stood on the deck of the Silver Wing, gazing at the bustling scene in the distant harbor, his brow furrowing involuntarily. With only 2 days left until the public execution of Port Gasti, Ace, this normally orderly Marine fortress was already suffused with a suffocating tension. In the harbor, soldiers were methodically transporting weapons and supplies, stacking crates of shells at designated positions. In the distant dockyards, dozens of main battle warships were undergoing final repairs. The clanging of metal from the craftsmen's hammers rose and fell, yet could do nothing to dispel the heaviness in the air. In the sky, the Den Den Mushi reconnaissance units were several times more numerous than usual, like floating eyes vigilantly watching the distant sea surface. Lieutenant Commander, all alert equipment has been debugged. The adjutant hurried to Kylo Ren's side and handed him a report. Under Vice Admiral Thru's orders, we will rendezvous with the ship escorting Ace at the XXX area, then provide full escort to Marineford Harbor. Kylo Ren took the report, his eyes scanning the route map. The route avoided all potentially dangerous areas, yet still felt fraught with peril at every step. Although he knew the Whitebeard pirates would launch a surprise attack from underwater that day, he could think of no reason to voice it. In this sensitive period, without a plausible explanation for how he knew the Whitebeard pirates' route, he would be sent to impel down next. But the Whitebeard pirates' network of informants spanned the 4 seas. The news of escorting Ace could never be completely sealed. If Whitebeard caught wind and changed his plans, the consequences would be unthinkable. Notify all hands, raise the alert level to maximum. Kylo Ren closed the report, his tone stern. Set sail once the shipboard weapons are ready. Follow the predetermined route, and be prepared to respond to any contingency at any time. I will monitor from the air. Also have the communications officer maintain real-time contact with headquarters, reporting every half hour. Aye, sir. The adjutant saluted smartly, then turned to relay the orders. Kylo Ren took a deep breath, the electric current within him quietly circulating, and the metal wings on his back emitted a faint hum. He leaped into the air, his body shooting skyward like an arrow from a bowstring, circling at an altitude of several hundred meters. From this height, the full panorama of Marineford lay before him. Soldiers conducting pre-battle drills on the radially arranged streets. In the center of Justice Square, the massive execution platform had been erected, its cold steel gleaming in the morning mist, and on the top floor of headquarters the windows of Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office were closed, revealing no movement. Just then Kylo Ren's gaze was drawn to a figure. On the corridor leading to the Fleet Admiral's office, Garp was walking slowly, his steps heavy and sluggish, a stark contrast to the always jovial legendary Vice Admiral of days past. Kylo Ren noticed that Garp's fists were clenched tightly, his knuckles white from the strain, and even his ever-present bag of rice crackers was nowhere to be seen. Garp paused at the door of the Fleet Admiral's office, as if wrestling with a difficult decision. Finally, he raised his hand and knocked softly. A low voice came from inside. Enter. Garp pushed open the door and stepped in the door, closing slowly behind him, sealing all secrets within. Kylo Ren stared at the closed door, a complex emotion welling up inside him. He knew well that Garp's heart must be unbearably heavy at this moment. On one side was Ace, whom he had raised as his own, on the other was the Marine justice he had upheld all his life. Such a choice was a torment for anyone. I hope he can get through this, Kylo Ren murmured to himself, knowing full well the agony of that decision. He averted his gaze and refocused on the distant sea. According to the plan, the ship escorting Ace was to enter the designated sea area around 10 in the morning. Kylo Ren maintained high alert in the air, his observation hockey enhanced by electromagnetism spreading like an invisible net, scanning a radius of over a dozen nautical miles. No anomaly on the sea surface could escape his perception, whether swimming fish, birds skimming the waves, or even the flow of underwater currents, all were clearly presented in his consciousness. Time ticked by, and the sea remained calm and unruffled, which only made Kylo Ren more anxious. He knew that the calmer the surface, the greater the danger that might lurk beneath. The strength of the Whitebeard pirates was unfathomable. Their forbearance might simply be a wait for the perfect moment to strike. Lieutenant Commander, an unidentified vessel sighted. The communications officer's voice suddenly came through the den mushy, tinged with urgency. Approximately 20 nautical miles from us, heading our way. Kylo Ren's heart tightened. He immediately adjusted the angle of his metal wings and flew toward the direction the communications officer had indicated. A few minutes later, he spotted the unidentified vessel, a nondescript merchant ship with an ordinary trading company logo on its sails, showing no obvious signs of abnormality. But Kylo Ren did not let down his guard. He pushed his observation hockey to its limit, meticulously probing every corner of the merchant ship. Soon he noticed something amiss. The ship's draft was far deeper than that of an ordinary merchant vessel, suggesting heavy weapons might be hidden in the hull. Moreover, the crew's movements, though seemingly casual, betrayed a strength far beyond that of ordinary merchants. Keep a close watch on that merchant ship's movements. Don't disturb them yet. Kylo Ren spoke into the den mushy. I'll go in for a closer look. He lowered his altitude and flew toward the ship. Just as he was about to approach, a sudden commotion broke out on the merchant ship's deck. Several crew members quickly pulled away the camouflaged canvas, revealing the gun turrets hidden beneath. Just as I suspected. Kylo Ren's heart raced. He immediately altered his metal wings trajectory while releasing wing segments to form an electromagnetic cannon track. Blue arcs of electricity traced a curve through the air, striking the gun turret's mechanism with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The current instantly destroyed the turret, which emitted a piercing screech before falling completely silent. Upon seeing this, the crew members on the merchant ship drew their weapons and opened fire at Kylo Ren. Bullets whistled past him, but were deflected by the magnetic shield he had formed. They're pirates in disguise. Kylo Ren shouted into the den mushy. Be careful. The silver wing immediately steered toward the merchant ship, its deck, guns opening fire simultaneously. Shells screamed around the merchant ship, kicking up massive plumes of water. Seeing this, the pirates on board swiftly turned the ship around, attempting to flee. Kylo Ren was not about to let them escape. He fired at the ship's hull, and after several thunderous blasts, the merchant ship lost power, drifting helplessly on the sea. Surrender. Kylo Ren hovered above the ship, his voice cold. The pirates, realizing the situation was hopeless, dropped their weapons and surrendered. Kylo directed the arriving Marine soldiers to board the merchant ship and subdue all the pirates. After a search, the soldiers discovered a large cache of explosives and weapons in the hold, clearly intended for an attack on the ship escorting Ace. Lieutenant Commander, these pirates have all confessed. The adjutant approached Kylo and reported. They are a subordinate crew of the Whitebeard pirates ordered to wait here for the escort ship. Confirm Ace's whereabouts. A reconnaissance unit. Kylo nodded, his apprehension deepening. Even the subordinate crews were already mobilized. Unlike the anime, the reality of a battlefield with over 100,000 men would not be a small-scale skirmish. Indeed, the Whitebeard pirates were not to be underestimated. Escort these pirates back to headquarters for intensive interrogation. See if we can extract more intelligence about the Whitebeard pirates. Kylo said. Also strengthen the alert. There must be no more slip-ups. After dealing with the pirates, the time was nearing 10 o'clock. Kylo returned to the air, anxiously awaiting the ship carrying Ace. Just then he spotted a small black dot on the distant sea surface heading toward them. Here they come. Kylo's spirits lifted. He immediately notified the Silver Wing to prepare for the rendezvous. As the black dot gradually drew closer, Kylo made out the shape of the ship. A specially designed escort vessel, its hull forged from sturdy alloy, its sides lined with sea stone railings to prevent escape. The Marine flag flew from the bow, flapping loudly in the sea breeze. The escort ship moved swiftly, reaching the designated sea area in less than half an hour. After establishing contact, Kylo carefully inspected the escort ship. Confirming no abnormalities, he directed the Silver Wing to move forward and provide escort. The two ships maintained a certain distance, sailing toward Marineford. Throughout the journey, Kylo remained on high alert, his observation hockey never relaxing. The sea was calm with no further incidents. But he knew this was only a temporary calm. The Whitebeard pirates in action did not mean they had given up. They were likely waiting for a more opportune moment. When the silhouette of Marineford appeared on the horizon, Kylo's anxious heart finally eased slightly. In the harbor, the Marine soldiers who had been waiting in readiness stood at attention, prepared to receive the escort ship. The escort ship slowly entered the harbor and docked steadily at the pier. When the hatch opened, and Ace, wearing seastone handcuffs, stepped ashore under the escort of two Marines, Kylo's heart tightened. Ace's face was expressionless, but his eyes held an unyielding defiance. His gaze swept over the surrounding Marines, finally settling on the distant Justice Square, as if he was already prepared for whatever was to come. Just then Kylo saw Garp walk out of the Fleet Admiral's office. His face was still grim, his eyes carrying a hint of exhaustion and pain. When his gaze met Ace's body trembled slightly, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes before he quickly regained his composure. Garp did not speak. He only gave Ace a long, deep look, then turned and walked toward his quarters. His silhouette, bathed in the fading sunset, seemed especially lonely, as if bearing too heavy a burden. Kylo watched this scene, a myriad of emotions churning within him. He knew that the impending storm would not only engulf all of Marineford, but also bring irreparable pain to many. Night fell, and the lights of Marineford gradually lit up, yet they could not dispel the gloom that hung over the city. Kylo stood on the deck of the Silver Wing, gazing at the distant Justice Square, where the execution platform loomed eerily in the darkness. He knew that tomorrow would decide the fate of many. All he could do was remain at his post, do his utmost to protect the city, and uphold the justice he believed in. The wind on the sea grew stronger, as if heralding a great storm. Kylo took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and his eyes shone with unwavering determination. Whatever happened tomorrow, he was ready. Before the morning mist over Malingfanduo had fully dissipated, the Jingyi Plaza seethed like a molten furnace. Thud, thud, thud. The boots of 100,000 Marines struck the ground in unison, and the white jade steps trembled, emitting a resonant roar like a dragon's cry. Kylo stood behind Vice Admiral, he gazing at the forest of spears and rifles on the plaza. The metallic dawn light flowed along the spear tips, casting the soldiers' faces into bronze statues. The elite troops in the front row had already pulled back their bolts, their gun butts pressed against their shoulders at an angle of absolute precision. A unity forged through 1,000 drills. On the reviewing stands around the plaza, envoys from various nations and world government officials held their breath. Their ceremonial robes trembled slightly in the sea breeze, yet no one dared make a sound. Only the badges on their chests glinted in the morning light, silently proclaiming the weight of this ceremony. The clock tower behind the execution platform struck the hour of Chun, 12 chimes piercing through the clouds, driving the words, "Public Execution," into every eardrum. Draw swords. At Vice Admiral Magura's roar, nearly 10,000 long blades were drawn simultaneously. The sharp screech of steel cutting through air coalesced into a thunderclap that rent the clouds and split the sky. Sunlight crashed against the blades, refracting into a golden waterfall that cascaded from the plaza's edge to the execution platform at its center. Ace's figure, bound to the cross, wavered slightly in the torrent of light. The taut arcs of the sea stone chains concealed an unyielding defiance. His gaze swept across the Marine formation below, then abruptly halted when it reached a certain direction. There stood Ka Pu, his military cap pulled low, only his white-knuckled fists exposed to the morning breeze. Long live the Marines. Eternal justice. The deafening roar rose in waves, shaking even the reconnaissance balloons circling overhead. Kylo's electromagnetic perception spread along the sound waves, capturing countless beating hearts. a resonance of 100,000 blazing convictions. From the left wing battery came the grinding of gears. Admiral Kizaru stood there flexing his wrists. Behind him artillerymen pushed fireproof-coated shells into the cannons, and the copper breech blocks closed with a dull thud. The 7 warlords are in position. Captain Hina's black-barred cloak swept across the stone steps, her handcuffs glinting coldly at her waist. But don't expect them to truly fight. Kyloin glanced sideways. On the high platform, the 7 warlords were enveloped by the roar. Mihawk leaned against a cross, his fingertips tapping lightly on the sheath of his black sword, the rhythm oddly in sync with the plaza's shouts. Doflamingo sat in a custom chair, his fingers entwined with pink feathers. Each time the roar reached a crescendo, the curve of his grin deepened. Kuma remained standing expressionless, reading a book in his hands. Moria's gaze fixed on the sea, his chin trembling slightly. Whether from fear or excitement was unclear. Teach was nowhere to be seen, though the Empress Boa Hancock was present at the scene. Those steel pipes in the northwest corner are prepared for you. Vice Admiral He's cane tapped lightly on the stone steps, her eyes sweeping across the plaza's edge. Kyloin followed her gaze. 4 pitch-black steel pipes lay silently on the ground, merely thickened alloy blocks. The joints still bore crude forging marks, clearly items hastily fabricated. But as his fingertips brushed the pipe walls, he sensed the evenly distributed metal crystals within, the result of his magnetization treatment the previous night, designed to withstand overload currents at the critical moment. The Fleet Admiral is here. Before the announcement faded, Fleet Admiral Jean was just his cloak unfurled on the high platform, the embroidered words, "Justice," blazing like fire in the morning light. Behind him followed 2 Vice Admirals carrying trays covered with red cloth. The outlines of some documents were faintly visible beneath the fabric. Kapu still kept his head lowered, his eyes half closed, but Kyloin could see his knuckles whitening from strain. When Zhangguo picked up the amplifying din din mushy, the noise in the plaza suddenly fell silent. 100,000 gazes focused like arrows. The din din mushy's compound eyes rotated, reflecting his weathered face with striking clarity. A face marked by countless hardships, now etched with an unassailable authority. Today we publicly execute Portgasti. Ace. The ancient din din mushy magnified the sound 100-fold, crashing against the cliffs of Maling Fanduo and rebounding into an endless echo. Kyloin noticed Ace's eyelashes suddenly flutter. When the word execution rang out, the wood grain of the cross trembled, sending splinters cascading down. His lips moved as if he were saying something, but the words were drowned in the sudden surge of waves. While Zhangguo pronounced the sentence on Ace, Kyloin's attention remained fixed on the sea. He knew Whitebeard was coming soon. Kill, kill, kill. As the roar erupted again, Kyloin suddenly detected an anomaly, a subtle break in the sound waves at the plaza's edge. His Kinbunshiku instantly locked onto the source. A young soldier was biting his lip tightly, his gun muzzle drooping slightly, his knuckles white from tension. The badge on the soldier's chest still bore the luster of a new recruit, clearly his first time participating in such a major operation. But the next second, an old soldier in the front row gently bumped his shoulder against him and growled in a low voice, "Hold steady." The soldier snapped back to attention, re-aiming his gun at the execution platform. A renewed determination blazed in his eyes, even though beads of sweat still clung to his lashes. "Looks like someone's more impatient than us." Doflamingo suddenly appeared at the foot of the stone steps, his toes hovering in midair, his pink coat flapping like butterfly wings. "If Whitebeard doesn't show up soon, your own soldiers might start fighting among themselves." His Ito Nomi ability activated subtly. Several translucent threads coiled around the nearby flagpole, trembling gently with the flag's sway. "Vice Admiral," he replied without turning her head, "be patient." She took a pocket watch from her sleeve and opened it with a crisp click. "It should be about time." Before she finished speaking, the lookout on the watchtower suddenly let out a heart-rending scream, his voice cracking from extreme shock. "They're here." The distant horizon shows a fleet. It's the Whitebeard Pirates' allied fleet. Over 100 ships. This cry exploded like a thunderbolt over the plaza, freezing the boiling roar in an instant. Everyone turned their gaze toward the sea in unison. There where the sea met the sky, a dark mass of ships advanced like a swarm of locusts migrating toward Maling Fanduo. It was not 1 or 2 ships nor a dozen, but a colossal fleet of over 100 pirate ships of varying sizes. The flagship at the front resembled a floating island. The Whitebeard emblem on its sails loomed menacingly in the sunlight, and the figurehead at the bow spewed white mist like a monster rising from the deep. Countless Jolly Rogers fluttered in the wind, converging into a black ocean, symbolizing chaos and destruction, even dimming the sunlight. The fleet advanced rapidly. The sound of oars churning the water was audible even from several kilometers away, as if an invisible giant hand was driving the storm that would soon engulf everything. The waves were cleaved before the fleet, leaving white trails on the sea like the scythe of death. "That's Whitebeard's affiliate pirate cruise." A veteran with vast experience cried out, his voice trembling with fear. Baskshot's fleet on the left wing scored on the right. "So many ships. They've come out in full force." The soldiers on the plaza began to stir. The originally orderly ranks showed subtle disarray. Despite countless drills, when faced with this sky-darkening fleet, fears spread like creeping vines. The old soldiers in the front line raised their weapons, striking the ground with their rifle, but in an attempt to steady the morale with rhythm. Hold steady." Kyloin's Kinbunshiku rippled violently at that moment. The magnetic fields emitted by the 100 ships intertwined into a vast chaotic net, sending sharp stabs of pain through his nerves. He could clearly distinguish which ships carried cannons. Those dense magnetic zones were old cast-iron guns, which ships had decks packed with bloodthirsty pirates. Those chaotic bioelectrical currents were far more tumultuous than the most chaotic battlefield. Finally here, Kyloen's eyes sharpened, his gaze sweeping over the steel pipes in the corner. The electric current within him began to accelerate unconsciously. A faint tingling sensation spread across his skin, a sign of accumulating charge. Even the dust in the air began to swirl around him. All units battle stations. Zhang roar pierced through the chaos like a thunderbolt. His figure stood tall on the high platform, his cloak billowing in the sea breeze. Sir, the 100,000 Marines reply, though tinged with a tremor, still brimmed with strength. The soldiers rapidly adjusted their formations. The front row knelt to form a firing line, the rear row raised their spears as a barrier. Gun muzzles and cannon mouths aligned in unison toward the sea, awaiting the order to open fire. The wind over the plaza suddenly grew stagnant, and the breaths of 100,000 Marine soldiers synchronized in that moment. Kyloen's Kinbunchaku haki spread out like a fine net, sweeping repeatedly across the sea surface, yet it could not find the trademark mountain-like pressure of Whitebeard. He stared at the water within the bay, knowing that Whitebeard would soon burst out from there, wondering if he could seize the initiative and blast him with a cannon. Something's wrong. Captain Hina's hand pressed against her waist, her voice low. Where are the main forces? Whitebeard and his commanders aren't on these ships. Her words had barely fallen when the sentry on the lookout tower cried out again, this time with bewildered disbelief. Report. Whitebeard's flagship, the Moby Dick, is not found in the enemy fleet. Repeat, the Moby Dick is not found. A stir instantly erupted across the plaza. The soldiers exchanged glances, their hands unconsciously loosening their grip on their weapons. Though the fleet of affiliated pirate crews was massive, it was like a beast without fangs. Without Whitebeard and his commanders to hold the line, these 100 ships were nothing but a paper tiger putting up a bluff. What's going on? Doflamingo suddenly burst out laughing, his pink coat fluttering in the wind. Could it be that old man Whitebeard has chickened out and only dares to send some rabble to die? Kyloen's heart, however, sank to the depths. His Kinbunchaku haki finally caught an anomaly from the seabed, a massive object moving in the deep ocean, creating an undercurrent that traced a path straight toward Marineford's inner bay. Watch the seabed. Kyloen's roar had barely left his throat when the inner bay's surface suddenly exploded. A towering wave surged skyward, tens of tons of seawater flung up like a silk curtain lifted by a giant hand, cascading toward the plaza. In the center of the mist, a colossal ship, 3 times larger than an ordinary warship, burst forth from the ice, the Whitebeard figurehead on its prow gleaming coldly in the sunlight. It was the vanished Moby Dick. That's from the seabed. Vice Admiral Mamanga exclaimed in shock. On the giant ship's deck, Whitebeard's figure stood like a mountain. His bare upper body was covered in scars, and the hilt of the naginata at his waist was embedded with a massive gemstone, emitting a low hum as the ship swayed. When his deep eyes swept across the plaza, even the sea breeze seemed to freeze. Edward Newgate. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's roar blasted through the den mushi. You've come after all. Whitebeard did not respond. He simply raised his right hand slowly. Kyloen's Kinbunchaku haki instantly detected a terrifying energy fluctuation. Not ordinary pressure, but a tremor in space itself. Centered on Whitebeard's palm, the air began to warp and fine ripples spread across the sea surface as if countless invisible threads were pulling at reality. That won't do. Akiji's voice came from the right, straight, accompanied by the crisp sound of ice spreading. Whitebeard's fist smashed down onto the sea surface. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a visible shockwave spreading across the sea. Where it passed, the seawater rippled like a pond disturbed by a stone, but the edges of the ripples, under the influence of a bizarre force field, stood upright and rapidly converged into 2 water walls 100 meters high, which converged on Marineford's harbor. Ice Age. Akiji's arms suddenly spread wide, and a pale blue cold surged out like a tide. Where it passed, the upright water walls instantly froze, forming 2 glittering ice peaks. The inner bay seawater, along with the Moby Dick, was completely locked under the ice. Even the air seemed to freeze, the breaths of soldiers at the edge of the plaza condensed into tiny ice crystals in midair. Well done, Kazan. Sengoku's voice carried a hint of laughter. All units open fire. Sengoku's roar cut through the chaos. Prevent the pirates from landing. The left battery opened fire first, dozens of shells trailing flames toward the frozen fleet. Whitebeard's pirates immediately returned fire, bullets and shells collided in midair, erupting in dense bursts of light. The Shichibukai also moved. Mihawk's black blade cut a slash like a bolt of cloth, crashing toward the Moby Dick's deck. Ujozu intercepted it. Doflamingo's threads shot out like living snakes, entangling several pirates trying to charge across the ice. Meanwhile, the pirates frozen on the ice surface leaped off their ships, stepped onto the ice, and charged toward the plaza. They brandished all kinds of weapons, let out deafening cries, and their faces burned with wild battle lust. Charge! Rescue Ace! For Ace! The Marine soldiers had long been ready, forming a solid line of defense, their muzzles aimed squarely at the oncoming pirates. Fire! With a command, a dense rain of bullets shot toward the pirate horde. The leading pirates fell one after another, but those behind showed no sign of retreat, stepping over their comrades' bodies to press forward. Soon the two sides clashed at the edge of the ice shore, engaging in a brutal hand-to-hand battle. The clash of swords, the screams of the dying, and the furious cries interwove into a bloody war song. The white uniforms of the Marines were soon stained red with blood, and the bodies of pirates piled up like mountains on the ice, but both sides were blinded by rage, and no one took a step back. Kylo Ren. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice was firm, pointing at the frozen Moby Dick. Now is the time. Aim at the Moby Dick and fire. Yes. Kylo Ren responded, dashing toward the northwest corner, his hands guiding nearly 5-meter-long steel pipes into the air to form an electromagnetic cannon track. The electric current within him spiked, instantly blue arcs leaping wildly across the pipe's surface, and the air filled with a thick smell of ozone. Now, with Kylo Ren's low shout, the accumulated electromagnetic force was suddenly released. A shell shot through the steel pipes, spitting out a dazzling blue beam, like a blade tearing through space, heading straight for the Moby Dick frozen in the ice. The beam cut through the hail of gunfire, leaving a scorched trail on the ice, and struck the giant ship's side precisely. Boom! A violent explosion kicked up smoke on the deck, with splinters and metal fragments flying amid the flames. Kylo Ren could clearly hear the crisp sound of the hull structure breaking, and his Kinbunchika Haki sensed a hole several meters in diameter opening in the giant ship's side. It hit. A thunderous cheer erupted from the plaza, and the soldiers' morale soared instantly. But Kylo Ren's brow furrowed even tighter. His Kinbunchika Haki detected a terrifying energy converging on the Moby Dick's deck. Whitebeard's figure stood unshaken amid the smoke, his fist raised again, and the space around him began to warp. Prepare the second shot. Kylo Ren gritted his teeth, increasing the current output. The surface of the pipes heated up rapidly, nearly scorching to the melting point. Just as the second blue beam was about to be fired, Whitebeard's fist smashed into the void. Without any warning, the space in front of the beam suddenly shattered like glass, forming an invisible barrier. The blue beam collided with the barrier and instantly annihilated like light swallowed by a black hole, without even stirring a ripple. What? Kylo Ren's pupils shrank and a chill ran up his spine. Whitebeard's gaze cut through the smoke and locked precisely onto Kylo Ren in the northwest corner of the plaza. A disdainful curve touched his lips, as if mocking such a feeble attack. So this is the Navy's new weapon. Whitebeard's voice thundered across. Still a long way off. He punched again, this time not at the sea, but at Kylo Ren's position. An invisible shockwave crossed hundreds of meters, like an invisible giant hand smashing into the space in front of him. Crack! The pipes let out a shrill groan, and the blue arcs on their surface died out instantly. Kylo Ren felt a tremendous force, his hands tiger mouths bleeding from the impact, and he was flung back, crashing heavily into the stone steps. He struggled to lift his head, and saw that 2 of the 4 steel pipes were twisted and deformed, clearly destroyed by the shockwave. Kylo Ren. Vice Admiral Tsuru rushed over to help him up, her voice anxious. Are you all right? Kylo Ren shook his head, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stood up again. He looked at the mountain-like figure on the Moby Dick, his expression grave. He knew that Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi ability could directly distort space, but he hadn't expected it to be this strong. With his current strength, without activating current propulsion, he could hardly inflict real damage. The melee on the ice grew fiercer. A Marine soldier was struck in the chest by a pirate's axe. As he died, he pulled the pin on his grenade, taking several nearby pirates with him, the explosion leaving a deep crater in the ice. On the other side, a pirate wrapped a chain around a Marine officer's neck. The officer, with his last breath, drove his sword into the pirate's heart. Don't let them break through the line. Vice Admiral Mamanga swung his sword, cleaving a pirate who had crossed the line in 2. His face was splattered with blood, but his eyes remained resolute. Kylo Ren took a deep breath and shifted his gaze from Whitebeard. Since he couldn't deal with the flagship for now, it was better to take out the affiliated pirate ships and reduce the enemy's strength. He looked at the remaining 2 steel pipes, then swept his eyes over the ships continuously ferrying pirates across the ice, and made up his mind. Vice Admiral Tsuru, I'll go deal with the other pirate ships first. Kylo Ren shouted, dashing toward the intact pipes. Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately understood his intent and nodded. Good. Stay safe. Kylo Ren placed his hands on the pipes, fully unleashing his Kinbunchiko Haki, instantly locking onto the 3 nearest pirate ships. Though these vessels were not as massive as the Moby Dick, they were continuously releasing pirates, putting immense pressure on the Marine defense line. You're the ones. The currents surged again, blue arcs leaping once more across the pipe's surface. This time Kylo Ren didn't pursue maximum power, but increased the firing frequency. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 blue beams shot out in quick succession, precisely striking the ammunition holds of 2 pirate ships. A violent explosion tore the hulls apart, sending wood and bodies flying through the air. The 2 ships quickly tilted and sank into the ice. Nice work. The Marine soldiers on the plaza erupted in enthusiastic cheers, their previously flagging morale soaring once more. Kylo Ren didn't stop. He adjusted the angle, and a 3rd beam shot toward another ship unloading pirates. The beam hit the midsection, blowing the pirates on deck and the ship itself to pieces. In a short moment, 3 pirate ships were sunk, and the flow of pirates onto the ice was cut off. The pressure on the Marine defense line eased dramatically, and the soldiers counterattacked, pushing the pirates back several meters. Not bad, this kid. Kizaru appeared in the air, watching the sunken ships, a hint of approval in his smile. Young people these days are terrifying, much stronger than us old-timers. Akiji also nodded, a rare gesture as his freezing cold locked down a pirate ship trying to flank. Good, keep it up. Encouraged by the Admiral's praise, Kailuan's spirits lifted and his movements quickened. He kept adjusting the angle of the pipes, the blue beams darting like a scythe of death among the pirate ships on the ice. Each shot was accompanied by a loud boom and the sinking of another ship. 5, 6, 7. More and more pirate ships were sunk. The number of pirates on the ice noticeably decreased, and the marine defense line gradually stabilized. Seeing the continuous reports of success from the northwest corner, the soldiers' morale rose higher, their shouts deafening. Long live the Marines! Long live Lieutenant Commander Kailuan! Whitebeard stood on the deck of the Moby Dick, watching his affiliated ships being sunk one after another, his brow slightly furrowed. He hadn't expected this young Marine to be so troublesome. Though he couldn't threaten him directly, he was effectively whittling down his forces. An interesting brat. Whitebeard snorted coldly, but didn't intervene again as Akainu had already charged in to engage him. Kailuan ignored Whitebeard's gaze and continued to control the electromagnetic cannon. He knew that every ship he sank meant fewer Marine casualties. This was no longer the anime world he had watched in his past life. It was the home he had lived in for many years, where many Marines were his acquaintances, even friends. So he couldn't bear to watch them die. Though he knew that as long as they held out, victory would eventually belong to the Marines, the cost was too bloody. He couldn't interfere in the high-end battles, so what he could do was minimize casualties. The battle on the ice was still fierce, but the tide was turning in the Marines' favor. With Kailuan's electromagnetic cannon support, the Marine soldiers fought bravely step by step, driving the pirates back to the edge of the ice. Kailuan stood by the pipes, sweat streaming down his cheeks, dripping onto the scorching metal with a sizzling sound. The pipes had developed cracks from the high-frequency firing, but seeing the increasingly sinking pirate ships and the soaring morale of the Marines, he couldn't worry about that for now. This battle was far from over, but he was already saving more people with his own way of fighting. Kailuan took a deep breath, channeled current into the pipes, once more the blue beam, ready, aiming at the next pirate ship. As the azure beam struck the 8th pirate vessel, Kailuan was startled by a shrill screech of rending metal. He instinctively retreated a half-step, watching as sparks burst forth from the junction of two steel pipe assemblies. The cerulean arcs along their surfaces slithered erratically like a frightened serpent colony, then suddenly died out. Hiss! Steam erupted from the fissures in the piping, radiating scorching heat. Kailuan extended a hand to feel the pipe walls searing his palm. A faint cracking sound emanated from within. The relentless high-frequency bombardment had finally breached the alloy's tolerance, and the cannon barrel was utterly expended under the overload. As it ended, a muffled sighs of disappointment drifted from the plaza's edge, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by raucous cheers. Lieutenant, we can still fight. Kailuan fixed his eyes on the mangled piping, giving his sore arms a vigorous shake. The gash on his palm split open anew under the electrical barrage. Crimson blood trickled between his fingers, pooling on the ground where it mingled with the steam to birth a rosy-hued fog. Yet his eyes sharpened to a razor's edge, his observation, hockey sweeping across the frozen battlefield. Though 8 vessels lay at the bottom of the sea, the surviving pirates still crashed against the defenses like a relentless tide, and a handful of Navy Marines had been pushed to the very brink of the plaza. Ranged assaults cease. Kailuan wrenched off his drenched gloves. Behind him, metallic wings sprang open with a sharp crystalline click. The currents along the wing surfaces coalesced once more, casting a cerulean violet gleam in the dawn light. Time for a different approach. With a powerful thrust of his feet against the ground, he launched himself skyward like a bolt from a drawn bow. Through the piercing shriek of his metallic wings, shearing the air, Kailuan's eyes raked over the battlefield. The ice was strewn with innumerable weapons, splintered long blades, warped firearms, shattered cannon shells, all of which began to tremble faintly under the pull of his electromagnetism. Strike now! Kailuan carved sweeping arcs with both arms across his chest, unleashing a sudden violent surge of current within his body. Metal shards on the ice erupted skyward, surging like a hive master's swarm and coalescing behind him into a torrent of liquid silver. The razor edges of shattered long blades caught the frigid light, the copper casings of spent bullets gleamed with a metallic sheen, and even jagged fragments of ruptured cannon barrels converged into this tempest of steel. What in the world? The pirates scattered across the ice looked upward in sheer horror as a sky-obscuring torrent of metal streamed overhead. Kailuan's silhouette danced at the vanguard of the stream, his metallic wings screeching against 1,000 fragmenting shards. Like a storm-riding warrior, he steered this argent deluge straight toward the thickest cluster of pirates. Break ranks. Scatter at once. Piercing screams of terror erupted from the pirates as they scrambled to evade the catastrophic onslaught. Yet the metallic torrent hurtled forward with impossible velocity, cascading like a collapsed dike, and instantly engulfing the foremost line of combatants. Anguished howls rose and fell in waves. Shattered long blades punched clean through pirate torsos, bullets ricocheted and bounded like living things harvesting flesh and bone with relentless efficiency. A cyclone of metallic debris ensnared the pirates, hurling them skyward before slamming them back onto the ice, pockmarking the frozen surface with 100 deep craters. It's Lieutenant Kailuan. Thunderous cheers erupted from the Navy soldiers lining the plaza's perimeter. Gazing upon the argent torrent tearing through the pirate ranks, they beheld the first glimmer of triumph. Kailuan's form flickered and darted within the metallic storm. Suddenly the wing plates detached from his back, severing into dozens of razor-sharp daggers. Wielded with masterful precision, these shards whirled through the air like boomerangs. With every sweep, they painted the air with arcs of crimson, cleanly severing weapons and limbs alike, yet not a single Navy comrade fell to the flying steel. Magnificent. Colonel Renai murmured from beside Vice Admiral, her eyes fixed on the figure that flitted across the sky like a phantom. A faint smile of approval graced Vice Admiral He's lips. That child never ceases to astonish. Once he fully matures, he shall become the backbone of our Navy. Wherever the metallic torrent swept pirate ranks fell like wheat before a scythe. The once impenetrable line fractured wide open, and the Navy seized the chance to press their advantage, swiftly reclaiming every inch of lost ground. Crimson blood and silver shrapnel mingled across the ice, painting a tableau of grim grandeur. Aboard the deck of the Moby Dick, the division commanders of Whitebeard's fleet finally turned their attention to the anomaly above. The diamond-hard fist of 3rd Division Commander Qiao Zi hung, suspended in midair, his brows knitted as he stared at the argent stream. That brat's powers are rather inconvenient. 5th Division Commander Bai Sita wiped the gore from his twin blades, his expression grave, manipulating metal through electromagnetism. On a battlefield, that kind of power is nothing short of catastrophic. As if on cue, a lithe and slight figure sprang from the Moby Dick's deck, hurtling toward Kai Lun like a loosed arrow. He moved with astonishing velocity, shattering the ice beneath his boots and leaving a faint afterimage in his wake. It's Ha-Er-Ta, commander of the 12th Division. A veteran Marine cried out. Kai Lun's observation, Haki, instantly registered the oncoming presence. He could sense the feral power churning within the stranger, as well as the glint of lethal cold emanating from those dual short swords. What sent a jolt of alarm through him was that Ha-Er-Ta's target was not himself, but rather a group of Navy medics tending to the wounded just behind him. Not while I draw breath. Kai Lun wrenched his body around. The metallic torrent veered, instantaneously interposing itself between Ha-Er-Ta and the medics. A multitude of shrapnel coalesced into a bulwark, striving to check the attacker's advance. Pathetic trick. Ha-Er-Ta's bellow resounded like thunder. His short swords crossed in midair, carving a cruciform, slashed through the space. The ruthless blade intent shredded the metallic barrier in an instant, sending shards raining down like hail. Kai Lun's pupils shrank to pinpoints. He had never imagined Ha-Er-Ta's speed and strength could be so terrifying. With the enemy mere strides from the medics, Kai Lun made a desperate gamble. He abruptly deactivated his metallic wings, letting his body plummet like a severed kite, landing squarely before Ha-Er-Ta. Oh! Ha-Er-Ta clearly hadn't anticipated such a sudden halt. His slash faltered for a fraction of a moment. That fleeting hesitation was all the opening Kai Lun needed. The instant his boots struck the ice, he drove a fist downward with all his might. A tremendous surge of current raced across the frozen surface, the azure arcs coiling around Ha-Er-Ta's legs like constricting vines, delivering a violent paralytic shock. Curse you! Ha-Er-Ta snarled, wrenching himself free from the electrical grip. His short sword shrieked through the air, aiming straight for Kai Lun's throat. Kai Lun's body flexed backward with unnatural boneless flexibility. The blade whispered past the tip of his nose. Seizing the moment, he flicked his wrist. The metallic wing plates snapped shut, clamping Ha-Er-Ta's arm in a vice-like grip. Electrical current poured from the wing plates into Ha-Er-Ta's frame, emitting a furious crackle. Such trifling current. Does it itch? Ha-Er-Ta sneered. His left hand clenched into a fist and surged toward Kai Lun's chest with feral force. Kai Lun felt a tremendous impact crash into him, as though struck by a siege ram. His body was launched backward like a severed kite, and he slammed hard against the plaza's stone steps. Struggling to rise, he felt a lance of agony pierce his chest. He couldn't suppress a spray of blood. Kai Lun! Colonel Renai cried, stepping forward to intervene, but Vice Admiral, he stayed her hand. This is his trial to face. Vice Admiral, his voice remained peculiarly serene. Only through trials such as this can one truly mature. Have faith in Kai Lun. Ha-Er-Ta advanced step by step toward the fallen Kai Lun, idly twirling his short sword. A Navy pup who can take a blow from me and still draw breath. I'll grant you some measure of skill. However, this little game has reached its end. Kai Lun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and slowly rose to his feet. His chest heaved with each ragged breath, every inhalation searing with agony. Yet his gaze held not a trace of fear, instead a fiercer fire blazed within. A game. This has barely begun. Kai Lun let out a low cry, and the current within his body erupted in a frenzy. Azure arcs danced across his flesh, radiating a blinding luminescence. His muscles swelled under the electrical stimulus, his frame seeming to double in bulk. Both speed and strength multiplied several times over in an instant. This was the technique he had hammered out under Ka Pu's brutal training, the current propulsion state. Oh, now we're talking. But this ends here. A flicker of something unusual crossed Ha-Er-Ta's eyes. His short sword lunged forward once more, faster than before. Yet this time Kai Lun's form blurred like a specter. He sidestepped the blade with effortless grace, closing the distance in the same motion, and drove a fist wreathed in blue lightning straight for Ha-Er-Ta's face. Ha-Er-Ta clearly hadn't anticipated such a sudden surge in speed. He could only raise his arm in a hasty parry. Crack! The instant their fists met, blue lightning erupted in a violent flash. Ha-Er-Ta felt a tremendous surge of current racing up his arm and into his body, coupled with an almost unbearable crushing force. His body was launched backward involuntarily, slamming onto the ice and sliding dozens of meters before coming to a halt. A dead silence fell over the plaza. All stood rooted in utter astonishment. Kai Luen, who had been overwhelmed moments before, had just single-handedly repelled a commander of Whitebeard's fleet. Could that be armament hockey? Huang Yuan materialized in midair, studying with keen interest the faint black sheen coating Kai Luen's fist. The boy is truly formidable. Xing Ji gave a slight, not a trace of surprise in his eyes. His destructive capacity now rivals that of a vice-admiral. Kai Luen stood his ground, breathing heavily. The current propulsion state placed an enormous strain on his body. He could feel his muscles screaming in protest. Yet when he saw Ha-Erta struggling to his feet, his eyes blazing with shock and fury, a faint smile touched Kai Luen's lips. Well, Kai Luen's voice was slightly hoarse, but dripping with defiance. Didn't that taste sweet? Ha-Erta did not speak. He merely locked his gaze upon Kai Luen. His arm trembled faintly. The blow had undoubtedly inflicted serious damage. Yet his eyes darkened with menace, taking on the predatory gleam of a cornered beast. Indeed, kid. Ha-Erta slowly rose to his full height, his short sword tightening in his grip until it darkened with hardened haki. You've succeeded in enraging me. From here on, I will make you understand. You do not provoke the sons of Whitebeard. Kai Luen drew a deep breath, and the current within him began to stir once more. He understood that the earlier strike had been mere surprise. The true conflict had only now commenced. Ha-Erta, as a commander of Whitebeard's crew, possessed power far beyond what he had yet revealed. The surrounding battle upon the ice had temporarily ceased. Every eye was fixed upon the two combatants. The Navy Marines watched Kai Luen with tense hope, praying he could work a miracle. Meanwhile, the pirates eagerly awaited Ha-Erta's swift resolution of this annoying foe so they could restart their assault. Kai Luen's metallic wings slowly spread azure arcs, dancing across the wing surfaces. His observation haki expanded to its fullest, tracking every minute movement of Ha-Erta. The current within him began to merge with armament haki. The blackening of his knuckles deepened, emanating a dread-laden pressure. Come! Kai Luen let out a low cry, charging directly at Ha-Erta. Ha-Erta moved in turn. His figure flashed across the ice like a wraith, his short sword gleaming with lethal intent, aiming straight for Kai Luen's vitals. Their forms flashed and collided upon the frozen surface, each clash ringing with the screech of metal and the thunderous boom of released energy. Azure lightning and dark blade intent wove together into a dazzling yet perilous barrier of light. This contest meant more than personal triumph or defeat. It would sway the fate of the entire battlefield. Kai Luen knew with absolute clarity that he had to win. For the Navy soldiers at his back, for the justice he held dear, and to prove how far he had come. The instant the blue electric arc burst upon Kai Luen's fist, he could distinctly feel the tremor in Ha-Erta's arm muscles. Under the electric current drive state, his muscle fibers contracted at a frequency 5 times that of an ordinary man. Every tendon was drawn taut, like a steel string, causing his fist to strike toward Ha-Erta's face with a sharp shriek that tore through the air. Ha-Erta's figure suddenly slid half a meter to the left, his short sword grazing past Kai Luen's ribs like a viper's tongue. Ice shards scattered in the blade's wake, and Kai Luen felt a stinging pain on his skin. Had it not been for the forewarning of his observation haki, that strike would have laid open his abdomen. His speed is clearly slower than mine. Kai Luen spun with the momentum of his charge, expanding his metal wing blades like a folding fan to block Ha-Erta's pursuit. Amid the crisp clatter of the blades colliding, his brows furrowed. Then how can he always anticipate my moves? In the electric current drive state, his maximum speed had already surpassed the sound barrier, and the impact of his fist was enough to shatter half-a-meter-thick steel plates. Yet every time he was about to land a blow on Ha-Erta, the latter would dodge at an impossible angle, and his short sword counterattacks clung like a bone-lashed maggot, always striking the weak points of Kai Luen's defense. Kid, battle isn't about who's stronger. Ha-Erta's short sword suddenly crossed into a cruciform, locking onto Kai Luen's electrified fist. Black armament haki flowed along the blades, forcibly blocking the invasion of the electric current. The muscle contraction before you punch, your breathing rhythm. They're all openings. Kai Luen's fist was firmly trapped. Despite his immense strength, he could not break through the other's defense. He could feel Ha-Erta's arms exerting force, the cross point of the short swords tightening like a clamp, trying to crush his finger bones. Kai Luen suddenly lifted his leg, kicking the sole of his boot, wreathed in blue electric arcs, toward Ha-Erta's chest. This lightning-fast variation was meant to force the enemy back, but he did not expect Ha-Erta to be ready. The latter's knee suddenly rose and precisely collided with Kai Luen's shinbone. Excruciating pain shot through his body, and Kai Luen's movements faltered for a split second. Seizing the opportunity, Ha-Erta flipped his short sword and struck the back of Kai Luen's wrist heavily with the flat of the blade. Clang! The electric current instantly became chaotic. Kai Luen felt his arm go numb, and his fist involuntarily loosened. Ha-Erta surged forward, his shoulders slamming into Kai Luen's chest, sending him flying once again. Cough, cough. Kai Luen slid several meters across the ice, clutching his chest and coughing violently. Although his body was formidable under the electric current drive state, it could not completely neutralize such a technique-driven impact. He watched Ha-Erta approach step by step. The latter's breathing was even steadier than his own. Do you see, oi? Ha-Erta pointed at Kai Luen with his short sword, the cold gleam on the blade reflecting his icy gaze. You have claws and fangs that can tear a tiger, but you don't know how to hunt. A power like this amounts to nothing in a real fight. Kai Luan gritted his teeth and stood up again. Blue electric arcs grew more violent on his skin, ionizing the moisture in the air into a pale blue mist. He unleashed his observation haki to its fullest, trying to capture Ha Erta's movement trajectory, but the other's body seemed to merge into the shadows of the ice, revealing his presence only in the instant of attack. Again, Kai Luan growled, his figure turning into a blue-violet lightning bolt as he charged at Ha Erta. This time he no longer sought a single decisive blow, but pushed his speed to the extreme. The metal wings vibrated at high speed behind him, leaving a trail of afterimages. His fists and wing blades struck alternately, forming an impenetrable offensive. Blue electric arcs poured down like a rainstorm, blasting pit after smoking pit into the ice. Ha Erta wove through the arcs, his short swords dancing into a black curtain of light that deflected every attack. His footsteps seemed chaotic, but always landed in the gaps of Kai Luan's strikes. The more impatient you are, the more openings you leave. Just as Kai Luan's wing blade was about to sweep across Ha Erta's throat, the latter suddenly crouched low, his short sword sliding along the ice like a viper coiling around Kai Luan's ankle. Damn! Kai Luan's heart tightened. He tried to leap away, but found that Ha Erta's other hand had already grabbed his trouser leg. Get down! Ha Erta exerted force, violently yanking Kai Luan's body hard toward the ground. At the same time, he raised his knee, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the back of Kai Luan's head. At the critical moment, Kai Luan's metal wings suddenly folded backward, the tips of the blades piercing the ice to forcefully halt his downward momentum. Using the recoil, he flipped his body, his feet drawing an arc in the air and landing heavily on the side of Ha Erta's face. Bang! Ha Erta's head was knocked to one side, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. But instead of retreating, he released his grip and threw his short sword like a meteor straight at Kai Luan's heart. Kai Luan's pupils contracted sharply. He could feel the armament haki condensed on the blade, enough to pierce his defense. Instinctively, he shielded his chest with his metal wings while retreating urgently. Thud! The short sword struck precisely at the center of the metal wing. The immense impact sent Kai Luan flying backward again. A deep, bone-deep crack split the alloy of the wing blade, and most of the blue electric arcs extinguished instantly. Cough, cough. Kai Luan crashed into the stone steps of the plaza. This time, even the electric current drive state wavered. He watched Ha Erta pick up the short sword. This is where it ends. Ha Erta gripped the two short swords and walked slowly toward Kai Luan. To have pushed me this far, you can already be proud. Kai Luan's vision began to blur. The side effects of the electric current drive state gradually emerged. Microscopic tears in the muscle fibers of burning pain in his joints. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer, but when he saw the Marine soldiers fighting bloodily nearby and the trusting gazes upon him, a flame of unwillingness ignited once more in his chest. I can't fall here. Kai Luan raised his head sharply, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He began to overdraw the electric current within him. Blue arcs crazily flickered on his skin, even his hair stood on end. Dazzling sparks burst from the cracks in the metal wings, and his whole body emitted an aura like a bomb about to explode. Ha Erta suddenly stopped, his gaze solemn as he looked at Kai Luan. What are you trying to do? Forcibly increasing your power in this state will cause your body to collapse. Kai Luan did not answer. He slowly raised his fist. Armament haki and the electric current began to merge in an unprecedented way. Black and blue intertwined on his fist, forming a bizarre vortex. The air around him distorted, and the metal fragments on the ice levitated again, revolving around him. This is... Surprise flickered in Ha Erta's eyes. He could feel a power far greater than before accumulating. Are you insane? Just as the two were about to collide in a final clash, a deafening roar suddenly came from the sky. Ace. I've come to save you. That shout exploded like a thunderclap, drowning out all the clamor of the battlefield. Everyone instinctively looked up and saw a figure in a straw hat plummeting from the sky, like a cannonball, trailing a string of people behind him. That's... Kai Luan's observation haki caught the other's presence, and shock filled his heart. Munchi D. Lu Fei. He's here too. The Straw Hat Boy's landing point was extremely precise, right in the middle of the execution platform and the ice battlefield. The impact of his landing blasted a huge crater in the ice, sending countless ice shards flying, knocking back both Marines and pirates who were locked in fierce combat. Lu Fei's ace on the execution platform suddenly raised his head, disbelief blazing in his usually calm eyes. You bastard. Why are you here? Lu Fei ignored Ace's accusation. His gaze swept across the battlefield, and when he saw Ace bound to the cross, fury ignited in his eyes. Let Ace go, or I'll smash this whole place to pieces. It's the Straw Hat. The Marine soldiers on the plaza exclaimed in shock. Wasn't he locked up and impelled down? How did he get here? On the deck of the Moby Dick, the captains under Whitebeard were also stunned. Joseph, the 3rd Division commander, scratched his head, looking perplexed. Who is this kid? He seems pretty impressive. Vista, the 5th Division commander, wiped his double swords, his expression turning serious. It's Minchi D. Lu Fei, the guy who took down Crocodile and Moria. Bounty of 300 million berries. How did he suddenly show up? Kai Luan took the chance to catch his breath. The electric current drive state was still maintained, but he no longer overdrew his power. He watched the Straw Hat Boy causing a ruckus on the ice, his heart mixed with conflicting emotions. The boy's appearance had interrupted his fight with Ha Erta, but it also gave him a chance to recover. Crocodile rushed toward Whitebeard trying to seize an advantage, but was kicked away by Lu Fei. Whitebeard looked at him and said, "Get out of the way if you don't want to die." "Shut up." Lu Fei turned his head, grinning widely, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. "I'm Lu Fei, the man who's going to become the Pirate King. Ace is my brother, I have to save him." With that he charged toward the execution platform. "Ha Erta, round 2 begins." Kai Luan shouted instinctively. "You recovered quite fast." Ha Erta's eyes grew even more dangerous. "But it won't change your fate." Just as the two were about to clash, a golden beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, landing precisely between them. "Oh my, it seems things are getting quite lively here." Kizaru appeared in midair, the residual heat of a laser still lingering on his finger. Straw Hat escaping from Impel Down and daring to invade Marineford. "You've got some nerve." Kai Luan Kuan, Vice Admiral Tsuru, orders you to continue your previous mission. Don't worry about this place. Akiji also appeared on the ice nearby, cold spreading from his feet. He was now the main force in the skirmish with Whitebeard. The situation instantly became more chaotic. The Marines' attention was drawn to Lu Fei. The pirates on the ice took the chance to counterattack, and Ha Erta was stopped by Kizaru. Kai Luan stood still looking at the chaotic scene before him, and slowly retracted the electric current drive state. The blue electric arcs gradually subsided, and the cracks in the metal wings buzzed with faint electric currents. He knew this was not the time to settle the score with Ha Erta. He spread his wings once more, shot into the sky, and flew toward the bay wall. Midair, Kai Luan cast his gaze toward the execution platform, where Ace was looking in Lu Fei's direction, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Anger, worry, and a trace of barely perceptible relief. I really don't know how it will turn out anymore." Kai Luan muttered to himself, clenching his fists. The battle on the ice erupted again, this time with several more powerful figures stirring the tide. Kai Luan took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and prepared himself for an even more arduous fight. The instant Kizaru's laser exploded across the ice, Karen suddenly heard the faint metallic scrape behind his ear. As he rolled sideways, Halta's short blade grazed past the tip of his nose and embedded itself into the stone steps, the tassel at the hilt still quivering. "Much obliged, Admiral Kizaru." Karen shouted into the air as his metal wings abruptly unfurled, blue arcs of electricity bursting into blinding radiance across the wing plates. Kizaru's form dissolved into a streak of golden light, his fingertip laser precisely forcing Halta back. Oh my, a young man's carelessness could cost him his life. His leather shoes carved a half arc on the ice, lasers weaving like golden threads of rain into a net. "Now go and do what you must." Karen hesitated no longer. With a violent flap of his metal wings, his body shot skyward like an arrow released from the string. His observation hockey caught the shockwave of Kizaru and Halta's clash. The old man's seemingly casual kicks each landed precisely on the flaws in Halta's short blade, golden light trails weaving an impenetrable barrier across the ice. "I need to hurry." Karen gritted his teeth. Electricity coursed through his metal wings, pushing his speed to the limit. The wind roared past his ears. He could see the chaotic battle on the ice. Luffy was fleeing desperately from Hawkeye's black blade, that sweeping slash nearly grazing his back. At the critical moment, the Straw Hat boy stretched his body, used a rubber arm to pull someone in front of him as a shield, and then propelled himself to the other side with the recoil, the very famous rubber substitute move. Akiji's freezing cold had frozen half the bay, while the remaining pirate ships still clung to the ice like malignant tumors, continuously deploying new forces. The outline of the city wall grew clearer in his vision. Rusty iron fittings were still embedded in the gaps of the mottled stone bricks, and broken spears and halberds lay scattered at the battlements. These discarded metal pieces began to tremble slightly under the pull of Karen's electromagnetic force. Right here, Karen's form suddenly plunged downward, his metal wings brushing past the flagpole atop the wall. The moment his feet touched the rampart, he spread his arms wide, and the electromagnetic force within him surged outward like a tidal wave. The metal objects on the wall suddenly lifted into the air. Broken cannon barrels rolled along the stone bricks, scattered horseshoes clashed in midair, and even the iron rivets embedded in the stone cracks were wrenched out. These chaotic pieces of metal converged before Karen, aligning along the edge of the wall with a screeching friction sound. What is that? What is he going to do? The Marine sentries on the gate tower stared wide-eyed as the metal fragments, as if alive, assembled into 2 parallel steel rails, the gauge exactly matching the earlier scrapped electromagnetic cannon barrel. Cold sweat beaded on Karen's forehead. The muscles of his arms twitched violently from overloading. The previous battle had already drained too much of his stamina. He could feel the metal crystals at the joints of the steel rails fusing anew under the current, the rusted iron glowing with a faint blue luster in the strong magnetic field. The metal molecules on the track surface were forcibly restructured, forming a special structure capable of withstanding ultra-high voltage currents. This required time. The arrangement of every metal fragment could not afford a single error. The precision of the electromagnetic track directly determined the accuracy of the shot. He had to concentrate, fully guiding these metals to assemble according to the blueprint in his mind. All units, attention. Provide cover for Major Karen on the wall. Sengoku's roar echoed across the battlefield through the den mushi. Roger. Several Marine battleships simultaneously turned their cannons, shells raining down like meteors on the pirates attempting to approach the wall. Vice Admiral Momonga's long blade traced a silver arc, cleaving a pirate who had leaped onto the rampart in two. The scalding blood splattered onto the steel rails and instantly evaporated from the heat. Karen's pupils trembled slightly from the current overload. He could hear a faint hum from within the steel rails. The makeshift electromagnetic track was gradually taking shape. The pirate ships on the ice were firing wildly. Shells exploded around the wall, and the rubble and smoke nearly engulfed him. Several times flying shrapnel grazed his arms, leaving searing wounds. But he dared not be distracted. He only gritted his teeth and accelerated the assembly of the metals. Almost. Just a little more time. Karen murmured in his heart. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and landing on the scorching steel rails with a sizzling sound. Finally, as the last metal fragment snapped into the track joint, the entire electromagnetic track emitted a dull hum. Blue currents flowed slowly along the surface of the rails like a colossal blue serpent awakening. Now, Karen stomped hard onto the end of the rail. The moment his feet made contact with the track, the electricity stored within him erupted violently. Crackle! Blue arcs of electricity raced madly along the steel rails, converging at the end of the track into a spinning sphere of light. The entire city wall trembled. The moisture seeping from the stone crevices was instantly ionized into a pale purple mist. The sphere of light grew brighter and brighter. Even the clouds in the sky were dyed an eerie blue. Target the left-wing pirate ships. Karen's roar was hoarse from the electrical shock. His observation hockey locked onto the three largest ships on the ice. The pirates on those ships were using chains to fasten the hulls to the ice, trying to resist the marine bombardment. Explode. With his roar, a blue beam of light howled out from the end of the track like a dragon, instantly crossing hundreds of meters and striking the leftmost pirate ship with pinpoint accuracy. The violent explosion sent towering flames into the sky. The ship's hull shattered like paper under the impact of the electromagnetic cannon, and the flying debris even pierced through the two smaller ships beside it. Incredible. The marine soldiers on the gate tower erupted in thunderous cheers. Karen did not pause. He forcibly twisted the angle of the track. The steel rails groaned under the strange sparks spraying from the joints. A second beam followed, immediately hitting the ammunition hold of the central pirate ship. The chain reaction blasted a huge crater into the ice. One last ship. Karen's vision began to blur. The side effects of the current push mode made his eyes go dark in waves. But when he saw the pirates on that ship aiming a cannon at the wall, a look of resolute determination ignited in his eyes again. Just a little more time. The third beam pierced through the pirate ship's bottom, splitting the entire vessel in two. As the last pirate ship sank into the icy sea, the pirates on the ice lost all reinforcements and fell into the marines' encirclement. Victory! We won! Cheers surged like a tide from the rampart and the plaza. Marine soldiers raised their weapons in celebration, and even the air was filled with the joy of triumph. Karen leaned against the scorching steel rails, panting heavily. His metal wings drooped from exhaustion, the blue arcs on their surface gradually dying out. Just then his observation hockey suddenly caught a familiar aura. The smell of Smoker's cigar smoke mixed with sand, moving rapidly toward the execution platform. Captain Smoker. Karen instinctively looked up. He saw Smoker's figure chasing Luffy like an arrow from a bowstring, his smoke-wreathed fist aiming at the back of the Straw Hat Boy's head with fierce momentum. How dare you harm Luffy-sama? A sharp cry rang out as Empress Hancock appeared like a phantom between the two. Her high-heeled foot, surrounded by a pink heart-shaped aura, struck Smoker squarely in the chest. Bang! Smoker's body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the ice. Even his cigar was sent flying far away. He struggled to get up, only to find a large hole corroded in his chest by the heart aura, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. I forgot about this indiscriminate bastard. Karen's pupils contracted sharply, and a surge of fury welled up in his heart. He knew Smoker's strength well. Without armament hockey, he had been kicked away in one blow. Hancock had clearly not held back. Hancock, are you trying to rebel? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's roar came through the din mushy, and the cheers on the plaza instantly ceased. But Hancock paid no heed. She turned around and looked at Luffy with eyes full of love. Luffy-sama, I will protect you. Luffy, clearly not expecting this situation, scratched his head and grinned broadly. Thank you, Hancock. Luffy-sama is just too adorable. Karen had no time to watch their interaction. His gaze fell on Smoker, who was struggling to rise. This cigar-smoking colonel, always with a cigarette in his mouth, was now clutching his chest, his eyes filled with resentment and anger. So they're pirates after all, lawless and unruly. A thought flashed through Karen's mind. Although Smoker was somewhat aloof, he had always fought alongside Karen and was a comrade worth trusting. Current push. Karen growled low, and the electricity within him erupted again. Blue arcs danced wildly over his body. His metal wings unfurled once more, carrying him in a dive towards Smoker's direction. His speed increased, the wind howling in his ears. He could feel the surrounding scenery blur into streaks. Hancock, your opponent is me. Karen's roar exploded like thunder. Blue arcs of lightning condensed on his fist, and he swung it with fierce momentum at the Empress. Hancock, clearly not expecting a sudden attack, instinctively turned and met Karen's fist with her jade hand clad in pitch-black armament hockey. Bang! The moment fist and jade hand collided, blue arcs and pink aura burst simultaneously. Karen felt a strange force traveling up his arm, as if trying to turn his body to stone. But his own hockey was not to be trifled with, and the blue arcs exploded, instantly shattering the pink aura. Moi! Hancock's eyes flickered with surprise, clearly not expecting Karen to break through her devil fruit ability. In his past life, Karen had seen all kinds of beauties in the era of short videos, and he was disgusted by her actions, so he was even less likely to be bewitched by her. Not wanting to prolong the fight, Karen used the recoil of the clash to spin in the air and land beside Smoker. He helped Smoker up and asked with concern, "Captain Smoker, are you all right?" Smoker coughed a few times, pushed Karen's hand away, and said through gritted teeth, "I'm fine. That woman's ability is a bit strange. Be careful." Karen nodded and turned his gaze back to Hancock. The Empress was staring at him with icy eyes, clearly angered by his attack. "How dare you disturb my time with Luffy-sama? You're asking for death." Hancock's voice pierced Karen like icicles, and the pink aura gathered again, denser than before. Karen clenched his fist, blue arcs leaping over his body. He knew he had to finish this quickly. With his current physical state, it would only get harder. But he felt no fear because behind him were comrades who needed protection, the justice he upheld. "Bring it on, whatever you've got." Karen's roar echoed across the ice, filled with unwavering resolve. Hancock snorted coldly. Her figure vanished from the spot and reappeared right in front of Karen, her jade hand wreathed in pink aura slamming toward his face. Karen's eyes sharpened. His body under the current push state exploded with astonishing speed, narrowly dodging the attack. He counterattacked immediately, his fist wrapped in blue arcs smashing toward Hancock's abdomen. Their figures clashed and separated rapidly across the ice, each exchange accompanied by an eruption of energy. Blue arcs and pink aura intertwined, forming a dazzling, yet dangerous curtain of light. Meanwhile, the situation on the ice shifted again. Without the support of their ships, the pirates on the ice gradually fell into a disadvantage, pressed back step by the marine soldiers. Luffy took the opportunity to break free from Hawkeye's pursuit and charged toward the execution platform. His goal had always been only one, to save Ace. While sparring with Hancock, Karen kept an eye on the changing battlefield. He knew this was no time to relax, the real fight was just beginning. But his heart was filled with confidence because he was not fighting alone. Countless comrades fought side by side with him, a feeling he had never experienced before. He felt the blood in his veins begin to boil. At the instant the pink aura collided with the blue electric arcs, Kailuan suddenly detected a subtle shift in Han Kyuk's presence. The Empress's jade-like hand seemed to strike directly at his face, yet her fingers twisted eerily in midair, causing the pink heart to burst into a myriad of light shards. Not good. When Kailuan's observation Haki caught the danger, those light shards had already attached to his metallic wings like slime mold. Petrification began, the wing segments stuttered in their rotation, and the originally smooth flight trajectory plummeted abruptly. Kailuan hastily shed the petrified wing segments. Seizing that fleeting opportunity, Han Kyuk's figure transformed into a pink-white streak of light, swept over Kailuan's head, and raced toward Lu Fei's direction. Her high heels left a trail of pink footprints on the ice, each step sending shockwaves that blasted away the marine soldiers attempting to block her. "Lord Lu Fei, wait for this concubine." The Empress's cry carried undisguised infatuation, already casting aside her entanglement with Kailuan. Kailuan struggled to pursue, but discovered to his dismay that the side effects from continuously using the electric current propulsion state had fully erupted. The muscles in his limbs ached as if soaked in strong acid, and the scenery before him began to shake violently. "Stop chasing." A large hand reeking of gunpowder pressed down on his shoulder. Simo's voice carried a rough texture. "Your body has reached its limit." Kailuan turned to look, only to see Simo supporting himself with an arm formed of smoke, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes, always half closed, remained sharp. He bit down on a newly lit cigar, the smoke curling into faint gray clouds over the ice. But Kailuan tried to say something, but was interrupted by a violent cough. Blood dripped from his lips onto the ice, instantly freezing into tiny crimson beads. Simoj said nothing more, simply wrapping smoke around Kailuan's waist and half carrying, half dragging him toward the edge of the plaza. Along the way, marine soldiers cleared a path, their gazes toward Kailuan filled with admiration. It was this young man who had destroyed all the pirate ships with his electromagnetic cannon, buying them a chance to catch their breath. "Vice Admiral Tsuru is over there." Simoj tilted his chin toward the shadows beneath the watchtower. Vice Admiral Tsuru was speaking to several messengers, and when she saw them approaching, she signaled to the messenger beside her. "Set him down." The old woman's voice carried a hint of concern. Soon a cook soldier carrying a supply bag hurried over, taking out several pieces of grilled meat wrapped in oil paper and a flask of water. This was arranged in advance. "Meat will help you recover your strength faster. The battle is not over yet, you must learn to preserve yourself." Kailuan was settled onto a rock covered with a military blanket. When he took the oil paper package, the trembling of his fingers nearly made it fall to the ground. Opening the oil paper, a rich aroma of meat instantly wafted out. Smoked cured meat with a faint hint of spices. He wolfed down a large bite. The meat was firm and chewy, the fat melting in his mouth, delivering a full sense of energy. After washing it down with a few gulps of water, he felt much more comfortable. As the warm food slid down his throat into his stomach, a distinct warmth spread rapidly, effectively alleviating the fatigue in his body. He leaned against the rock wall, watching Simoj relight his cigar and walk back toward the battlefield, a surge of unwillingness rising in his heart. "You have already done well." Vice Admiral Tsuru walked up to him, her gaze fixed on the battlefield. "Every ship you destroyed means those pirates will never have the chance to do evil again. At that moment, a terrifying aura suddenly erupted from the ice. That aura, like an invisible storm, spread outward from Lu Fei, choking every marine soldier and pirate in its path, as if an invisible giant hand had seized their throats, sending them collapsing to the ground. This was Conqueror's Haki. Kailuan's observation Haki clearly sensed that this Conqueror's Haki, though not as heavy as Whitebeard's, carried a resolute sharpness that seemed capable of breaking through all obstacles. This is Conqueror's Haki. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes widened in shock. She never expected that this seemingly reckless straw hat boy possessed such a rare gift. Oh, Whitebeard's gaze sharpened abruptly. He felt that familiar yet unfamiliar Conqueror's Haki. This brat also has such talent. He paused for a moment, then suddenly raised his naginata and bellowed like thunder, "My sons, listen up." All members of the Whitebeard pirates stopped their actions, their eyes fixed on their father. Whitebeard's voice resounded like thunder across the battlefield. "From now on, at all costs, give full support to the Straw Hat Boy to rescue Ace." "Yes, father." The members of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in a deafening roar, their eyes blazing with fervor and determination. Josu's diamond body gleamed even brighter. He spun around, using his back to block another slash from Mihawk, shielding Lu Fei from the side. Vista's twin swords danced faster, his silver blade forming an impenetrable net that tightly bound Vice Admiral Momonga, preventing him from approaching Lu Fei. Lucky Ru, wielding his giant gun, launched an even fiercer assault against the marine wall, tearing a gap through the crowd. Kailuan followed Vice Admiral Tsuru's gaze toward the battlefield, his heart sinking heavily. Though the pirate ships had been fully destroyed, the slaughter on the ice had only grown more brutal. The commanders of the Whitebeard pirates descended like tigers, emboldened by Whitebeard's command, their coordination more seamless as they pressed forward toward the execution platform. Josu's diamond body shattered the marine shield formation. Vista's twin swords whirled into a silver cyclone. Even Haruta, who had fought Kailuan earlier, tore through the left flank with several elite pirates. What was more unsettling was that Whitebeard, despite his severe injuries, stood even taller amidst the smoke, his naginata stirring tremors in the ice with every swing. Kailuan could even see cracks spiderwebbing across the ice wall created by Aokiji, with seawater seeping through the cracks at a visible rate. "Sir, we can't hold on much longer." A lookout on the watchtower cried out in panic. Before his voice faded, Whitebeard's fist slammed into the air again. This time there was no earth-shattering roar, only a strange ripple spreading through space. The Marines on Lu Fei's left were sent flying by the blow. Truly the world's strongest man. Kizaru appeared in midair, his pupils contracting as he watched the fractured space. The laser he had gathered at his fingertips dissipated before it could be fired, shattered by the shockwave Whitebeard casually unleashed. Kailuan's observation Haki captured a more alarming sight. Lu Fei was being escorted by a group of commander-level pirates advancing rapidly toward the execution platform under the full protection of the Whitebeard pirates. Crocodile had even helped Lu Fei block Mihawk's slash, while Vista entangled Vice Admiral Momonga, who had come to reinforce. Even Lucky Ru, always wearing sunglasses, blasted open the marine ranks with his giant gun. These guys, are they so desperate to shield the Straw Hat Boy? Kailuan clenched his fists involuntarily. In his past life, watching the anime had made his blood boil, but now standing on the marine side, he was frantic with urgency, wishing he could blast each pirate in the face with an electromagnetic cannon. He finally understood Akainu's justice, no longer harboring doubts. On the execution platform, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's expression was as grim as iron. He gripped the Den Den Mushi, issuing orders in a low voice. "Pull the three admirals back. Defend the platform at all costs." But by then the battlefield had become a boiling chaos. The three admirals were too occupied, personally held back by Whitebeard. The mountain-like figure stood as an insurmountable barrier, each punch forcing Akainu to retreat step by step. At that moment, Lu Fei suddenly burst out of the chaos, finally charging up the path to the execution platform created by the little crab Inazuma, using his scissors fruit ability, shooting toward the stairs like a cannonball. Then a figure stepped out to block his way, the ever-silent Garp. "Grandpa." Lu Fei's roar carried complex emotions, both familial attachment and the resolute determination to save his brother. Garp's body trembled slightly, his eyes flickering with intense emotion. "If you want to pass here, you'll have to go over my dead body." He looked at this grandson he had raised with beatings since childhood, at the face bearing a faint resemblance to dragon stubbornness written all over it, yet he shouted. "Moved?" Lu Fei's fist wrapped in red steam slammed into Garp's face with a whistling wind. Time seemed to stand still. All eyes in the plaza focused on this grandfather and grandson, even the sounds of battle unconsciously dimming. Kailuan could clearly hear his own heartbeat and Vice Admiral Tsuru's suddenly heavier breathing. Garp's fists clenched at his sides, his knuckles white to the point of breaking. But in the instant the fist was about to strike his face, the arm of this legendary marine hero who had chased the Pirate King across the seas dropped eerily. Bang! A dull thud echoed across the platform. Lu Fei's fist struck Garp's face squarely, and the old marine's massive body was actually sent flying, crashing heavily at the base of the platform. Vice Admiral Garp. "Grandpa!" Exclamations and shouts erupted simultaneously. Kailuan's eyes widened in disbelief at what his observation Haki perceived. Garp had not used armament Haki at all, and had even actively released most of the force upon impact. This seemingly impossible turn of events became the last straw. Seizing the moment of Marine soldiers' stunned hesitation, Lu Fei had already rushed up the stairs to stand before Ace. Ace. The Straw Hat Boy's hand pressed against the sea-stone handcuffs, trying to unlock them with a key. I've come to save you. Lu Fei, you bastard. Ace's face showed disbelief, yet his eyes uncontrollably reddened. At that moment, Whitebeard's voice thundered like a thunderclap. Marco. Understood. The blue flames of the Phoenix suddenly swept across the battlefield, ready to rendezvous with them. Don't even think about it. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's figure expanded into a giant Buddha form, a golden shockwave blasting toward the two. Lu Fei used his giant balloon technique in third gear to stop the attack, and the execution platform collapsed as well. But it was already too late. With a crisp click, the sea-stone handcuffs snapped open. Ace flexed his numb wrists, flames surging around his fists, the pent-up anger and power unleashed. Flame Emperor. A colossal fireball like a miniature sun blazed above the platform, instantly consuming Sengoku's shockwave. Ace grabbed Lu Fei's hand, leaping off the platform under the cover of flames, landing on the ice with a shower of sparks. Ace. Brother Ace. The cheers of the Whitebeard pirates swept across the battlefield like a tidal wave. Countless pirates charged as if injected with adrenaline, even the exhausted ones exploding with astonishing combat power. Kyloin leaned against the rock wall, taking another large bite of grilled meat, watching the fiery red figure freed from its bonds, his heart a mix of emotions. He thought of the pirate ships he had destroyed, the bitter battle with Haruta, and the corpses now scattered across the ice. All these efforts had ultimately failed to prevent this moment. The war has only just begun. Vice Admiral Tsuru's sigh carried deep exhaustion. She signaled to the messenger. Notify everyone who can still fight to hold the plaza defense line. We must keep them all here. Simo's smoke condensed into a barrier at the edge of the plaza, blocking the pirates' first wave. He glanced back toward the execution platform, the ember of his cigar flickering in the icy mist. Kyloin struggled to rise, but Vice Admiral Tsuru gently pressed his shoulder. The old woman pointed to the remaining half of the grilled meat in his hand. Finish eating this, you recover faster. In the coming battle, I'll need you as a surprise trump card. Stay in peak condition. Kyloin nodded, devouring the rest of the meat and draining the water. The energy from the meat was significant. He felt his stamina returning, the ache in his muscles easing, and the electric current within him beginning to flow smoothly again. On the ice, Ace's flames and Whitebeard's shockwaves echoed each other, forming two intertwining torrents of energy. Lu Fei's rubber fists kept smashing through the marine formations, while Marco's Phoenix flames acted as the most reliable shield. These three figures wove through the chaotic battlefield, moving toward the direction of the Moby Dick. Sengoku's golden Buddha form roared on the platform, Akanu's magma spread along the ice, and Kizaru's lasers rained down like a storm. The full force of the three admirals turned the sky into a tricolor spectacle, but the pirates' charge showed no sign of slowing. Kyloin closed his eyes, regulating his breath, letting the energy from the meat flow better through his body. He could feel his body seeming to master life, return his power quickly returning, and the flow of magnetic field electricity becoming smoother. When he opened his eyes again, his pupils reflected the ever-expanding flames of war on the ice and the distant, gradually approaching colossal figure. Whitebeard was walking toward the execution platform, each step shaking the very foundations of Marineford. This war, which would determine the course of the era, had finally reached its most critical turning point, and he was ready to rejoin the tide. The fragments of ice on the surface were stained dark crimson, each collision sending up a spray of icy crystals mixed with blood foam. Whitebeard's Naginata traced a heavy arc through the smoke-filled air, and the sharp howl of shockwaves tearing the air was always accompanied by his suppressed coughing. Karen stood beneath the watchtower, watching the mountain-like figure suddenly stumble half a step. The wound on his chest was gushing black-red blood, the penetrating wound left by Akainu's magma. Puffs. Marco's Phoenix flames swept across the battlefield, trying to approach Whitebeard, but were forced back by Kizaru's laser. Blue flames collided with golden beams, exploding into a sky full of sparks. Whitebeard raised his hand to wipe the blood foam from the corner of his mouth, his Naginata striking the ice with a dull thud. His gaze swept across the chaotic battlefield. His sons, who had followed him for years, were falling one after another. Josu's diamond arm was covered in cracks, Vista's twin swords were reduced to a single blade, and even the bravest Haruta was entangled by several Marine vice admirals, the blood on his short knife already congealed into black scabs. Enough! Whitebeard's voice, transmitted through the Gura Nomi, echoed across the battlefield with unprecedented weariness. My era should end. He suddenly raised his Naginata high, the blade's tremor causing the surrounding ice to crack. Listen to me, all my sons. This is your Pop's final order. Since the rescue is already done, I will cover everyone's retreat. Pops, we won't go. The pirates' shouts rose and fell, but were drowned out by Whitebeard's even louder roar. I am a relic of the old era. The new world has no ship that can carry me. His gaze became sharp as an eagle's. Marco, take Ace and the others and live on. Create your own era. The Naginata slammed into the ice, sending out a violent shockwave from his center that blasted apart both the marine and pirate formations. Whitebeard's figure grew, even more towering in the smoke and dust, standing alone before all pursuers like an insurmountable reef. Karen's heart suddenly tightened. He could feel the life force within Whitebeard draining away rapidly, every breath carrying the sound of shattered internal organs. Yet the aura of the world's strongest man burned more fiercely than ever. Just then, Akainu's figure suddenly burst from the magma, his scorching fist wreathed in black smoke, striking at Luffy, who was covering Ace's retreat. Die together, you criminal bloodline. Ace's flames exploded violently, his body rushing like a fire meteor before Luffy. The moment their fists collided, magma and flame erupted into a mushroom cloud, the shockwave melting the surrounding ice into steaming puddles. Ace's roar was filled with panic. He saw Whitebeard suddenly appear behind Akainu, the Naginata slicing with its last strength toward the Marine Admiral's neck, but halting 3 inches from the target. Karen's pupils contracted sharply. He had waited too long for this moment. The opening Whitebeard had shown to protect Ace was the chance to destroy the world's strongest man. The metal wings had already unfolded behind him, blue electric arcs crackling across the electromagnetic rails formed by the wing segments. Under the electromagnetic force, they reactivated and countless metal fragments began to spin along the rails, emitting a piercing hum. Karen stood at the end of the rails, channeling every bit of electromagnetic force within him without reserve. This was the strongest strike he could deliver. The blue beam pierced through layer upon layer of smoke like a spear spanning heaven and earth, striking Whitebeard's abdomen with precision. The moment the beam passed through his body, the trail of blood carved a strange arc in the sunlight, staining even the distant clouds of faint red. Whitebeard let out a muffled groan of pain, his massive body swaying, and one knee slammed heavily onto the ice. The Naginata kept him from falling, but its tremor grew weaker and weaker. Karen stood atop the city wall, watching the figure that had never yielded, kneeling for the first time, feeling no joy in his heart, only an indescribable shock. He's still not dead. His observation Haki clearly sensed that Whitebeard's injuries were unimaginably severe. The internal organs in his abdominal cavity were almost completely destroyed by the beam, yet he still hadn't fallen. What is this guy made of? Karen muttered, his metal wings drooping from exhaustion. The battle on the ice fell into a strange standstill. Everyone watched Whitebeard on one knee. The Marines' cheers died in their throats, and the pirates' shouts turned into sobs. Akainu seized the opportunity to break free from Ace's entanglement. His magma arm pierced through the flames and grabbed Luffy by the neck. I'll finish you first. Ace's roar was filled with despair. Flames condensed into a spiral spear, thrusting recklessly toward Akainu's back. Foolish, Akainu sneered. Without turning his head, his other arm suddenly transformed into a magma fist, thrusting out from under Luffy's armpit and striking Ace's chest with precision. The sound of magma piercing flesh was especially sharp in the silent battlefield. Ace's body froze, his flames dimming rapidly, the light in his pupils like a candle in the wind. Luffy's heart-wrenching scream tore through the air, his body writhing, but unable to escape Akainu's grip. Akainu pulled his fist from Ace's body, dripping with hot blood. The criminal bloodline must be severed. His gaze turned to Luffy again, the temperature of his magma fist rising. No way. Marco's phoenix flames finally arrived, slamming into Akainu and sending him flying, his blue wings wrapping tightly around Luffy and Ace. He looked at the growing blackened hole in Ace's chest, his eyes instantly reddening. Quick, heal him. There's still hope. Ace shook his head weakly, raising his hand to grab Luffy's wrist. His lips moved as if to say something, but in the end he could only force a faint smile. The moment his flames completely extinguished, his body went limp and fell like ashes that had burned out. Luffy's cry was like that of a wounded beast, his conqueror's haki erupting uncontrollably, blasting the surrounding Marines in all directions. Just then a burst of arrogant laughter came from the edge of the battlefield. What a splendid performance. Blackbeard Teach emerged from the shadows, followed by Burgess Lafitte and other commanders. His hands were in his pockets, looking at the fallen Whitebeard, and Ace greed flickering in his eyes, the world's strongest man. Now, it all belongs to me. The Marines' cheers abruptly stopped. Admiral Sengoku's great Buddha form turned sharply, his golden eyes locking onto Blackbeard. Marshal D. Teach. What do you mean? Zihaha. Blackbeard spread his arms, revealing the cross-shaped scar on his chest. I've come to claim what's mine. His gaze fell on Whitebeard. Pops your power. Let me inherit it. Whitebeard slowly raised his head, a sudden burst of brilliance flashing in his clouded eyes. With his last shred of strength, he grabbed Blackbeard's collar, his voice hoarse, yet commanding. You traitor. Too late to say that now. Blackbeard's hand thrust toward Whitebeard's chest, the power of the Yami Yami no Mi activating, black smoke swirling around him. The power of the Gura no Mi is mine. Karen stood atop the city wall, watching this chaotic scene, suddenly feeling a bone-chilling cold. Whitebeard's fall to one knee, Ace's collapse, Blackbeard's arrival. This war was spiraling in an even more unpredictable direction. The arcs on the metal wings gradually died out, and Karen clenched his fists. He knew the real storm had only just begun. The moment Blackbeard's palm was about to touch Whitebeard's chest, the Naginata suddenly swept across with a whistling sound. That seemingly feeble blade light harbored the power to tear heaven and earth apart. Blackbeard hastily sidestepped to dodge, but his right shoulder was still slashed open by the blade, revealing a deep wound that reached the bone. Hoochie! The sound of the blade cutting through flesh was particularly piercing, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Blackbeard staggered back several steps, staring in disbelief at his shoulder streaming with blood. The searing pain made him grit his teeth and let out a scream on the ground. Teach! Whitebeard slowly rose to his feet, leaning on his Naginata. His turbid eyes burned with the last embers of fury, and every word he uttered brought forth a string of blood bubbles. You are not the one Roger is waiting for. Blackbeard's officers immediately encircled them. Burgess raised his giant axe to charge, but Lafitte firmly held him back. The former Marine Vice Admiral shook his head, his face pale. Don't be impulsive. That old man is having a final burst of life. Whitebeard paid no attention to the commotion around him. His gaze passed over the crowd and landed on Akainu's smoking fist. The Marine Admiral was clutching his right shoulder, torn by the shockwave. Magma continuously flowed from the wound, yet it could not heal the deep, bone-reaching gash, a mark left by Whitebeard's exchange of injuries. Sakazuki. Whitebeard suddenly laughed, the laughter carrying bubbles of blood. Let's settle this. Akainu's pupils abruptly contracted. He could sense that Whitebeard's life force was draining at an astonishing speed, yet his haki was more terrifying than ever. Even now the Marine Admiral did not retreat a single step. Magma coalesced beneath his feet into a thick barrier. Pops. Marco's flames swept across the battlefield, his blue wings carried Luffy toward the distance. We have to go. Whitebeard did not turn back. He slowly rotated his Naginata. The sound of the blade grinding against the ice was like the whisper of death, and the entire Marine fort began to tremble slightly. Bricks and stones fell from the city walls, and the remains of the execution platform groaned under the strain. The old era should come to an end. Whitebeard's figure grew even more imposing amid the smoke. He suddenly thrust his Naginata into the ice, and his scarred right fist slowly clenched. But not by you. The power of the Gura Gura no Mi was unleashed without reservation. There was no earth-shattering sound, only a ripple that altered the color of heaven and earth spreading from Whitebeard's body. Standing at the top of the watchtower, Karen saw the granite beneath his feet begin to crack, like a spiderweb. In the distance, waves hundreds of meters high surged in the bay, and even the clouds in the sky were shattered into fragments. Not good. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's giant Buddha form erupted in golden light, attempting to counter the shockwave with his own blast. But he was forced back repeatedly by the overwhelming force. He wants to destroy all of Marineford. Akainu's magma barrier shattered upon contact with the shockwave. He stared at Whitebeard's blood-stained face and suddenly realized what the old man intended to do. This dying elder was using his last strength to blast a path of escape for the pirates. Don't even think about it. Akainu roared, turning into a torrent of magma, charging recklessly at Whitebeard. Die with me. Whitebeard grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth. He did not dodge. Instead, he stepped forward to meet the magma torrent. His right fist, gathering every ounce of his remaining strength, imbued with a world-destroying tremor, slammed viciously into Akainu's chest. Whew! Magma pierced through Whitebeard's chest, sending charred bone fragments onto the ice. Almost at the same time, Whitebeard's heavy punch also landed solidly on Akainu. The shockwave spread along Akainu's body, shattering the space in front of his chest. The sound of breaking bones was clearly audible. Ugh! Two cries of pain rang out simultaneously. Akainu's magma body was flung away by the shockwave, crashing heavily into the dome of Marine headquarters, smashing a huge hole in that symbol of justice. Whitebeard remained in his punching posture, blood gushing from his wounds like fountains, and finally fell backward slowly. Boom. The moment Whitebeard's body slammed onto the ice, the very foundation of Marineford shattered completely. The main building of Marine headquarters collapsed like a tower of blocks, pushed over by a giant. The cliffs at the edge of the plaza fell into the sea, raising massive waves that submerged a third of the ice layer. The originally tight encirclement was torn open by a gap over 100 meters wide. The flood of seawater pouring in completely scattered the formations of both Marines and pirates. Pops! The cries of the pirates echoed through the ruins. Jozu used his diamond body to shield several severely injured comrades, looking at the figure that would never rise again, tears mingling with blood flowing down his face. Standing on the swaying watchtower, Karen watched as Whitebeard's chest stopped, heaving, a complex emotion welling up inside him that was hard to describe. This Yonko, who had destroyed countless Marine bases, now used his own death to draw the most tragic conclusion to this war. Just then Whitebeard's throat suddenly moved. His eyes struggled to open a slit, and his gaze seemed to pierce through layers of smoke, looking toward the distant New World. Roger. His lips moved, and then his voice suddenly rose, shouting clearly across the entire battlefield, and through the den mushi it spread across the world. One Piece is real. As the last syllable faded into the wind, Whitebeard's arm finally dropped. The figure that had once stirred the storms lost all signs of life amid the swirling smoke. Whitebeard is dead. The strongest man in the world has fallen. The battlefield fell into an eerie silence, broken only by the sounds of collapsing ruins and the roar of the waves. Marine soldiers looked at each other, the joy of victory replaced by a strange emptiness. The surviving pirates knelt on the ice, bowing before Whitebeard's corpse. An untimely laugh shattered the silence. Blackbeard crawled out of the ruins. The wound on his right shoulder had been stopped by some eerie power. His right hand waved a plume of black smoke enveloping Whitebeard and the area around him. His eyes blazed with fanatical light. It's over. Everything is over. Blackbeard spread his arms and laughed loudly beside Whitebeard's corpse. From today, I am the strongest in the world. He and Whitebeard's corpse sank together into the black smoke. Stop him! Fleet Admiral Sengoku shouted, and nearby Marines rushed forward. Meanwhile, Blackbeard's officers fought desperately to buy him time. Karen mustered his remaining strength ready to fire another electromagnetic cannon, but everything was pitch black, and even his observation haki could not sense the target. Karen clenched his fist knowing that his haki was still too weak. Aya! Blackbeard let out a scream of pain and excitement. His figure finally appeared in a patch of black smoke punching the void. Karen's observation haki captured a terrifying force spreading, the power of Whitebeard's Gura Gura no Mi. What is that? A marine soldier pointed at Blackbeard in terror. How can he possess two devil fruit abilities at once? Fleet Admiral Sengoku's face was as grim as iron. It's the power of the Yami Yami no Mi. That bastard can actually devour others' devil fruit abilities. Blackbeard looked down at his hands, then suddenly punched the ground again. As the shockwave spread, the already collapsed ruins sank, once more forming a giant crater a kilometer in diameter. Seawater spurted from the cracks, pulling corpses and ice fragments into a whirlpool. See, Blackbeard's laughter thundered. This is the power of the strongest in the world. His gaze swept over the panicked Marines, finally landing on Sengoku. Old man in this Marine Ford now, who can stop me? My era has come. Karen clenched his fist. He looked at Blackbeard's smug face, then at the Marine corpses around him, a surge of intense anger rising within him. Despite all his efforts, he had allowed this despicable scoundrel to usurp that power. This would become a major threat in the future. Blackbeard turned his head and spotted the young man standing atop the watchtower. A cruel smile spread across his face. Electromagnetic boy. Perfect, let me have you taste the new power. He raised his hand and punched toward the watchtower. The invisible shockwave arrived instantly. The tower beneath Karen's feet snapped and fell, sending him tumbling toward the ruins. In the moment of weightlessness, Karen saw a distant scene: Marco carrying Luffy rushing through the gap, torn by the seawater, the survivors of the Whitebeard pirates fighting their way along that bloodstained path, Akainu lying under the collapsed dome, magma still oozing from his chest wound, and Blackbeard's figure growing ever larger amid the ruins like a demon about to devour the world. Then a fist wreathed in the familiar armament haki smashed the falling rocks in front of Karen. A hand grabbed him. The feeling was eerily familiar. Vice Admiral Garp. Karen exclaimed. Garp laughed heartily. Kid, I've saved you again. You've done well. Rest now. Leave it to an old man like me. With that, his eyes turned sharp as he stared at Blackbeard. Teach. I'm burning with rage right now. You'd better hold on for a while, Teach. Garp Teach's expression became serious, but his eyes darted around as if scheming something. The golden Buddha palm of the Marine Fleet Admiral hovered in midair, the shockwave gathering in its palm enough to level half the ruins. He watched Blackbeard's maniacal laughter amidst the tremors, then turned his gaze to the gap, torn open by the sea. Marco was leading the surviving members of the Whitebeard pirates in a breakout, blue flames trailing long ribbons of light across the ocean surface. All units, listen up. Sengoku's voice boomed through the den mushi across the battlefield, every word carrying an unyielding authority. Abandon pursuit of Blackbeard. Focus all efforts on sealing the gap. At all costs. At that moment, a small figure suddenly dashed out from the Marine ranks, standing before Akainu. It was Kobe. His uniform was already blackened by gunpowder smoke, his face still bearing traces of tears, yet his arms were spread wide, blocking the path of Akainu, who was about to pursue the pirates. We can't fight anymore. Kobe's voice was choked with sobs, but unshakably firm. Too many have already died. Whitebeard is dead, Ace is dead. Why must the killing continue? Akainu's magma fist halted above Kobe's head, the scorching heat causing the boy's hair to rustle wildly. The Admiral's eyes were as sharp as poison blades. What did you say? A disgrace to the Marines. I said stop the fighting. Kobe faced the heat of the magma, stubbornly lifting his head, even as tears streamed down his face. Those pirates are already retreating. They're not attacking anymore. Continuing the slaughter is meaningless. We've already won, haven't we? Won. Akainu's laughter carried cruelty. Mercy toward pirates is a betrayal of justice. His magma fist slowly descended. A waste like you doesn't deserve to wear this uniform. Kobe closed his eyes but did not step back. The surrounding Marines held their breath, none daring to intervene against the enraged Akainu. Clang. The sharp sound of metal striking rang out. Kobe opened his eyes to see a rapier blocking the blow above his head, the blade smoking from the magma's heat. Shanks had appeared before him, his empty left sleeve fluttering in the wind. Sakazuki, Shanks said, his voice calm, yet commanding. Killing a child is not what a strong person should do. Akainu withdrew his magma fist abruptly, his fury nearly tangible. Red Hair, are you meddling in Marine affairs now? I'm not meddling, Shanks replied, sheathing his rapier and shielding Kobe behind him. I simply want to protect this brave young man. He's right. The war should end. As he spoke, an indescribable pressure erupted from Shanks, radiating outward. It was not the brute force of the tremor fruit nor the scorching heat of the magma fruit, but a pure supreme haki that transcended all. Karen collapsed among the ruins, suddenly found himself unable to move. Everyone within the range of his observation haki felt as if an invisible giant hand had gripped their throats, making even breathing difficult. Ugh! Help! Cries of agony rose and fell amidst the debris. Marine soldiers collapsed like cut wheat, and even some field-grade officers fell to their knees, pale-faced. Only those above the rank of Rear Admiral could barely remain standing. Blackbeard's officers struggled to hold on, but Blackbeard himself stood firm. This, Conqueror's haki. Sengoku's Buddha palm involuntarily lost its radiance, his golden eyes filled with shock. And, at this level, Karen, lying on a twisted piece of rebar, felt his internal organs trembling. He had experienced Conqueror's haki from Luffy, and felt the pressure of a powerhouse from Whitebeard, but this haki was like a deep-sea vortex carrying a majesty that instilled fear from the depths of one's soul. Suddenly massive waves rose on the sea, and the red ship of the Red Hair Pirates emerged, breaking through the cloud-like spray. The skull and crossbones on its sail was strikingly clear under the setting sun, a straw hat with crossed swords on either side. It's the Red Hair Pirates. A Yonko. Shanks. The surviving Marines cried out in terror. Karen looked up at Shanks's scarred face, suddenly understanding the source of that overwhelming Conqueror's haki. Shanks's gaze swept over the devastated Marineford, finally resting on Sengoku. Without a word, he gave a slight nod, and the earth-shattering Conqueror's haki receded like a tide. Red Hair. Sengoku's voice carried complex emotions. Do you intend to intervene in this war? Shanks ignored Kobe's grateful look as he leaped onto the beach, the ice beneath his feet melting silently as he landed. He walked to Whitebeard's body, bent down, and closed the old friend's staring eyes, his movements filled with unspoken reverence. I'm not here to intervene. Shanks's voice was calm, but carried an undeniable authority. I'm here to end this war. He turned to Blackbeard. Teach, you've already gained what you wanted. It's time to leave. Blackbeard stared at Shanks's empty left arm, greed and wariness warring in his eyes. The Conqueror's haki from moments ago had made it clear that this man was beyond his current ability to challenge. With a snort, he and his officers vanished into the ruins as black smoke. Shanks then turned to Sengoku. Fleet Admiral Whitebeard is dead. Ace is gone. Continuing the fight serves no purpose. He pointed at the fleeing Whitebeard pirates. Let them go. Impossible, a vice admiral shouted, stepping forward. They destroyed Marineford, killed so many of our comrades. Swish. A blade of light flashed, and the vice admiral's cap fell to the ground, a clean layer of hair sliced from his head. Shanks had drawn his rapier, the blade gleaming coldly in the dying sun. I don't want more unnecessary sacrifices. Shanks's eyes sharpened. Sengoku, you should understand that continuing the war will only cost the Marines more. I hope you can give me this face. His sincere words carried unparalleled authority. Sengoku remained silent. He looked at the surviving Marines, some with missing arms, some blinded, many just sitting blankly in pools of blood, their faces etched with numbness and fear. The sirens of medical ships echoed in the distance, stretchers carrying the wounded shuttled back and forth, white bandages quickly stained red. Sigh. Finally Sengoku sighed, and ordered through the den mushy, open all passages. Let the pirates leave. Fleet Admiral, we can't let them go. Some Marine officers protested vehemently, but Sengoku silenced them with a stern look. This is an order. Shanks watched the Whitebeard pirates seize the opportunity to break out, a barely perceptible sigh crossing his face. It's over. Shanks sheathed his rapier and turned toward his ship. Leave the rest to the new era. When the Red Hair Pirate's ship vanished over the horizon, Marineford finally fell silent. Only the sound of collapsing ruins, the groans of the wounded, and the mournful crash of waves against the shattered shore remained. Karen felt his eyelids growing heavy. His metal wings had lost their luster, the electric current within him, as faint as a candle flame, the wound on his chest torn open again from the fall, blood soaking through his damaged uniform. He watched medics rushing toward him with a stretcher, his vision gradually blurred. When he awoke again, the harsh white light made him instinctively squint. The smell of disinfectant filled his nostrils. An IV was attached to his right arm, clear liquid slowly dripping into his veins. Outside the window came the sound of waves, and sunlight cast warm patches on the blanket through the porthole. A female soldier in a white nurse's uniform was organizing medical trays. She noticed he was awake and set down her things. You're awake. How do you feel? Any discomfort? Karen moved his fingers, his throat too dry to speak. The nurse quickly poured a glass of warm water and moistened his lips with a cotton swab. Take it easy. You have 60 muscle tears throughout your body, 3 broken ribs, and some internal organ damage. Waking up within 3 days is already a miracle. As she recorded data, she said, Vice Admiral Tsuru specifically instructed that we notify her when you awaken. She should be here soon. Karen tried to nod, but the movement pulled at his chest wound, causing him to suck in a sharp breath. The nurse quickly held him down. Don't move. The doctor says you need at least a month of rest before you can get out of bed. She pointed to the newspaper on the bedside table. This is today's paper. You can read it to catch up on things. The front page featured a black and white photo of Whitebeard with a bold headline. The world's strongest man falls, the great age of pirates faces a sea change. Inside, detailed reports on the casualties of the Paramount War. The Marines had suffered over half casualties, 2/3 of Marineford destroyed. The Whitebeard pirates had fared even worse, with fewer than 20% escaping, crippling their Yonko foundation. Before long, the war door opened softly, and Vice Admiral Tsuru entered. She sat in the chair by the bed, her gaze on Karen. Recovering well, better than expected. Thanks to your electromagnetic cannon. Tsuru's voice carried a hint of emotion. They couldn't get reinforcements in time, and their retreat was cut off. Their main force was almost annihilated. If not for the commanders like Jozu and Vista still there, they might have been swallowed by other powers. Karen looked at the shocking numbers in the newspaper, feeling no joy of victory, only a heavy weariness. He recalled Whitebeard's final words. One Piece is real. Remembered Luffy's heart-wrenching cries when Ace fell, the scar across Shanks's face, and the young Kobe who had dared to face Akainu, a bitter taste rising in his mouth. Is the war really over? Karen asked softly, his voice hoarse. Tsuru put down the fruit she was holding and gazed out at the sea. It's over, but a new storm is already brewing. Her eyes grew deep. Whitebeard is dead, but Blackbeard Teach has gained a tremor fruit, and Shanks intervened in the war. This sea is about to change. A medic came in to change the dressing, carefully peeling back the gauze from Karen's chest. The wound was beginning to heal, showing a healthy pink. Karen looked at his bandaged hands, as if he could still feel the recoil of firing the electromagnetic cannon, the sensation of hitting Whitebeard's flesh. Rest well, Tsuru said, rising. You've done great service this time. The Fleet Admiral and the Admirals have nothing but praise for you. When you recover, there are greater responsibilities waiting. After she left, the ward fell silent again. Karen closed his eyes, but he couldn't stop the battlefield images from replaying in his mind. The blood on the ice, the fires in the ruins, and the young faces that would remain forever at Marineford. After an unknown time, he heard the cry of seagulls outside the window. Karen opened his eyes and looked at the vast blue sea, suddenly recalling Shanks's words, "Leave the rest to the new era." He didn't know what that new era would be like, nor what role he would play in it. But he knew that when he set foot on the battlefield again, he had to become stronger. Because time was running out. After Luffy's 2-year training, the world's power dynamics would undergo a drastic change. He had to hurry. The sea breeze laden with a salty tang drifted through the hospital window as Karen stood gazing at the ships slowly entering the temporary port of Marineford. Thanks to his comprehension of life, a month of recuperation had nearly healed his injuries. The scar on his chest had faded to a pale pink mark, and his metal wings gleamed with a fresh blue luster in the sunlight, reforged by the craftsman based on combat feedback. "Lieutenant Karen, someone is here to see you." A nurse's voice came from the doorway as she stepped aside to reveal the figure behind her. Karen turned to see Vice Admiral Tsuru standing at the door in her crisp, white uniform, holding a dark red velvet box. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle halo around her silver-white hair. Recovering nicely. Vice Admiral Tsuru entered the room, her gaze sweeping over the scar on his chest before settling on his metal wings. "The craftsmen say those wings of yours are practically works of art. Question is whether they'll hold up in actual combat." Karen smiled, about to speak, when Vice Admiral Tsuru opened the velvet box. Inside lay a golden Rear Admiral's insignia alongside a commission bearing the Fleet Admiral's seal. "Lieutenant Karen, you rendered distinguished service during this major incident. By special order of the Fleet Admiral, you are hereby promoted to the rank of Rear Admiral." Vice Admiral Tsuru picked up the commission, her voice carrying an undeniable authority. "From today you are transferred to the General Staff under my direct command." Karen took the commission, his fingertips trembling slightly as they touched the paper. He had been only a lieutenant before, now he was a Rear Admiral of the Marines. This 2-rank promotion was not merely an honor, but a heavy responsibility. "This insignia is only the beginning. We all believe you have the makings of an admiral." Vice Admiral Tsuru placed the golden emblem in his palm. "I look forward to that day." Karen clenched the insignia, snapped to attention, and saluted. "Understood. Pack up. The staff office is not far from here, we'll walk." Vice Admiral Tsuru walked to the window, gazing at the rebuilding Marineford. "Let you see what Marineford looks like now." Standing before the mirror in his new uniform, Karen personally pinned the Rear Admiral's insignia to his shoulder. The cool touch of metal revitalized him. The young face in the mirror still bore traces of inexperience, yet held an unshakable resolve. He gently traced the scar on his body where the marks of his previous battle still seemed to linger, medals of his growth. In the distant plaza, a few soldiers who had recovered from their wounds were patrolling. When they saw Karen, they immediately came to attention and saluted, their eyes filled with undisguised admiration. During the Paramount War, many had witnessed this young man single-handedly destroy all the pirate ships with his electromagnetic cannons, altering the course of the battle. "Rear Admiral." A soldier jogged up and handed him a latest report. "This is a summary of key events during your hospitalization." Karen flipped open the report, his eyes quickly skimming a piece of news. Straw Hat Luffy stormed Marineford, rang the Ox Bell 16 times, and departed. He did not dwell on it, promptly shifting his focus to other military matters. The two walked side by side through the reconstruction of Marineford, the scenes along the way stirring deep emotions in Karen. Collapsed walls were being rebuilt. A temporary command tower had risen from the ruins of Marine headquarters. Craftsmen toiled on scaffolds, and the roar of cranes echoed endlessly. Only the gate of justice, half shattered by Whitebeard, remained as it was at the war's end, silently recounting the brutal carnage. "Did you hear? The new Fleet Admiral officially assumed office today. Is it Akainu? What about Fleet Admiral Sengoku? I heard he retired. And Admiral Akiji apparently disagreed with the new Fleet Admiral, has already left Marineford." Overhearing the soldiers' murmurs from the roadside, Karen's heart sank. He recalled the original timeline. After Sengoku stepped down, Akainu and Akiji fought a duel to determine the new Fleet Admiral. They stopped before a temporary white building. The guards at the entrance immediately saluted Vice Admiral Tsuru. "Vice Admiral." When their eyes fell on Karen's insignia, they paused in surprise before snapping to attention. "Rear Admiral." Inside the staff office's conference room, several staff officers were organizing documents. Vice Admiral Tsuru took the seat at the head of the table, holding a thick report. Seeing Karen enter, she set down her pen. "Have a seat. I'll brief you on your upcoming arrangements." The large screen in the conference room displayed a world map with many islands marked by red circles. Vice Admiral Tsuru tapped those markers with her finger. These were all territories of the Whitebeard pirates. Now their power vacuum's up for grabs. But for now you don't need to worry about that. She shifted tone, her gaze turning serious. With the current unrest, improving your combat strength is the top priority. I've already spoken with Garp and Sengoku. For the time being you won't handle any military affairs. Devote yourself entirely to training. Surprised Karen listened as Vice Admiral Tsuru continued. They've both retired to the second line and are training new recruits. With their guidance your strength will improve systematically. More important than handling any urgent matters. When the world military draft begins I'll call you back to help. A warm current surged through Karen's heart. He nodded solemnly in agreement. He understood that Vice Admiral Tsuru had secured precious time for his growth. In this era of rising powerhouses only strength was the most reliable foundation. By the way, Vice Admiral Tsuru added, Akiji left the Marines while you were hospitalized. He fought Akainu for 10 days on Punk Hazard Lost and resigned as Admiral. Karen's hand tightened slightly around the pen. Akiji's departure meant the balance within the Marines had been shattered and more. The world military draft will begin soon. Vice Admiral Tsuru seemed to read his thoughts. Akainu needs to replenish combat power especially after Akiji's departure and Whitebeard's fall. When that happens the Marine structure will change drastically. You must be prepared. The news was not unexpected. Karen recalled Blackbeard's ever-expanding ambition, the unfathomable power of the other emperors. This turbulent era urgently needed strong individuals to stabilize the situation. The conference room door opened and a staff officer hurried in. Vice Admiral Fleet Admiral Akainu requests your presence at an emergency meeting regarding the specific plan for the world military draft. Vice Admiral Tsuru stood adjusting her uniform. Familiarize yourself with the training camp environment first. I'll take you to see the Fleet Admiral this afternoon. He wants to meet you too. She paused at the door. We don't have much time. The situation is more dire than you think. After Vice Admiral Tsuru left, Karen sat alone in the conference room, gazing out the window at the reconstruction of Marineford. Sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting dappled shadows on the floor much like this era of uncertainty. He recalled Whitebeard's dying Roarshanks's words, leave it to the new age. Suddenly he realized that whether Marine or pirate surviving in this age required absolute power. The afternoon sun softened as Karen followed Vice Admiral Tsuru toward the temporary command tower. Soldiers along the way saluted them, their eyes lingering on Karen's Rear Admiral insignia. This exceptionally young Rear Admiral had become the new talk of Marineford. At the top of the command tower, Akainu stood before the giant world map, his magma-like gaze sweeping over Karen as he entered. You're Karen? Yes, Fleet Admiral. Karen snapped to attention and saluted. Your magnet fruit is interesting. Akainu's voice carried a metallic, grating quality. But don't think that's enough. The Marines need someone who can stand on their own. I'm sure you've realized your own shortcomings during this war. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected at the right moment. I've arranged for him to train at the camp under Garp and Sengoku. He'll be reassigned when the draft begins. For now, improving strength is the priority. Akainu grunted, turning back to the map. Good. Garp and Vice Admiral Tsuru have high expectations for you. Don't disappoint us. He tapped heavily on an island. Especially when facing these bastards. Without strength, you'll only be a burden. Karen followed his finger to the island circled in red ink. Beehive Island, Blackbeard's current base. Leaving the command tower, the setting sun dyed the sky a golden red. Karen could hear shouts from the training camp in the distance, filling him with motivation. Time to start new training. Karen murmured to himself, his metal wings spreading slightly behind him. I have to become strong enough. The sea breeze lifted his cloak, revealing the brand new Rear Admiral insignia on his shoulder. On the distant sea, a ship flying the Marine flag set sail toward unknown waters. Karen knew that with the world military draft approaching, a new storm was not far off, and he had to forge himself into a blade sharp enough to face every challenge before that storm arrived. Whether as a Marine Rear Admiral, it was still far from enough. The morning light filtered through the clouds, spilling onto the training grounds of Marineford, where the newly laid stone floor gleamed with a moist sheen. Karen stood in the center of the field, his metallic wings quietly stored in a special backpack set aside, wearing only a light training uniform. Sengoku stood with his arms crossed in the middle of the field, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Not far away, Garp sat on the observation platform, tossing a sea prism stone dumbbell in his hand. Let's begin. Sengoku's voice carried across the morning breeze with an undeniable authority. Karen took a deep breath, activating no devil fruit ability. His arms were coated in black armament hockey, and he charged at Sengoku with pure physical strength. The moment his right foot pushed off the ground, a shallow crater appeared in the stone floor. His figure shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his right fist carrying a practiced technique aimed straight for his opponent's chest, a precise straight punch that was blocked just a meter from its target. Too slow. Sengoku raised his hand, catching Karen's wrist. His palm coated in armament hockey felt like solid iron. Without the enhancement of your devil fruit, your base speed can't even match that of an ordinary Rear Admiral. In the new world, a charge like this is just a moving target. Karen tried to break free, twisting his wrist to turn his fist into a palm, sliding along the opponent's arm toward the elbow's nerve point, while simultaneously sweeping his left leg like a whip toward Sengoku's knee. This combination had earned a perfect score in the training camp assessment, but now the old man casually sidestepped at his elbow, striking Karen's shoulder blade, sending a numbing shock through half his body. Your basics aren't bad, but you haven't been in real combat. Your moves are still too rigid. Garp suddenly leaped down from the observation platform, spinning the C-prism stone dumbbell in his palm. Come spar with me. Still no devil fruit. And if you let your haki waver even a little, this dumbbell will land on your head. Before the words faded, Garp was already upon him. A fist the size of a boulder came hurtling toward his face with a whistling sound. Karen's pupils contracted. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, condensing his armament haki to its utmost limit. A dull thud echoed as he was sent stumbling backward, his feet carving two shallow grooves in the ground. The numbing sensation in his arms made him inwardly gasp. This was clearly a punch that had been pulled. Good reflexes and your haki condensation is acceptable. Garp flexed his wrist, but kept moving, feinting with his left fist, while his right suddenly changed trajectory toward Karen's ribs. But real combat isn't target practice. When do you have time to slowly build up power? Karen used the momentum of his retreat to spin away, lashing out with a back kick. He had practiced this move over 1,000 times, but when it struck it felt like hitting cotton. Garp seemed boneless as he ducked low, his shoulder slamming into the back of Karen's supporting leg's knee. Losing his balance, Karen quickly planted his hands to perform a forward roll. Just as he stood up, the C-prism stone dumbbell whistled past his nose, smashing into the target wall behind him and leaving a crater. See that? Garp picked up the dumbbell and tossed it lightly. Your close combat isn't bad, enough to handle small fry. But against a real fighter, it's just a parlor trick. Every one of my generation trained haki until it was in their bones. With your half-baked level, a serious punch from an elite vice admiral would put you in bed for half a month. Karen shook his numb arm, his face flushing slightly. During the Summit War, he had relied entirely on long-range electromagnetic cannon fire. His close-quarter skills were merely passable, not exceptional. If Garp hadn't held back, he would have been flattened with a single punch. Indeed, brute force trumps all technique. Sengoku walked up to him and placed a hand on his chest. Do you know life return? Seeing Karen nod, the old man continued. Then you should at least understand that true masters make haki flow as naturally as breathing. When you block, just now you condensed your haki too, deliberately wasting stamina. It's like walking with a shield raised. How could that not be tiring? He suddenly increased the pressure of his hand, and Karen felt a warm current spreading through his chest. The muscles that had stiffened from over-condensing haki began to relax. Life return not only strengthens the body, but also helps you master your own physique, allowing haki to become instinct. Only when you can maintain haki, even while sleeping, can you start thinking about how to use it in combat. Garp crouched down and used the C-prism stone dumbbell to draw a line on the ground. From today, run 100 laps around the training ground every day, do 1,000 push-ups, 500 frog jumps, all while maintaining armament haki. After that, spar with me for an hour. Once you can survive 100 moves against me, then we'll learn something new. Karen looked at the line scratched into the ground, suddenly recalling Vice Admiral Saru's advice. He snapped to attention and saluted, his voice firm as steel. Yes, sir. In the days that followed, training became Karen's entire life. Before dawn, he would sprint along the track, carrying C-prism stone weights, a faint black haki, coating his entire body like a thin shell. His sweat-soaked training uniform clung to his back, and every step felt like treading on red-hot iron plates. Garp would occasionally burst out from the side to deliver a combination punch, while Sengoku would appear nearby to record data, pointing out flaws in his haki flow. Don't force your haki. Sengoku's voice came through the loudspeaker. Follow your breathing. Inhale, gather it in your dantian. Exhale, spread it through your limbs. Otherwise, you won't even finish 50 laps before collapsing. Karen gritted his teeth and adjusted his rhythm, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. The suppression of the C-prism stone rendered his devil fruit completely useless, leaving him powerless, so he had to rely on haki for training. The physical exertion was more than 3 times greater than usual. When he was knocked to the track by Garp's old punch for the umpteenth time, he suddenly recalled the image of Whitebeard using haki to block Akainu's magma fist. That jet-black haki that wrapped around his body seemed to have merged with his flesh. Get up. Garp's roar thundered in his ears. You can't even handle 30% of my strength. Teach Dark Vortex is far more vicious than this. When your ability is sealed, are you planning to take his punches with your face? Karen pushed himself up violently, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth onto the track, blossoming into dark red flowers. He took a deep breath, letting his haki flow again with his breathing, and for the first time, he launched an attack against Garp's charging figure. Half a month later, Karen finally managed to complete the basic training under the C-prism stone environment, and he could last up to 50 moves in sparring with Garp. The last time he used armament haki to catch Garp's fist, the old man nodded approvingly. Not bad. You're not a complete blockhead after all. Sengoku handed him a sheet of paper covered in notes on life return techniques. These are some insights on life return. Sengoku's tone softened. Start with controlling your breathing, gradually letting your consciousness permeate every cell. Remember, don't force them to obey. Guide them naturally, like conducting an orchestra. You are the conductor, not the slave driver. Karen took the diagram, his fingertips trembling slightly as they touched the paper. Back in his dormitory, he immediately began to practice. 2 days later, by adjusting his breathing and letting haki flow with his blood and chi, he gradually discovered that the armament haki that once required conscious effort now felt as natural as his skin. So that's the secret. Karen looked at his palm, where black haki flowed like water. When he punched, there was no longer any stiffness. His power was more concentrated than before. As his mastery of life return deepened, Karen began to review his combat system. Standing before the weapon rack in the training ground, he stared at the steel plates that his hockey-enhanced fists had punched through his brow, furrowing deeper. During the summit war, the torrent of steel had been effective against fodder, but against opponents of Halata's, or even Shanks's caliber, once they closed in, his paltry close-quarters skills would be utterly insufficient. I must find a stronger offensive approach. Karen touched the metallic wing backpack, then disassembled it into individual wing segments, arranging them on the table in various shapes. Moonlight streamed through the window, casting a cold gleam on the components. Karen's gaze fell on the marine coat, hanging on the wall. Suddenly, inspiration struck. If he reduced the wing segments to 1/3 of their original size, about 15 centimeters long and 3 fingers wide, and increased the number from 128 to 300, some of the segments could be attached to the back of the coat, hanging like a cape. This would not hinder movement, and would be easy to carry. When needed, magnetic force could drive them to assemble. This way it won't affect movement, and I can summon them at will. He picked up a pencil and sketched a rough design. My flight relies on magnetic force controlling the segments to pull myself along with the wings, mainly for gliding. The most important thing is that when I need to use the electromagnetic cannon, the segments can form rails, and by adjusting the angle, I can change the range. The more he thought, the more excited he became. He stayed up all night, drawing detailed blueprints. The reduced segments were only 2 millimeters thick with edges sharpened to a razor's edge. The 300 segments were attached to the inner side of the coat according to different zones. The main wing area on the back was the most densely packed, capable of forming a complete fan when deployed. The segments near the hem were lighter, indistinguishable from an ordinary cape when hanging down. He even designed tiny slots on the edges of each segment, allowing them to form a shield in emergencies. Even without his devil fruit ability, coating them with hockey would let him withstand a few heavy blows. Karen put away the blueprints, intending to deliver them to the weaponry department the next morning. He believed these improvements would allow the metallic wings to unleash greater combat power. When he returned to the training ground, the sunset was painting the sky in shades of orange. Karen stood on the track, feeling the power flowing within him. It no longer relied on electric current to propel him to vice admiral level strength. Now it came from the perfect synergy between muscle and consciousness. He tried to invoke the power of life return, letting hockey circulate through his limbs and bones with every breath. His clenched right fist emitted a faint hum, and when he punched a nearby rock, he punched straight through it. Not bad. Garp appeared behind him, chewing on a rice cracker. You finally understood how to use hockey. Sengoku nodded as well. Your foundation is solid. Next we can combine it with your devil fruit training. Starting next week, I'll spar with you using hockey to begin the second phase of training. Karen took a deep breath and finally activated his devil fruit ability. The metallic wing fragments stored in the backpack suddenly flew out, forming a pair of wings shimmering with blue light behind him. He didn't use the electromagnetic cannon. Instead, relying solely on the wing segments for assistance, he executed a few agile turns in the air before landing smoothly. The sea breeze lifted his training uniform, revealing the taut lines of his muscles. Karen gazed at the distant horizon, fully aware that this was only the beginning. As his mastery of life return advanced, and the new weapon was completed, he had taken another step closer to becoming a powerhouse capable of standing alone. As night fell, Karen sat on the observation platform of the training ground, rubbing a prototype metallic wing segment in his hand. Moonlight spilled over the sharp edge of the segment, casting a cold gleam. During his free time at night, he had been thinking and occasionally recalling movies and anime from his past life, searching for more powerful uses of the new wing segments. Suddenly, he remembered that Dr. Vegapunk had previously given him resonance frequency formulas and related materials. A bold idea surfaced in his mind: high-frequency vibration. Karen immediately shot into the sky and flew toward the dormitory. The morning training ground was shrouded in thin mist, with Kai Luen standing at its center, his training uniform soaked through with sweat. Zhangwa sat on the observation platform, holding a record book in his hand, his gaze fixed on Kai Luen's fists, which were covered in small wounds. Try the magnetic field deflection technique from yesterday again. Zhangwa closed the record book and tapped his fingers lightly on the table. Remember, it's not about forcing the turn with brute strength, but guiding the magnetic field lines to naturally deflect, like wringing a towel. Kai Luen took a deep breath, the power of electromagnetic force flowing through his body, his consciousness spreading like a fine net over every inch of his muscles. He slowly raised his right hand, and 30 metal wings slid out from the back of his coat, forming a disc above his palm. Pale blue currents traced along the edges of the wings, emitting a faint sizzling sound. Now, Zhangwa suddenly shouted. Kai Luen's eyes sharpened as the originally aligned magnetic field instantly reversed its poles, generating intense repulsion between the wings. The disc violently disintegrated into a radial pattern. He tried to maintain this repulsive state to make the wings vibrate at high frequency, but the magnetic field felt like a runaway stallion. Half of the 30 wings flew out of control, crashing against the distant target wall with a clatter. Still not good enough. The timing is too rushed. Zhangwa stood up, walked over to him, and picked up a trembling wing. Mastering life return has elevated your perception of magnetic force, but your control precision still needs practice. You see, the old man flicked the surface of the wing with his fingertip, and the swaying wing suddenly made the magnetic field become orderly. Like this, ensure that the polarity shift of every magnetic pole is synchronized to the microsecond. Kai Luen watched the wing vibrating steadily under Zhangwa's fingertip and suddenly understood the problem. He had always focused on the burst of power, neglecting the core essence. absolute precision control. The idea of high-frequency vibration is excellent. Zhangguo returned the wing to him, his tone carrying approval. But maintaining high-frequency vibration in the wings is no easy task. Yet if you can achieve it, it will forge a power capable of tearing everything apart. In the days that followed, Kai Luan's training entered a new phase. During the day, he studied the fine control of his devil fruit ability, with Zhangguo gradually increasing the number of metal wings from 30 to 300. In the evening, he continued to hone his combat skills under Garp's practical training, blending hockey and life return through close-quarters sparring. One afternoon, the clearing of the training ground was covered in fine scratches. Kai Luan hovered in midair, 300 metal wings forming two rotating wheels of light around him, the hum of their vibration like a swarm of bees passing by. He tried to press the light wheels against the sea stone barrier set up by Zhangguo, but at the moment of contact a harsh scraping sound came and the rotation speed of the wheels dropped noticeably. Still not working. Kai Luan landed on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. The suppression of sea stone on his devil fruit ability greatly compromised the stability of the high-frequency vibration. It's already quite good. Zhangguo came over and patted his shoulder. An ordinary vice admiral's armament hockey would definitely not be able to withstand this move now. But to deal with true powerhouses, you still need to add hockey. The old man suddenly raised his hand and pressed it against Kai Luan's chest. Inject hockey into the wings. Try it. Kai Luan followed suit, and a faint black hockey flowed through his arm into the wings. The originally blue-tinged metal surface became covered in a dark sheen, and the hum of vibration turned low and heavy. When he drove the light wheels into the sea stone barrier again, this time, it left fine scratches on the stone surface. It seems this direction is correct. Each person's devil fruit ability development is a unique process. Zhangguo looked at the scratches, a sharp glint in his eyes. But hockey can grant more substantial destructive power. Just as your magnetic force ensures the frequency of vibration, combining both hockey and vibration will achieve indestructibility. As his understanding of the ability deepened, Kai Luan found that his electric current intensity was also quietly growing. One noon, while debugging his ability in the center of the training ground, he suddenly felt a new surge of power within him. The pale blue electric current gradually turned into bright white, and the air around him was ionized, giving off the smell of ozone. This is... Kai Luan spread his arms, and 300 metal wings simultaneously unfolded, forming a pair of huge light wings under the moonlight. He could clearly perceive that the electric current flowing through his body had now broken through the threshold of 20,000 horses. Not bad, kid. Garp's voice came from the shadows, the old man holding two massive dumbbells. It seems we can conduct the graduation test ahead of schedule. Kai Luan's heart stirred, and he turned to look at his strict instructor. Garp threw the dumbbells to the ground, flexing his wrists as he walked to the center of the training ground. Old lady, he sent word that the worldwide military conscription will begin next week. Before you report to the general staff, I need to see just how much you've improved in these 2 months. Yes, sir. Kai Luan stood at attention and saluted, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. Don't expect me to go easy on you. Garp assumed a boxing stance, his muscles suddenly swelling, pitch black hockey rising like thick tar. Use all your skills to fight me. If you disappoint me, don't ever say you were trained by me. Kai Luan took a deep breath, his marine coat rustling in the air current. 300 metal wings slid out from his back like a blooming metal flower. Bright white electric currents traced along the wings, interweaving with the black hockey into magnificent patterns. Electric current drive. With a low shout, Kai Luan went all out from the start, his figure turning into a streak of light shooting toward Garp. He didn't launch a direct attack, but used the high-frequency vibration of the metal wings to form a rotating magnetic field around him, pulling up gravel from the ground into a storm. Interesting. Garp advanced instead of retreating, his fist wrapped in black hockey, piercing through the storm with the sound of breaking wind, aiming straight for Kai Luan's face. A sharp light flashed in Kai Luan's eyes, and the metal wings in front of him instantly formed a diamond-shaped shield. The moment the fist and shield collided, he drove the shield to vibrate at high frequency, trying to use resonance to dissipate the impact. But Garp's fist was like a mountain pressing down, and the black hockey surged like a tidal wave. Ripples appeared on the surface of the shield's hockey, and Kai Luan was slammed into the ground. Technique alone isn't enough. Garp's roar came from the dust, his figure already above Kai Luan, his fist still wreathed in dense black hockey. The density of hockey is still far behind. The black hockey flowed slowly over his body, then suddenly vanished. Kai Luan's observation hockey instantly sounded an alarm, and he instinctively brought all the metal wings in front of him. The next second, a tremendous impact struck, and he felt as if he had been hit head-on by a battering ram. He flew backward like a kite, with a broken string stopping only when he crashed into the training ground wall. Cough. Kai Luan coughed up blood, but couldn't help laughing. This kind of unreserved battle made the blood in his veins boil. He tore off his shredded shirt, revealing his scarred chest. Life return operated at full power, every muscle humming, forming a wonderful resonance with the vibration of the metal wings. The bright white electric current no longer released outward, but poured entirely into the wings. The 300 metal wings suddenly disintegrated into countless tiny fragments, blanketing the entire training ground like a rainstorm. This is a new move I devised called Magnetic Storm Domain. Kai Luan's voice echoed amid the hum of electric current, and all the metal fragments simultaneously reversed their magnetic poles, the repulsive force, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Garp's position was instantly surrounded by tens of thousands of high-frequency, vibrating metal filaments, forming a continuously shrinking silver cage. Oh! A flicker of surprise passed through Garp's eyes, and then he burst into loud laughter. Good boy, you've got a bit of my younger self in you. The old man stomped his feet hard, causing the ground to crack, and a pitch-black fist slammed into the cage. The training ground echoed with continuous explosions, and dust rose, obscuring everyone's view. Kai Luan suddenly pushed his electric current drive to its full 20,000 horsepower, his body shooting out, in an instant heading straight for Garp. He threw a punch that combined armament hockey, the power amplified tenfold by the electric current, and the acceleration from the magnetic field state. The black fist rubbing against the air produced a blue beam, resembling an electromagnetic cannon aimed directly at Garp's chest. The beam tearing through the air with a roar shot toward Garp, but Garp laughing heartily blocked it with his arms wrapped in black hockey. After the beam dissipated, Garp's military trousers were scorched by the electric current, but he himself was unharmed. Kai Luan stared intently at the center of the dust, his palms sweating. This was the strongest strike he could currently deliver, fusing all his powers. The devil fruit ability, life return, and the essence of hockey. The dust slowly cleared, revealing Garp's unscathed figure. The ground beneath his feet had sunk several meters, the black hockey on his body not yet fully retracted, and the surrounding metal fragments had lost their luster. But the old man's fists were clenched, cracking audibly. Not bad, you do have the makings of a rear admiral. Garp suddenly punched the observation platform beside him, and the black hockey flashed. Tons of reinforced concrete instantly turned to dust. But remember, real combat is never about who has the flashier moves. Kai Luan straightened up and gave a solemn military salute. He knew that although he hadn't defeated Garp, he had passed this most important test. As the sun set, Kai Luan packed his belongings to head to the general staff. Zhangguo handed him a document containing preliminary intelligence on the worldwide military conscription. He will assign you specific tasks. Zhangguo's tone returned to its usual seriousness. Remember, don't follow Garp's reckless style on the battlefield. Your devil fruit ability is better suited for precision operations. Garp appeared at the door holding a huge meat bun in his hand. Don't listen to this old fox. In the new world, you need strong fists. Take this for the road. Kai Luan took the steaming meat bun, a warmth surging in his heart. He turned and walked toward the dormitory, his marine coat spreading in the wind, the metal wings on his back reflecting the glow of the setting sun. Worldwide military conscription. Kai Luan looked at the training ground, gradually fading into the distance, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. I'm coming. The eastern port of Marineford had been temporarily transformed into a recruitment trial ground. A massive sea stone arena stood at the center of the dock, with seawater lapping against the pillars beneath it, and the splashing droplets refracted rainbows in the sunlight. Karen stood on the eastern side of the arena, the hem of his marine coat lifted by the sea breeze. The metal wings on his back lay quietly against the inner fabric of his coat, appearing at a glance no different from an ordinary cloak. Karen, this time your task is to help screen some qualified senior officers. So take it easy and let them show their true strength. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice came from the observation stand. She held a roll of parchment in her hand, her gaze sweeping over the surging crowd below. Moreover, this recruitment must inject real combat power into the Marines. Those who only put on a show, tell them to get back into the sea as soon as possible. Karen nodded in acknowledgement, his eyes falling on the diverse applicants below. There were burly men carrying giant axes, swordsmen with masked faces, and even a few oddly dressed individuals claiming to possess special abilities. He flexed his wrists, and the black armament haku covered his knuckles like a thin veil. Following Tsuru's instructions, he planned to use only hockey and physical techniques throughout the day, without relying on his devil fruit abilities to gauge these people's true capabilities. First group, step up, shouted the Marine lieutenant in charge of the proceedings. 5 figures leaped onto the arena simultaneously. The scar-faced man at the lead carried a war hammer taller than himself, sizing Karen up with a gruff voice. You're the examiner, this brat. Has the Navy run out of people? Karen did not reply, merely raising his hand in a gesture of invitation. Looking for death. The man roared and swung his war hammer down the wind from the hammerhead, causing the arena planks to creak. The surrounding applicants gasped in surprise, but Karen shifted his body slightly. His seemingly slow movement precisely evaded the hammer's edge, while his elbows struck the man's ribs like an iron whip. A crisp crack sounded. The man groaned and fell to his knees, the war hammer flying from his grip and crashing into the railing. Karen had used only 30% of his strength, but the blow landed exactly on the weakest seam of his ribs. Next, Karen's voice was calm and flat. The remaining 4 exchanged glances and suddenly attacked together. 2 swordsmen struck from both sides, their blade light, forming a silver net. The other 2 used their comrades as cover. One whipped a chain toward Karen's ankles, while the other pulled out handfuls of poison needles and flung them at his face. Vice Admiral Tsuru on the observation stand frowned slightly, making a mark on the parchment with her finger. Coordinated attack awareness was passable, but the methods were too insidious. At that moment, Karen suddenly exerted force with his feet, cracking the arena planks into a spiderweb pattern. He did not meet the attacks head-on. Instead, he used the recoil to launch himself into the air. Mid-spin, his arms crossed to block 2 sword strikes, while his foot precisely stepped on the node of the chain. Crack! The heel of his shoe imbued with armament hockey collided with the chain. The iron link strong enough to bind a sea beast snapped apart. Using his descent, Karen's elbow slammed into the wrist of the needle thrower, and his knee drove into the abdomen of another swordsman. The entire sequence was fluid. From takeoff to landing it took only 2 seconds. All 4 applicants lay on the ground groaning. Unqualified. Karen dusted off the dirt from his sleeve, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Second group. A fisherman in a straw hat carrying a trident stepped onto the arena, followed by a bare-chested man covered in tattoos. The fisherman grinned, then suddenly swung his trident in a wide arc. The wind from the strike stung Karen's cheeks. Karen pivoted on his left foot to dodge his right hand, shooting out like lightning. Just as the crescent blade of the trident was about to slash his throat, he precisely caught the fisherman's wrist. You have some strength. Karen twisted his wrist gently. The fisherman felt a clever force transmitted, and the trident nearly slipped from his grip. The tattooed man took the chance to close in his fist coated in faint purple hockey, aiming at Karen's cheek. Without turning his head, Karen's left arm naturally swung backward, his elbow striking the tattooed man square in the chest. At the same time, his right hand suddenly exerted force, twisting the fisherman's trident into a spiral. Arg! Both cried out in pain. The tattooed man stumbled back 3 steps, clutching his chest, while the fisherman stared blankly at the deformed weapon. Karen released his grip and looked at them. Rough hockey usage, poor coordination. Keep on standby. Over the next half hour, Karen stood like an iron tower on the arena. Facing a Ronin with a sword, he evaded every slash using only his physical speed, finally striking the sword's hilt with a knife hand, causing the man's tiger mouth to bleed. Against a boxer skilled in physical techniques, he dismantled the moves with the basic boxing Garp had taught him, caught a flaw after a prolonged exchange, and blasted the man off the arena with a straight punch. A man in a suit stepped onto the arena, hands in his pockets. His seemingly casual stance, however, caused Karen's observation hockey to stir. My name is Garcia, the man chuckled, and suddenly 3 steel wires shot from his fingertips. Be careful, Examiner. I'm coming. The wires whistled as they coiled toward Karen's neck. He stood still, and just as the wires were about to touch his skin, black hockey erupted abruptly. Zing! The wires rebounded upon hitting the hockey. Surprise flickered in Garcia's eyes, and his hands moved quickly, forming a net of wires in the air. Karen suddenly dropped low, charging toward Garcia like an arrow from a bow. Before the wire net could close, he was already within arm's reach. Garcia hurriedly retracted the wires to defend, but Karen curled his fingers into a claw and precisely pinched the wire hub on Garcia's wrist. Your technique is good, but your hockey is too weak. Karen applied a bit of force, and the hub shattered. You still have a long way to go. This kid, muttered a Marine Rear Admiral near the observation stand. He's this strong even without using his devil fruit. Vice Admiral Tsuru lowered her binoculars and circled a name on the parchment. This little guy has improved a lot. Every move he makes lands precisely on the opponent's defensive blind spot. That's not something he could have done before. As she spoke, a commotion arose on the arena. A man in a black cloak had somehow appeared opposite Karen. The fingers protruding from under the cloak gleamed with a metallic luster. The bounty hunter badge hanging at his waist glinted in the sunlight. His hoarse voice carried the roughness of the sea breeze. I challenge you. Karen raised an eyebrow and looked at him. This man's aura was strange. Neither the imposing presence of a strong expert nor the restless energy of an ordinary weakling. He was like a stone sunk deep in the ocean. The badge at his waist indicated he was a pirate hunter. People like that usually had rich combat experience and far more pragmatic methods. Please. The man suddenly moved. His movements were not fast, but they carried a peculiar rhythm. The trajectory of his fingertips caused a faint warning in Karen's observation hockey. Just as the fingertips were about to touch Karen's chest, the man suddenly changed his fingers into claws, and 5 streaks of cold light tore through the air. His nails had somehow become as sharp as blades. Armament hockey hardening, Karen murmured inwardly. Black hockey instantly covered his entire body. Screech. The claw tips collided with Karen's arm, producing a harsh metallic grinding sound. A flicker of surprise crossed the man's eyes, clearly not expecting the opponent's hockey to withstand his steel claws so directly. Seizing that moment of distraction, Karen's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing the man's wrist, while his right fist punched toward his ribs. Thump. The moment the fist connected, Karen felt something wrong. The man's body sank inward like a sponge, absorbing most of the force, somewhat reminiscent of the paper art technique. Then the man's elbow suddenly struck backward at an awkward angle, as if he had eyes in the back of his head. Karen leaped back half a step, sweeping his left arm to block the elbow strike, while his right hand grabbed the man's shoulder. The man's shoulder suddenly dislocated, his arm bending at a reverse joint angle, and his claw tips grazed Karen's throat. Karen's eye sharpened. He drove his knee into the man's lower abdomen, while his left hand seized the dislocated arm, channeling hockey along the meridians. Ugh! The man groaned, the dislocated joint sending sharp pain through him. He suddenly spat out a cloud of white mist, using it as cover to retreat backward. When he landed, his shoulder had been reset, and the muscles under his cloak were visibly tensed. You're stronger than I thought. No wonder the pirates in the East Blue have been saying the Navy has a monster who can beat the world without using his devil fruit. Interesting. Karen flexed his wrists, and pitch-black hockey surged over his body like a tide. This was the first time he had used his full armament hockey in the recruitment trial. Come on. The man turned into a black shadow and lunged forward, his claws weaving an impenetrable net. Karen stopped dodging, crossing his arms in front of him, letting the claw tips strike his arms. Each collision sparked flames, and the arena echoed with a rapid series of crackling sounds. The applicants below watched in stunned silence. They had never seen anyone withstand such fierce attacks with only haki. Karen suddenly stepped forward, his right hand breaking through the claw net. He pressed his index and middle fingers together, using them as a sword to stab at the man's heart. This technique, the finger gun modified, taught by Sengoku, concentrated haki at the fingertips, giving it piercing power far beyond ordinary punches. The man twisted his body in haste, the fingertips grazing his ribs, leaving a trail of blood droplets. Seizing the opening, the man suddenly changed his claw technique, targeting Karen's joints. This was an instinct honed from years of hunting pirates, knowing how to incapacitate an opponent with minimal cost. But Karen did not dodge or evade, letting the steel claws fall on his elbows, knees, and other joints while his fists rained down like a storm on the man's defensive gaps. Now, Karen suddenly shouted, seizing the moment when the opponent's old force was exhausted and new force had not yet arisen. His left hand locked the man's wrist, and his right fist drove straight at his face. This punch employed the technique of life return. What seemed like an ordinary straight punch produced a sonic boom in the air. The man's pupils contracted sharply, and he hastily gathered haki to his face. Yet the moment Karen's fist broke through the defense, it suddenly transformed into a palm, his fingers precisely pressing against the man's temple. With just a little more force, he could shatter the opponent's skull. You lose. The man stiffened, his body instantly relaxing, and the bones made a faint sound of releasing tension. He looked at Karen's palm pressed against his temple, and suddenly gave a bitter smile. I didn't expect the Navy to have someone like you. Compared to those vice admirals who just put on airs, you're actually formidable. Karen withdrew his hand, and looked at the face revealed as the man pushed back his hood. It was a face covered in fine scars. His left eye seemed to have been injured, leaving only an empty socket. No doubt a mark from hunting high-bounty pirates. What's your name? Silas. The man picked up his cloak from the ground and patted the pistol at his waist. If I pass, can I apply to join your unit? Rather than fighting pirates one by one, I'd rather try cleaning up the scum together with the Navy. Karen looked toward the observation stand. Vice Admiral Tsuru nodded. We'll talk after the trial ends. Silas gave him a deep look, then turned and leaped off the arena. As he passed the registration desk, he slapped a yellowed bounty poster on the table. It was the East Blue Overlord he had hunted single-handedly 3 years ago with a bounty of 37 million berries. In the subsequent trials, a few more notable applicants appeared. A giant who could cover his entire body in haki, crude in technique, but astonishing in strength, to a woman with incredible speed, her movements agile, like a swift and a silent man who used a short staff to execute techniques resembling the six powers. When the speed-type woman stepped onto the arena, she almost turned into a blur. Karen fully activated his observation haki, barely managing to track her trajectory. The woman circled the arena at high speed, leaving dozens of afterimages, and simultaneously flung poison needles. Karen stood still, haki expanding like a barrier, and the needles froze midair. Too slow. Karen suddenly moved, and just as the woman circled behind him, his left hand precisely pressed against the back of her neck. Her movements halted abruptly, disbelief in her eyes. She had never been caught so easily. Good speed, but lacking explosive power. Keep on standby. Karen used only enough force to suppress each opponent, demonstrating the Navy's strength without causing excessive harm. By the time the setting sun painted the sea a golden red, he had tested a full 100 people. That's enough for today. Vice Admiral Tsuru descended from the observation stand and handed the marked parchment to an adjutant. Organize the list of those who passed the preliminary test. The second round of trials will be held tomorrow. She looked at Karen with approval in her eyes. Your performance exceeded my expectations. I just did what I had to do. Karen unbuttoned his collar. A full day of fighting had tired him out as well. What do you think of that, Silas? Tsuru suddenly asked. A veteran who's been in actual combat with pirates for years. His technique is highly refined, and his fighting style is ruthless, but not extreme. Karen recalled the earlier bout. His claw techniques are clearly designed for hunting, targeting vital points, yet he held back at the final moment. Tsuru chuckled lightly. You see clearly. That fellow is a famous lone hunter from the West Blue. 3 years ago, he single-handedly wiped out several pirate crews, yet he refused the Navy's recruitment. His coming here to apply is somewhat unexpected. She patted Karen on the shoulder. Pirate hunters often know more about real combat than regular soldiers, and they understand the cruelty of the New World better. If you can recruit someone like him, it will be good for your future unit. The two walked side by side on the road toward the staff headquarters, the sea breeze carrying a salty, damp scent. Karen looked at the lights still shining on the training ground, and suddenly remembered Garp's words. Vice Admiral Tsuru, he hesitated, but still asked, do you think my current strength can rank in the New World? Tsuru stopped looking at his young but exceptionally determined face, and suddenly laughed. What? After fighting old man Garp, your confidence has exploded. Seeing Karen scratch his head in embarrassment, she restrained her smile, and said seriously, in terms of power, Garp and Sengoku once told me that your strongest attack could match an admiral's, but your actual combat ability is probably around the level of an elite vice admiral. The New World isn't short of strong people, so you still need to work hard, kid. She pointed toward the warships docked at the port. Look at those ships. No matter how sturdy they are, without a good helmsman, they'll hit the reefs. Your haki and physical techniques are enough to handle most situations, but the real test isn't the arena. It's when you face those great pirates. Karen nodded thoughtfully. When he returned to his quarters, moonlight fell precisely on the prototype metal wing pieces on the table. He picked up a 15-centimeter long wing piece and used magnetic force to generate high-frequency vibration. Amid the humming, a faint white light glowed along the edge of the wing. After 2 months of training, his control over high-frequency vibration had improved further. Silas. Karen rubbed the patterns on the wing piece. And those who passed the preliminary test. He suddenly clenched his fist, and the vibration frequency of the wing piece instantly increased, emitting a piercing screech. Looks like the days ahead won't be boring. Outside the window, a dilapidated pirate ship, flying a skull flag, was being towed away by a Marine patrol vessel. On the deck, Silas crouched by the railing, watching the lights of Marine Ford sway in the waves. He pulled out a faded photograph from his pocket. A little girl with a bright smile. She was an orphan he had rescued from the ruins of a pirate crew, now living in an orphanage in the West Blue. Once I join the Navy, I'll come get you, Silas murmured softly, tucking the photo safely back into his clothes. Meanwhile, under the lamplight in the staff headquarters, Vice Admiral Tsuru was reading an encrypted file. The file contained a detailed record of Silas from his first pirate hunt to the reason he refused recruitment. The last line read, "Once declined an invitation from the 7 warlords, reason being, I don't want to be associated with that scum." Tsuru set down the file and looked at the bright moon outside the window, murmuring to herself, "I hope you haven't judged wrong this time, Karen." The night deepened and the port of Marine Ford gradually fell silent, leaving only the sound of waves crashing against the shore. Tomorrow would bring new trials, and the edges that had shown promise today would eventually shine with their own light on the battlefield of the future. 1 week later, in the early morning, a thin mist shrouded the Seastone Arena at Marine Ford. After 7 rounds of selection, the original thousands of applicants had been reduced to the final 15. Kyloin stood at the center of the arena, the metallic wings on his back glinting coldly in the morning dew. Today was the final trial. The last applicant. The lieutenant in charge of the proceedings spoke with a trembling voice, evidently shaken by the fierce battles of the past days. A figure slowly emerged from the mist. The man wore a faded purple Taoist robe with a long sword wrapped in coarse cloth slung at his waist. The hilt was worn down to the bare wood. His face was twisted with several scars, and his eyes occasionally rolled back to reveal murky gray-white pupils. He walked with a slight stoop, yet exuded a seasoned, battle-hardened calm. Kyloin's pupils suddenly contracted. Though the other's aura was as placid as still water, though his steps were as slow as a leisurely stroll, Kyloin's observation, Haki, screamed a frantic warning. This was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. After all, Garp and the others had only trained with him, not fought in earnest, but this man before him seemed to carry the weight of the entire world. It's him. Kyloin's heart pounded uncontrollably. The man who would one day shake the world as an admiral under the name Fujitora, Tenghu Yixing. The blind man in the purple robe walked to the center of the arena and bowed slightly, his voice raspy with the passage of time. This old man, Yixing, greets the examiner. As he spoke, his right hand unconsciously caressed the sword hilt at his waist, his scars looking particularly fierce in the morning light. Vice Admiral, he on the viewing platform, lowered her telescope. Her fingers paused for a moment over the parchment before finally writing only a few words, unfathomable. She noticed the calluses at the edges of the scar, clearly the marks of years of holding a blade. Kyloin took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within. He knew this battle would be an unprecedented challenge, and he also knew this was the moment to witness the birth of a legend. Sir, please enlighten me. Yixing did not move. He merely tilted his head slightly, using those murky eyes to look around the arena, as if sensing the contours of space through the flow of observation. Haki. I have heard of Rear Admiral Kyloin's deeds. May I ask this old man, what is the justice that you as a new generation Marine uphold? His thumb rubbed the cracks on the hilt as he spoke. Kyloin was taken aback. He hadn't expected Fujitora to ask him that at their first meeting. But as someone with a standard answer, he felt no hesitation, and he was gradually coming to understand the justice he aspired to. Of course. My heart and my actions are as clear as a mirror. Everything I do is justice. That is my justice, Kyloin declared with righteous vigor. Yixing was silent for a moment. I see. This old man understands. Then time is not early. How about we settle this quickly? Before the words faded, Kyloin suddenly felt the air around him grow viscous. Invisible gravity like shackles coiled around his limbs, making every movement require several times the effort. This was not mere pressure, but a heavy burden precisely applied to each joint, as if fighting while carrying the entire Marine Fort on his back. Gravity fruit. Kyloin's eyes sharpened. The power of life return instantly circulated, and at the same time, 300 metal wings slid out from the back of his coat, forming a rotating halo around him. Current drive, activate. Bright white electric currents surged along the wings, generating repulsive forces that barely canceled out part of the gravity. Borrowing this surging power, Kyloin shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his right hand coated in pitch-black Haki, unleashing the fist bone thrust, personally taught by Garp. When his fist was still 3 meters from the target, it suddenly collided with an invisible barrier. Kyloin felt as if he had struck cotton, his force being dissipated layer by layer. Yixing's hand still rested on the hilt as he blocked the punch, but a faint smile curved the corner of his scarred mouth. Good power, but not enough. The 300 metal wings suddenly changed formation, splitting into dozens of sharp, light blades slashing at Yixing from different angles. This was a new technique Kailoan had developed by combining high-frequency vibration, magnetic storm thousand blossoms. Each wing blade vibrated at 3,000 times per second, enough to cut through steel. This was a move only possible with further mastery of magnetic field control. However, when the blades approached within 2 meters of Yixing, he suddenly swung his sword, Gravity's Sword Tiger, and the blades froze in midair as if suspended. An invisible gravity field locked them firmly, and the high-frequency vibrations of the wings gradually became chaotic. Is this your ability? Yixing tilted his head slightly, his murky eyes seeming to appraise the metal fragments. Manipulating metal and electricity. You have truly broadened this old man's horizons. His right hand lifted gently, and the long sword let out a soft hum. The suspended metal wings slammed into the ground, while he himself remained standing in place, as if merely brushing dust off his shoulder. A truly remarkable technique. Yixing reversed his grip on the hilt. It seems I must use my true skills. In an instant, Kailoan felt the gravity around him increase tenfold. The wooden planks of the arena groaned and cracked under the unbearable weight. His knees began to bend involuntarily, but Kailoan seemed to have anticipated this. He crossed his arms in front of him, simultaneously activating armament hockey and life return. Vice Admiral, he on the viewing platform abruptly stood up, her telescope locked onto the arena. She could sense the gravity field expanding, and the entire harbor was trembling slightly. This power far exceeds a Vice Admiral. Just then Kailoan suddenly smiled. Now this is more like it. He looked up sharply, madness blazing in his eyes. Since you've used gravity, I won't hold back either. Magnetic storm domain expand. The 300 metal wings instantly disintegrated into tens of thousands of tiny fragments, like a rainstorm enveloping the entire arena. Bright white electric currents danced among the fragments, forming an electromagnetic storm 100 meters in diameter. At Yixing's position, countless intersecting magnetic lines suddenly appeared, generating violent repulsion against the gravity field. Oh! Yixing showed surprise for the first time. He could hear, through air vibrations, that the metal fragments were arranging themselves in a certain pattern, forming a magnetic field that could actually interfere with the flow of gravity. Such precision of control. A rare sight. Kailoan gave his opponent no chance to catch his breath. From within the electromagnetic storm, a thick beam of light shot out, aimed directly at Yixing's face. Electromagnetic cannon. This strike concentrated the power of 20,000 horses of electric current. The air around the cannon's muzzle was ionized into purple, and even the surface of the sea stone arena showed signs of melting. Yixing's long sword swung out, Hell's Journey, without any earth-shattering blade light. He simply held the sword horizontally in front of him, and the invisible gravity field instantly compressed into a barrier as thin as a cicada's wing. The moment the beam collided with the barrier, the entire marine fort seemed to shake. The shockwave sent seawater surging several meters high, and all the glass on the viewing platform shattered. After the dust cleared, Yixing still stood in the same spot. Only a corner of his Taoist robe sleeve had been torn by the blast, and a few scorch marks marred the coarse cloth wrapping on his sword. A decent attack. He slowly sheathed his sword. This old man hasn't met an opponent who could force me to be serious in a long time. This is just the beginning. Kailoan emerged from the electromagnetic storm, his entire body coated in pitch-black hockey, with electric currents crackling across his skin, emitting a sizzling sound. Next, I'm going all out. Yixing nodded slightly. Just what I wished. Both attacked almost simultaneously. Kailoan compressed the electromagnetic storm into 2 spinning halos like angelic wings, shielding his back, and turned into a streak of light charging at his opponent. Yixing, meanwhile, pushed his gravity field to its limit. The sea stone floor began to crack like a spider web, the invisible pressure distorting the air itself, while his right hand rested on the hilt, ready to strike. Gravity meteor. Yixing suddenly drew his sword and pointed it diagonally at the sky. The trajectory of the blade left a brief afterimage. Above the cloud, space began to warp. A meteor dozens of meters in diameter, trailing a burning tail, plummeted toward the arena like a divine punishment. The marine officers on the viewing platform gasped, and Vice Admiral, his expression turned grim. The power of this meteor was enough to destroy half the harbor. Even a Vice Admiral might not escape unscathed. Finally, a gleam flashed in Kailoan's eyes. The moment the meteor appeared, he shot into the air, and the 300 metal wings behind him reorganized into a 10-meter-long electromagnetic cannon track in front of him. Bright white electric currents converged into a dazzling orb of light, and the air around crackled with the ultra-high voltage. Electromagnetic cannon full power. Boom. A flash of white light and a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Kailoan poured all his life return hockey and devil fruit power into this strike. It was the strongest force he could currently muster. The dazzling beam shot straight into the sky, colliding with the falling meteor halfway. After the earth-shattering explosion, only blinding white light remained. The meteor disintegrated inch by inch in the beam, turning into countless burning fragments that plunged into the sea, sending up sprays of water. Kailoan panted heavily. The aftermath of the giant electromagnetic cannon made his arms tremble. Looking up, he saw Yixing standing amid a rain of sparks, hand on sword hilt, his Taoist robe flapping in the sea breeze. A hint of approval appeared on his scarred face. Good. Yixing looked at Kailoan with those murky eyes. This old man has seen it. Your justice truly deserves recognition. He suddenly turned and dragged his sword toward the edge of the arena, the blade scraping against the ground with a harsh sound. This old man admits defeat. Kylo was stunned. He could sense that the other still had strength left. That meteor was clearly not his limit. The sheathed sword must surely conceal even more terrifying power. No need to be surprised. Yixing stopped, but did not turn around, his sword pointing diagonally at the ground. This old man joined the draft, because I wanted to see if the Marines today still had hope of realizing my justice. Your strength, your justice. They have shown me the answer. Kylo stood on the arena watching Yixing drag his sword and disappear into the crowd at the harbor. The scar cast a long shadow in the morning light. A myriad of emotions surged within him. This battle had no victor, yet it gave him a deeper understanding of power and justice. On the viewing platform, Vice Admiral, he wrote the final line on the parchment, Yixing Admiral-level candidate, with great strength. She put down her pen and looked at Kylo on the arena, her eyes filled with relief and expectation. This kid. Vice Admiral, he murmured to herself. Maybe he can really change something. The sea breeze swept over the arena carrying the salty scent of the ocean. Kylo retracted his metal wings, walked to the edge, and gazed out at the sea. On the distant horizon, a warship was slowly approaching, its marine flag strikingly bright under the sun. The world military draft selection had ended, his task was temporarily complete. Today he had witnessed the strength of Fujitora. He wondered what the future other Admiral Green Bull would be like, truly something to look forward to. The sea breeze drifted through the window carrying the saline humidity unique to Ma Lin Fan duo, rustling the training notes spread open on the desk. Kylo leaned back in his chair, rubbing his sore temples. The high-intensity trials of the past several days had left his muscles aching faintly. The coffee on the corner of the desk had long gone cold, beads of condensation traced winding paths down the cup, seeping into the paper beneath and blurring a small patch of ink on the world military draft list of successful candidates. At the top of the list, the name, Yi Sheng, was circled in red ink, followed closely by Shila Si and 7 other applicants who had passed the final trial. Kylo's fingertips traced the characters, Shila Si, and in his mind surfaced the image of that one-eyed lieutenant's fierce claw techniques. After a week of adjustment, this former pirate hunter had displayed astonishing adaptability, and it might not be long before he became a reliable combat force. Finally, I can catch my breath. Kylo stretched his joints, emitting a series of crisp pops. He rose and walked to the window, gazing at the recruits conducting live combat drills on the distant training ground, a faint smile curling unbidden at the corners of his mouth. Those youthful faces brimmed with the same aspirations he had when he first joined the Navy, only they were luckier than he had been. They did not have to grope through a war-torn world alone. Just then hurried footsteps shattered his reverie. A messenger appeared at the doorway, his military boots striking the marble corridor floor with a drumbeat-like rapidity. Commodore Kylo. The messenger's cheeks were flushed with an unhealthy crimson, clearly from a long sprint. Vice Admiral, he summons you urgently. She says there is a top-level military order, and you must report immediately. Kylo's heart tightened. An emergency order personally delivered by Vice Admiral, he could only signify something of grave importance. He grabbed his navy greatcoat from the back of the chair, the metal wings beneath the fabric hummed faintly. Do you know what it's about? No idea. The messenger shook his head, handing over a document pouch stamped with the red wax of top-secret classification. But judging by the atmosphere in the staff office, it seems something major has happened in the Dong Hai. The Dong Hai. Kylo's steps faltered. That place, known as the weakest sea, had never before required the attention of headquarters high command except for occasional nearshore pirates. He strode swiftly toward the staff office, the document pouch clutched tightly in his hand, the sharp edges of the wax seal pressing into his palm, causing a slight numbness. The lights in the staff office were brighter than usual, and the corridors were filled with staff officers hurrying with grave expressions. Kylo noticed that many of them were carrying the same red document pouches. As he passed the operations command room, he could hear heated arguments going on inside. Report. Come in. Vice Admiral, his voice came through the door, tinged with a barely perceptible weariness. Kylo pushed open the door and saw he pinning a sea chart to the wall. On the chart, a location circled in red ink. The waters near Luo Guzhan in the Dong Hai. The old woman turned around, the dark circles under her eyes suggested she had pulled an all-nighter. Her fingers tapped lightly on the chart. You've come at the right time. Look at this. A wanted poster was pushed in front of Kylo. On the yellowed paper was printed an old man wearing a ship's wheel, his golden hair and beard spreading like a lion's mane, a cigar dangling from his mouth, as if still smoking. What was most striking were his legs. 2 blades, the most distinctive mark of this man. Golden Lion. Shurji. Kylo's pupils abruptly contracted. The name on the wanted poster exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. It is indeed him. Vice Admiral, his finger pointed at the number in the corner of the poster. The pirate admiral who vanished for 20 years has appeared in the Dong Hai. 3 hours ago, the Luo Guzhan Navy branch sent a telegram reporting that a figure resembling the Golden Lion was spotted on a cliff outside the town, accompanied by dozens of pirate ships floating in midair. Kylo's breathing grew rapid. He clearly remembered that according to the original timeline, the Golden Lion should have been defeated by Lu Fei and his crew by now. But at this point in time, that legendary pirate should have been imprisoned in Tue Jincheng. How could he suddenly appear in the Dong Hai, and after disappearing for 20 years? That meant he had never encountered Lu Fei. Where had he gone, and what had he done? This is impossible. Kylo muttered under his breath. He should be imprisoned in Tue Jincheng. Vice Admiral, he finished his sentence, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. It seems you know something too. But now is not the time to dwell on that. Shirji's appearance means a massive threat. That man 30 years ago stood shoulder to shoulder with Luo Jie and Bai Huzi. His float fruit ability is enough to overturn the entire Donghai. She walked to the map and drew a circle around Luo Guzhun with a red pen. The time we have to mobilize forces is limited. Admiral Yellow Monkey is on duty at the Holy Land Sheng Di Mali Chaoya. He has been notified and set off, but it will take at least 6 hours to reach the Donghai. The other vice admirals are on missions in the Exai and Shirjia. The fastest support will take 2 days. Vice Admiral, his gaze settled on Kai Luan, her tone turning exceptionally grave. Right now you are the most mobile force at headquarters. Kai Luan instantly understood her meaning. His flight ability granted by 300 metal wings combined with the ultra-high speed of current drive made him the fastest mover in the Navy, second only to Admiral Yellow Monkey's light speed kick. Flying from Ma Lin Fan Duo to the Donghai would take him only 4 hours, giving him precious time to secure the situation before Yellow Monkey arrived. Understood. Kai Luan snapped to attention and saluted, requesting immediate departure. Wait. Vice Admiral, he called him back as he turned, handing him a Din Din Mushi. This is the latest encrypted Din Din Mushi capable of direct contact with Admiral Yellow Monkey. Remember, your mission is reconnaissance, not assault. Do not act recklessly alone. The old woman's fingers tapped lightly on the desk. The Golden Lion's strength rivaled that of the 4 emperors back then. Even if you and Yellow Monkey join forces, subduing him will not be easy. Unless absolutely necessary, do not provoke him. Kai Luan took the Din Din Mushi. Her words cooled some of his ardor. He knew his concern was not unfounded. That man who had once single-handedly stormed Ma Lin Fan Duo possessed power enough to shake the world. With his current strength, engaging him rashly would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Even if the Golden Lion's power was now a mere shadow of his former self, this was no longer the plot Kai Luan remembered from his past life. Heaven knew how much of his old strength Shirji still retained. One more thing. Vice Admiral, his voice dropped a notch. According to the latest report from the Luo Guzhun branch, the Golden Lion seems to be searching for something. His crew has been wreaking havoc in the forest outside the town, as if excavating an ancient ruin. Kai Luan's heart stirred. An ancient ruin. Could the Golden Lion's target be the historical text? The details are still unclear. Vice Admiral, he seemed to read his thoughts. But one thing is certain. That man would never appear in the Donghai without reason. When you arrive, first ascertain his objective, then wait for Admiral Yellow Monkey to rendezvous. Yes, sir. Leaving the staff office, night had already shrouded Ma Lin Fan Duo. Kai Luan hastened toward the harbor where the warships were moored. Along the way, Navy personnel who saw his hurried figure instinctively snapped to attention and saluted. Passing the recruitment office, he saw Shi La Si leading the newly enlisted soldiers in night training. The one-eyed lieutenant seemed to sense his presence and suddenly looked up at the sky. Kai Luan nodded slightly to the figure below, then turned and leaped to the top of the lighthouse. 300 metal wings spread from the back of his coat, gleaming coldly under the moonlight. Bright white currents of electricity coursed along the wings, emitting a soft hum like a bee's drone. Current drive, oh, full power. With a low shout, Kai Luan's body transformed into a streak of light that shot into the night sky. Below him, Ma Lin Fan Duo shrank rapidly. The harbor lights sparkled like scattered stars. He adjusted the angle of his metal wings and sped at full velocity toward the Donghai, leaving a fleeting white trail in the air. The high-altitude air was bitterly cold, stinging his cheeks. Kai Luan condensed his Ba-Chi around his body while activating the encrypted Din Din Mushi given by Vice Admiral He. He reported his real-time position to Admiral Yellow Monkey. There was still a considerable distance to the Donghai. Golden Lion. Shirji. Kai Luan gazed at the clouds racing past below, a welter of emotions swirling within him. He couldn't help but recall the Golden Lion's past. Over 20 years ago, the Golden Lion had sought an alliance with Luo Jie to conquer the world. After being refused, their crews clashed in the Battle of Ai Tewe Air, where the flying pirate fleet's Grand Armada was largely sunk beneath the waves and a ship's wheel accidentally embedded itself in the Golden Lion's head. 20 years ago, unable to believe that Luo Jie had been captured, the Golden Lion single-handedly stormed the Marine headquarters, fought a great battle with Zhanghua and Kapu, and was defeated, then thrown into Tue Jincheng. To escape, he severed his own feet, bound by sea stone shackles, becoming the first pirate in history to break out of Tue Jincheng. But instead of launching his plan soon after the escape, he vanished for 20 years. Of course, Kai Luan, through the memories of his past life, knew what the Golden Lion intended to do. But what exactly happened during those years that caused him to miss his encounter with Lu Fei? After flying for about 2 hours, the Din Din Mushi suddenly emitted a faint sound. An urgent intelligence from headquarters came through. The Donghai branch reports that the Golden Lion's pirate crew has begun attacking Luo Guzhun. 3 Navy personnel are seriously injured. Request immediate support. Kai Luan's eyes turned sharply fierce. Had he moved faster than expected? He accelerated abruptly, the vibration frequency of his metal wings reaching its limit, the surrounding currents emitting a blinding white light. The sea surface below was torn by the air currents, leaving a long white wake. 2 more hours. Kai Luan gripped the communicator, his knuckles white from the strain. CMO Gu, you have to hold on. Moonlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating his resolute profile. The 300 metal wings traced graceful arcs through the night sky, like a silver eagle spreading its wings flying at breakneck speed toward the perilous Dong Hai. On the distant horizon the scattered lights of Luo Gajun were already visible, but within that glow the scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Kai Luan took a deep breath, casting aside all distracting thoughts. No matter how the timeline had changed, no matter what formidable enemy awaited him ahead, his duty now was that of a Navy Commodore, and protecting the people of the Dong Hai was his imperative. The moment lightning tore through the night sky, Karen caught sight of the outline of Rog Town. The rooftops that should have gleamed a bluish-gray under the moonlight were now dyed orange by the towering flames. 300 metallic wings traced silver trails behind him as he sliced through the drifting smoke. The acrid stench of burning and the metallic tang of blood in the air made him instinctively frown. The streets below were deserted, with only overturned stalls and scattered debris bearing witness to the fierce battle that had taken place. Several charred pirate corpses hung from a broken flagpole, swaying in the wind. Karen adjusted the angle of his metallic wings, and the bright white electric current gradually dimmed. He hovered above the Marine base, his heart clenched as if by an invisible hand. The three-story building that once stood at the center of the town was now nothing but a tilted ruin. The main roof had completely collapsed, revealing charred wooden beams. The plaque bearing the word "Justice" lay broken in two, one half buried in rubble, the other reduced to a charred frame. The training ground of the base had become a massive crater, its edges still bearing traces of some devastating force. The walls made of sea stone had collapsed like paper, exposing the flattened arsenal behind them. A few surviving Marines were searching for the wounded among the rubble. Their uniforms were stained with blood, but their movements were eerily mechanical, as if the sight before them had robbed them of speech. Commodore Karen, a Marine with a lieutenant's insignia, spotted the figure in the sky and called out in surprise, his voice laced with tears. "You're finally here." Karen landed before him, his metallic wings folding slowly. "What's the situation? Where's Golden Lion?" The lieutenant's face turned pale, his lips trembling as he pointed toward the northern sea. "Half an hour ago, that monster flew away with his crew. Before he left he said, 'This is just the beginning.'" The young man's voice was filled with fear as he spoke the last few words. Karen's gaze swept across the ruins. His observation hockey spread like a tide. He could sense the faint life signals beneath the piles of rubble, could hear the painful groans of the wounded, yet he found no trace of any pirate presence. Those flying ships had vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. "Where is Captain Smoker?" Karen grabbed the lieutenant's shoulder, his tone urgent. The Den Mushi had mentioned no news of Smoker, but as the highest-ranking officer of the Rogtown branch, he couldn't have been absent. The lieutenant winced under the grip, but dared not struggle. He pointed shakily toward the west side of the base. "Captain Smoker is in the temporary medical station. He's badly injured." Karen immediately dashed in that direction. A collapsed wall blocked his path. He used armament hockey to smash through the debris, opening a path through the dust. The temporary medical station was set up in the former cafeteria. Several dining tables were pushed together to serve as beds on which lay more than a dozen wounded Marines. Tashiji was kneeling on the ground, bandaging the leg of a soldier, her uniform sleeves soaked in blood. "Commodore Karen." Tashiji looked up, her eyes swollen and red like walnuts. The moment she saw Karen, her tears suddenly burst forth. "You're finally here. Where's Smoker?" Karen's gaze fell on the bed at the far end. There lay a familiar figure, his sea-stone-tipped jit casually discarded beside him. Smoker's face was as pale as paper, a deep wound on his chest revealing bone. His trademark cigar was nowhere to be seen, and his lips were cracked and bleeding. Hearing Karen's voice, he struggled to open his eyes. His clouded pupils took a long time to focus before recognizing him. "You're here." Smoker's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping. Every word he spoke tugged at the wound on his chest, making him gasp in pain. "That old man is even more terrifying than the legends." Karen walked to the bedside and saw the edges of the wound on his chest glowing with a strange purple hue, clearly eroded by some special power. Was it Golden Lion? Who else could it be? Smoker closed his eyes as if recalling the battle just past. "That guy's float fruit. Can manipulate anything he touches. My smoke couldn't even get near him. Instead he cut me down with his slashes. If it weren't for Tashiji." Tashiji couldn't help but interrupt, her voice choked with tears. "The pirates attacked from the sky without warning. Captain Smoker immediately took flight to engage them. He was the only one among us who could fly and the only Logia user. But that Golden Lion was too strong. He knocked the captain into the sea in just 3 moves. If I hadn't rowed over to fish him out." By the end the girl was sobbing uncontrollably. Karen's fist clenched silently. He could imagine the scene. Smoker facing the legendary pirate alone without armament hockey, his elemental form rendered useless against Golden Lion's hockey. That was no battle, it was a one-sided massacre. What exactly is his strength like? Karen forced himself to stay calm. This was not the time for anger. Gathering intelligence was the priority. Smoker turned his head with difficulty, staring at the cracks in the ceiling. "Anything he touches, he can make weightless. When he touched my jit, it flew straight up into the sky and disappeared. And the blades on his legs." The hardened man's face showed a rare look of gravity. "When hit by his flying slashes, I felt like my smoke was about to be dispersed." Karen's heart sank. Could Golden Lion still use hockey? He seemed to recall that in the original movie when Golden Lion fought Luffy, he couldn't use hockey anymore. Or was that just plot convenience? During the 20 years of his disappearance, Golden Lion had clearly not stagnated. His combat skills must have reached an inconceivable level. The only question was how long his body could sustain him in battle. Why did he attack Rog Town? I don't know. Smoker shook his head. He seemed a bit deranged. He had his men dig in the forest outside the town for a long time, and when he grew impatient, he tore the base apart. He suddenly grabbed Karen's wrist with surprising strength. That guy's crew has a bunch of ferocious beasts. Be careful not to get surrounded. Karen nodded. I'll keep that in mind. Admiral Kizaru will arrive in less than 2 hours. We'll team up to track him down. Borsellino-san. A bitter smile tugged at Smoker's lips. I hope that guy can be reliable. He released his grip and closed his eyes again. I can't hold on anymore. The rest is up to you. With that he fell unconscious. Tashigi quickly dabbed alcohol-soaked cotton on his wound, her movements as gentle as if she were handling a fragile treasure. Commodore, you must catch Golden Lion and avenge our fallen brothers. Karen looked at the unconscious Smoker on the bed, at the wounded Marines moaning around him, at the burning ruins outside the window. A surge of indescribable anger churned in his chest. He walked to the entrance of the cafeteria, took out an encrypted communicator, and pressed the button to contact headquarters. This is Karen. I have arrived at Rog Town. His voice was eerily calm, like the sea before a storm. Golden Lion has withdrawn. His whereabouts are unknown. The Rog Town branch has suffered heavy losses. Captain Smoker is critically wounded and unconscious. Preliminary casualties: over 50 dead, 127 wounded. There was a long silence on the other end of the communicator before Vice Admiral Tsuru's weary voice came through. I understand. Kizaru has entered the East Blue Waters and is expected to rendezvous with you in 1 hour. Do not act on your own until he arrives. Understood. Karen paused, then added, Golden Lion's entire pirate crew has flight capabilities and extremely high mobility. I recommend notifying all East Blue branches to strengthen aerial surveillance. Already relayed. There was a hint of approval in Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice. You've done well. Stay vigilant. After the communication ended, Karen stood on the ruins, gazing at the dark sea. 300 metallic wings slowly unfurled behind him as he rose into the air, scanning the sky vigilantly by moonlight. He didn't know if Golden Lion had gone far, but that mad pirate admiral would never be satisfied with merely destroying a marine base. He must be lurking somewhere, watching, waiting for the next opportunity to strike. The sea breeze carried the stench of blood as it blew past. The crackling of burning wood came from the ruins, and occasionally phosphorescent flashes flickered on the distant sea, the drifting corpses of slain pirates. Karen closed his eyes, elevating his observation hockey to its maximum, covering the entire Rog Town and its surrounding waters. He could see Tashigi feeding water to Smoker, see the surviving Marines reinforcing the temporary defenses, see wooden debris floating on the sea, but he could never find those enemies. Golden Lion's pirate crew had vanished like bats into the night, leaving no trace. Time ticked by, and the sky gradually began to pale. When the first rays of sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the dust over the ruins, a golden streak suddenly appeared on the distant sea, approaching Rog Town at a speed impossible for the naked eye to track. Karen immediately went on alert, the electric current on his metallic wings flaring up again. Only when the streak stopped before him, revealing Kizaru's trademark smile and yellow suit, did he retract his hockey. My, this place is a real mess. Kizaru picked his ear, his gaze sweeping over the ruins. His tone seemed casual, but his face was serious. Looks like we're a bit late, Commodore Karen. Golden Lion left 3 hours ago. His whereabouts are unknown. Karen had no mood for jokes and reported directly. His cruise ships can all fly with high mobility. Kizaru rubbed his chin, then suddenly smiled. Flying enemies, huh? That's a bit troublesome. But the most troublesome part is how to find them. He looked up at the sky, a sharp glint flashing behind his sunglasses. Now it's time for us to have some fun. Karen looked at the always nonchalant admiral and suddenly felt a sense of relief. No matter how lazy Kizaru usually was when facing a true enemy, his strength was always trustworthy. Do you need my cooperation? Not for now. Kizaru waved his hand, his body beginning to dissolve into golden particles. You stay here and protect the wounded. I need to find them first. I'll be back shortly. With that, his figure vanished into the sky, leaving only a golden trail. Karen stood there watching the trail disappear into the clouds. He knew that the real hunt had only just begun. The game of chess between Golden Lion and the Marines had opened a new chapter on this blood-dyed sea. The smoke over the ruins gradually dissipated, revealing a clear blue sky. Karen turned around and gave orders to the Marines clearing the site. Reinforce the defenses, tend to the wounded. No one is to leave the base grounds without permission. The sunlight shone on the metallic wings behind him, reflecting a dazzling light, as if raising an indestructible barrier over the ruins. As sunlight pierced through the clouds, Kai Luen was inspecting the reinforcement of the temporary defensive line. The surviving Marines had built makeshift barricades from broken beams and steel plates, while the Seiki set up a signal tower at the entrance of the medical station, hoping to establish contact with a nearby branch. The smoke and dust over the ruins gradually dissipated, revealing the charred black earth. The air still carried an ineradicable stench of blood, mingled with the complex odor of gunpowder and burnt flesh. Each breath felt like swallowing tiny shards of glass. Commodore. A soldier ran over, holding a din mushy, the soles of his boots crunching on broken glass. Static crackled from the speaker, as if countless insects were buzzing within. It's an Admiral Kizaru's transmission. Kai Luen immediately took the communicator, the cold metal casing sending a shiver through his fingertips. The moment he pressed the answer button, Kizaru's signature languid voice came through, tinged with a faint hint of amusement. Commodore Kai Lun, rendezvous at coordinates 3721 and 12080. I've discovered something intriguing. The instant the coordinates were given, the chart of the East Blue materialized in Kai Lun's mind. That location was in the skies northeast of Logetown, about 80 nautical miles away, exactly within the range of Kizaru's full-speed flight for half an hour. Found the Golden Lion. His voice tightened, the knuckles of his hand gripping the communicator turning white. Sort of. Kizaru's voice carried a hint of playfulness, and in the background the roar of clouds rubbing against each other could be faintly heard. Come and see. I promise you'll be astonished. The communication abruptly cut off, leaving a rapid series of busy signals, like a scream abruptly severed. Without a moment's hesitation, Kai Lun turned to Desiki and ordered, I'm going to support Admiral Kizaru. The situation here is in your hands. Reinforce the defenses, set up warning perimeters, and do not venture out easily. Wait for our news. Yes, sir. Desiki snapped to attention and saluted. Beneath her military cap, the traces of tears were still fresh on her cheeks, but determination blazed in her eyes. Please be careful. Kai Lun nodded, turned, and leaped onto the top of the ruins. The broken rebar groaned under his feet, as if bearing an unbearable weight. 300 metal wings instantly spread from his back, and bright white electrical currents slithered along the wing's surfaces, emitting a buzzing hum like the wings of countless enraged hornets. Electrostatic propulsion. His figure transformed into a streak of silver light that shot into the sky, the ruins of Logetown shrinking rapidly beneath him. Charred rooftops resembled blackish-brown scabs. Winding trails of blood had coagulated into dark crimson streams on the streets. Several stretchers wrapped in white cloth were being carried toward a temporary morgue, the bodies of Marines who had fallen in last night's battle. Kai Lun gritted his teeth, averted his gaze, adjusted his flight trajectory, and sped toward the coordinates Kizaru had given. 30 minutes later, a golden radiance appeared in the clouds ahead. That light was like molten gold, tearing a dazzling crack across the gray-black curtain of clouds. Kai Lun slowed down, drawing closer to the gleam, until he could make out Kizaru's iconic pineapple-shaped head and yellow suit. The Marine Admiral was hovering on a massive cloud, hands in his suit pockets, gazing with interest at the distant horizon, as if merely enjoying the scenery. You're finally here. Kizaru turned his eyes behind the sunglasses, locking precisely onto Kai Lun through the lenses, then pointed northeast. Go over there first and take a look. Once you've seen it, come back here. Kai Lun flew in the direction Kizaru indicated. A moment later, his pupils contracted sharply, as if his heart had been seized by an icy hand. Among the sea of clouds 50 li away, dozens of pirate ships hung silently in midair, like coffins lifted by an invisible force. These vessels maintained their complete hull structures. Some still flew tattered Jolly Rogers, yet they defied the laws of physics suspended above the clouds. The air beneath the ships showed a strange distortion, like ink droplets diffusing in water, clearly the effect of the Golden Lion's float fruitability. Even more awe-inspiring was that 3 small islands floated around the fleet. The largest island even held a dormant volcano, its black volcanic rock gleaming coldly in the sunlight. Another island was covered in dense tropical rainforest with thick vines hanging from its edges like green waterfalls. The smallest was composed entirely of white rock, with several silver waterfalls cascading from its cliffs, disappearing into the sea of clouds below. A few seabirds flitted between the islands and ships, creating a scene both eerie and magnificent. Every ship was crowded with pirates, some celebrating with bottles of liquor, others polishing their weapons. Countless figures moved across the decks. One man leaned his bare torso over the railing, urinating into the clouds below, drawing a burst of vulgar laughter. Others were gambling with dice, the clatter of gold coins so clear that Kai Lun could even perceive it with his observation hockey. A few figures who seemed like officers stood at the bows, scanning the distant sea with telescopes. So that's the Golden Lion's fleet. Truly enormous beyond words. Kai Lun's voice was hoarse, his throat feeling as if it had been scraped with sandpaper as he returned to Kizaru. He finally understood why Logetown and Smoker had been defeated so quickly. An aerial fleet directly controlled by the float fruit was a weapon difficult to counter by itself. Facing such a behemoth, Smoker, who could only fly, was like an ant trying to pry a boulder with a toothpick, utterly incapable of opposing it. To be precise, it's the flying pirate crew. Kizaru picked his ear, his tone still languid, as if discussing the weather. I've been tailing them. They're heading toward the direction of the G5 branch. It seems that Admiral intends to dismantle the East Blue Marine bases one by one. He pointed at the floating islands. Even islands can be manipulated at will. That old man's ability is more troublesome than the legends suggest. Look at that volcano. If he drops it on a Marine base. Kai Lun's face turned deathly pale. He could imagine the scene. Molten lava cascading like a waterfall, solid fortresses melting in the intense heat, screams and explosions interweaving into a symphony of despair. What do we do now? Charge straight in. Kai Lun's voice trembled slightly, not from fear, but from fury. Those trails of blood congealed in the ruins, those stretchers wrapped in white cloth, all of them now turned into molten lava churning in his chest. Ah, that won't do. Kizaru shook his head, tracing a pattern in the air with his finger, outlining the fleet's formation and the contours of the reef zone. The enemy has dozens of ships, at least 800 men. There are only 2 of us. A head-on fight would be a disadvantage. He suddenly chuckled, a hint of craftiness flashing behind his sunglasses. but sometimes doing the opposite yields better results. Kai Luan's heart stirred. You have a plan. Of course, Kizaru pointed to the sea surface below where the water showed an eerie dark green. See that area? The water is bottomless and the seabed is full of hidden reefs. 12 merchant ships have sunk there over the years. The local fishermen call it the ship graveyard. We'll lure them there. His finger traced an arc in the air connecting the fleet and the reef zone. Although the Golden Lion's fleet can float with his ability, those ships are still essentially made of wood. What's the range of your electromagnetic cannon? At full output, it can cover 30 nautical miles. Kai Luan immediately reported the data, the result of hundreds of trials. Perfect. Kizaru snapped his fingers, a golden flash flickering at his fingertips. You stay in that cumulonimbus cloud 20 li away and use your electromagnetic cannon to shoot down their ships one by one. Remember, aim for the keel and mast, especially the structure below the mainmast. That's the weakest part of the ship. If you make them lose structural stability, they'll disintegrate. Even if they can still float, they won't be able to move. Kai Luan immediately understood his intention. You want to destroy their ships, rob them of mobility, and trap them on the sea. Bingo. Kizaru clapped his hands, golden ripples spreading from his palms. Those pirates are lambs to the slaughter once they leave their ships. Falling into the reef zone will leave them struggling just to survive. First we destroy their ships, cutting off their support, and then we compress them onto the sea surface. His tone suddenly turned serious. His eyes, usually half closed, opened slightly, revealing a sharp gleam behind the lenses. Then we force the Golden Lion, the only one who can truly fight in the air, to come out, neutralizing his numerical advantage. Admiration flickered in Kai Luan's eyes. Kizaru, seemingly casual, had devised such a precise plan in a short time, avoiding the enemy's strength while targeting their weakness. This was the caliber of a Marine admiral, not just immense combat power, but also mastery over the battlefield, like a top-tier chess player who can anticipate every move of the opponent. Understood. Kai Luan nodded, his metal wings vibrating slightly to adjust direction. When do we act? Once they enter this reef zone, Kizaru pointed to the sea below where white foam was visible, froth from waves crashing against hidden reefs. About half an hour. Go to the designated position and prepare. I'll keep an eye on them here. Remember, don't conserve energy, destroy the ships as fast as possible to force the Golden Lion out. Yes, sir. Kai Luan turned and flew toward the predetermined position, his metal wings carving a silver trail through the clouds. He stopped inside a thick cumulonimbus cloud 20 li from the Golden Lion's fleet. The cloud layers here were dense as cotton candy, perfect for hiding his form. 300 metal wings slowly unfolded and began to reconfigure. To ensure a high rate of fire, Kai Luan deliberately formed 2 sets of electromagnetic cannon rails for continuous shots. He took a standard Marine-issue coin from his pocket, his specially prepared projectile. The serrated edge of the coin gleamed coldly in the refracted light from the clouds. Accelerated by the electromagnetic cannon, this metal disc weighing less than 5 grams could unleash the power of a cannonball, and its small size made it difficult to detect. Kai Luan placed the coin in his palm, gently rubbing it with armament hockey, feeling the coolness of the metal surface. He closed his eyes, and his observation hockey spread out like a radar. The scene 20 li away appeared clearly in his mind. Dozens of pirate ships arranged in a wedge formation were flying toward the reef zone. The trees on one floating island were manipulated by the ability, their extended vines wrapped around the masts of several ships, as if draping the fleet in a green armor. Occasionally a ripe fruit would fall from a branch, becoming a blurry speck of light as it disappeared into the cloud sea. The Golden Lion stood at the bow of the flagship, wearing a black coat embroidered with a golden lion pattern. His hands were gently spread, palms facing the floating ships and islands, clearly maintaining the entire fleet's buoyancy. His feet were planted on the legendary swords Odo and Kagurashi, the faint sound of blades scraping against the deck audible. His subordinates were reveling on the ships, some rolling dice on the deck, the crisp clatter of bone dice ringing out, others guzzling from barrels, the sour stench of cheap rum being smelled from 20 li away. A few lookout pirates were scanning the sea with telescopes, but none noticed the lethal menace hidden in the clouds. 5 more minutes. Kai Luan adjusted his breathing and slowly began charging the electromagnetic cannon. Bright white electric currents began to gather at the muzzle, forming rotating halos. The surrounding clouds were ionized into a faint purple, with tiny ice crystals dancing in the intense electric field. Time passed second by second, each second stretched like a rubber band. Just as the Golden Lion's entire fleet entered the reef zone, Kizaru's transmission came through. You can begin. First, target the aft mast of the third ship from the left. Without a word, Kai Luan moved his finger slightly, and the coin was fed into the cannon barrel. Electromagnetic cannon. The ball of light suddenly contracted, then burst into a dazzling beam. Propelled by electromagnetic force, the coin shot toward the target at Mach 5. The scream of air being torn apart even drowned out the roar of the clouds. The instant the beam pierced the clouds, Kai Luan had already locked onto the next target. Boom! A thunderous explosion came from 20 li away. Kai Luan's observation hockey saw the coin precisely strike the base of the pirate ship's aft mast. The solid oak splintered instantly like a tree branch split by a giant axe. Although the ship remained afloat, it bent at a grotesque angle like a giant whose back had been broken. Pirates on board scrambled to grab the railings, barrels and weapons rolling everywhere with chaotic sounds. Some tried to secure the mast with ropes, but the tilting deck flung them into the cloud sea. First one. Kai Luan's expression was impassive as he adjusted the cannon's angle. The vibration frequency of the metal wings slightly altered to compensate for the Earth's rotation. Boom, boom, boom. Beams of light pierced the clouds one after another, each shot accompanied by a thunderous roar. The Golden Lion's fleet fell into chaos. Pirates looked around in panic. Some brandished their swords at the sky, others cowered in corners of the deck, but they couldn't find the source of the attack. Their ships were damaged in succession, some masts shattered, some hulls cracked. Although they still floated thanks to the Golden Lion's ability, they had completely lost mobility like a flock of birds with broken wings. Fifth ship. Kai Luan's forehead beaded with sweat. The continuous output of electric current left his arm tingling. Eighth ship. The electromagnetic cannon's wing plates were already scorching hot, and the air was filled with the smell of burning metal. 10th ship. When the bottom of the 10th pirate ship was breached, and it began to slowly descend toward the sea, Kai Luan's observation Haki suddenly detected a terrifying aura. That aura was like a volcano that had slumbered for 1,000 years, suddenly erupting, exuding a pressure capable of crushing everything. It came from the Golden Lion's flagship. The Golden Lion stood at the flagship's bow, his graying beard trembling violently. The lens of his left eye reflected a cold light, but now it was covered with cracks from rage. He lifted his head abruptly, his sharp eyes seeming to pierce through the clouds toward Kai Luan's position. His voice resounded like thunder. "You rat hiding in the shadows, show yourself." An invisible gravitational field spread outward from the Golden Lion, instantly compressing the surrounding clouds into thin sheets, like cotton flattened by a giant hand. Even the floating islands shook violently, their rocks and trees tumbling down, creating whirlpools in the cloud sea. Kai Luan's electromagnetic cannon suddenly became unstable. The current's light flickered, and the barrel even bent slightly, clearly under heavy gravitational interference. "Oh my, looks like we've been discovered." Kizaru's voice came through the communicator, tinged with a hint of amusement, but more solemn than usual. "Leave the rest to me. I'll go pay a visit to that admiral." Kai Luan saw a golden streak shoot out from the distant cloud layer, moving so fast, it left an afterimage diving straight for the Golden Lion's flagship. The power contained in that light made the air tremble as if a small sun was falling. At the same time, he sensed the Golden Lion's figure leaping from the flagship. Odo and Kagurashi carved two afterimages in the air, their gale force winds even tearing the surrounding slashes as he met Kizaru. The moment the two figures collided in the cloud sea, the entire sky seemed to fall silent for a second before erupting into an unimaginable shockwave. The clouds were torn to shreds, the outlines of the islands twisted and distorted in the shockwave. Even Kai Luan 20 li away could feel that terrifying force. "Keep firing." Kai Luan suppressed the turmoil in his heart and relocked onto the target. The light of the electromagnetic cannon blazed again, even brighter than before, piercing the clouds and striking the 11th pirate ship. He knew that every additional ship destroyed now would reduce the pressure on Kizaru. The golden light and the shadows of the two swords clashed repeatedly in the sky, each impact sending waves of rippling energy that flattened the clouds for miles around. Kai Luan gritted his teeth and continued to adjust the cannon's aim. The metal wings hummed with power as he loaded another coin. The battle between the two top-tier combatants raged on, but Kai Luan focused on his mission to ground the airborne fleet. With every shot, a pirate ship lost its ability to maneuver, becoming a floating coffin adrift in the reef zone. When the electromagnetic cannon's light pierced the clouds, Karen's eardrums were still ringing. The shockwave from the collision between Yellow Monkey and Golden Lion was like an invisible giant hand tearing the cumulonimbus clouds into flocculent fragments. Cold raindrops mixed with hailstones pelted the metal wings with a crackling sound. He stared intently at the constantly shifting silhouette of the pirate ship in his scope. The muscles in his right arm twitched uncontrollably from the continuous output of electric current. Sweat slid down his temples, evaporating into white mist as it neared his eyes due to the strong wind. 11th ship. Karen pressed the firing button again. The coin transformed into an almost imperceptible black shadow in the electromagnetic track, instantly crossing a distance of 20 li to precisely hit the keel joint of the target ship. The oak hull, like prey caught by a giant python, emitted a teeth-grinding cracking sound. Pirates on the deck, like ants shaken off, screamed and grabbed at anything nearby to stabilize themselves. But this time no one fell into the sea of clouds. Golden Lion's manipulation of the surrounding air formed an invisible barrier that enveloped the ships. Though the pirates staggered, they were all firmly held on the tilted deck. As expected of a legendary pirate who once shook the world, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Karen's mouth. This showed that although Golden Lion was restrained by Yellow Monkey, he could still divert his power to protect his subordinates. This legendary pirate admiral truly lived up to his reputation. He quickly switched targets, turning the cannon toward the 12th ship. The 300 metal wings suddenly trembled violently. Kenbunchaku Haki screamed a warning, making Karen's scalp tingle. Two sharp slashes were hurtling toward him from the direction of the fierce battle between Yellow Monkey and Golden Lion. Those slashes were like solidified moonlight, carving two silver-white trails through the clouds. Every raindrop in their path froze into tiny ice crystals. Clang, clang. Karen abruptly rolled sideways. The two slashes grazed past his shoulder and struck the cumulonimbus clouds behind him. With a thunderous roar, a 100-meter-wide patch of clouds was instantly cleared, revealing the azure sky beyond. Shards of ice cascaded down like a waterfall. He could even see the residual sword aura from the slashes, leaving 2 fine scratches on the surface of the metal wings. Such swift swordsmanship, Karen thought, still shaken. Though forced back step by step by Yellow Monkey, Golden Lion still managed to counterattack in the blink of an eye. The 2 legendary swords, Cherry Blossom and Dead, would mounted on his legs, each swing carried deadly sharpness. His combat awareness had reached the pinnacle. Mister Shiki, you must not get distracted," Yellow Monkey's voice taunted, followed by the crisp sound of metal clashing. "My beams have no eyes, you know." Through the gaps in the clouds, Karen saw Yellow Monkey's body transform into several golden streams of light, like fireflies dancing around a flame, continuously striking at Golden Lion. Each time a stream of light hit its target, it burst into a blinding orb. Golden Lion, wielding Cherry Blossom and Dead, would attach to his legs, erected an invisible air barrier around himself, deflecting all the beams. Whenever the legendary swords collided with the beams, visible shockwaves rippled outward, shattering the surrounding clouds. Karen watched mesmerized. Such an aerial battle could only be fought by the 3 of them. Karen suddenly felt as if he had stumbled into the world of Shushan. Wait, I'm not Danshinzi, am I? Just then Golden Lion let out a furious roar that pierced through all noise, clearly reaching Karen's ears. "Yellow Monkey, do you think you can stop me?" His figure suddenly rose higher. The swords Cherry Blossom and Dead would on his legs traced an elegant arc in the air. The airflow they generated twisting space itself. Several of Yellow Monkey's golden beams seemed to hit an invisible wall, their trajectories deviating slightly. Seizing this momentary gap, Golden Lion's gaze pierced over Yellow Monkey's shoulder, locking precisely onto Karen 20 li away. His left eye, lacking a lens, glinted dangerously in the sunlight. "So it's you, the little rat, causing trouble." 3 slashes struck out simultaneously, forming a triangular formation aimed at Karen. This time the slashes were even more condensed than before. The silver-white sword aura was laced with black Busashoko haki, tearing the air as they passed, emitting a sharp whistling sound. Magnetic burst barrier. Karen reacted with lightning speed. 100 metal wings instantly formed a honeycomb-like barrier in front of him. Electric currents slithered across the surface, creating bright white arcs. The 3 slashes struck the barrier one after another with a deafening roar. The barrier shook violently, arcs of electricity darting like startled snakes. Karen felt as if he had been rammed head-on by a giant warship, his body uncontrollably sent flying backward. "Not bad technique." Golden Lion's voice carried a hint of approval, but more so icy killing intent. But not enough. He was about to launch another attack, but Yellow Monkey's figure had already appeared before him like a phantom. His golden beam kick, trailing light, shot straight for his face. "Mr. Shiki, your opponent is me." Forced to defend, Golden Lion clashed his swords Cherry Blossom and Dead wood against Yellow Monkey's foot. The 2 terrifying forces collided again, and the resulting shockwave cleared the surrounding clouds, completely revealing the turbulent sea below. During this brief respite, Karen quickly adjusted his stance and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He knew how close he had come to death. The legendary pirate's strength was indeed unfathomable. 12th ship. Karen suppressed the surging energy in his body and relocked his target. The electromagnetic cannon's light flared again. This time he aimed at the ship's ammunition hold. The moment the coin pierced the deck, Karen immediately manipulated the metal wings to ascend sharply. The next second, a violent explosion erupted 20 li away, flames shooting into the sky. The entire ship disintegrated mid-air like a fireworks display. Burning debris and the screams of pirates mingled as they fell into the sea of clouds below. This time Golden Lion had failed to erect an air barrier in time. He was too flustered by Yellow Monkey's continuous attacks to spare any attention. 13th ship. 14th ship. Karen, like a tireless machine, destroyed Golden Lion's pirate ships one after another. Each shot was accompanied by a violent explosion, and each explosion meant Golden Lion's forces were dwindling. He could clearly sense Golden Lion's aura growing more frenzied, like a volcano about to erupt. When the mast of the 15th ship snapped under the electromagnetic cannon, Golden Lion finally erupted completely. Yellow Monkey, get out of my way." He let out a deafening roar, his entire body erupting with a terrifying aura. The swords Cherry Blossom and Dead would on his legs slashed through the void, instantly disrupting the surrounding air and forming invisible walls of air. Yellow Monkey's golden streams of light actually stalled. Golden Lion seized the chance to retreat swiftly, his gaze fixed on Karen's direction. His golden beard bristled with rage. So this is it. Golden Lion suddenly laughed a laugh full of madness. "You want to destroy my ships and leave me alone. A clever scheme. A fine move." Karen's heart sank. Had he been discovered? "But do you think that will trap me?" Golden Lion's smile grew more sinister. "You underestimate me. I am the Golden Lion." He suddenly extended both hands, palms facing the remaining pirate ships and floating islands. Lion's Might Imperial Residence. Karen's Kinbunchiko haki instantly captured a horrifying scene. The pirate ships and islands that had been hovering over the reef area suddenly changed course, as if pushed by an invisible giant hand, hurtling northwest at an astonishing speed. Their right ahead was an island with a clear outline of a town. No, Karen's heart felt as if it were being squeezed. He immediately understood Golden Lion's intent. If those pirate ships and islands collided with that island, or worse, if the flying pirate crew successfully landed, the consequences would be catastrophic. The civilians on the island were unarmed and could not withstand these ruthless pirates. The Marines would be forced into a positional battle, and all their previous efforts would be wasted. Shiki, how dare you? Yellow Monkey's voice carried unprecedented fury. He transformed into a golden stream of light, trying to stop Golden Lion's action. His beam kicks rained down like hailstones on the air barrier Golden Lion had formed. But Golden Lion was prepared. He diverted most of his power to accelerate the ships and islands, leaving only a small portion to maintain the air barrier in front of him, barely withstanding Yellow Monkey's attacks. What do I not dare? Yellow Monkey, do you want to save those civilians, or do you want to stop me? Yellow Monkey's attack hesitated for a moment. He saw the floating islands getting closer and closer to the island, and the volcano on the largest island even began to emit faint smoke. Clearly geological activity triggered by rapid movement. If the volcano erupted on the island, the consequences would be even worse. Karen, stop them. Yellow Monkey's voice came through the den mushy, tinged with urgency. Karen did not hesitate for a second. He turned and chased after the speeding pirate ships and islands. The 300 metal wings operated at full power, electric currents screeching, pushing his speed to the limit. But he was still over 20 li away from those targets, and their speed was increasing, about to reach the sky above the island. Electromagnetic cannon, rapid fire. Karen took out the remaining coins and controlled the 2 sets of electromagnetic cannon rails to fire continuously. Pillars of light like a meteor shower of silver shot toward the speeding pirate ships. But this time his accuracy had noticeably dropped. It was difficult to aim while moving at high speed, and Golden Lion seemed to be deliberately maneuvers the ships to dodge the attacks. Boom, boom, boom. Although he hit a few ships, it was far from enough against the remaining dozen ships and 3 islands. They hurtled like uncontrolled meteorites, carrying the breath of destruction toward the island with the town. Karen watched helplessly as the first pirate ship crossed the island's coastline and crashed above a church. The pirates on board cheered and jumped down, starting to loot and burn in the streets. Soon the second, third. More and more pirate ships arrived, plunging the entire island into a sea of fire. The most terrifying were the 3 islands. The largest one with its volcano fell like a massive boulder toward the center of the island. The ground groaned under the weight of the island. Houses were crushed like building blocks, and dust and smoke shot into the sky. Damn it. Karen punched the wing rail, the electric current on his body becoming unstable with his rage. He knew they had lost a step. Golden Lion's countermeasure had completely disrupted their plan. Yellow Monkey's voice came through the den mushy grave. Young Karen, can you hold off Golden Lion for half an hour? I'll handle the pirates on the ground. I'll clear them out as fast as possible to minimize casualties. Just hold off Golden Lion. Karen gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down. Yellow Monkey was right. With his speed, he couldn't annihilate all those pirates in a short time. The urgent matter was to solve this problem, and if Yellow Monkey wanted to break free, Golden Lion had to be stopped by him. No problem, Mr. Borsellino. I'll do everything in my power to stop Golden Lion. With that, he immediately turned and flew toward the Golden Lion's direction. From afar, he saw Golden Lion standing on a patch of shattered clouds, a smug smile on his face. Yellow Monkey, and this brat. Golden Lion's voice boomed like a great bell. The game has only just begun. You want to corner me? Then I'll drag the entire East Blue down with me. His figure suddenly transformed into a stream of light, flying toward the island. Come on, let me see your justice. See whether you'll save those civilians first or kill me first. Yellow Monkey looked at Karen, a hint of resignation in his eyes. It seems we'll have to hurry. Karen nodded. The metal wings emitted an angry hum. He stared at the island engulfed in flames in the distance, his heart filled with fury. But he knew he had to take down Golden Lion as quickly as possible, or the consequences would be even more unimaginable. Let's go. Karen's voice was cold, tinged with determination. I'll go meet that pirate admiral. 2 figures, one golden, one silver, flew one after another toward the island. On the sea below, only the wreckage of the destroyed pirate ships remained like floating tombstones, witnessing the fierce battle that had just begun. As the golden stream of light streaked across the town, Kizuru had already obliterated the 3rd pirate ship. The flames from the explosion bloomed like hellish flowers, staining the church steeple a dark crimson. The pirates who had been looting and slaughtering in the streets suddenly noticed golden light seeping out of their own shadows, trails left by light-speed movement. Mama, I can't let you have too much fun, can I? Yasukani no Magatama. Kizaru's voice echoed in the central plaza. His fingers were crossed, and beneath his foot lay the pirate leader he had just kicked away. The pirates who tried to resist barely raised their blades before their bodies were pierced by countless dazzling light bullets. The Navy? It's a Navy admiral. A knowledgeable pirate screamed in terror, spinning around and sprinting toward the pirate ships. But before Kizaru, their speed was like a snail's crawl. Golden beams as precise as scalpels sliced the hovering pirate ships into fragments. Wood chips and screams filled the air. The chaotic town was gradually enveloped in a golden glow. High above, hundreds of meters in the sky, another fierce battle was reaching its climax. Kai Luan's figure flashed like a silver streak through the clouds. 300 metal wings were fully extended with electricity, forming dense cobwebs between the wing blades. Each flap tore through the air with a piercing shriek. He had just dodged Golden Lion's sweeping slash from Ensure. The sword strike infused with hockey grazed past his shoulder and split the cumulonimbus clouds behind him, revealing the blue sky beyond. Not bad speed. Golden Lion hovered in midair, his whiskers dancing in the wind. His feet were slightly apart. The blades of Ensure and Kumu glinted coldly in the sunlight, and around him swirled visible air currents, a compressed air barrier created by his float fruit ability. Kai Luan's earlier probing attacks had only left faint ripples on its surface. Kai Luan didn't reply. He activated the electric current drive state. Blue arcs of electricity began to flicker around his body, turning him into a blur of light. At the same time, some of his wing blades shot toward Golden Lion from 3 different directions. This was a tactic he had developed during training at Navy headquarters, using the metal wing's edges to create a 3-dimensional pincer attack. A mere trick. Golden Lion snorted coldly, crossing his legs into a cross shape. Ingshi and Ku Mu traced 2 perfect arcs. The clash of their sword strikes in midair instantly created a spherical air blast that sent all of Kai Luan's wing blades flying. But in the instant the blast expanded, Kai Luan's figure had already appeared behind Golden Lion's flank, his fist clenched and aimed at the opponent's waist. Golden Lion seemed to have anticipated this. He spun half a turn, and the spine of Ku Mu precisely struck the pitch-black fist. A grating screech rang out as Kai Luan felt a tremendous force surge along his arm, sending him tumbling sideways. He barely managed to stabilize himself using the air currents. An attack of this level, and you dare show off in front of me? Golden Lion's voice was disdainful, but his eyes had grown slightly more serious. In that instant, he had clearly sensed the opponent's haki, still immature, but already enough to pose a threat. Kai Luan adjusted his breathing. One of the metal wing blades had cracked, and his right arm was numb from the impact. But his eyes burned with excitement. Since crossing over into this world, he had never faced an opponent this strong. Every swing of Golden Lion's sword carried textbook combat technique, and the seemingly casual sword trajectories actually sealed off every angle of evasion. Again, Kai Luan suddenly climbed higher, boosting the electric current drive to 200 horsepower. This time he abandoned the idea of ranged attacks which lacked mobility and resolved to defeat Golden Lion. Dozens of metal wings spread out like blooming flowers, each one shimmering with electric light. In high-speed motion, they wove a deadly net. Interesting. A hint of approval curled at the corner of Golden Lion's mouth. He could sense the opponent's rhythm accelerating. The electric-winged metal blades seemed alive, constantly probing for openings. But instead of dodging, he charged forward. Ingshi and Ku Mu wove an impenetrable sword net before him, and the sparks from collisions between sword strikes and metal wings shot across the clouds like meteors. Clang, clang, clang. The continuous collisions sounded like thunder rolling across the sky. Though Kai Luan's metal wings were sharp, they were outmatched against Golden Lion's haki-infused slashes. Each collision caused his wing blades to scatter. But he didn't retreat. Instead, using the recoil, he constantly adjusted his position, circling Golden Lion like an agile leopard. Brat, you're asking for death. Golden Lion was angered by this relentless tactic. He suddenly thrust Ingshi into the void, and the surrounding air grew viscous. Kai Luan's speed instantly slowed. Then Ku Mu, wrapped in pitch-black haki and dark lightning, struck toward Kai Luan's chest like a venomous snake. The strike was impossibly fast. Kai Luan had no time to evade. He could only pour all his haki into the wing blades and cross them into a shield. Thud! The moment the blade pierced through the metal wing defense, Kai Luan felt as if a red-hot branding iron had seared his chest. The agony made his vision go dark. He looked down. The Navy uniform on his chest was torn, revealing a deep wound that exposed bone, blood seeping out. So this is a legendary pirate. Kai Luan quickly retreated, coughing up blood. His heart was filled with shock. He had used every trick, even exhausting his stamina to boost the electric current drive. Yet before Golden Lion, he was still easily wounded. The gap in strength left him feeling powerless. This is the end for you, brat. Golden Lion laughed coldly, pressing his advantage. Ingshi shot toward Kai Luan's throat with a piercing sound. Kai Luan instinctively leaned back. The blade grazed past the tip of his nose, the wind stinging his cheeks. Using the momentum of the lean, he kicked both feet fiercely toward Golden Lion's chest while directing the metal wings to stab at the opponent's abdomen. This was a desperate mutual destruction tactic he had conceived in the heat of battle. Obviously not expecting such madness, Golden Lion was forced to withdraw his sword for defense. Ingshi and the metal wings collided again, and both were sent flying apart. Kai Luan used the force to fly backward, widening the distance, and took the chance to check his injuries. The wound on his chest still bled steadily, out every breath pulled at the agonizing pain. But his gaze grew ever more determined. He knew he couldn't fall. If he did, the town below would be completely exposed to Golden Lion's threat. Some courage. Golden Lion looked at Kai Luan, genuine admiration appearing in his eyes for the first time. I admit you're far stronger than those so-called supernovas. Give you a few more years, and you might actually catch up to me. No need for years. Kai Luan wiped the blood from his mouth, his metal wings spreading again. I can defeat you now. Arrogant. Golden Lion was thoroughly enraged. The air around him began to spin violently. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. He thrust both Ingshi and Ku Mu into the void. The surrounding air instantly formed countless sharp blades, raining down on Kai Luan like a storm. Each of these air blades contained the power to cut through steel, emitting shrill shrieks as they flew. Kai Luan's pupils contracted sharply. He could sense that these blades were several times more powerful than the earlier sword strikes. He immediately concentrated all the electric current into his metal wings, spinning them at maximum speed to create an impenetrable defensive barrier. Ting, ting, dang. The air blade struck the barrier, producing dense clinks, and countless sparks blossomed on the surface. Kai Luan felt like a small boat sailing in a violent storm, at any moment swallowed by giant waves. The metal wings spun slower and slower. The metal's endurance had reached its limit and cracks began to appear on the blades. Just then Kai Luan suddenly recalled the new realm he had accidentally touched during his final desperate struggle against Halta in the Battle of the Summit. He recklessly drove the electric current and Haki within him, merging them together. Using armament Haki to reinforce his body, he adapted to higher current levels 3.0 horsepower, 4.0 horsepower, 1.0 horsepower. In that instant Kai Luan seemed to feel the breath of the world, the changing clouds at the horizon, the flick of a fish's tail in the water, the vitality of grass and trees on the ground. His wound began to heal, and more importantly, he saw the magnetic field spreading around him, starting to rotate. Everything around seemed to freeze. Kai Luan felt the surging power within him. He believed he could now take on a dozen of his former selves. Then he looked at Golden Lion and threw a punch, armament Haki fist strike. Golden Lion, obviously not expecting a sudden counterattack under these circumstances, hastily raised Ingshur in front of him. Boom! The pitch-black fist collided violently with the blade. This time Kai Luan was not pushed back. Instead, Golden Lion's body was momentarily paralyzed, then sent flying hundreds of meters, blasting through the clouds behind him. You're asking for death. Golden Lion roared, struggling to stabilize himself. How did you suddenly become so much stronger? That's impossible. He charged at Kai Luan, his left arm whipping out like an iron chain coated in pitch-black Haki, aiming for Kai Luan's cheek. Kai Luan did not dodge. He raised his arm and took the blow directly. The tremendous force sent him flying backward involuntarily. But Kai Luan looked stunned, unable to believe he was completely unharmed. A complete transformation from before. Golden Lion watched Kai Luan fly backward, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. He had never expected this young Navy officer to become so troublesome in an instant, something that had not happened in decades. You're quite impressive, brat. Golden Lion's voice carried a hint of grudging respect. But I, Golden Lion the pirate admiral, am not so easily beaten. Lion's might earth roll. He slowly raised his hands. The distant volcanic island began to tremble violently. Countless rocks peeled off the island, and under his control formed a lion 100 meters tall, charging toward Kai Luan. Such a commotion made even Kizaru below look up. But at that moment Kai Luan's stamina had reached its limit. He could no longer maintain the previous state, and the side effects of forcibly raising his power erupted, causing his entire body to ache. However, his mind was exceptionally clear. A sudden thought struck him: he could make the magnetic field around him start to riot, even if only a little. The stone lion's speed visibly slowed, and some rocks began to stray from their trajectory uncontrollably. Golden Lion's expression changed for the first time. Kai Luan seized the opportunity, using the last shred of his strength before the earlier surge completely faded, and charged toward Golden Lion. He knew this was his final chance. Success or failure hung on this moment. Golden Lion, your era is over. Kai Luan's voice echoed through the clouds, carrying an indomitable momentum. He condensed everything he had into this single punch, transforming into a blue streak of light, aimed straight at Golden Lion's face. Golden Lion watched as Kai Luan charged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes quickly replaced by fierce battle lust. Such an insolent brat. Let me show you what true strength is. Ingshur and Ku Mu swung out simultaneously. Golden Lion also threw a pitch-black fist, roaring like a black dragon, meeting Kai Luan's metal. High above, the two figures collided again. The shockwave made the entire sky tremble. Clouds were torn apart, gales howled, as if even heaven and earth changed color in that instant. The moment the blue-black stream of light collided with the thunderous pitch-black fist high in the sky, the entire world seemed to be pressed into a mute button. Karen could even clearly see every single grain on the blade of Ingshur, feel the dominating aura of the Golden Lion's bulging muscles, and even smell the salty seawater clinging to his beard. 300 metal wings trembled violently behind him, the hum of electricity breaking through the critical threshold, nearly shattering his eardrums. Just like this ended. Karen's pupils abruptly constricted. Only a dull cracking sound of bones echoed through the clouds. Karen felt as if his fist had smashed into 10,000-year-old mystic iron. His finger bones throbbed with piercing pain, and his right arm instantly lost all sensation. But he did not retreat, for he sensed the Golden Lion was not faring well either. Then, leveraging the recoil, Karen twisted his body into a spiral and sent his left fist shrieking, with black lightning crashing into the Golden Lion's face. The Golden Lion clearly had not anticipated Karen changing his technique under such circumstances. Flustered, he could not even raise his hand, only managing to tilt his head to dodge. But Karen's fist still struck his face heavily. The resulting gale forced his golden yellow beard to stand on end. The Golden Lion's eyes rolled back, and he was momentarily dazed. Even the ship's helm that had been embedded in his head for years was shattered. Crack! The wooden helm broke apart with a snap. The helm that had accompanied the Golden Lion for over 20 years lost its anchor. The Golden Lion's movements suddenly halted in midair, and the pupils of his eyes dilated abruptly. Karen hovered in midair, panting heavily. His right arm was twisted at a grotesque angle, and the wound on his chest had burst open again, blood staining most of his torso. But his gaze remained locked on the falling Golden Lion, with no trace of relaxation in his eyes. He knew too well the resilience of these legendary pirates. Sure enough, when he was still 100 meters from the volcanic island, the Golden Lion's body suddenly stopped descending. He slowly raised his head, blood from his left eye streaming down his cheek, pooling into droplets at his chin. His originally sharp eyes had become turbid and manic, and the corners of his mouth twisted into an eerie grin, revealing stark white teeth. More terrifyingly, the Ingshur and Kumu on his feet began to vibrate at high speed, the air around the blades sliced into countless tiny vortices. A deafening roar erupted from his mouth, sending visible ripples through the clouds. The rocks floating nearby suddenly lost control, flying in all directions like meteors. The Golden Lion's body began to twitch irregularly. The legendary swords on his feet swung wildly, sending chaotic sword beams careening across the sky like mad dogs. These beams no longer had the precise trajectories of before, but became even denser due to the disorderly kicks. Not good. Karen's heart clenched. He knew losing that helm would cause trouble. Although these sword beams lacked their previous intensity and domineering aura, their number was as countless as hairs on an ox. Even worse, the Golden Lion's attacks had completely lost their target, and many beams were flying toward the town below. Suppressing the excruciating pain, Karen maneuvered his metal wings to block between the beams and the town. The clatter of ding-ding-dang-dang rang incessantly. Karen was nearly at the end of his strength, unable to muster even a trace of domineering aura. The cracks on his wing blades multiplied until with a crack, the outermost 30 metal wings shattered completely, scattering into fragments of metal across the sky. Just then a golden stream of light shot from the direction of the town, like a precise scalpel, severing all the sword beams heading toward the town. Kizaru's figure appeared beside Karen. Seeing his miserable state, he frowned slightly. "Oh my, you look quite pathetic." Karen turned to see that Kizaru's uniform was still spotless, while at his feet lay the last giant lizard that had tried to flee. The pirates and beasts that had been rampaging through the town were now all cleared away. Though the streets were in a mess, the crisis had been resolved. "You made it just in time, Mr. Borsellino," Karen said, his voice hoarse as sandpaper. Yo-ho-ho, young people nowadays are truly terrifying. To be able to reduce the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki to such a state. Kizaru clapped his hands, golden light flickering in his palms. "But leave the rest to me. I'll have to put in a bit more effort." His gaze shifted to the rampaging Golden Lion, and his tone turned serious. "It seems we need to deal with this nuisance quickly." By now the Golden Lion had completely fallen into a state of madness. He hovered above the volcanic island, surrounded by countless swords and blades pulled from pirate ships. Under the control of the float fruit, these weapons spun at high speed, forming a tornado of steel. Meanwhile, his feet kept kicking unconsciously the blades of Ingshur and Kumu, continuously slicing the air, producing piercing shrieks. Whenever a rock approached, it was instantly ground to powder. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" The Golden Lion repeated meaningless words, blood from his left eye staining half his face, making him look like a demon crawling out of hell. Although his attacks were completely chaotic, their sheer range made it temporarily impossible to approach. However, both Karen and Kizaru sensed that the Golden Lion was growing weaker by the moment. Even if they did nothing, he would collapse from exhaustion. "Here's our chance." Kizaru smiled, his body beginning to turn into golden particles. "You take a rest?" "What a hassle. The fleet admiral's orders are to bring him back alive." 8 mirrors. Before the words had faded, his figure had already appeared before the Golden Lion. Facing the roaring steel tornado, Kizaru neither dodged nor avoided. He casually extended his right hand, and a golden beam of light condensed into a spinning orb of light at his fingertip. "Yasakani no Magatama." The few unremarkable words fell, and golden light streaked through the steel tornado like a meteor. All the swords and blades upon contact with the light melted into molten iron. This strike accurately landed on the Golden Lion's chest. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a series of dull bone-cracking sounds, and the noise of penetrating flesh. The Golden Lion's body flew backward like a kite, with a broken string crashing into the cliff of the volcanic island, sending up a shower of debris. The steel tornado lost control, and the spinning weapons fell to the ground with harsh clangs. The Ingshur and Kumu on his feet were also dislodged by the violent impact, sticking into the nearby rocks, their luster greatly dimmed. Kizaru slowly descended before the Golden Lion, looking at the once legendary great pirate. Now the Golden Lion had completely lost consciousness. A large section of his chest was caved in, blood still flowing from his left eye, but his breathing had become weak and rapid. "It's over," Kizaru said softly, pulling out sea-stone handcuffs and locking them around the Golden Lion's wrists. Karen slowly descended beside them, staring at the unconscious Golden Lion, his mind flooded with mixed emotions. This formidable opponent, who had once filled him with despair, had finally fallen. He recalled the earth-shattering battle just now and the Golden Lion's ghost-like swordsmanship, especially the terrifying power displayed by the legendary swords attached to his feet. He couldn't help but think of Luffy and blurted out, "Admiral Kizaru, can a person like this really be defeated by a rookie who doesn't even know hockey?" Kizaru raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Karen's question. He glanced at the Golden Lion, then at Karen, and suddenly laughed. "Oh my, isn't the interesting thing about this world that it's full of surprises?" Back then, everyone thought Roger couldn't succeed either. Karen fell silent. He knew Kizaru was right, but the doubt in his heart would not dissipate. He looked down at his twisted right arm, then at the Golden Lion, and suddenly understood something. Perhaps what truly determined the outcome was never pure strength alone, but also the courage to challenge everything. Just then the distant sound of naval warship sirens reached them. Reinforcements had finally arrived. Kizaru patted Karen on the shoulder. "All right, leave it to them." You need to get treated. If you wait any longer, that arm will be useless. Karen nodded and turned to fly toward the warships. Although he was badly wounded this time, he had also gained insight into a greater power. He wasn't sure if it was just an illusion, but he seemed to have developed a fondness for the straightforward flesh-to-flesh style of combat, probably influenced by Garp. He wondered if he would end up becoming a madman. The pungent scent of disinfectant in the Marine headquarters medical ward carried an inhuman chill. Kai Luen lay in a specialized medical pod, his right arm secured in transparent nutrient gel. Pale green liquid enveloped the distorted bones, emitting faint bubbling sounds. Outside the window stood the iconic Justice Tower of Marineford, its pure white spire piercing the clouds, reflecting blinding rays in the sunlight. I heard you smashed Golden Lion's rudder into pieces, kid. Simo's voice came from the neighboring bed, raspy from burnt tobacco. His bandages wrapped from his chest to his shoulders, and his left arm still hung from an enforced stand, yet he stubbornly clenched a cigar between his teeth, despite the nurses confiscating his cigarette case 3 times. Kai Luen rolled his eyes, catching a glimpse of Simo's bandaged profile. The usually stern smoke fruit user now had a faint, barely perceptible smile at the corner of his eyes. Just lucky, Kai Luen said weakly, the bitterness of medical spray still lingering in his throat. At least I didn't break my promise. Save that for someone else. Simoj snorted, coughing and wincing as the wound pulled. I've been lying in Rogue Town for 3 days. Tashiji girl told me all about it. He paused, his tone turning serious. Once I'm healed, I'm going to see Mr. Kapu. Kai Luen was surprised. You're going to see Vice Admiral Kapu. Not just to see him, but to beg him for special training. Simo's voice carried unprecedented gravity. After this fight with Golden Lion, I've come to realize that with my current strength, I can't even withstand the storms of the East Blue, let alone the New World. I plan to ask Kapu and Fleet Admiral Zhangguo for guidance for a while to hone my hockey and physical skills. He looked at Kai Luen with a complex gaze. You have your own path to follow. Don't follow me. Kai Luen was stunned. He had assumed they would train together, never expecting Simoj to make such a decision. But there's no but about it. Simoj cut him off. Your magnet fruit has boundless potential. Perhaps you should seek someone more adept at developing devil fruit abilities. This old man's path is not for you. He took a deep breath, cigar smoke seeping through the gaps in his bandages. Once I'm out from under Kapu's training, I'll head straight to the New World. By then, don't let me get too far ahead. Kai Luen was silent for a moment, then nodded. He understood what Simoj meant. This senior wanted him to forge his own path, not blindly follow. The two fell silent, the only sound being the rhythmic beeping of medical instruments echoing in the ward. Kai Luen stared at the ceiling lights, suddenly recalling the look in Golden Lion's eyes as he fell into the volcanic island. Beyond the madness, there seemed to be a trace of reluctance. Could such a formidable warrior ultimately be defeated by Lu Fei? The thought had barely surfaced when he forcibly suppressed it. Now was not the time to dwell on the plot. Improving his strength was the urgent priority. 3 days later, Kai Luen was finally able to remove the arm fixation device. As he picked up a water glass with his still stiff right hand, the medical room door gently slid open. Vice Admiral, he entered leaning on a cane. Her military cap was pulled low, covering most of her face, only her graying temples visible. Behind her followed a female Vice Admiral in a white suit, her black hair coiled atop her head, with a few strands falling over her beautiful face. She was none other than Marine Headquarters, Peach Rabbit, Vice Admiral Yuan. Looks like you're recovering well. Vice Admiral He's voice was gentle but authoritative. She gestured for the nurse to leave and approached Kai Luen's bedside. That Borsellino fellow submitted his report saying you performed well. Developed a new technique. Kai Luen quickly sat up. I just stumbled upon it by chance. Golden Lion's power is formidable, but after all, he's old and has been injured. Quite modest, aren't you? Vice Admiral Yuan chuckled, lightly twirling a pen between her fingers, her eyes sharp as an eagle's. To turn chance into a tactic at a life-and-death moment. That's not something just anyone can do. Mr. Kapu heard you caused such a stir in the East Blue. He said he'll treat you to some sunbae. Vice Admiral, he ignored Yuan's teasing and pulled a photo from her briefcase. The photo showed an island encased in ice with the faint outline of a massive shipwreck visible beneath the frozen layer. Do you recognize this place? Kai Luen's pupils contracted. This is O'Hara. It's the O'Hara ruins. Vice Admiral, his tone grew somber. Last week, CP0 reported that the Blackbeard pirates' fleet appeared near here. They seem to be searching for something. She then produced another photo showing a man in a cowboy hat piercing a Marine's chest with a rifle. This sniper Van Auger has recently killed 3 branch commanders in the New World in succession. Ziyuan took over. And that's not all. Since Whitebeard's death, the balance of the New World has been completely shattered. Frictions among the 4 emperors are escalating, especially between Kaido and Big Mom. It's said they've already clashed. She paused, the pen spinning faster between her fingers. The Navy's plan is to launch the New World cleanup operation early next year, led by the newly appointed admiral, to eliminate the pirate crews allied with the 4 emperors. We Marines must balance the forces in the New World. Kai Luen felt a stir. You mean? You and Simoj will both be part of this operation. Vice Admiral, he looked into his eyes. But before that, you must become stronger. Golden Lion may be old, but his strength still ranks among the top in the New World. Surviving him proves you have potential, but it's not enough. Ziyuan walked to the window, gazing at the distant harbor. Fleet Admiral Akainu has approved Simoj's training application. Kapu will be responsible for honing his physical skills and hockey. As for you, she turned her gaze falling on Kai Luan's right arm. We plan to arrange for you to spend some time with Instructor ZFA. He has unique insights on combining devil fruit abilities with hockey. Kai Luan was surprised. Chief Instructor ZFA. That's right. Vice Admiral, he nodded. ZFA may have retired, but he still instructs new recruits. He's very interested in your magnet fruit, saying he wants to see if he can develop more refined applications. She tapped her cane. Additionally, you may sit in on the strategic commands meetings. See how those old foxes scheme against the 4 emperors. It won't do you any harm. It was then that Kai Luan understood that the 2 vice admirals had come not just to praise him, but to pave the way for him. This appreciation made him feel both humbled and grateful. Thank you, Vice Admiral. He Vice Admiral Yuan. Don't thank us. Vice Admiral, he put away the photos. The Navy needs fresh blood, but more importantly, it needs those capable of upholding justice. Her gaze fell on Kai Luan's right arm. Your performance this time exceeded many people's expectations. Don't disappoint everyone's hopes. After the 2 vice admirals left, Kai Luan sat on his bed lost in thought for a long time. His final magnetic field control had undergone a remarkable evolution, but his basic combat power was still insufficient. If his physique were stronger, he could maintain that state, that magnetic field rotation state, for a longer duration. In the evening, Simoj limped in holding 2 crudely wrapped senbei. That old geezer cop who sent these over said they're for promising young people to nourish themselves. He tossed one to Kai Luan and tore open the other wrapper, crunching loudly. Just now I saw Vice Admiral He and Vice Admirals Yuan leaving. Yeah, they said they'd arrange for me to study under Chief Instructor ZFA for a while. Simoj raised an eyebrow. That's more reliable than following that old geezer cop who. He patted Kai Luan's shoulder, the movement stiff due to his injuries. Study well. Once this old man establishes a foothold in the new world, I'll be waiting for you to join me. Kai Luan took a bite of the senbei, the crispy texture melting on his tongue. Outside the window, the setting sun painted the Justice Tower in warm gold, while warships on the sea slowly returned to port. He could feel the electric current within him slowly recovering and the muscles in his right arm gradually adapting to movement. Good. Kai Luan looked at Simoj, a light never seen before shining in his eyes. Once I've mastered my training, I'll come find you in the new world. In the corridor outside the ward, Vice Admiral He and Vice Admirals Yuan stood by the window watching this scene. Yuan chuckled softly. It really brings back memories. Back then you used to snatch Kapu's senbei and share them with us. Vice Admiral, he sighed. Times have changed. Both Kapu and I are old now. It'll be up to you all in the future. She turned, leaning on her cane. Come, we have a meeting to attend. The intelligence on Kaido and Big Mom still needs to be verified. The figures of the 2 vice admirals disappeared at the end of the corridor, leaving only the sea breeze blowing through the window carrying a salty, damp scent. Inside the medical room, Kai Luan and Simoj continued discussing their future plans. Their voices were low but brimming with anticipation for what lay ahead. The sea breeze, laden with a salty tang, lashed against the base's steel walls. Karen stood before the rust iron gate, gazing at the worn characters on the signboard that read Guerrilla Training Camp, and drew a deep breath. The wound on his right arm was no longer a major concern, though he could not yet exert full-force. Basic movement was largely unimpeded. Footsteps sounded behind him, and Smoker, cigar in mouth, approached with a bulging backpack slung over his shoulder. Once you're here, don't you dare shame me. Master Zephyr is very strict. Smoker's tone remained gruff, but a glint of concern flickered in his eyes. That old man Garp is already getting impatient. Once I'm done on my end, I'll report to the G5 branch in the new world. Karen nodded. You take care too. Without further words, they exchanged a crisp naval salute. Smoker turned and made his way to the dock where a speedboat bound for the headquarters training ground awaited. Karen pushed open the iron gate, the piercing screech echoing through the empty base. The base was more rudimentary than he had imagined. There was no smooth parade ground. Only a bullet-riddled clearing, no advanced equipment. Only modified pirate ship anchors and rusted barbells. More than a dozen team members in black combat suits were engaged in live combat training. Their movements were sharp and ruthless, sweat soaking their backs, yet none uttered a single complaint. So you're Karen, a low voice came from ahead. Karen looked up to see a burly old man standing on a raised platform not far away. He wore a black leather jacket revealing his scarred left arm, while his right arm was a gleaming metallic prosthetic, the legendary Crusher, capable of countering devil fruit abilities. The old man wore a pair of black sunglasses covering half his face, leaving only his tightly pressed lips and graying chin visible. He was Zephyr, former Marine Admiral and current leader of the pirate guerrilla. Behind him followed a beauty with flowing ocean blue wavy hair, dressed in a purple vest and black shorts with an X-shaped scar on her right leg. Yes, Mr. Zephyr. Karen stood at attention and saluted. Zephyr leaped down from the platform, his heavy boots landing on the metal floor with a dull thud. He circled Karen, the hydraulic device on his mechanical arm emitting a soft hiss. That Borsellino fellow wrote a glowing report saying you defeated that old geezer Golden Lion. Just luck, Karen humbly replied. There's no such thing as luck here. Even though you were recommended by Tsuru, if you slack off you can pack your bags and get out of here. Don't waste my time. Zephyr's voice suddenly rose, and his mechanical arm smashed into a nearby steel pillar with a thunderous crash, leaving a deep dent. Golden Lion was an old rival of mine. Even if 10 of you were to face him now, his combat skills and mastery of hockey would still be too much for you. The fact that you survived him only proves he's grown old. He paused, his tone softening slightly. Follow me. Zephyr led Karen to a converted cabin. The room was sparsely furnished. Just a metal table, a few welded chairs, and a massive sea chart on the wall, with countless pirate strongholds marked in red. Zephyr pulled a finely textured magnetic steel ball from a drawer and placed it on the table. Crush it. Karen was stunned. The ball looked incredibly hard, 10 centimeters in diameter. An ordinary person would struggle even to budge it, let alone crush it. He tentatively extended his right hand, mustering all his strength to grip the steel ball. His arm muscles bulged, veins popping, but the ball remained utterly still, not even a scratch appearing. This isn't something brute force can achieve. Zephyr's mechanical arm suddenly pressed against Karen's hand, a steady force transmitting through. Use Haki, pure armament Haki. Karen complied, focusing his Haki. A black armament coating enveloped his fist as he exerted force again. Fine cracks appeared on the surface of the steel ball, but as his breathing faltered and the Haki dissipated, the cracks slowly healed. It seems your Haki is still far from enough. Zephyr withdrew his mechanical arm. Those monsters in the New World can withstand naval cannonballs with their bare bodies. At your current level, you can't even break through their defenses. He placed the steel ball back in the drawer. From today, your training will consist of only two things: physical strength and Haki. In the days that followed, Karen embarked on a hellish training regimen. Every day before dawn, he would drag a 100-kilogram iron chain along the beach, running until the sun rose. Zephyr would stand on the shore using his mechanical arm, the crusher, to hurl heavy stones at him. Any delay would result in a solid hit. The body is the foundation of everything. If you can't even bear this weight, how do you expect to face the monsters of the New World? Zephyr's roars mingled with the crashing waves became Karen's daily wake-up call. After the morning physical training came Haki practice. Zephyr would lock Karen in a specially made iron cage, then repeatedly strike the bars with his mechanical arm. The violent vibrations left Karen dizzy and unable to focus his Haki. Yet he had to use armament Haki to protect his entire body under these conditions, or the tremors would cause him to spit blood. Haki is the embodiment of will. No matter how great the external disturbance, as long as your heart remains unshaken, your Haki will not dissipate. Zephyr's mechanical arm slammed into the cage with a shower of sparks. Think of the civilians killed by pirates. Think of the responsibility you bear. Afternoon training consisted of live combat. Zephyr would have the guerrilla team members take turns sparring with Karen. Though none were as strong as vice admirals, each was battle-hardened with ruthless and practical combat techniques. Karen was forbidden from using his devil fruit ability, relying solely on physical techniques and Haki. In the first few days, he was beaten black and blue every day, even having to eat with his left hand. Remember, a devil fruit is only an aid. A true powerhouse can stand at the pinnacle even without one. Zephyr looked at Karen, who lay defeated on the ground, his tone icy. If you can only rely on electricity, then you might as well go back to the East Blue. Once Karen was cornered by a team member wielding a battle axe. The axe came down with a fierce Haki coating. He hastily raised his own Haki in defense, barely blocking the blow, but the impact re-aggravated the old wound on his right arm, sending a numbing pain through him. Zephyr simply tossed him a bottle of ointment. Can't handle a little pain like this, and you still dare to claim you'll go to the New World? Karen gritted his teeth and applied the ointment, which sent a piercing cold through the wound, but his eyes grew more determined. He recalled Golden Lion's ghostly movements, the deadly slashes from the legendary swords on his legs, and the scar on his own chest that still ached faintly. Half a month later, Karen had made remarkable progress. He could now easily drag a 200-kilogram iron chain along the beach, even dodging the stones Zephyr hurled while running. Inside the cage, he could maintain stable Haki amidst the vibrations, though not for long, but it was a vast improvement over the beginning. One evening, Zephyr called out to Karen, who was cleaning his wounds. Follow me. They went to the training ground, where Zephyr hauled out a massive steel plate 5 centimeters thick. Split it with Haki. Karen took a deep breath, concentrated all his Haki into his right hand, coating it in black armament down to his fingertips, and then slammed his fist into the steel plate. A tremendous boom echoed. A clear fist imprint appeared on the plate, but it didn't crack. Not enough. Zephyr shook his head, then effortlessly bent the plate in half with his mechanical arm. Your Haki is too diffused, not concentrated enough. True armament Haki should be as sharp as a needle and as hard as a diamond. Karen stared at the easily snapped plate, filled with awe. He gathered his Haki again, this time casting aside all distractions, focusing his will into his fist, imagining it breaking through every obstacle. The black armament was deeper than before, faintly glistening. His fist struck the plate again. This time clear cracks spread from the imprint, and the entire plate shattered into pieces. Zephyr nodded, acknowledging his improvement. Tomorrow I'll take you somewhere. The next day, Zephyr led Karen to a shallow beach near the base. The tide had receded, leaving knee-deep water with murky foam. The sea wind brought a salty, fishy smell, and the cold water crept up his pants. Stand in the water. Use armament Haki to cover all the submerged parts of your body, and hold it for 2 hours. Karen obeyed, stepping into the seawater. The cold instantly soaked through his trousers, causing him to shiver. He took a deep breath and began to gather his armament Haki. A black luster slowly spread from his feet upward, covering his calves, knees, and finally reaching the part of his thighs submerged in the water. But then he felt his Haki begin to falter. The seawater seemed to possess a strange power, constantly eroding the Haki's defense, causing the black coating to flicker and dim. After only 10 minutes, the hockey covering his calves completely collapsed, the cold seawater making direct contact with his skin, sending a bone-chilling pain through him. Karen collapsed weakly onto the ground. Useless. Zephyr's scolding came from the shore. You can't even withstand seawater, and you think you can use hockey to fight the New World strong. Back in the day, I fought the Fishman pirate crew in the deep sea, maintaining full-body hockey for 3 hours. Karen clenched his teeth, gathering his hockey again to cover the submerged parts. This time, he focused his will with extreme intensity, struggling against the seawater's erosion. But soon the hockey dissipated like melting snow. He repeated the process over and over, gathering failing, until his legs went numb and lost sensation and his consciousness began to blur. Think of Golden Lion's slashes. Think of the civilians who died before your eyes. Zephyr's voice thundered in his ears like a clap of thunder. Is your justice so fragile? Those words struck Karen's mind like a bolt of lightning. He snapped his eyes open, a fierce gleam flashing in them. The hockey within him surged like a bursting dam, the black armament firmly covering every part of his body, submerged in the water. This time, no matter how the seawater eroded, the hockey remained as steady as a rock. After an hour, Zephyr's voice rang out again. You can come up now. Karen staggered ashore, his legs completely numb, allowing Zephyr's mechanical arm to drag him onto the sand. He slumped onto the beach, panting heavily, looking at the deep black armament on his legs, and managed a weary but gratified smile. A bit of progress. Zephyr tossed him a bottle of strong liquor. But this is far from enough. Your hockey must reach the level of complete control and indestructibility. In the following days, Karen's training became even more intense. He began practicing hockey in waist-deep seawater, even submerging himself during high tide to maintain hockey under high-pressure conditions. His body grew stronger, muscles sharply defined, brimming with explosive power. His hockey also became purer, not only lasting longer in seawater, but also able to concentrate at a single point, delivering devastating force. Even without activating his electricity-enhanced state, he was now no weaker than his previous 200 horsepower form. A month later, Vice Admiral Tsuru and Vice Admiral Guion arrived at the base. They saw Karen sparring with Zephyr. Though still overpowered by Zephyr's mechanical arm, he could now barely hold his ground, especially his armament hockey, deep and solid, far surpassing his level a month ago. It seems Zephyr has taught you well, Vice Admiral Tsuru said with satisfaction. Guion also praised such rapid progress. Even the 3 admirals back in the day were no better than this. Hearing them, Zephyr stopped his attack. This kid has some perseverance, but his foundation was too weak. I don't know who trained him before, but he should be enough to deal with the small fry in the New World. Karen was panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain, but his eyes were bright and determined. I'm ready. Zephyr patted him on the shoulder, the hydraulic device on his mechanical arm emitting a faint sound. Go. Remember, the New World is not the East Blue. Every pirate there could be your death. Never underestimate your opponent, and never give up. Karen gave a crisp naval salute, then turned and walked toward the dock. Zephyr watched his retreating figure, muttering to himself, it's time for me to fulfill my own responsibility. A marine warship bound for the New World was docked at the pier. Kizaru stood on the deck, leisurely sipping coffee. Our little one has finally grown stronger, he said in his usual languid tone. But there are plenty of monsters in the New World. If you get beaten to tears, I won't comfort you, you know. It's been a while, Mr. Orsolino. Karen boarded the ship, gazing at the base growing smaller in the distance, his heart swelling with pride. He felt the surging power within him, the hockey ready to burst forth at any moment. He knew he was no longer the Marine Rear Admiral who could only scramble to dodge Golden Lion's attacks. Even though he hadn't tested his full magnetic field rotation, Karen felt terrifyingly powerful. He stood on the deck, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. I will make the pirates of the New World know that the Marine's justice will never retreat. The warship's horn blared as it slowly pulled away from the harbor, heading toward the distant New World. Sunlight bathed Karen, gilding him with a golden halo, as if foreshadowing a path ahead. Though fraught with thorns, it would ultimately lead to light. As the warship cleaved through the waves at the edge of the red line, Karen stood at the deck's edge, wiping his metallic wings. Pale blue currents danced at his fingertips, evaporating the seawater from the wing segments into white mist. 300 metallic wings gleamed coldly in the sunlight, resembling a silver raptor perched at the bow. On the first battle in the New World. Nervous. Kizaru's sandals scuffed across the deck. Clad in casual attire, he held a steaming cup of coffee, his gaze drifting past Karen's shoulder toward the pirate ship, flying a skull and crossbones flag in the distance, its black anchor emblem flickering in and out of view through the storm. Karen retracted his metallic wings, the electricity coalescing into a crackling orb in his palm. Not nervous. Just deciding which spot to aim for. Railgun. Kizaru clicked his tongue, spinning the coffee cup on his fingertip. Don't sink the ship, old man wants to catch a few alive for questioning. Before he finished, he had already leaned back on a lounger beneath the lookout tower, covering his face with a newspaper and dozing off. Karen was utterly speechless at Kizaru's slacking. He didn't even bother to pretend. The pirate ship clearly spotted the Navy vessel. Dozens of pirates swarmed onto the deck. The bearded captain in the lead raised a massive hammer, and the ship suddenly accelerated, rows of oars emerging from its sides, carving vicious wakes across the sea. That's Mountain Breaker, Hawk of the Black Anchor Pirates, Bounty 187 berries. Tashiji's voice came through the communicator. She had been temporarily assigned to this warship as a staff officer. Intel says they just smuggled a batch of weapons from the black market planning to sell them to an affiliate fleet of the Beast pirates. Karen didn't move. He simply raised his hand toward the sky. Electricity climbed up his arm and into the metallic wings. In an instant, 300 wing segments reformed into a 5-meter-long railgun, the blue light at its muzzle illuminating the patterns in his eyes. Railgun 1/3 power. As the low shout faded, blue light tore through the rain curtain. There was no earth-shattering roar, only the sharp shriek of air being vacuumed away. The pirate ship's mainmast along with its sails was precisely blasted into splinters. The broken mast crashed onto the deck, collapsing half the cabin. Whoa! The pirate's screams were swallowed by the downpour. Karen spread his metallic wings, his body transforming into a streak of silver light, leaving afterimages in the falling rain. When he landed on the pirate ship's deck, the metallic wing on his right arm had already turned into a sharp longsword, currents running along the blades, slicing through the weapons of 3 pirates. Navy brat, you're asking for death. Hawk of the Mountain Breaker charged out of the smoke, his massive hammer roaring through the air, black hockey coiled around its surface. Karen sidestepped his metallic wings, suddenly spreading, forming a net of electricity between the segments that trapped the surrounding pirates in place. He threw a punch to meet Hawk's second hammer strike. Hockey exploded at the point of impact with blinding sparks. Hawk's hammer was knocked back a few inches, and Karen's left metallic wing had already pierced through the wrist holding the hammer. Not bad with armament, Hockey. Karen's electricity flowed through the metallic wing into Hawk's body, making his muscles convulse violently. Pity not hard enough yet. Hawk let out a pained roar, trying to draw a short sword from his waist with his other hand, only to find his entire body paralyzed. Karen kicked him down, locked his hands with sea-stone cuffs, then turned to face the pirates trapped in the electric net. Just then 2 pirates emerged from the sea, their short knives aimed at Karen's back. They were clearly fishman ability users taking advantage of the rain to dive underwater. Zap! The electric net suddenly contracted, electrocuting the 2 fishman pirates into charred husks. Karen didn't even turn around, merely adjusting the frequency of the current. He looked up at the distant Navy warship. Kizaru was still napping in the lounger, his newspaper rising and falling gently with his breath, only the occasional glint of sharp light from beneath the paper. Cleanup complete. Karen spoke into the communicator, his metallic wings curling around the unconscious pirates like a string of rag dolls. You can send someone to take over. When the Navy soldiers boarded the pirate ship, Kizaru finally stretched lazily, watching the subdued Hawk being led away. He yawned, so efficient. Today's youngsters are truly terrifying. When Karen returned to the warship, Tashiji was organizing the confiscated weapons list. She pointed at a gem-studded curved saber, frowning. This was once exhibited in a West Blue royal family's collection. How did it end up on a pirate ship? Maybe the black market runs deeper than we thought. Karen wiped the bloodstains from his metallic wings, the current burning the dark red grime to ash. The Beast's pirates' weapon supply chain is bigger than the intel suggests. Kizaru had somehow appeared beside them, tapping the knife's handle with his finger. Where there's profit, someone will always take the risk. He suddenly snapped his fingers, a laser shooting from his fingertip, accurately piercing a buoy on the distant sea. A pirate sniper who had just exposed half his head instantly fell. One that slipped through. Kizaru withdrew his hand with a grin, as if flicking dust off his coffee cup. Over the next month, scenes like this played out repeatedly. On an island piled with abandoned ships, Karen's battle with giant bone Mondo lasted 3 hours. Mondo's steel fruit allowed him to harden his body into an alloy. Karen used his metallic wings to carve 300 electric trajectories, forming a net that trapped his opponent, and finally used high-frequency, vibrating wing segments to shatter Mondo's armament hockey defense. Kizaru had slept under a coconut tree nearby, waking up just as Mondo was being cuffed with sea-stone handcuffs. He merely said lazily, "Good work." The most striking battle occurred near the G-14 branch's territorial waters. At that time, Karen was alone pursuing the Scorpion pirates. Their captain was a poison user capable of releasing venom that could corrode warships. Karen didn't fight head-on. Instead, he manipulated his metallic wings to lay a conductive net over the sea, summoning natural lightning. The entire area became a giant electrolytic cell, the poison decomposing into harmless substances. The Scorpion captain was knocked unconscious by Karen's fist on the deck. This battle made the name Silver Falcon Karen begin to circulate in the New World. Pirates described his metallic wings as a falcon's talons, and the blue light of his railgun as a signal of death. Some enthusiasts even compared him to Phoenix, Marco calling the two the most fearsome flying ability users in the New World. Silver Falcon. Karen stood at the bow holding the commendation order just received from Marine headquarters. The order bore his name in gold embossed letters with a photo beside it. A photo of him spreading his metallic wings against the backdrop of the railgun's blue explosion. Below it reads, "Specially promoted to Vice Admiral, granted the title of Silver Falcon." Before, this title was just his nickname. Now he was one of the few below Admiral level to possess an official title, a sign that the Navy High Command considered him a loyal insider. Karen tucked away the commendation order. His metallic wings suddenly pointed northwest. There's a fleet presence in that direction, at least over 100 ships, and... He paused, the electricity at his fingertips crackling more intensely. 2 different hockey clashing, very chaotic. Kizaru squinted. The distant horizon showed a mass of ship silhouettes. The fleet on the left flew a flag with a horned skull, while the right bore a skull wrapped in bandages. Clearly the Beast's pirates and the big MOM pirates were in a standoff, cannon fire already flashing at the boundary between sea and sky. Looks like there's going to be a show. Kizaru finally put away his coffee cup, the sound of his sandals on the deck, now carrying a note of gravity. Kaido's Drought Jack and Big Mom's Sweet Commander Cracker actually fighting here. Tashiji's voice came through the communicator tense, emergency order from headquarters. We're to proceed to the combat zone and prevent the battle from spreading to nearby islands, and seize the opportunity to mop up the weakened survivors on both sides. Karen's metallic wings began to hum 300 segments spreading behind him like silver wings poised for flight. Need me to scout first? No rush. Kizaru watched the continuous explosions in the distance, a playful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Let them fight a bit longer. By the time their ammunition runs low, we'll make our entrance. He suddenly pointed at the sky. Look, even the thunderclouds are cheering them on. Karen looked up. Thick dark clouds had gathered above the battlefield, purple lightning weaving through them, intermingling with the cannon fire below to create a scene of utter devastation. He could feel two powerful haki colliding beneath the clouds like two great beasts locked in a struggle, the very currents becoming violent. Prepare the railgun. Karen's voice was eerily calm in the gale. Once their flagships show damage, don't be so impatient. Kizaru pulled out a pack of rice crackers from his pocket, slowly tearing it open. Let the old man see first who's stronger, Kaido's artificial devil fruit army, or Big Mom's homies. Karen said nothing more, only maxing out the power of his metallic wings. Electricity flowed between the segments, illuminating the resolve in his eyes. The explosions in the distance grew denser, chunks of burning ship planks hurled into the air by the shock waves, tracing trajectories like fire meteors across the sun. He knew the real challenge was about to begin. Facing top-tier combatants under two emperors, even he as he was now would have to give his all. But he was not afraid, instead he felt an eager urge. This was the perfect opportunity to test the results of his special training under Zephyr. Kid, if you want to watch, go ahead. Kizaru's voice suddenly turned serious, the cracker wrapper whipped away by the sea breeze. But don't just jump into the fight out of curiosity. Karen nodded. His metallic wings flapped powerfully, his body turning into a streak of silver light charging toward the war-ravaged sea. The blue light of the railgun condensed behind him like the eyes of death watching over the chaotic battle about to be disrupted by the Navy. Kizaru stood at the bow watching Karen's figure vanish under the thunderclouds. He raised his hand and yawned. Such energetic youngsters. Before he finished, his form had already turned into a beam of golden light, slowly following. I just can't help it. Pass the order, full speed ahead. The warship's horn blared as it accelerated toward the battlefield. The Navy soldiers on deck gripped their weapons tightly, their eyes mixed with tension and excitement. To be involved in a clash between Emperor forces was an extremely rare event in Marine history. And they all understood that the protagonist of this battle might well be the young Vice Admiral known as the Silver Falcon. The cannon fire beneath the clouds suddenly paused for half a second. Kai Luen's electromagnetic cannon was already charged blue light, condensing into a tangible orb at the muzzle, but it dissipated abruptly upon hearing the voice from the yellow monkey's Den Den Mushi. The metal wings reassembled into silver blades. He looked toward the bridge where the yellow monkey stood before the Den Den Mushi, his expression beneath the straw hat unclear, but his fingers gripping the coffee cup were slightly pale. Yes, I understand. The yellow monkey's voice carried a note of resignation. We'll be at the Zyangabedi Islands soon, and I'll ensure the Celestial Dragon Lord is satisfied. The click of the Den Den Mushi hanging up echoed on the deck. The yellow monkey turned around, his face again donning that casual smile, but the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deeper than usual. Oh well, it can't be helped. He shook the Den Den Mushi in his hand. The Celestial Dragons want to sunbathe at the Zyangabedi Islands, so the world government told me to go act as a bodyguard. Dasiki's face instantly turned grim. But the battle situation here. It's in your hands now. The yellow monkey walked up to Kai Luen and patted his shoulder with a force heavier than usual. Remember, don't provoke trouble, but don't let them treat the Navy as a pushover either. Just watch who's about to lose and tip the scales, maintaining the balance. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the distant ships locked in fierce battle. Especially that Drought Jiaku, he's a notorious mad dog. If you really can't beat him, just run. Protect yourselves. Kai Luen nodded. Don't worry, Mr. Bo Lu Sali Nua. The yellow monkey took one last look at the battle zone, then his figure suddenly transformed into a beam of golden light shooting into the sky, leaving only the words, "Do your best, kid." The words dissipated into the clouds. The atmosphere on the warship instantly grew heavy. Without an admiral to command facing the top-tier combatants under the four emperors, everyone felt the invisible pressure. Dasiki clutched the sword at her waist, her knuckles white. Rear Admiral, now we proceed as planned. Kai Luen's voice was calm, as ever, his metal wings spreading behind him reflecting the lightning in the thunderclouds. Keep distance, monitor the battle. The warship slowly adjusted its course, maintaining a position 5 nautical miles from the main battlefield. This distance allowed clear observation of both sides' movements while enabling timely retreat in an emergency. Kai Luen stood on the watchtower using electric current to enhance his hearing, capturing every detail of the battlefield. Kuli Jia's biscuit soldiers were forming a defensive formation, while the gifters of the Baisho pirates surged like a tide against the enemy's ship formation. The cannons exchanged fire and 3 ships were already ablaze. Just then a giant warship flying the Drought flag suddenly turned and headed toward the Navy warship. The figure standing on the bow was particularly striking, a muscular man, nearly 5 meters tall, with long golden hair tied into a thick ponytail at the back and 2 braids hanging down on either side to his chest. He wore a coldly gleaming metal jaw, and on his head and shoulders were embedded 4 curved ivory decorations. He wore a dark brown fur coat with dense studded spikes protruding from the hem and cuffs. In each hand he held a crescent-shaped shouder sword, the blades gleaming with a bloodthirsty cold light. He was none other than Drought Jiaku, one of the 3 disasters of the Baisho pirates. Navy. Jiaku's voice came through the loudspeaker with a grating metallic quality. Get out of this sea, don't interfere with my business. He must have seen the yellow monkey leave and come to pick off the weak. Kailuan picked up the den mushy, his tone calm. The Navy is on a mission here. Do not approach. Mission? Jiaku's laughter was like thunder, his metal jaw clicking as it opened and closed. Before me, your mission is worthless. I'll give you 10 minutes. Either get lost or sink. The giant ship's cannons began to rotate, their dark muzzles aimed at the Navy warship. Dasiki's face turned pale. Rear Admiral, their ship is a modified war beast. Our cannon fire can't even penetrate its defenses. It's fine. You can't, but I can. Kailuan did not retreat. His metal wings reassembled into an electromagnetic cannon, the muzzle aimed at the bow where Jiaku stood. Turn around immediately, or it's you who will sink. Jiaku abruptly crossed his shouder, swords in front of his chest, a fierce glint flashing beneath his golden eyelashes. This muscular man with the metal jaw clearly hadn't expected a young Navy officer to dare defy him. The deck beneath his feet suddenly cracked like a spiderweb. He had crushed the hard oak just by his stance. Good. It's been a long time since anyone dared speak to me like that. The giant ship suddenly accelerated, its bow crashing through the waves, charging straight at the Navy warship. Kailuan took a deep breath. Electric currents spread from his metal wings throughout his body, and armament hockey covered his skin like a black armor. Everyone to battle stations. Target the enemy's bow. Open fire. The Navy warship's cannons roared instantly, shells raining down on the giant ship's deck, but only sparking, barely scratching the paint. Jiaku stood on the bow, letting the shells explode around him, then suddenly hurled his dual swords toward the sea. 2 crescent-shaped slashes skimmed the wave crests, instantly slicing open the Navy warship's foredeck. Electromagnetic cannon. Kailuan's roar rose with a blue light. This time, without any hesitation, electric current condensed into a light sphere a meter in diameter at the muzzle, shooting toward the giant ship with a piercing scream that tore the air. Jiaku suddenly abandoned his swords, his fists wrapped in thick armament hockey, and swung a cross punch at the blue light. Boom! The moment the blue light and the fist wind collided, it seemed the entire sea surface was lifted. A massive shockwave formed, a circular wave capsizing the surrounding small boats. The electric current on Kailuan's metal wings momentarily flickered due to the excessive charge. The giant ship's bow was blasted open with a huge gap, with chips and iron fragments flying. Jiaku's figure staggered up in the smoke and dust, having withstood the blow. Interesting, but still not enough to kill me. Jiaku tore off his tattered fur coat, revealing his muscular chest covered with studded shoulder guards. You're much stronger than those useless Navy guys. He suddenly leaped like a cannonball, jumping onto the deck of the Navy warship. The entire ship shook violently upon his landing. But still not enough. Kailuan spread his metal wings to evade the impact, but saw Jiaku already closing in, his fist as big as a cauldron swinging with a whistling wind. He hurriedly used his metal wings to block. With a sharp clang, a shallow dent appeared on the wing. Jiaku's speed far exceeded what his size suggested, his fists swinging like a storm, each blow carrying enough force to tear steel. The deck beneath Kailuan's feet was swept by the fist wind, instantly gouging deep furrows, and scattered parts flew into the air. Kailuan weaved through the dense attacks, his metal wings transforming into short blades slashing at Jiaku's ribs, but the opponent blocked them with his arm. Electricity and hockey burst into dazzling sparks at the point of impact. He seized the opportunity to sidestep and close in, his left fist coated in armament hockey smashing into Jiaku's metal jaw. Is this all the strength of a 4 emperor's subordinate? With a dull thud, Jiaku's head tilted slightly, but he was unharmed. He sneered, his left arm whipping out like a steel chain, the spiked shoulder guard ramming into Kailuan's chest. Kailuan hastily used his metal wings to shield himself, but was sent flying backward, crashing into the beam above the cabin door, which snapped with a crack. Rear Admiral. Dasiki cried out, wanting to rush over, but Jiaku caught her in his peripheral vision and casually swung his hand, the resulting wind knocking her to the ground. Kailuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, wiping it from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes grew brighter. He could feel that although Jiaku's hockey was thick, his attack patterns were relatively straightforward, relying entirely on brute force and devil fruit abilities to overpower opponents. Jiaku suddenly reverted to his human form, shaking the studded wrist guards on his wrists. I'll smash you. He suddenly lunged forward, his right fist aimed straight at Kailuan's face. Kailuan sidestepped to avoid it, his right hand grabbing the opponent's wrist, electric current surging through his fingertips. Jiaku grunted, then reversed his grip to seize Kailuan's shoulder, forcibly pressing him onto the deck. The two instantly engaged in close-quarters combat, fists, elbows, and knees constantly colliding, the sound of armament hockey clashes like blacksmithing. Kailuan's metal wings rapidly extended and retracted between them, transforming into spikes to stab at Jiaku's joints, then into shields to block attacks. Jiaku, relying on his brute force, continuously pressed the attack, driving his knee into Kai Luan's abdomen and smashing his elbow into Kai Luan's back, each impact making Kai Luan's bones creak under the strain. Clang! Kai Luan brought his knee up toward Jiaku's abdomen, but the opponent blocked it with his knee. Jiaku sneered, increasing the pressure, his metal jaw nearly touching Kai Luan's face. Give up. Your hockey is no match for mine. Who said we're comparing hockey? A glint of sharp light flashed in Kai Luan's eyes, and his entire body suddenly erupted with blinding blue light. Current drive. Crackling electric current flowed along his muscle fibers, and Kai Luan's speed and power instantly multiplied, forcibly breaking free from Jiaku's grip. Using the explosive power of the current, he flashed behind Jiaku and slammed his elbow into the opponent's back. Jiaku turned in pain, only to see Kai Luan already closing in like a ghost, his fists coated in electricity, hammering out consecutive blows. Bang bang bang. The two exchanged blows, each collision shaking the deck. Kai Luan's electric current constantly interfered with Jiaku's movements, causing momentary delays in his punches. Meanwhile, Jiaku's brute force numbed Kai Luan's arms, and even the electric current became erratic. Kai Luan seized the gap in Jiaku's punch, suddenly crouching low and sweeping his leg at Jiaku's ankle, while his metal wings transformed into spikes stabbing at his thigh. Jiaku lost his balance and fell to one knee. He roared, his fists smashing into the ground, sending up rubble that shot toward Kai Luan like bullets. Kai Luan spread his metal wings to shield himself, the stones pelting against the wings with a clatter. The originally one-sided battle had turned into a stalemate under the current drive state. What kind of ability is this? Jiaku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his teeth grinding beneath the metal jaw. His thigh was scorched by the electric current, emitting wisps of black smoke, and his movements were clearly sluggish. Kai Luan didn't answer, only adjusting the frequency of the current. He could feel his stamina draining rapidly. He had to finish this quickly. Just then the corner of his eye caught the distant battlefield. Kuli Jia was standing on the bow of the flagship, playing with biscuit crumbs in his hand, his gaze occasionally sweeping over this side, as if assessing something. His biscuit army remained in a defensive formation, showing no sign of attacking. That guy wants to profit from the conflict. Kai Luan's heart tightened, and he suddenly exerted force to push Jiaku back, crossing his hands in front of his chest. The metal wings instantly reassembled, 300 blades spreading behind him into a massive silver wing, electric current flowing between the blades, emitting a dragon-like hum. Jiaku, no time to waste with you. Kai Luan's voice carried a trembling electric timbre, a resolute light flashing in his eyes. Let me show you true power. Jiaku abruptly assumed a defensive stance, arms crossed in front of his chest, armament hockey concentrated to the extreme, even his golden hair dyed black. Show me what you've got. Kai Luan hesitated no more, raising the current drive state to 100 horsepower, the blue light around his body almost solidifying. The metal wings behind him began to spin at high speed, forming a massive blue vortex. The surrounding air was ionized, crackling with electricity. This time, instead of a straight beam, 300 blue electric currents shot out from the blades, weaving into a massive star map in the sky, then falling like a meteor shower toward Jiaku's location. Each current carried enough force to pierce steel plates, the dense attack, leaving no room to dodge. Jiaku let out a deafening roar, transforming his entire body into a mammoth, again using his massive frame to withstand the electric rain. But this time Kai Luan's attacks were more precise, the electric currents targeting joints and wounds, constantly exploding into dazzling sparks. The massive mammoth screamed in agony amid the electric rain, its fur-scorched skin punctured, blood flowing from the wounds staining the deck beneath it red. Current drive, fist. Kai Luan seized the opportunity and punched Jiaku in the face. Jiaku's head snapped back, his eyes glazed, and he fell heavily onto the deck. Rear Admiral, this is. Dasiki stared at the area shrouded in blue light, her hand gripping the sword hilt, trembling slightly. She had never seen such a powerful attack, as if even the lightning in the sky had been tamed by Kai Luan. The Navy soldiers were also dumbfounded, forgetting their own actions. When the blue light dissipated, Jiaku's massive body lay half-propped on the deck, most of his fur-scorched old wounds on his chest reopened, blood soaking through the fur. He panted heavily, his golden ponytail hanging limply over his shoulder, one of the ivory decorations broken, clearly exhausted. Kai Luan was also suffering. The backlash from the current drive state made his vision darken, the luster of his metal wings dimmed, and his arms trembled uncontrollably. But he did not let his guard down, because Kuli Jia in the distance, though not acting, was still watching this side with an unreadable expression. Kai looked at the retreating ship shadow, then glanced at Kuli Jia, who remained motionless in the distance, and slowly exhaled. He knew that the real crisis was not over. Kuli Jia's wait-and-see approach was perhaps more daunting than a direct attack. He had to recover his strength as soon as possible to face the new challenges that might come. Dasiki walked up to Kai Luan and handed him a bottle of water. Rear Admiral, please rest for a while. We'll take care of things here. Kai Luan took the water but didn't drink, instead staring at the distant sea where fierce fighting had erupted again. The thunderclouds still hung over the sky, and the rain had stopped at some point, revealing a patch of sunset stained red by cannon fire. Can't rest yet. He unscrewed the cap and poured the water over his head, the cold sensation clearing his mind a bit. That Kuli Jia could charge at any moment. Let's deal with Jiaku first. With that, Kai Luan fixed his gaze on Jiaku, armament hockey and electric current simultaneously surging on his body. The distant cannon fire grew intense again as the battle between the Baisho pirates and the big MOM pirates reached its climax. And in this sea engulfed in war, the Navy warship stood like a lonely reef bracing for the coming storm. Kyloen's uppercut struck Jax squarely on the jaw, and his metal jaw plummeted from the air. The charred brute knelt on the deck, a broken ivory ornament embedded in the planks. The wound on his chest still hissed with white smoke. The lingering force of that blow continuously eroded his armament haki. It's over. Kyloen gestured for Tashigi to bring the sea stone shackles. If they could capture Jack the Drought now, the Beast pirates would suffer a massive gap in this battle, enough to change the tide of the melee. Just as the chains were about to touch Jack, Kyloen's peripheral vision caught an unusual surge on the horizon. It was no natural wave. It was a wall of water cleaved by dozens of ships turning simultaneously. Cracker's biscuit fleet charged in a wedge formation, the cream patterns on their sails glinting eerily in the rainstorm. Not good. Kyloen spun around. At the flagship's bow, Cracker was shaping a telescope from biscuit crumbs, a smirk curling his cream-stained lips. The biscuit soldiers that had formed a defensive formation now stood along the gunwales drawing bows. Countless biscuit arrows trailing sugar frost wakes swarmed like a hive of bees. They were going to reap the spoils. Kyloen's electric current surged to a critical threshold. Tashigi, get back. His wing blades wove an impenetrable net of lightning before him. The biscuit arrows struck the electric net, instantly charring into blackened fragments, but more arrows kept coming. Rear Admiral, we've taken a hit on the port side. Tashigi's voice called out, accompanied by the screech of the ship's hull tilting. Their arrows are too dense. At this rate, our warship won't last much longer. Jack, clearly aware of the commotion behind him, suddenly grinned despite his dazed state. The clatter of his metal jaw mixed with his gasps. Come at me. He struggled to rise. I'll finish you first, then deal with that cookie-playing brat. The imminent pincer attack made Kyloen's pupils contract sharply. The side effects of electrical current propulsion were also manifesting. His temples throbbed, and tiny black spots appeared at the edges of his vision. But his mind was racing. He had to break this deadlock immediately. His gaze swept over Jack's massive frame, and then to the approaching biscuit fleet. A bold idea suddenly flashed into his mind. Then let them get closer. Kyloen abruptly withdrew the electric net, which exploded in a blinding white light before Jack's face. As the enemy shut his eyes, Kyloen's right leg was already coated in armament haki, flowing like black magma over his entire body. 6 Styles Tempest Kick. This enhanced Tempest Kick laced with blue electric current struck precisely into the wound on Jack's chest. Jack let out a thunderous roar of pain, his massive body arcing through the air like a stone launched from a catapult, flying straight toward Cracker's flagship. What a... The smile on Cracker's face froze instantly. He clearly hadn't expected this Marine Rear Admiral to break the stalemate in such a way. Hastily, he swung his sword, deflecting the oncoming Jack into the sea, but the strike was a fraction too slow. Jack's body grazed the gunwale and plunged into the water, the resulting wave soaking half the deck of biscuit soldiers. Now, Kyloen used the recoil from kicking Jack to launch himself like a cannonball into the sky. 300 metal wings spun behind him at high speed, forming a blue spiral trail. The electrical current propulsion state was pushed to 100 horsepower, and even the whites of his eyes were covered in spiderweb-like electric patterns. Electrical current propulsion, full power. Black armament haki coated every strand of his hair. His observation haki radiated like radar, capturing every subtle movement within the biscuit fleet. He could even see the tension in Cracker's fingers as he gripped his sword, and hear the crisp friction of sugar crystals in the biscuit soldier's joints. Is this guy insane? Cracker watched Kyloen charging like a silver meteor, suddenly finding the biscuit in his mouth turning bitter. He could sense the terrifying aura erupting from the opponent, far surpassing the clash with Jack moments ago, as if a true raptor was diving toward its nest. Biscuit soldiers. Cracker slashed his sword across the sea, scattering countless biscuit crumbs that coalesced into a 10-meter-tall giant in midair. The colossus made of cookie biscuits possessed hundreds of arms, each wielding a different weapon. Its sugar-frosted armor glistened with crystalline luster in the sunlight. Kyloen did not slow down. Instead, he fully extended his metal wings. Electric current formed jagged edges between the blades, and armament haki turned those metallic edges into blades that could cut diamond. He twisted to avoid the colossus's first punch, and the tip of his wings sliced through its wrist. The crisp biscuit arm snapped off, revealing a creamy paste inside. Just desserts. Kyloen's roar mingled with the shriek of electricity. He suddenly reversed course, darting under the colossus's armpit, and crossed his metal wings like scissors, severing the giant's neck in an instant. As the biscuit head rolled into the sea, Kyloen was already before Cracker. Their distance was close enough to see their own reflections in each other's pupils. Cracker's eyes were full of shock, while Kyloen's held only pure electric blue light. Shaved, Kyloen's figure vanished from the spot, appearing behind Cracker in the next instant. His fist wrapped in electric current, and armament haki smashed into the enemy's back. Cracker reacted swiftly, swinging his sword in a reverse arc, coating the blade with dense black haki. The sword met the fist precisely. Clang! The sharp metallic ring shattered nearby biscuit soldiers. Cracker felt a violent current surging through the blade, numbing his fingers instantly. He staggered backward from the impact. He stared incredulously at his wrist. The skin there had turned charcoal black, and even haki could not fully block this bizarre attack. Impossible. Cracker bit down on the biscuit in his mouth. You're just a rear admiral. Enough to deal with you. Kyloen's figure blurred again, his metal wings transforming into twin short swords, their blades wreathed in black hockey and blue lightning, slashing from both sides like a reaper's scythe. Cracker was forced to retreat repeatedly, his sword dancing in an impenetrable barrier before him. But Kyloen's speed was too great. Every move under electrical current propulsion left afterimages, and the perfect coordination of dual-colored hockey made his attacks both precise and lethal. Within 10 seconds, Cracker's biscuit armor was slashed with 7 gashes, 3 of which had already cut into his flesh. Damn it! Cracker suddenly drove his sword into the deck. Biscuit soldiers, rise up. Countless biscuit pillars erupted from the sea. These soda cracker columns grew rapidly, forming a labyrinthine cage that trapped Kyloen and Cracker inside. Each pillar was covered in spikes, and sugar frosting formed a slippery film on the surface, making it utterly unpleasant. In my domain, let's see how you can play tricks. Cracker stood at the center of the maze, constantly repairing his armor with biscuit crumbs. No matter how fast you are, you can't outrun these growing walls. Kyloen ignored the encroaching biscuit pillars and instead closed his eyes. He pushed his observation hockey to the limit, capturing every change in the airflow within the maze, searching for Cracker's weakness. Electric current flowed gently through his body, repairing the damage caused by overexertion while building up power for the next burst. Found you. Kyloen's eyes snapped open. His metal wings plunged into the biscuit ground beneath him. The electric current spread through the metal wings, instantly traversing the entire maze. Those carbohydrate walls became the perfect conductors. Zotsup. Blue lightning coursed through the biscuit labyrinth like countless tiny serpents, chasing and frolicking. The ground beneath Cracker's feet suddenly exploded, and the current climbed up his boots, sending him into paralysis again. The growing biscuit pillars also short-circuited their surfaces, emitting black smoke as they began to soften and collapse. Electromagnetic cannon headshot. Kyloen appeared before Cracker, pressing both hands against the enemy's face. There was no massive light sphere, no piercing shriek. All the electric current erupted at the point of contact. The violent energy, compressed like a volcano inside an eggshell, instantly tore through Cracker's armor and blasted him away. Cracker crashed through 7 layers of biscuit walls before stopping. The blood-flecked foam from his mouth mixed with biscuit crumbs. He struggled to get up, but found his right arm completely numb, lacking even the strength to summon biscuit soldiers. Kyloen walked out of the collapsing maze, the electric current on his metal wings gradually subsiding, but his dual-colored hockey remained at peak condition. He looked at the fallen Cracker, but did not deliver the final blow. On the distant sea, the main forces of the Beast pirates and the Big Mom pirates had already arrived. Countless ships were locked in brutal boarding battles. Jack had also crawled out of the sea, leading the gifters toward Big Mom's fleet. Rear Admiral, what do we do? Tashiji's voice came through the den mushy, tinged with excitement and tension. Cracker's fleet is already retreating. Kyloen gazed toward the main battlefield. The cannon fire there had grown so dense that it merged into a continuous roar. The shockwaves from hockey clashes made the sea tremble incessantly. The Beast's pirates, gifters, fought with savage ferocity, while Big Mom's homies' army relied on numerical advantage to hold their ground. The two sides were locked in a stalemate. Notify the entire fleet. Kyloen's voice regained its calm. Maintain distance and approach the main battlefield. But Rear Admiral, it's too dangerous there. We are the Marines. Kyloen cut off Tashiji, pointing his metal wings toward the war-torn waters. Since Admiral Kizaru is not here, I will end this myself. Through years of military service and daily tempering, Kyloen had transformed from a soldier who initially only wanted to survive peacefully into a true Marine commander. Moreover, with the education under the red flag, he understood this world more clearly than most officers. So he finally figured it out. He wanted to completely change this world, and he wanted the children here to grow up beneath the red flag and in the spring breeze. Kyloen knew he still had a long and arduous road ahead, but as he looked at the magnetic field slowly rotating around him, his gaze was firm. He was ready. The warship slowly adjusted its course, heading toward the main battlefield. The Marine soldiers on deck gripped their weapons, staring at the hellish battlefield in the distance. Yet their eyes no longer held fear, only unwavering conviction. Kyloen stood at the bow, watching the intensifying battle center draw nearer. He knew the true test still lay ahead. Whether it was Jack, who had already climbed back up, or Cracker, who had reassembled his biscuit soldiers, they were just supporting actors in this grand drama. The real protagonists were the Yonko, lurking in the shadows, and this new world full of chaos and opportunity. Electric current flowed silently at his fingertips, and hockey gathered within him, ready to erupt. Kyloen took a deep breath, savoring the smell of gunpowder and blood in the air. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Come on, let me see how fierce the storm of this new world really is. As the warship's whistle was swallowed by the roar of cannon fire, Karen stood at the ship's railing. Her metallic wings reflected the blaze of the main battlefield, and electricity crackled restlessly between the wing plates like a beast catching the scent of blood. Tashiji's report came through the den mushy, her voice trembling. Vice Admiral, the gifters of the 100 Beast pirates are watching from the flank, and the homies of the Big Mom pirates seem to be adjusting their formation. Karen's observation hockey instantly expanded, capturing the eerie standoff on the battlefield. Jack stood at the prow of his flagship, tapping the side of the ship, with his shotel, his golden ponytail, whipping in the sea breeze, showing no intention of joining the fray. On the other side, Cracker's biscuit fleet remained motionless as well. He himself was staring intently at the marine warships through his telescope, the cream at the corners of his mouth constantly solidifying and melting. At that moment, two gazes simultaneously locked onto Karen. Jack's golden pupils burned with flames of vengeance, while Cracker licked the bloodstains at the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with calculation. "Don't just hide there and watch, you marine brat." Jack's roar came through the den mushy, rattling the receiver. "I haven't settled the score with you yet." Cracker's voice followed, as cold and hard as grinding metal. "Jack, there's no point in us wasting time like this." He suddenly shifted his telescope toward Jack's ship. "This Marine Vice Admiral is the biggest problem. How about we join forces to take him down first, then settle our own score?" Jack froze for a moment, then burst into wild laughter, his metal jaw clattering sharply. "Shut up. I'll do as I please. I'm going to kill this marine scum right now, and no one can stop me." Karen watched the two flagships, turning simultaneously in the distance, a cold smile curling at the corner of her lips. She suddenly leaped into the air, her metallic wings spreading behind her, forming a silver arc. "If we're going to fight, let's find a better place. Let's go all out." Her figure streaked across the opposing fleets, flying toward a deserted island to the northwest. It was a volcanic island less than 3 kilometers in diameter, with black reefs exposed on the sea surface. The crater at the top emitted a faint white smoke like a slumbering beast. Jack and Cracker both roared in fury. Jack's shodel gleamed coldly in the sunlight. Cracker rode a flying carpet made of biscuits, followed by hundreds of reformed biscuit soldiers. The two rushed toward the island from left and right like beasts chasing prey. Karen landed on the rim of the crater, the rocks beneath her feet still warm. She gazed at the two opponents, closing and slowly retracting her metallic wings, electricity gathering and flowing within her body, emitting a faint hum. "This is where you'll meet your end." Karen's voice was eerily calm as black armament hockey surged over her entire body like a tide, even her eyes turning inky. "Enough talk." Jack attacked first, the trunk of his mammoth gifter wrapping around a boulder weighing several tons and hurling it at Karen. At the same time, Cracker swung his sword, countless biscuit fragments assembling into dozens of blades in midair, forming an impenetrable rain of swords. Karen did not dodge. She stomped the ground, sending electricity surging through her feet into the earth, weaving an interlocking grid of currents beneath the rock. The instant the boulder hit the electric grid, it was shattered into countless fragments. The biscuit swords, upon contact with the electricity, turned into blackened powder. Attacks like this are far from enough. Karen's figure vanished, reappearing in front of Jack. Her fist, wrapped in electricity, tore through the air with a sonic boom, slamming into the mammoth gifter's head. "You're asking for death." Jack roared, swinging his shotel, its blade coated in thick black armament hockey. Karen sidestepped, her fist grazing the blade and striking the gifter's eye. The massive mammoth let out a pained roar, staggering backward, snapping several palm trees. "Wave pretzel." At that moment, Cracker's biscuit soldiers burst from the ground, accompanied by hundreds of swords, all stabbing toward Karen's back. The joints of these biscuit soldiers gleamed with a hardened sugar gloss, clearly reinforced. Karen's observation hockey caught every attack trajectory, and her armament hockey formed a black barrier behind her. The biscuit sword shattered against the barrier with a crisp crack. She swung her hand back, her metal wing transforming into a long blade, instantly severing the heads of all the biscuit soldiers. Blue electricity erupted from Karen's body, shrouding her in a hazy blue glow. Her speed suddenly increased, flashing between Jack and Cracker, striking with fists and metal wings, in turn forcing both to retreat. "This bastard's speed is even faster than before." Cracker yelled at Jack while blocking with a biscuit shield. "Are you even using your full strength? Do you want to be taken down one by one?" Jack let out a furious roar, his body erupting with pale brown fur as he transformed again into a mammoth. His size swelled to 10 meters, his two curved tusks gleaming with black armament hockey, and he charged at Karen, shattering rocks and toppling trees in his path. Karen charged toward the mammoth, crossing her metal wings into a shield. The moment they collided, the entire island shuddered violently, and the white smoke from the crater thickened. Karen was knocked back several steps, the rock beneath her feet cracking like a spiderweb. Jack was also jolted by the electricity, howling in pain, black scorch marks appearing on his tusks. Now, Cracker seized the opening, swinging his sword like a windmill as countless biscuit fragments coalesced into a massive sphere around Karen, trapping her inside. The surface of this sphere, made of cookies and chocolate, was covered in spikes and blade-like protrusions. Biscuit prison mill fight. The sphere suddenly began to contract and spin, the spikes and blades continuously cutting into Karen's defenses. Cracker grinned, injecting armament hockey to make the biscuits harder than steel. "Even if you can generate electricity, you won't get out of this." Jack recovered, as well, his massive trunk curling around a boulder and hurling it at the biscuit sphere die. Just as the boulder was about to strike the biscuit sphere, a deafening roar erupted from within. Blue electricity burst from inside the biscuit sphere like a fountain, instantly shattering the entire sphere. Karen hovered in midair, her electricity no longer pure blue, but interlaced with golden patterns like some mysterious totem. Electric current propulsion. It's no longer enough. Karen's voice carried a metallic quality, her eyes turning pure gold. "Now let me show you true power, magnetic field rotation." As her words fell, the entire island's magnetic field twisted violently. Rocks began to float, seawater was drawn into the air, forming curtains of water, and even the magma in the craters started to flow backward. Jack and Cracker watched in horror as their bodies trembled uncontrollably, the blood in their veins feeling as if it were being pulled away by some force. Wah! What kind of ability is this? Cracker's biscuit soldiers began to disintegrate, the sugar frosting crystallizing into bizarre shapes under the intense magnetic field. Jack tried to resist with armament hockey, but his body still slowly rose into the air. He stared at Karen in terror. The aura erupting from this Marine Vice Admiral had far surpassed the level of a Vice Admiral and even approached that of an Emperor. Impossible. How can you have this kind of power? Jack let out a desperate roar. His shotell flew from his hand, but was twisted into a spiral by the magnetic field in midair. Karen did not answer. She simply raised her right hand. The floating rocks, seawater, and magma suddenly coalesced into a massive vortex with black armament hockey and golden magnetic field patterns intertwining within, radiating a suffocating pressure. Magnetic cannon meteor. The enormous vortex, like a thrown galaxy, hurtled toward Jack and Cracker with the force of annihilation. Both of them turned pale, instinctively standing together and pushing their armament hockey to the limit. Jack transformed into a mammoth using his body as a meat wall. Cracker summoned all remaining biscuit soldiers to form a shield 20 meters high. Boom. The moment the vortex collided with the defense, the entire island seemed to be struck by a meteor. The violent explosion created a mushroom cloud shrouding the whole island in smoke and dust. The volcano was triggered, spewing hot magma mixed with debris, dyeing half the sky red. After an unknown time, the smoke gradually cleared. The island had largely disappeared, leaving only a massive crater with seawater pouring in from the edges. Jack lay on his side at the bottom of the crater, his huge body covered in blackened wounds, dark blood splattered beside his broken tusks, his eyes closed in unconsciousness. Cracker curled up near the edge of the magma flow a few meters away, his shattered biscuit armor stuck to his flesh, his chest heaving violently, but with no sign of awareness, clearly gravely wounded and unconscious. Karen hovered above the crater, the golden electricity gradually calming, but her gaze remained icy. She had not fully mastered the magnetic field rotation, and forcing its use had side effects. Her skin was covered in fine cracks, blood dripping from the wing plates onto the sea, blooming like thorny red flowers on the rocks. She descended slowly, pulling out a den mushy to call for chains. Vice Admiral Tashigi and the Marines climbed onto the remaining reef, their eyes flashing with shock when they saw the unconscious Jack and Cracker, then raised seastone shackles. Shall we escort them back to the ship immediately? Karen nodded, her gaze shifting to the still confrontational fleets in the distance. The pirates had clearly witnessed the island's explosion, frantically waving their flags, but no one daring to approach. Notify all ships, target the enemy fleet with cannons guided by my electromagnetic cannon. Karen's voice came through the den mushy with undeniable authority. Everyone else open fire freely. No mercy. Yes, sir. The Marine warship's cannons slowly turned, and electricity gathered in the rail-like wing plates. Karen spread her metal wings and ascended to a high altitude, her observation hockey locking onto the positions of all pirate ships. Those trying to change course were completely exposed in her vision. Fire. With her command, dense electromagnetic beams streaked across the sky like a meteor shower. The first to be hit was the flagship of the 100 Beast Pirates Gifters. The blue light pierced the deck, triggering a chain of explosions, and the entire ship was reduced to burning wreckage within 30 seconds. The big MOM fleet tried to defend with sugar frosting shields, but they melted into viscous liquid under the high temperature of the current, their ships twisting like tinfoil thrown into a furnace as they sank into the sea. In the chaos, a few faster pirate ships attempted to break out. The leaders were three headliners under Jack, riding flying gifters low over the sea in an attempt to rescue Jack, but they were blocked by Karen's metal wings. An electric grid formed by the current instantly stunned the flying gifters, and the three men fell into the sea with screams, soon captured by Marine launches. Only a few strong pirates managed to escape, including two of Cracker's sweet commanders who sped out of the fire range on biscuit carpets, and one of Jack's disaster candidates who evaded pursuit by diving deep into the sea using his fishman abilities. But such stragglers were few. Most of the pirates perished at the bottom of the sea under the bombardment of the electromagnetic cannons. When the gunfire gradually subsided, the sea surface was covered with wreckage and corpses. Marine soldiers drove small boats to clean up the battlefield, cuffing the few surviving pirates and escorting them back to the warship. Tashigi stood on the bridge recording the results, her fingers trembling slightly as she looked at the dense list of names. Karen landed on the deck of the warship, her metal wings folding weakly. She gazed at the sea dyed red with blood, then looked down at her own hands smeared with gore, her expression devoid of any emotion. In this world of the survival of the fittest, mercy toward one's enemy is cruelty toward oneself. Vice Admiral Jack and Cracker have been locked in the seastone cells. A Marine soldier reported cleanup operations are expected to be completed within 2 hours. Karen responded indifferently, turning to walk toward the cabin. Report to Vice Admiral Tsuru at headquarters and request further orders. Also alert the lookout to strengthen vigilance. We may face retaliation from the Emperors at any moment. She knew that today's victory was only temporary. The capture of Jack and Cracker would inevitably enrage Kaido and Big Mom. The journey ahead would bring unprecedented danger. But Karen was not afraid. The power of magnetic field rotation showed her new possibilities. The once unreachable strong were no longer invincible legends. A faint, barely perceptible smile curled at the corner of Karen's lips. Perhaps it was time to let headquarters know that the balance of the new world was about to change. The smoke of gunpowder had not yet dispersed over the sea when the den mushy suddenly emitted an aged rasping sound. As Karen lifted the receiver, Vice Admiral Tsuru's characteristically gentle voice came through, tinged with the static of the transmission. "Karen, you young rascal, congratulations on completing your mission." "I dare not presume, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Karen leaned against the railing of the cabin, gazing at the sea dyed crimson by the morning light. The bloodstains on his metallic wings were slowly solidifying in the sea breeze. It was merely a stroke of luck. Luck doesn't capture Jack and Cracker. Vice Admiral Tsuru chuckled softly, the rustling of papers audible in the background. "Headquarters has already received your battle report, and Fleet Admiral Akainu is quite satisfied. Considering your unit's considerable exhaustion, you are ordered to proceed to the Marine base at Water 7 to the west for rest, awaiting the transport ship that arrives in 3 days. And make sure to keep a close eye on those 2 big fellows. The guards from Impel Down are already on their way." "Understood." Karen nodded, his gaze sweeping toward the direction of the cells. Jack and Cracker, bound by seastone chains, remained unconscious, while the military doctors were tending to their wounds to prevent severe injuries from affecting the transport. "The shipbuilding craftsmanship at Water 7 is excellent. It'll be perfect for repairing your warship." Vice Admiral Tsuru added a note of concern in her tone. "Don't push yourself too hard, young man. The one responsible for this escort is an acquaintance of yours. So do your best." Karen was momentarily taken aback, then replied softly, "Yes." After the den mushy hung up, he stood on the deck in silence for a moment. The morning light streamed through the clouds onto his body, and the skin cracks caused by the rotation of the magnetic field began to throb with a dull ache. "Commander, the course has been adjusted for Water 7. Tashiji's voice interrupted his thoughts. The young female captain bore an expression of barely concealed exhaustion, yet she still held her back straight. Karen turned and walked toward the cabin. "Let the soldiers rest in shifts, maintaining only a quarter of the alert." The warship slowly turned, heading toward Water 7. The debris on the sea had been cleared, leaving only scattered planks bobbing on the waves, as if the brutal battle of the previous night had never occurred. The Marine base at Water 7 was situated on the cliffs west of the port, its white lighthouse gleaming conspicuously under the sunlight. As the Marine warship entered the harbor, soldiers on the dock were already lined up in formation, and the base commander himself stood at the pier to greet them, a vice admiral with a thick beard. When he saw Karen descending the gangway, he immediately snapped a crisp salute. "Commander Karen, I've long admired your reputation. I am Doka stationed here." The vice admiral's voice boomed like a bell. "The base has prepared accommodations for you, and the cells have been reinforced to the highest standards. Those 2 won't be able to escape, even if they had wings." Karen returned the salute. "Much obliged, Vice Admiral Doka." The base layout was simple and practical, with a training ground, arsenal, and medical bay all fully equipped. The most striking feature was the dockyard at the rear. Shipwrights from Water 7 were replacing the hulls of several marine vessels, the clanging of wood and metal echoing in a lively symphony. "Can the craftsman here repair the metallic wings?" Karen asked, touching the gap on the wing blade. During the clash with Jack the previous night, the outermost 3 blades had been clearly cracked by the mammoth's tusks. "No problem." The adjutant thumped his chest. "The shipwrights of Water 7 have mastered even the techniques of the Tom's Workers Company. What's a little repair like this? I'll fetch the best craftsman right away." Before Karen could refuse, he was pulled toward the repair workshop. Sunlight streamed through the skylight of the workshop, casting light on the tools scattered across the floor. Several craftsmen in blue overalls were busy at work, but they paused their tasks when they saw the Marine officer enter. "This is a disciple of Mr. Iceberg, a core member of the Frankie family." The adjutant pointed to a burly man with a pompadour hairstyle. "He's repaired ships that even sea kings couldn't sink." The burly man grinned, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. "Commander, your metallic wings are made of a special conductive alloy, right? This kind of material requires low-resistance welding rods." He took the wing blade, examined it for a moment, then suddenly let out a whistle. "Good heavens, these grooves are the optimal path for current flow, aren't they, The design is really impressive. The conductivity must be at least 10 times higher than ordinary alloy." Karen was somewhat surprised. "You know about this?" A little. The burly man waved his hand, turned around, and pulled out a roll of silver-gray welding rods from his toolbox. "I've repaired similar devices before. I guarantee I'll fix it stronger than new without affecting the current conduction." As the craftsmen began their work, Karen quietly slipped out of the workshop. He was not accustomed to being surrounded by people, especially after having just endured a fierce battle. Strolling along the base's stone path, he unconsciously arrived at the training ground. A few young Marine soldiers were practicing sword strikes, the crisp clatter of wooden swords ringing in the air. Karen paused, recalling his own early days in the Marines, when he could not yet control his electric current, and every training session would electrocute his sparring partners, earning him daily lectures from the instructor. "Commander," a timid voice came from behind. Karen turned to see a young nurse carrying a medical kit, holding a roll of bandages. "The military doctor at the medical bay asked me to see if you need treatment for your wounds." He only then noticed that his sleeve was still seeping blood. The side effects of the magnetic field rotation were more persistent than he had imagined. The skin cracks, though no longer expanding, refused to heal. "Please go ahead." The medical bay was filled with the smell of disinfectant. The young nurse carefully rolled up his sleeve, and upon seeing the spiderweb-like wounds, she couldn't help but gasp. This is a minor injury, Karen said casually. He didn't want to explain that these were marks of backlash from the magnetic field's power. This kind of power beyond normal comprehension was better kept secret. The young nurse didn't press further, simply quickening her pace as she bandaged. Her movements were gentle, the tension of the wrapping just right, neither too tight nor too loose, effectively stemming the bleeding. Karen looked at her lowered eyelids and suddenly recalled the school nurse at the Marine Academy, that ever-smiling old woman who always treated the cadets' wounds with such tenderness. All done. The young nurse tied the knot, her cheeks slightly flushed as she looked up. The military doctor said if it hurts too much you can use this. She handed him a tube of pale yellow ointment. This is made from seaweed unique to Water 7. It's especially effective for burns and lacerations. Karen took the ointment and murmured, "Thank you." As he walked out of the medical bay, the soldiers on the training ground had already changed shift. Tashigi was instructing new recruits in basic swordsmanship, the sunlight casting a soft glow on her earnest profile, softening her usual sternness. Seeing Karen approach, she immediately stopped teaching and hurried over. "Commander, the cells have been inspected." She handed him a checklist. "The seastone chains have 3 additional locks, and the guards rotate every hour." Karen took the checklist, but his gaze was drawn to the equipment at the edge of the training ground. The standard facilities of the Marine base, rusted iron bars swaying gently in the sea breeze. "Do you need me to clean that?" Tashigi asked. "No need." Karen shook his head and leaped up. His metallic wings spread to maintain balance, electric current flowing slowly through his body, coordinating with his breathing rhythm to repair the damaged muscles. This was his own recovery method, using controlled exercise to guide energy flow, far more effective than simply lying in bed. Tashigi stood by, watching silently. The soldiers on the training ground gradually gathered, whispering among themselves about this young commander who had already achieved remarkable feats. Some said he was a once-in-a-century genius for the Marines, others claimed his abilities rivaled those of Logia types, and a few quietly bet that he would be promoted to admiral within 3 years. Karen paid no heed to these murmurs, focusing solely on his exercises. When he finished warming up, he suddenly heard the sound of synchronized footsteps at the base entrance. Looking down from the horizontal bar, he saw a squad of Marines in white uniforms marching in formation, led by a blindfolded man wearing dark glasses and leaning on a cane sword. None other than the Marine Admiral candidate Fujitora Isho. Behind Fujitora Isho followed dozens of guards from Impel down, pushing 2 reinforced cages that held the now-awakened Jack and Cracker. Jack was still raging, ramming his head against the cage bars, the seastone bars groaning under the impact. Cracker, on the other hand, sat with closed eyes, seemingly indifferent to everything around him, though his clenched fists betrayed his tension. "Commander Karen, it has been a while." Fujitora Isho's voice was gentle yet firm. He turned slightly, revealing a massive warship behind him. "Fleet Admiral Akainu ordered me to assist in escorting the prisoners and to bring the latest directives from the General Staff." Karen stepped forward and exchanged salutes with Fujitora Isho. "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Fujitora. It's been a while, though I didn't expect you to be the one escorting." This old man has also been looking forward to reuniting with the commander. Fujitora Isho chuckled softly, signaling the guards to move the cages to the reinforced cell. The Fleet Admiral adjusted the plan at the last moment. He took a sealed document from his bosom. "This is a top-secret directive from the General Staff. Please review it." Karen took the document, broke the wax seal, and read it carefully. The further he read, the more serious his expression became. The document detailed the escort route, requiring them to use Jack and Cracker as bait to lure the rescue forces of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates into a predetermined Marine ambush, aiming to eliminate them all at once. The Fleet Admiral intends to use these 2 to catch more fish. To do it again. Karen put down the document, a trace of surprise in his tone. "Exactly." Fujitora Isho nodded, tapping the ground lightly with his cane sword. "Since Whitebeard's death, the balance among the 4 emperors has become increasingly unstable. Headquarters has decided to exploit this opportunity to weaken their power. Your task is to escort the prisoners to Impel down alongside me. If we encounter pirate attacks along the way, show no mercy." Karen fell silent for a moment, recalling the brutal battle the previous night. "Understood. But given the status of Jack and Cracker, those who come to rescue them will undoubtedly be high-level combatants. Is our force sufficient?" "Rest assured." A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Fujitora Isho's mouth. "Headquarters has deployed 3 Vice Admiral-led fleets along the route. If necessary, Admiral Kazuru will also provide support." He paused, then added, "And Commander Karen's strength is also reassuring." Karen's heart tightened. It seemed Headquarters was already aware of his latest combat capabilities. This was both trust and pressure. He raised his head to gaze at the distant sea. In the dockyard of Water 7, craftsmen were replacing the armor of the escort fleet's warships. The sunlight reflected off the metal plates with a cold gleam. "When do we depart?" "Tomorrow morning." Fujitora Isho replied. "Rest well tonight. The road ahead will not be easy." That evening the base held a simple welcome banquet. Karen sat in the second seat, watching the soldiers clink glasses, but there was no smile on his face. His gaze would occasionally drift toward the direction of the cells where 2 individuals capable of stirring the new world were confined, soon to become bait set by the Marines to lure more pirates to their deaths. "Commander, what are you thinking about?" Tashigi approached, holding a glass of juice, her voice soft. Karen snapped out of his reverie and shook his head. "Nothing." Notify everyone tonight, increase security especially around the cells. There must be no mistakes. Yes. After the banquet, Karen went alone to the repair workshop. The craftsman had already repaired his metallic wings. The pale silver blades glowed with a soft luster under the lights, the conductive grooves even smoother than before. He spread his wings and tested them. The electric current flowed without any stagnation. The conductivity even improved compared to before. Commander, this is an extra reinforced buffer layer we added. The burly man with the pompadour pointed to the alloy plates at the wing roots. In the event of a severe impact, it can minimize the damage to you. Karen felt a warmth in his heart. Thank you. It's nothing. The burly man waved his hand. When you come back next time, I'll install better materials for you, guaranteed to withstand your full output. Leaving the workshop, the night was already deep. The lights of Water 7 dotted the sea like countless stars interweaving with the celestial constellations. Karen stood at the cliff's edge, letting the sea breeze brush his cheeks. His metallic wings slowly unfurled behind him, reflecting the cold moonlight. He knew that starting tomorrow, an even greater storm was on the horizon. Jack and Cracker as bait would inevitably provoke a frenzied counterattack from the four Emperor's forces. But Karen was not afraid. He clenched his fists, feeling the increasingly formidable power within him, his eyes growing sharper. The morning mist had not yet fully dissipated as the escort fleet sailed out of the port of Chishui City. 3 heavy warships formed a triangular formation, with Karen's flagship at the center flanked by Fujitora Yixing's vessel and a supply ship responsible for logistics. Jack and Cracker were confined in a specially reinforced cell at the bottom of the flagship, guarded by 24 prison wardens on rotating shifts. The clinking of seastone chains echoed crisply in the silent hold. Karen stood atop the bridge, his metal wings reflecting the rising sun. His observation hockey, like an invisible radar, captured every subtle movement in the surrounding sea. Since departure, at least 7 reconnaissance ships, disguised as merchant vessels, had been trailing at a distance, their telescope glimmers flickering on the crests of waves. Commodore, should we drive off those tails? Desiki's voice came from behind a nautical chart in her hands, her brows furrowed. According to the route, we'll reach the edge of the comm belt in half a day. That's a perfect place for an ambush. Karen shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the tiny black dots on the horizon. No need. Fleet Admiral Akainu wants to catch them all in one net. Those reconnaissance ships will just carry the message back. He paused, then added, inform all ships to maintain vigilance and enter first-level alert status, but do not provoke. Yes, sir. Fujitora Yixing had ascended the bridge at some point, his cane sword thudding dully against the deck. Though blind, the Admiral candidate's profound observation hockey could sense the hidden hostility, and a meaningful smile curved his lips. The fish hasn't bitten yet, but it's already caught the scent of blood. It seems the big MOM pirates are more anxious than the Beast pirates. Karen chuckled lightly. Jack is merely a subordinate in the Beasts, but Cracker is Big Mom's child. They won't just let him be sent to impel down. Perhaps both will come. Fujitora Yixing tilted his head slightly, as if listening to the wind's message. Once the balance between the emperors is broken, everyone wants to take a bite. The next 3 days passed peacefully for the escort fleet. Those reconnaissance ships kept a safe distance, neither approaching nor retreating like venomous snakes lurking in the shadows. The fleet traversed the edge of the comm belt as planned, encountering no attacks. This unnatural calm unsettled many soldiers. Karen, however, remained unusually composed. Aside from necessary inspections, he spent most of his time training on the deck. The power of magnetic field rotation flowed slowly within his body, repairing damage from previous battles, while compressing and refining, preparing for the impending great clash. His metal wings gleamed coldly under the sun, their guiding grooves deeper than before. Clearly the repairs done by the craftsmen of Chishui City had enhanced their performance. On the evening of the 3rd day, the setting sun dyed the sea a golden red. The lookout suddenly sounded the alarm. Unknown fleet sighted to the southwest. Approximately 30 ships approaching at high speed. Karen's eyes snapped open, and his observation hockey instantly expanded. This time the hidden hostility was no longer concealed. It surged like a tidal wave. From the 3 lead giant ships emanated a suffocating pressure. One of them was so terrifying that it caused his metal wings to tremble faintly. Finally here, Karen rose, his metal wings spreading behind him. Notify all ships, prepare for battle. Fujitora Yixing walked to his side, his cane sword slightly raised. 2 days later than expected. It seems Big MOM has spared no expense. A top-tier officer that even you find troublesome? Karen asked. More than one. Fujitora Yixing's brow furrowed slightly. At least 3 supreme auras. One of them should be the head of the Charlotte family's sweet 3 generals. No sooner had he spoken than the enemy fleet suddenly accelerated. The flag on the flagship was strikingly visible in the evening breeze. The skull and crossbones of the big MOM pirates beneath, which were embroidered 3 crossed candy sticks symbolizing the authority of the sweet 3 generals. Just as the distance between the 2 fleets shrank to 10 kilometers, an invisible wave of conquerors' hockey suddenly surged like a tsunami, striking the soul with a crushing sense of superiority, as if intent on pulverizing the entire escort fleet. Ugh! Ordinary soldiers on the deck collapsed in droves, many losing consciousness without even a groan. Even the trained officers turned pale, their hands trembling as they gripped their weapons. Desiki gritted her teeth, struggling to endure the veins on her forehead bulging. She too was at her limit. Charlotte Katakuri. Karen roared, his dual-colored haki erupting simultaneously. Black armament haki covered his entire body, while golden magnetic patterns surfaced on his skin, forming an invisible barrier that blocked the Conqueror's haki. His metal wings spun at high speed, generating a current that formed a shield for the soldiers behind him. Impressive haki. A low voice thundered across the sea. So the Navy has a young man like you. No wonder you captured Cracker. Karen looked up. On the bow of the enemy flagship stood a tall figure. He wore a pink cloak, a patterned scarf covering his face, leaving only a pair of sharp eyes visible, and in his hand was a massive trident. The air around him seemed to warp slightly, a sign that his observation haki had awakened, allowing him to briefly glimpse the future. Flanking him were two men of equally imposing presence. The burly man on the left was bare-chested, his skin red as molten lava, a flaming longsword in his hand. The man on the right wore Arabian-style attire, a magic carpet emitting black smoke coiled around his waist, his eyes fixated on the escort fleet with a sinister glare. Charlotte Kakuri, Charlotte Oven, Charlotte Daifuku. Karen recited their names, electricity crackling on his metal wings. Big M.O. I'm sure is generous, sending all three of you at once. Hand over my brother Cracker, and I'll let you die a quick death. Katakuri's voice was flat, as if stating a fact. Otherwise this will be your grave. Want to save him? You'll have to get through me first. Karen decided to take the initiative. His figure vanished, reappearing an instant later on the sea between the two fleets. His metal wings spread wide, electricity and magnetic fields intertwining to form a golden barrier. Katakuri, I'm your opponent. Arrogant fool. Katakuri snorted, his form flickering as he appeared before Karen. The trident thrust forward with a piercing sound, its tip coated in dense armament haki. Machi thrust. Karen did not dodge. He crossed his metal wings into a shield and took the blow head on. A sharp clang rang out as electricity and haki clashed, the resulting shockwave churning the surrounding seawater. Karen felt a grating sound from his wings. The opponent's strength far exceeded Cracker's, even surpassing Jack's. Interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Katakuri's eyes. You're stronger than I anticipated. It's only just begun. Karen's figure suddenly blurred, his electric current propulsion mode bursting forth at full power, creating dozens of afterimages around Katakuri. Try this, armament impact fist. Countless black fists wreathed in blue electricity rained down from all directions, each carrying terrifying force. Yet Katakuri remained composed, his trident spinning into an impenetrable barrier. Machi bird. The blade of the trident cut through the air, unleashing sticky machi that dissolved the electric attacks layer by layer, while his observation haki worked at full capacity, predicting every move Karen made. Too slow. Katakuri sidestepped, suddenly dodging a heavy punch from Karen, and swung his trident in a horizontal sweep. Machi thrust. The spiraling thrust struck Karen's side with a resounding blow. Karen grunted, sent flying backwards, slamming into a warship. Commodore. Dasiki's cry came from afar. Karen struggled to his feet, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Though the blow had been blocked by armament haki, it had still shaken his internal organs. He wiped the blood from his lips, his gaze growing sharper. As expected of Katakuri. Not bad. You can take that hit and survive. That's something to be proud of. Katakuri strode toward Karen's, sticky machi ripples spreading under his feet. Now it's over. He stomped the ground, sending a surge of machi coiling toward Karen like living things. Machi bird. The machi was extremely adhesive, even capable of absorbing electricity. Karen lightly tapped his feet, leaping into the air, and slashed out several electric blades with his metal wings, slicing the machi into pieces. Quick reflexes. Katakuri's trident suddenly transformed into a machi whip. Machi horn. The whip, like a flexible serpent, traced an arc in the air, aiming for Karen's neck. Karen's metal wings flapped rapidly, twisting his body in midair in an impossible maneuver, narrowly avoiding the attack. The whip struck the sea, sending a column of water dozens of meters high. Just then another battle erupted. Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku attempted to bypass Karen and attack the escort fleet directly. Fujitora Yishing took a nonchalant step forward, tapping his cane sword lightly on the deck. Gravity field, Hell's Journey. An invisible gravitational field expanded outward from him, and Oven and Daifuku suddenly felt their bodies weighing 100 times more, the deck groaning under the strain. The flames Oven summoned crumbled under the gravity, and the demon Daifuku released from his carpet fell into the sea the moment it left the rug, unable even to struggle. You two should stay here. Fujitora Yishing's tone was calm, as if shooing away two annoying flies. With a casual wave, the gravitational wave from his cane sword knocked both back several steps. Navy ships aren't for just anyone to board. Oven roared, igniting his entire body with flames, trying to counter the gravity with heat, but found his body growing heavier, making even raising his hand a struggle. Daifuku unleashed more demons from his carpet, but they were all pinned to the sea surface by an invisible hand, unable to approach the warship. Within a few exchanges, Oven's flames had dimmed and Daifuku's carpet began to smoke under the unbearable gravity. The two were clearly at a disadvantage, barely holding on. On the sea, the battle between Karen and Katakuri had reached its climax. Katakuri unleashed a relentless barrage of machi techniques combined with his future sight observation haki, driving Karen into a corner. While Karen's electric current propulsion mode was fierce, Katakuri could always predict his moves, making it difficult to land a real hit. The two were locked in a stalemate. This won't work, Karen thought to himself. I need to end this quickly. The beast pirates could show up any moment. he suddenly retreated, putting distance between himself and Katakuri. The metal wings returned to his back, and electricity and magnetic fields began to merge. The golden light grew brighter, and the surrounding seawater started to swirl, forming a massive whirlpool. Magnetic field rotation. Karen's voice had a metallic resonance, his eyes turning pure gold. He held nothing back, unleashing the full power of magnetic field rotation. His entire aura exploded, even surpassing the conqueror's haki Katakuri had displayed earlier. What is this power? For the first time, surprise flickered in Katakuri's eyes. His observation haki could no longer fully predict the opponent's movements. The magnetic field around Karen distorted space, blurring the future. Taste this. Karen's figure transformed into a golden lightning bolt, appearing before Katakuri in an instant. The magnetic force concentrated in his right fist, tearing through space as it slammed toward the enemy's chest. Katakuri hastily crossed his arms, covering his entire body in armament haki, while a thick layer of machi armor formed instantly. The moment fist met armor, the explosive force sent Katakuri flying back into his own ship. Now that's the one who defeated Cracker. Katakuri wiped a trace of blood from his lips, his scarf swaying slightly. I underestimated you after all. Karen did not respond, only regulating his breathing. That punch had drained a significant amount of his stamina, and a numb sensation spread through his arm. Yet Karen felt a secret joy. Since achieving the state of magnetic field rotation, he sensed his physique improving day by day, as if a switch inside his body had been turned on. Compared to before, it was like night and day. Just then Katakuri caught a glimpse of his brother's predicament from the corner of his eye. Both were trapped in a difficult position by Fujitora. His heart sank. He knew he couldn't linger in battle any longer, or he might lose 2 more brothers here. A loss not worth the gain. It's not over yet. Katakuri suddenly gathered white energy spheres in his hands and slammed them against the deck. Machi flow. The deck of the warship within 100 meters instantly turned into a sticky machi swamp, firmly trapping Karen's feet and temporarily hindering his movement. Karen's eyes narrowed. Electricity exploded under his feet, forming a ring of arcs. The sticky machi sizzled as it was burned away, freeing him from the restraint. But Katakuri did not press the attack. Instead, he gave Karen a long, deep look, then turned and shouted, "Retreat." His voice carried an undeniable authority. The remaining pirate ships immediately converged, picking up Oven and Daifuku, who had been locked in a stalemate with Fujitora. Katakuri cast a final glance at the Navy fleet, then leaped back onto his flagship. The pirate fleet quickly reversed course and vanished into the twilight. Karen watched the departing pirate ships, but did not pursue. He knew Katakuri had retreated because of his brother's disadvantage. The brief awakening of his devil fruit ability had put pressure on Karen. This unresolved battle would continue. His tense body relaxed, and a sharp pain shot through his left arm. Karen forced himself back onto the warship, where Dasiki immediately brought a medic to treat his wounds. "Commodore, are you alright?" Dasiki's voice was filled with concern. Karen shook his head, his gaze shifting to Fujitora Yishing. "They'll come again." Fujitora Yishing walked to his side, tapping his cane sword lightly on the deck. "Expected. But after this battle, they won't be able to stage a major move in the short term. If we're careful, we can reach the encirclement. Notify all ships full speed ahead." Karen ordered the signalman. At the same time, increase vigilance and prepare for battle at any moment. The escort fleet resumed sailing, speeding toward Impel Down under the cover of night. On the deck, soldiers busied themselves repairing the damaged bulwarks and tending to the wounded. Karen leaned against the railing, staring at the dark sea. Electricity flowed slowly through his metal wings, repairing the damaged sections. He knew his battle with Katakuri was far from over. The next encounter would be an even more brutal deathmatch. The night deepened, leaving only the sound of the warship's engines and the waves lapping against the hull. On the distant horizon, dark clouds were gathering. A new storm was brewing. The fleet in the night was like a sharp dagger cutting through the ink-black sea. Karen leaned against the watchtower of the flagship, his metallic wings reflecting the clear moonlight, capturing the full view of the ocean currents within 3 kilometers around. When only 2 days' voyage remained to Impel Down, the fleet sailed into the prearranged encirclement, a sea area composed of 17 ring-shaped islands known to the locals as the Prison Archipelago. Vice Admiral, the defensive fortifications on the 3 main islands are fully deployed. Tashiji's voice came through the den mushy, tinged with fatigue, but still clear. 12 heavy cannons are mounted on Island 1, shells loaded. 3 battalions are ambushed in the dense forest of Island 2. The main force hides in the caves of Island 3, ready to flank at any moment. Karen looked down, and the 3 largest islands resembled giant pincers, firmly protecting the inner sea where the fleet was anchored. Soldiers were stringing camouflage ropes between the islands with bells attached that would sound if anyone touched them. Behind the reefs, artillerymen were wiping the cannon barrels, the dark muzzles aimed at the narrow waterway outside, the only passage into the inner sea. This was a defensive system personally designed by Fleet Admiral Sakazuki, a fortress built by human hands specifically prepared to hunt down the 4 Emperor's top officers. What about Fujitora? Vice Admiral Fujitora is coordinating the troops on Island 3. Tashiji paused, then added, "Communication between units has been confirmed. Signal flares can be used to relay orders if necessary." Karen nodded slightly. The unique geography of the Prison Archipelago was indeed a natural advantage. The circular currents would form a natural barrier, and any ship that entered would be dragged by the undercurrents, adding an extra layer of insurance to the defense. He raised his hand and pressed the bandage on his left arm. The wound from the clash with Katakuri 3 days ago still throbbed, and the power of electromagnetic rotation always felt a little sluggish when used. Let the soldiers take turns resting, keep a quarter on alert. Karen ordered into the den mushi. Tell the cooks to prepare hot food, and give everyone an extra serving of meat tonight. Yes, sir. After hanging up, Karen spread his metallic wings and flew toward the nearest island one. The heavy cannon's barrels glinted coldly in the moonlight, their bodies camouflaged to look like rocks, undetectable without close inspection. The soldiers guarding the battery were wiping the barrels with coarse cloth. When they saw Karen land, they immediately straightened their backs. Vice Admiral, have you checked the breeches? Karen stroked the cold cannon barrels. Although these cannons were not enhanced with sea prism stone, the shells were mixed with sulfur and iron sand, creating a wide area of destruction upon explosion. Every single one has been checked 3 times. The battery commander, a grizzled veteran with a full beard, thumped his chest. Even if the pirates are made of iron, they'll be riddled with holes. Karen chuckled softly, his gaze turning toward the depths of the island. There in the bunkers, spare shells were hidden, guarded by 10 elite soldiers. The ammunition boxes were covered with camouflage leaves and could only be retrieved with a specific code, a safety measure he had designed to prevent a pirate surprise attack and seizure. By the time he finished patrolling the 3 main islands, the sky was already turning light. The eastern horizon showed a pale white, tinging the island outlines with gold. Fujitora Isho stood on the cliff of Island 3, his cane sword resting horizontally on his arm, as if listening to the wind. Isho-san, have you confirmed the ambush positions? Karen landed beside him. Using the 3 main islands as fulcrums, we'll create crossfire. We'll handle their main combatants so they can't break through the encirclement. A faint smile lingered on Fujitora Isho's lips. As long as they step into this sea area with artillery blocking their front and ambush forces closing in from the sides, they won't be able to escape even if they grow wings. Understood. Karen looked toward the outer sea where the horizon merged with the sky. If Katakuri dares to come again, he won't leave easily. The next 2 days passed peacefully for the fleet. During the day, soldiers reinforced the fortifications. At night, they rested around campfires, occasionally hearing the distant roars of beasts. A species of glowing lizard lived on the archipelago, darting among the reefs like flowing stars. Karen used this time to train. He set up a temporary training ground between the 3 main islands, and when his metallic wings flapped at high speed, they left golden trails across the sea surface. The power of electromagnetic rotation circulated slowly within his body, and the injury on his left arm gradually healed. When he was able to fully execute the magnetic cannon starfall, even the air trembled slightly. On the evening of the 2nd day, the lookout suddenly sounded the alarm. Unknown fleet detected from the northwest. Approximately 100 ships heading toward the archipelago. Karen shot to his feet, his metallic wings instantly spreading. He flew to a high altitude and looked out. Countless black dots appeared on the distant sea, their flags flapping in the evening breeze. The skull flag of the Big Mom pirates. Twice as many as last time. Fujitora Isho appeared beside him, his cane sword tapping lightly on the ground. It seems Kakuri is getting desperate. Notify all units to assume battle positions. Karen's voice was as cold as ice. Prepare to blockade the waterway entrance and ready the signal flares. Yes, sir. With the order given, several thick iron chains suddenly rose from behind the reefs at the entrance of the inner sea. One end was fixed to the islands, the other sank into the water, completely sealing off the narrow passage. The soldiers hid in their bunkers, gripping their weapons tightly, their breathing subdued. The pirate fleet stopped outside the waterway. On the bow of the flagship stood a familiar figure, Charlotte Katakuri, still wearing his pink cloak, though his scarf was a darker shade. Beside him were 2 new faces, a giant man wielding twin axes and a woman carrying a longbow. Their auras were no weaker than ovens from before. It seems you were prepared. Katakuri's voice carried across the wind like metal, but these little tricks won't stop me. Karen landed on a reef beside the iron chains, his metallic wings fully extended. Wanna try? Katakuri didn't respond, only slowly raised his trident. With his motion, the pirate fleet suddenly scattered, revealing 5 enormous sailboats hidden behind them. These ships were covered in a thick layer of machi, clearly specialized assault vessels. First wave charge. Katakuri's voice suddenly rose. The 5 assault ships accelerated simultaneously, the machi layer on their bows writhing, forming massive battering rams. Just as they were about to hit the chains, Fujitora Isho swung his cane sword. Fire the signal flare. A red signal flare rose from Island 3, bursting into a dazzling light in the sky. Open fire. Karen commanded. The 12 cannons on Island 1 roared simultaneously, shells trailing black tails across the sky, striking the assault ships with precision. The machi rams were hit by the shells, exploding instantly, sending machi and wood splinters flying, leaving large holes in the hulls. Second wave advance. Katakuri remained unmoved. More pirate ships surged out of the fleet, this time targeting the rocky areas on both sides, clearly attempting a flank landing. Island 2 engage. At Karen's command, dense volleys of crossbow bolts shot out from the forest of Island 2 like a black rain covering the pirate ships. Many pirates were hit, screaming as they fell into the sea. But more pirates holding shields jumped off the ships, wading toward the beach, waving cutlasses. It seems these defenses are somewhat useful. Fujitora Isho remarked calmly. Just then Katakuri suddenly vanished from the bow. Karen's heart tightened. His observation haki spread instantly. The enemy's aura was closing and rapidly leaping up. Machi thrust. The tip of the trident-coated in armament haki combined with the corrosive nature of the Machi thrust straight at Karen. Don't even think about it. Karen swung his dark-coated fist in response. Blue electric arcs crackled on the Machi, emitting a sizzling sound. Katakuri grunted, pulled back his arm, and retreated. He looked at the scorched mark on his arm, his eyes growing sharper. It seems your wound has healed quite a bit. Enough to send you to Impel down to keep your brother company. Karen hovered above the water, electricity crackling around his metallic wings. Perhaps not. Katakuri suddenly clenched both fists, biscuit pound. Armament hockey-hardened bar-shaped Machi struck wildly in all directions, the wind pressure they generated making the surrounding reefs tremble. Armament burst fist. Karen did not yield, countering blow for blow. At that moment, a green signal flare rose from Island 3. The main force hidden in the caves immediately moved, taking the pre-dug channels to circle behind the pirate fleet, preparing to launch a surprise attack. Now, Fujitora Isho's voice came from above. He stood on the cliff of Island 3, his cane sword raised high above his head. Invisible gravity began to act on the giant Machi humanoid. Its movements suddenly became sluggish as if trapped in a swamp, and the force of its blows against the iron chains weakened considerably. Gravity Blade Tiger. Fujitora Isho swung his cane sword down. The compressed gravity wave like a blade cleaved through a large group of pirates. Then both Karen and Katakuri sensed through their observation haki several meteorites falling from the sky. It seems you really came prepared. Katakuri's voice carried through the sea via haki. But don't think this can stop the Big Mom pirates. He suddenly tore off his cloak, revealing the muscle lines beneath. Compared to 3 days ago, his aura was more condensed, the haki wrapping around his body almost materialized. My brothers, show the Marines our power. Katakuri raised his trident high. Third wave target. Raid the main camp, rescue Cracker. The pirate fleet suddenly scattered like a net, enveloping the 3 main islands. Countless pirates slid down ropes into the water, cutlasses in hand, trying to break through the iron chains and land. Some even rode giant sea beasts charging from the sides toward the island beaches, attempting to tear open the defenses. Hold the line. Karen's voice rang across the archipelago. Cannons target the sea beasts. The rest suppress the landing pirates. The battle erupted instantly. The roar of cannons, the whistling of arrows, and the shouts of pirates intermingled, turning the calm sea into a battlefield. Karen's metallic wings wove through the gunfire. Wherever the electric current passed, pirates fell, but more kept coming in waves. Leave this to me, little Karen. I'll handle the other 2 sweet commanders. Fujitora Isho rushed toward Island 3, his cane sword creating gravity anomalies with every swing. Sometimes increased gravity pinned pirates to the beach, other times reversed gravity sent them flying high into the air before crashing down heavily. He was like a chess master controlling the battle, calmly dismantling the pirate offensive. In the heat of battle, Karen noticed that Katakuri remained on the flagship, not making another move. This deepened his unease. The enemy was clearly waiting for something. When the first wave was repelled, the sky had turned completely dark. Wreckage of pirate ships floated on the sea, the island beaches were littered with unconscious pirates, and the air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and the sweet scent of Machi. Vice Admiral, the defense line holds. Tashiji's voice came through the den, Mushy, breathless. Have the logistics team replenish ammunition immediately, and the medical team treat the wounded. Karen looked toward the outer sea. Katakuri's flagship was still stationed not far away. Stay alert. They will come again. After hanging up, Karen's gaze locked onto the pirate flagship. Katakuri's goal is always Cracker. What is he waiting for? What other tricks does he have? Or is it Big Mom? Suddenly a red glow appeared on the outer sea. Karen looked up and saw countless red Machi balls gathering on Katakuri's flagship like burning meteors. That's baked Machi. Katakuri raised his fist, and those red Machi balls, as if given life, flew toward the 3 main islands. They left red trails in the sky as dense as a meteor shower. It almost resembled Fleet Admiral Sakazuki's style. Not good. Karen spread his metallic wings and charged into the sky, electric current grid. The wing blades formed a golden torrent, weaving a massive net above the archipelago to intercept the scorching Machi. When they collided, a sizzling sound erupted. The electric current was evaporated by the high temperature, and the Machi balls were scattered, but many still broke through the line and landed on the islands. Boom. The scorching Machi struck the cannons, instantly melting the barrels and triggering chain explosions. Soldiers on the beach were burned by the high heat and retreated. Worse, the Machi landed in the grass, igniting a wildfire that spread rapidly with the sea breeze. Watch the line. Karen shouted into the den Mushy while accelerating toward Katakuri's flagship. I'll deal with the source. Be careful. Fujitora Isho's voice came through the channel. Karen's figure like a golden lightning bolt broke through the front line and bore down on the pirate flagship. Katakuri had clearly anticipated this. He stood on the shallow shore watching coldly as Karen approached. Just in time. Katakuri raised his trident, his entire body brimming with haki. This time I won't let you escape. Likewise, Karen's metallic wings shimmered with golden light. He directly activated the power of electromagnetic rotation, pushing his speed to the limit. Magnetic Cannon Starfall Fist. His dark-coated fist accelerated by the electromagnetic field shot toward Katakuri with blue thunder distorting the surrounding air. Katakuri clearly saw through his intention, but his pride would not let him back down, awakening nine-headed Machi. He instantly created 9 donuts, and from them extended 9 giant arms reinforced with Machi, also striking at Karen. When their fists clashed, the space between them even seemed to form a black hole. It felt like an eternity, yet only an instant before a dazzling light burst forth and the shockwave caused the surrounding seawater to sink and the nearby reefs to explode. When the light faded, both were thrown back, carving 2 long furrows into the ground. A trace of blood trickled from Katakuri's mouth, but his eyes grew even sharper. Karen's expression was impassive as electricity surged around him, his trembling fist clenched tight, ready for the next strike. My turn. He raised his trident high, and the surrounding Machi began to spin wildly, forming a massive vortex. Mirror Machi. The ground around him turned into Machi. Dangling Machi. Countless Machi balls coated in armament hockey, like true meteors, shot toward Karen, with piercing sounds sealing off all escape routes. Karen took a deep breath, using his black metallic wing blades to scatter and spin in front of him, weaving a long-lost magnetic blade storm to meet the attack head-on. In the distance, groups of pirates suddenly emerged from a giant mirror, charging straight for the main islands, ignoring the Marines' entanglement. The final assault begins. Katakuri's voice carried a cold smile. This time no one can save you. Under the immense pressure, Karen's pupils contracted. Katakuri grinned, revealing sharp teeth, his trident drawing an arc of death in the moonlight. Then come. The collision of the golden electric vortex and the glutinous rice meteor exploded midair, sending shockwaves of energy spreading outward like a ring-shaped tsunami. Karen's metal wings left afterimages in the blinding light as he dodged the sweeping trident of Katakuri. The electric current raced along the trident's blade, but was blocked layer by layer by the armament hockey coating his body. Your lightning is no longer effective against me. Katakuri's figure appeared and vanished in the smoke. His observation hockey always allowed him to predict Karen's attack trajectory. Show me some real skill. As you wish. Karen suddenly soared higher, his metal wings spread to the limit, golden light flowing through the conductive veins. Thousand-bird stream. Tens of thousands of electric threads poured down like a torrential rain, weaving an impenetrable web of lightning. The Machi layer beneath Katakuri's feet instantly boiled, and amidst the steam his figure abruptly vanished. Not a teleportation, but a merging of his body into the surrounding Machi swamp. There, Karen's observation hockey locked onto 30 meters to his left. His metal wings condensed into a sharp cone as he dove down. 6 powers pierce. Is that all you've got? Katakuri's voice came from behind. A massive Machi fist coated in armament hockey stabbed straight at Karen's back. Power Machi. Karen spun around to block instantly. The collision of armament hockey produced a grating sound. He grunted as he was sent flying, crashing into a reef. Blood dripped from the corner of his mouth onto the metal wings, sizzling upon contact. The disadvantage in size was hard to overcome in an instant, even though Karen was not weak in strength. Distraction can cost you your life. Katakuri walked slowly, dragging his trident on the ground, leaving a deep trench. The Machi coiled around the reef like a living thing. Your wounds haven't healed yet. Forcing the magnetic field power will only hasten your collapse. I have foreseen your death. Karen struggled to his feet, his left arm was already failing him. He looked at the constantly writhing Machi layer behind Katakuri, and suddenly realized his opponent had been stalling all along. The explosions from the direction of Island 3 had noticeably weakened, suggesting Fujitora was entangled by something. Your comrade seems to be in trouble. Katakuri let out a light laugh, raising his hand to adjust his scarf. But you don't have time to help him now. 9-headed Machi. In the air, donut-shaped Machi emerged, stretching out 9 massive arms reinforced with angled Machi lunging from all directions like venomous snakes. Karen gritted his teeth. Due to the gap in observation hockey, he could only spin his metal wings at high speed to form a black-golden barrier. The steam from the collision of lightning and Machi blurred his vision. In the midst of this stalemate, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded from the flagship. Commander, the camp is under attack. Tashiji's panicked voice came through the den Mushi with the background noise of clashing blades and explosions. They suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Karen's pupils contracted sharply. He turned to look at another direction of the shoal. The air there began to ripple, and an oval mirror, as tall as a man, materialized out of thin air. In the mirror was Charlotte Bruley's face, wearing a sinister smile. Beside her, pirates were streaming through the mirror continuously. My sister Charlotte Bruley's mirror fruit. Katakuri's voice held a cold confidence. You sensed it just now, didn't you? But it's useless. Why do you think I've been toying with you here? The mirror's surface rippled like water. Over 30 pirates wielding machetes had already boarded the flagship's deck. Tashiji swung her sword Shigure in resistance, but was forced back by sugar arrows fired by a woman wielding a longbow. Those sugar arrows solidified into amber upon contact with seawater. Several Marines who tried to assist were stuck fast to the ship's railing, unable to move. Tashiji. Karen's eyes blazed with fury. He turned to rush back to the flagship, but was blocked by Katakuri. Your opponent is me. Katakuri's trident pointed straight at Karen's throat. Now watch your comrades fall one by one. Suddenly from Island 3 came Fujitora's furious roar, followed by a violent tremor from the eruption of a gravity field. Karen's observation hockey caught the chaos there. At least 5 pirate officers were attacking Fujitora. Though suppressed by the gravity field, they fought fearlessly, clearly intending to keep the admiral candidate pinned down on the island. Despicable. Karen's entire body erupted with lightning. The power of the magnetic field rotation broke through its limit and blood spurted from the wound on his left arm. Do you think this will win you the battle, eh? Does it not? Katakali's figure suddenly appeared on Karen's left, his jet black fist smashing into Karen's ribs. Your trump cards are spent. Die here. The intense pain made Karen's vision go dark. He crashed into the flagship's railing just in time to see the longbow woman's arrow pierce the shoulder of an old mess hall veteran. That always cheerful bearded gunner collapsed while clutching his wounds, still shouting for the new recruits to take cover in the ammunition depot. No. Karen's roar shook the sea. His metal wings suddenly burst with unprecedented light. The electric current no longer followed the laws of magnetism, but writhed wildly, as if possessed, forming a massive golden thunderball around him. For the first time, Katakali's pupils visibly contracted. The future predicted by his observation, Haki, suddenly shattered. This power. Get out of my way. Karen's figure turned into a golden streak of light, forcefully smashing through the machi wall. Katakali's trident stabbed in time, but Karen flipped and punched it, even causing tiny cracks on the trident's tip. When Karen landed on the flagship's deck, the sight before him nearly froze his blood. 3 Marine officers lay in pools of blood. Tashigi, her left arm pierced by a sugar arrow, was using her sword to support herself, blocking the cell door. The longbow woman grinned as she pulled the bowstring taut, aiming the arrowhead at the lock of the cell door behind Tashigi. Bastard, your opponent is me. Karen's voice sounded like it came from the underworld. Electric current spread along the deck, electrocuting several pirates until they convulsed and fell. The woman raised an eyebrow at the sudden appearance of Karen, a cruel smile curling at the corner of her lips. Perfect, I'll cut off your metal wings to make dessert for Mama. The sugar arrows she shot suddenly halted midair, not intercepted by the electric current, but frozen by an invisible pressure. The smile on Amanda's face froze instantly. Her longbow snapped with a crack and her knees trembled uncontrollably. Karen himself was stunned. He could feel some dormant power within him awakening, surging through his veins like a volcanic eruption. This power was different from the wildness of the magnetic field rotation or armament Haki. It carried an overwhelming majesty that made the very air around him tremble. This is Conqueror's Haki. Katakali's voice came from behind, filled with disbelief and gravity. You've been hiding this power all along. Conqueror's Haki erupted from Karen like a shockwave. The golden aura spread outward like a tangible force. The pirates on the deck felt like they were struck by an invisible hammer, and the woman fainted outright. Those pirates still pouring out of the mirror were stunned the moment they poked their heads out, collapsing limp at the mirror's edge, unable to move. Bruley stared in terror at the scene before her. The mirror slipped from her hand and shattered on the ground with a clatter. The last pirate to pass through the mirror was still in a charging pose, but collapsed instantly upon contact with the Conqueror's Haki field. Karen looked down at his hands where lightning and Haki intertwined into a jet black hue, crackling with thunder. He could clearly feel that this sudden power came from the blazing rage he felt when he saw his comrades fall, and from the unwavering resolve to protect everything. I see. I thought I didn't have this kind of talent. Karen clenched his fist, the pain in his left arm miraculously eased. This is the spirit awakened through self-awareness. Katakali landed on the other end of the deck, his cape flapping in the Conqueror's Haki field. For the first time, his expression shifted from solemnity to a complex mix of caution and excitement. Interesting. Katakali slammed his trident heavily onto the ground, machi surging from the gaps in the deck. So you've awakened Conqueror's Haki. Do you think that can turn the tide? At least enough to take you down first. Karen knew his situation. Even with the awakening of Conqueror's Haki, it wouldn't instantly boost his high-end combat power. He hadn't yet mastered the coding technique. But he was confident in his magnetic field rotation. The electric current was now laced with black Haki. Magnetic Cannon Starfall Fist. After awakening Conqueror's Haki, even the strength of his armament Haki seemed to increase, emitting a suffocating pressure. Katakali did not dare to be careless. He pushed his armament Haki to the limit, forming a defensive fortress of machi 10 meters in diameter, machi castle armament Haki hardening. The moment the energy sphere collided with the fortress, there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a terrifying annihilation of energy. Katakali grunted as he was blasted onto a reef, spiderweb cracks appearing on the armament Haki on his chest. Karen was also thrown back toward the ship's railing by the recoil. Not over yet. Katakali suddenly drove his trident into the deck. Machi recitation. From countless donuts, massive arms reinforced with angled machi shot out from all directions, sealing off every escape route. Karen took a deep breath, completely merging his armament Haki with the magnetic field power. The golden vortex formed by the spinning metal wings devoured all the spikes. Time to end this. Karen vanished at the center of the vortex, reappearing right in front of Katakali. Magnetic Cannon Burst Fist. The dark golden fist tearing through the air with a howl struck Katakali square in the chest. The armament Haki fortress shattered with a sound. Katakali was hit like a hammer, blood spraying from his mouth, staining his pink cape. He flew backward, crashing through 3 decks before getting stuck in the cargo hold below, unable to move for a long time. Karen did not pursue because he saw Tashigi dragging her wounded arm, trying to wake the unconscious soldiers. The blood on the deck glowed a harsh red in the moonlight. The old soldier with the pierced shoulder had stopped breathing, his face still frozen in a fighting stance. Medic! We need a medic. Karen shouted into the den, mushy, his voice hoarse with anger and grief. He rushed to the cell door where the sea stone chains still firmly held Jack and Cracker. The two pirates were grinning through the bars. Cracker even drew a mocking face on the ground with biscuit crumbs. "Don't waste your strength, Marine brat." Jack tapped the bars with his claws, producing a grating sound. "When we get out, we'll tear you apart first." Karen gave them a cold glance, said nothing, and simply unfastened a spare chain from his belt, binding the cell door tightly to the mast beside it. He drew the spare blade from Tashiji's waist. The edge gleamed with a cold light in the armament hockey field. "Watch them." Karen handed the sword to Tashiji, then turned to face the approaching pirates. "We still have a fight on our hands." Tashiji gritted her teeth and nodded, gripping the hilt with her uninjured hand. The blade pointed at the two pirates inside the cell. Suddenly a sound like an avalanche echoed from afar. The gravity field on Island 3 intensified drastically, pulling even the flagship downward with an invisible force. Karen's observation hockey instantly caught the key information. Fujitora's gravity blade had split the pirates' encirclement, and 3 of the 5 officer-level pirates were severely crushed, falling into the sea like broken kites. As expected of Admiral Fujitora, Karen's spirits lifted. His metal wings burst into a dark golden light, and electric current spread along the deck to form a defensive perimeter. "Marines, do you see that? Victory is in sight." The surviving soldiers cheered. A new recruit from the mess hall raised his rifle and shot a pirate in the thigh. Though his shooting posture was still clumsy, his eyes burned with fighting spirit. Tashiji, enduring the pain, kicked over a pirate trying to approach the cell. Shigeru traced a silver arc in the moonlight. Katakali struggled to climb out of the cargo hold. The wound on his chest made his breathing labored. When he saw the disorganized pirate formation near Island 3 and the Marines on the flagship's deck reorganizing their defenses, his face turned grim for the first time. "Impossible." Katakali tightened his grip on his trident, the machi layer surging madly beneath his feet. "How could I lose to a brat?" Karen walked slowly toward him, each step making the deck tremble slightly. The Conqueror's hockey continued to press down like a tidal wave. Katakali's observation hockey became noticeably disordered, and his predicted trajectories began to deviate. "You've reached your limit." Karen raised his hand, the magnetic field rotation growing more refined. "Accept reality, Katakali." "Never." Katakali let out a deafening roar. His muscles bulged, and the machi layer formed a giant fist. Power machi. This was his final strike. Armament hockey almost solidified into a solid state, distorting even the surrounding space. Karen did not dodge. He crossed his metal wings into a cross, and dark golden electric current converged into a spiral energy beam. Magnetic cannon spiral. The moment the golden spiral collided with the giant machi trident, the entire prison island trembled. Katakali's pupils dilated sharply. He could clearly see his attack disintegrating inch by inch. The magnetic force infused with Conqueror's hockey like an indestructible drill followed the giant fist. The energy beam pierced Katakali's left shoulder, sending a jet of blood. He stared in disbelief at the wound where the machi layer was carbonizing under the electric burn, even his regenerative ability suppressed. "How?" Katakali dropped to one knee, using his trident to support his swaying body. Karen didn't give him a chance to continue. He gathered his strength and punched him in the head, knocking him unconscious completely. The man hailed as perfection finally fell. The moment Katakali collapsed, noticeable commotion broke out among the pirate fleet in the outer sea. Many ships began to turn around, clearly losing their will to fight without their leader. On Island 3, Fujitora stood at the edge of a cliff, leaning on his cane sword. His gravity field, like an invisible giant hand, crushed the remaining pirate ships into pieces. He looked up toward the flagship and smiled with relief. What an impressive young man. Karen stood at the bow of the flagship. The surviving Marines raised their weapons and cheered, their voices ringing through the night sky. Tashiji leaned against the railing, bandaging her wounds, a smile of surviving the ordeal on her face. He looked down at the unconscious Katakali, then glanced at the grim-faced Jack and Cracker inside the cell and clenched his fist. This victory was only the beginning. There would be more challenges ahead, but the awakening of his Conqueror's hockey proved that his spirit and path were correct. Morning light pierced through the gun smoke of the Cholone archipelago, tinging the sea with a pale gold. Kailuan leaned against the railing of the flagship, fresh blood seeping through the bandages on his left arm. The dual overexertion of magnetic field rotation and Conqueror's hockey left his vision darkening in waves. 3 of the deflector plates on his metal wings were missing, and sunlight cast dappled shadows through the gaps onto the deck. "Rear Admiral, the medic says you must rest." Desiki approached, carrying a medicine box. Her left arm was also wrapped in thick bandages, yet she kept her back straight. "Impel Down has received the message and said they will send a relief force." Kailuan waved his hand, gazing at the soldiers cleaning the battlefield. Last night's fierce battle had left a scene of devastation. Damaged cannons, broken chains, and the remains of pirates swept away by the waves. All silently testified to the cost of victory. Katakuli was tightly bound with sea stone chains in the cargo hold, forming a peculiar, neighborly relationship with Jiaku and Kulijia. "We cannot wait." Kailuan's voice was hoarse, and his metal wings emitted a harsh grating sound as they spread. "No one knows if Big Mom will send a second wave of pursuers. We must leave these waters before noon." Tung Hu Yixing walked slowly, his staff, sword tapping a steady rhythm on the deck. The blind admiral candidate's robes were stained with dust, but his breathing remained calm. "Can your body endure this? Don't push yourself too hard, Kailuan." "I can manage." Kailuan flexed his left arm, the sharp pain from the wound revitalizing him. At least enough to reach Impel down. Just then the lookout cried out in terror. What is that? Everyone looked up instinctively. The sky, which had been clear, was now shrouded by dark clouds. Ink-black layers spread like spilled ink, devouring the sunlight completely. More eerily, a deep dragon roar echoed from within the clouds, rattling eardrums. That is. Tung Hu Yisheng's expression turned grim, and his staff sword struck the deck sharply. Kailuan's observation haki instantly expanded, but it trembled violently upon contacting the force within the clouds. It was an indescribable pressure, like the breath of an ancient beast awakening, carrying a brutal aura of destruction. He could even see the massive figure coiling in the clouds, covered in cyan scales over 100 meters long, the horns on its dragon head glinting in the lightning. Kaiduo. Kailuan's pupils constricted, and his metal wings trembled uncontrollably. Kaido of the beasts. Why is he here? It must be for Jieko. Tung Hu Yisheng's voice was unusually grave. Earlier reports said the beast pirates had no large-scale movements, so I thought Kaiduo didn't care. But he came after us himself. A massive rift suddenly tore through the clouds, and the dragon dove down wrapped in lightning. His target was clear, the Navy flagship anchored in the inner sea. The dragon's claws swept across the sea, raising towering waves tens of meters high. Many small boats that hadn't yet evacuated were instantly shattered. All hands prepare for battle. Kailuan's roar was drowned by the dragon's howl. He forced his overstrained body into the air, his metal wings gathering a dazzling blue light. Super electromagnetic cannon. The metal wing plates instantly formed an electromagnetic rail. Guided by magnetic force, the cannon aimed at the dragon in the sky. Electricity crackled through the barrel, and a blue energy sphere rapidly expanded, shooting toward Kaiduo's dragon belly with a piercing sound. Boom! The electromagnetic cannon struck its target precisely, and the explosion's blue light illuminated the entire cloud layer. Kaiduo let out a thunderous roar of pain. His colossal body plummeted from the sky like a broken kite, crashing heavily onto the island. The shockwave sent spray higher than the flagship's mast. It hit. Cheers erupted from the soldiers on deck. But Kailuan couldn't smile. His observation haki clearly sensed that Kaiduo's scales were only briefly scorched. The attack had not even inflicted a serious wound. Brett, you've managed to anger me. A deep voice as if from the abyss sounded as Kaiduo rose from the sea. He had reverted to human form, his bare torso covered in fine scales, a tiger skin skirt around his waist, and a lightning-wreathed spiked club in his hand. The electromagnetic cannon earlier seemed only to fuel his rage. Flames of brutality burned in his eyes. Knocking me out of the sky. Not bad. Kaiduo rolled, his neck joints popping. But now your death is upon you. Kailuan's heart pounded wildly. He could feel the other's conqueror's haki pressing down like a tangible force, a magnitude fiercer than Kataku Li's pressure. The power of magnetic field rotation struggled to circulate within him. The wound on his left arm split open again, blood dripping from his metal wings. Master Isho, cover the soldier's retreat. Kailuan shouted to Tung Hu, his metal wings blazing with a final burst of light. I'll hold him off. You are no match for him. Tung Hu Yisheng's gravity field expanded, instantly attempting to restrain Kaiduo. We'll fight together. No time. Kailuan's figure turned into a golden lightning bolt, charging straight at Kaiduo. He knew he was at the end of his strength. The power of magnetic field rotation could only sustain one more full-force attack, but he had to buy time for the others to escape. Magnetic pulse fist. Kailuan condensed all his remaining power into his fist haki, and magnetic energy intertwining into a dark purple sphere. This strike exhausted his last ounce of strength. The deflector plates on his metal wings shattered completely, and the blood vessels beneath his skin ached from the overload. Kaiduo grinned, revealing sharp teeth. He didn't even dodge, merely hoisting his spiked club onto his shoulder, his body enveloped in black armament haki, and his conqueror's haki unleashed without reserve. Thunderbogwat. The spiked club howled as if tearing space itself. In the instant it collided with the dark purple energy sphere, time seemed to freeze. The energy sphere shattered like paper. The black club's shadow ignored all defenses, smashing heavily into Kailuan's metal wings. Crack. A piercing shatter echoed across the sea. Kailuan's metal wings were brutally destroyed, fragments scattering like a meteor shower. His body flew backward like a broken puppet, blood spraying from his mouth to draw a tragic arc in the air. He crashed violently into the flagship's mainmast, shattering the sturdy timber into splinters. Rear Admiral. Dasiki's scream was heart-wrenching. Kailuan slumped against the broken mast, his consciousness already fading. He could feel every bone in his body aching. The power of magnetic field rotation had completely dissipated, leaving him without even the strength to lift his hand. In his blurring vision, Kaiduo was walking step by step toward the flagship, each footstep making the deck tremble violently. Pathetic. Kaiduo's voice dripped with contempt, lightning crackling on his spiked club. Now time to clear out the trash. At that critical moment, a yellow flash suddenly cut through the dark clouds. Oh my, what a lively scene we have here. A languid voice rang out like timely rain. Huang Yuan appeared behind Kaiduo, the residual light of his speed still shimmering on his feet. He adjusted his sunglasses, glancing at the shattered fragments of the metal wings. His tone carried a hint of surprise. Mister Kaiduo, hitting a young man so hard is not a good thing. Kaiduo whirled around, his eyes blazing with even more ferocity. Huang Yuan. Has the Navy headquarters finally decided to send an admiral? What can I do? You came all the way here. Huang Yuan stretched lazily and activated his ability again. Glint glint fruit yada no kagami. Several beams of yellow light refracted through the air, surrounding Kai Duo like mirrors. Kai Duo swung his spiked club and shattered the beams, but Huang Yuan's figure had already appeared above him, a kick descending with scorching light. Master Isha, what are you waiting for? Huang Yuan's voice carried across the battlefield. If you don't act, this kid will be beaten to death. Tung Hu Yixing had been ready. He raised his staff sword, and the gravity field contracted sharply around Kai Duo, gravity, blade tiger. Invisible gravity formed a massive black vortex, trapping Kai Duo firmly. Kai Duo let out an enraged roar, bursting forth with even stronger haki in an attempt to break free from the gravity field. His spiked club kept smashing into the ground, raising clouds of dust. That's it. Come on, try to kill me, Huang Yuan. Kai Duo's roar shook the dark clouds. Don't say that. Huang Yuan's figure flickered at the edge of the gravity field, constantly harassing with laser beams. We're just carrying out our duties. Tung Hu Yixing said nothing, silently strengthening the gravity field. Two Admiral-level combatants formed a perfect pincer. They couldn't defeat Kai Duo outright, but they managed to trap him, buying precious time for the soldiers on the flagship. Dasiki cradled the unconscious Kylo in tears, streaming uncontrollably. The medic was frantically treating his wounds, discovering multiple fractures and internal injuries. His breathing was as faint as a candle in the wind. Hold on, Rear Admiral. Dasiki's voice choked, covering Kylo with her own cloak. The tide of battle turned once more. The combined assault of Huang Yuan and Tung Hu made it difficult for Kai Duo to act. The Navy soldiers seized the opportunity to start the flagship slowly sailing away from the Chiolong archipelago. The lightning in the dark clouds still raged, but could no longer shake the Navy's course. Kai Duo watched the receding flagship, then glanced at the constantly harassing Huang Yuan and the strengthening gravity field beneath his feet, letting out a furious roar of unwillingness. He knew he could not keep Jieku today. He could only watch the Navy fleet disappear over the horizon. Huang Yuan, give Jieku back to me, or I'll chase you all the way to Impel Down. Kai Duo's roar echoed through the clouds. Huang Yuan and Tung Hu exchanged a glance, both seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Though they had successfully repelled Kai Duo, the battle exposed the Navy's shortage of high-level forces in the New World. More importantly, could that young Rear Admiral who had just awakened his conqueror's haki survive this grievous injury? How to make the choice? The edge of the clouds was beginning to show faint light, and Kaido's roars still echoed across the sea surface. Aosa floated mid-air atop a beam of light, his gaze behind sunglasses sweeping over the stalemate battlefield. Fujitora's gravity field was being constantly assaulted by Kaido's supreme king haki, ripples spreading across the dark vortex, as if it might shatter at any moment. Aboard the flagship, medics were desperately treating Karen, while Tashiji pressed hard against the blood-soaked bandages, her knuckles turning white from the strain. My, this won't do at all. Aosa stretched lazily, his speed-infused kick grazing Kaido's shoulder and sparking a shower of embers. Mr. Kaido, everyone here is quite busy. How about we each take a step back? Kaido swung his club at Aosa's afterimage, and the collision between his spiked club and the gravity field generated shockwaves that sent towering waves crashing across the sea surface. Take a step back. Hand over Jack and you die quickly. Now that's a difficult request. Aosa reappeared beside Fujitora, lowering his voice. Admiral Ishin, you've received the secret orders from headquarters, haven't you? Fujitora's cane sword trembled slightly as the gravity field temporarily suppressed Kaido's counterattack. Avoid open conflict with the Yonko at all costs, especially near Impel Down. Exactly so. Aosa sighed, glancing toward the flagship's cargo hold. Among those three, Jack was practically useless to begin with, isn't he? Fujitora fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding, finally understanding Aosa's meaning. He could sense three distinct presences in the cargo hold: Charlotte Kakuri's steady calm, Cracker's restless anxiety, and Jack's feral beast-like agitation. These three Yonko officers, bound together by seastone chains, were inherently dangerous. You mean sacrificing the individual to preserve the greater whole? Aosa's tone remained languid, yet a brilliant beam of light gathered at his fingertips. After all, our primary objective has already been achieved, hasn't it? Kaido sharply caught their conversation and slammed his spiked club against the ground, the resulting shockwave scattering the surrounding dust. What devilish scheme are you plotting? Aosa suddenly materialized before Kaido, close enough to see the madness in his eyes. Mr. Kaido, how about we make a deal? I'll return Jack to you, and you take your people and leave. How about that? Kaido froze, then erupted into thunderous laughter. You actually believe the Navy's lies? Temporarily, that is. Aosa wagged his finger, the beam dancing at his tip. Once we finish handling other matters, will naturally come collecting. Cut the nonsense. Kaido's supreme king haki flared once more, the clouds around them churning violently. Either hand over Jack, or everyone here dies with him. Fujitora suddenly withdrew his gravity field, leaving Kaido momentarily off balance. Seizing the opening, Aosa launched his attack. Lightning-fast kicks rained down like hail upon Kaido's body, leaving only fleeting scorch marks. Where's Jack? Aosa asked into the den mushi. In the left side of the cargo hold next to Charlotte Kakuri. Tashiji's voice trembled through the receiver, the rhythmic beeping of medical monitors filling the background. The Commodore remains unconscious. Understood. Aosa ended the call and burst into a streak of yellow light, appearing instantly at the flagship's cargo hold. Before the guard could even render salutations, Aosa pressed firmly on his shoulder. "Open Jack's chains, hurry." "But this is an order." Aosa's tone turned ice-cold, his commander's authoritative presence silencing any further objections from the soldiers. The moment the sea stone chains gave way, Jack unleashed a feral roar, his crimson eyes locked onto Aosa. But when he caught sight of Kaido looming outside the cargo hold like a mountain, his violent aura suddenly subsided. "Come with me." Aosa seized Jack by the back of his collar, disregarding his struggles as he transformed into a flash of light and reappeared in the center of the battlefield. "Jack!" Kaido's eyes flickered with something unreadable as he spotted the freed storm. Jack broke free from Aosa's grip and stumbled toward his captain, head bowed, unable to meet the Four Emperor's gaze. A broken tusk marred his back and scars from countless battles covered his body. Clearly he'd suffered significantly during his captivity. "As you can see, we're being quite sincere." Aosa clapped his hands as though discussing something trivial. "Now could you please depart?" Kaido studied Aosa for a long moment, then glanced back at the flagship shielded by Fujitora. Finally, he snorted coldly. "Navy, consider yourselves fortunate this time. If it hadn't been for..." His trailing words went unheard, laced with visible reluctance. He grabbed Jack by the collar, and his massive form began to swell, transforming once more into the Azure Dragon. The dragon's claws sent shockwaves across the sea, gathering the remaining pirate ships around it. Its enormous body circled once before letting out a deafening roar, then soared northwest through a blanket of dark clouds. Only when the dragon's silhouette vanished beyond the horizon did Aosa finally exhale, wiping imaginary sweat from his brow. What a troublesome fellow. Fujitora approached him, gazing toward where Kaido had departed. Is this truly the right course of action? What else were we supposed to do? Aosa adjusted his sunglasses. Were we meant to let that boy's sacrifice go to waste? Our combat strength in the New World remains insufficient. Both of their gazes shifted simultaneously toward the flagship's deck. Medics were carrying Karen into the hold, his hands still tightly gripping the shard of metallic wing. Even in unconsciousness, his knuckles had turned white from the force of his grip. "Inform Impel Down that we'll arrive in 3 hours." Aosa issued orders through the Den Mushi. "Prepare their highest-tier medical team, and reinforce the cells holding Charlotte, Katakuri, and Cracker." "Yes, sir." The flagship slowly departed the Cage Islands, heading toward Impel Down. Sunlight finally dispersed the dark clouds, illuminating the scarred deck. Tashigi remained by Karen's bedside, watching the heart monitor's rhythm gradually stabilize until she could no longer hold back her sobs, collapsing against the bed's edge. Fujitora stood at the stern, his cane sword tapping lightly against the wooden planks. Through his power, he could perceive the distant seas where other pirate fleets were slowly withdrawing, and beyond the horizon the silhouette of Impel Down loomed like a slumbering behemoth. Has young Karen come to understand his own justice? The old man murmured, his voice carried away by the sea wind. Meanwhile, Aosa leaned against the bridge railing, gazing at the steadily emerging outline of Impel Down. Known as the Iron Wall, this prison stood pitch black in the heart of the calm belt, surrounded by massive whirlpools with only a narrow channel allowing passage. "We've finally arrived." Aosa stretched, a trace of unease flickering in his eyes. "I hope nothing else goes wrong." 3 hours later, the flagship smoothly entered Impel Down's designated waterway. The massive iron gates slowly opened, revealing the heavily guarded cells within. When Charlotte, Kakuri, and Cracker were escorted off the ship, every guard held their breath. These were direct subordinates of the Emperor Big Mom, their danger level comparable to legendary level 6 prisoners. The medical team had been waiting at the dock, carefully transferring Karen onto a specially designed stretcher. As they passed Aosa, the unconscious Karen's fingers twitched slightly, the metal wing fragment still clutched so tightly that his palm had gone white. "Rest assured, young man," Aosa whispered softly, his voice barely audible. "Your efforts will not be in vain." Impel Down's iron gates slowly closed, sealing off the sunlight and sea beyond. Heavy chains clanked from deep within the cells as Charlotte, Katakuri, and Cracker were imprisoned in adjacent cells, the sea stone walls radiating an eerie blue glow. Karen was taken to the medical ward, his body connected to numerous tubes and 4 lines. The attending physician studied the chaotic magnetic field fluctuations within Karen's body, his brow furrowed deeply. Multiple organ ruptures, 12 broken bones. Whether he wakes up depends entirely on his own will. Tashigi stood guard outside the medical room, her grip tightening on Shigeru as she watched the sealed doors. She knew that regardless of whether Karen survived the chase involving the Emperor's officers was far from over. Aosa and Fujitora stood at the highest point of Impel Down, surveying the deep-sea prison below them. Far out on the sea, the beast pirates' presence had completely vanished, yet their threat hung over the calm belt like a perpetual storm cloud. "Now comes the cleanup." Fujitora's voice carried weariness. Indeed, Aosa watched seabirds skimming the horizon. "The paperwork will be relentless." They exchanged a knowing smile, but it carried an unspoken weight. Both understood that today's compromise was merely a temporary measure. The conflict between the Navy and the 4 emperors would inevitably reach its breaking point, and the young man lying in the medical room at this very moment might become the catalyst that ignites the storm. His tightly clenched hands still gripping the fragment seemed to foretell that no matter what obstacles the future held, his conviction to protect justice would burn like an unextinguishable flame in the darkness. In the medical room of Tujin City, the scent of disinfectant mingled with the cold aura of sea stone. Kai Luan's eyelashes trembled, as if an electric current raced through his nerve endings, and the shadows on his eyelids gradually coalesced into a blurry outline. He tried to lift his arm, but it felt as heavy as lead. The remnants of the metal wings had long been removed, leaving only a circle of pale pink scars on his shoulder. Water. As soon as his hoarse voice emerged, a slightly cool hand supported the back of his neck. Dasiki's hands trembled as she held the cup, and the warm water slowly flowed along the corner of his lips, moistening his parched throat. Rear Admiral, you're finally awake. Dasiki's eyes reddened instantly, and the worries of the past few days turned into scalding tears. The doctor said if you didn't wake up soon, he would have to. Kai Luan blinked, and his vision gradually cleared. The ceiling of the medical room was made of cold metal plates, and green waves danced on the instrument screen in the corner. That was his vital signs curve. He could feel the magnetic field power within him slowly reviving like a stream, thawing in early spring, flowing along a new trajectory. How long? Kai Luan's voice was still weak, but his eyes had regained their former sharpness. 7 days. Dasiki pulled out a tissue to wipe her tears, her voice laced with lingering fear. During the days you were unconscious, the medical team used 3 doses of cardiac stimulants, and Vice Admiral Tung, who came to see you twice every day. Kai Luan turned his neck and looked out the window. The prison walls of Tujin City loomed like black mountains, cutting the sky into irregular shapes. The surface of the calm belt was as still as a mirror, yet it hid whirlpools that could devour everything. Kata Kuli and Kuli Jia. They are held in the special cells of level 6, with a sea stone concentration 5 times that of ordinary cells. Dasiki handed over a report. Admiral Kazuro has already left to continue his mission. Before leaving, he said to tell you to return to headquarters with Vice Admiral Tung, who after you wake up. The moment Kai Luan took the report, a faint electric hum came from his fingertips. He looked down and saw a pale golden glow flickering among the lines on his palm, a mark formed by the energy of the magnetic field rotation on the surface of his body. What surprised him even more was a tingling numbness in the old wound on his left arm. The originally hideous scars were fading at a visible rate. The doctor says your body is repairing itself. Dasiki explained excitedly. They've never seen such a recovery rate. They say the power of your devil fruit is transforming your cells like evolution. Kai Luan closed his eyes, concentrating on sensing the changes within. The trajectory of the magnetic field rotation was smoother than before, and the energy density had increased by at least 30%. More importantly, the fusion of Conqueror's haki and magnetic field power had become more natural, as if the two were originally of the same origin. When he tried to mobilize his power, the medical instruments suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. His heart rate and blood pressure were soaring sharply. Rear Admiral, don't push yourself. Dasiki quickly pressed down on his hand. Kai Luan slowly released his fist, and the alarm gradually subsided. He could clearly sense that this severe injury had not weakened his power, instead it had broken some kind of shackle, allowing his strength to achieve a qualitative leap. Kai Luan nodded and struggled to get out of bed. Dasiki quickly supported him, but was surprised to find that she hardly needed to exert any force. Kai Luan's body, though still weak, could already bear his own weight. Give me a uniform. When Kai Luan appeared at the door of the medical room in his uniform, Tung, who was standing by the window, lightly tapping the ground with his cane sword. Hearing footsteps, he slowly turned around, a relieved smile on his face. Looks like you're recovering well. I'm sorry for worrying you, Mr. Tung Hu. Kai Luan stood at attention and saluted, his movements perfectly precise. Tung Hu walked up to him and paused, his cane sword on his shoulder. Your power has grown stronger. It should be a boost in physical abilities. Kai Luan clenched his fist, and the golden light flickered again in his palm. I can feel it. Much stronger than before. Perhaps this is a blessing in disguise. Tung Hu chuckled lightly. But don't be too optimistic. Surviving this time was largely due to luck. Kai Luan nodded silently. He could never forget the despair brought by Kaido's Thunder Bagua. That absolute gap in power could not be bridged by mere evolution. Get ready. We depart in 1 hour. Tung Hu turned and walked toward the door. Fleet Admiral Akainu is already waiting for us at headquarters. Yes, sir. 1 hour later, at the dock of Tujin City, a medium-sized marine warship had already hoisted its sails and was ready to depart. The scars on the hull had not yet been repaired, but it still exuded a grim aura. Kata Kuli and Kuli Jia were escorted onto a prison wagon. Both wore special sea stone shackles, their faces calm in a way that was unsettling. When Kai Luan stepped onto the deck, Kata Kuli suddenly stopped and looked at him through the bars of the wagon. You seem stronger. Kai Luan did not respond, only stared coldly at his former opponent. He could feel Kata Kuli's observation haki probing his strength, but it was rebounded by the Conqueror's haki within him. We will meet again. A strange arc curled at the corner of Kata Kuli's mouth. Until then, live well, marine brat. Tung Hu's cane sword lightly tapped the ground, and a gravity field instantly enveloped the prison wagon. Kata Kuli's smile froze on his face, and his body involuntarily slumped. Take them below. Tung Hu's voice carried an undeniable authority. After the prison wagon was pushed into the hold, the warship slowly sailed away from the waterway of Tujin City. Kai Luan stood at the stern, gazing at the black prison fading into the distance, his heart a mix of emotions. Though the mission was accomplished, it came at a heavy cost, and they had let Jack escape. Such a victory was hardly glorious. Thinking about Jack, Tung, who had come to his side, unnoticed. Kai Luan nodded. I don't understand. Why did you and Mr. Borsellino let him go? Because Fleet Admiral Akainu's order was to prioritize the safe delivery of Ka Taku Li and Kuli Jia to Tujin City. Tung, who looked at the calm surface of the calm belt. The time for a full-scale war with the beast pirates is not yet ripe. We cannot sacrifice the greater good for a small gain. But, no buts. Tung, who interrupted him. One of the Marines' ironclad rules is to obey orders. When you reach a higher position, you will naturally understand the Fleet Admiral's considerations. Kai Luan fell silent. He looked at Tung, whose disheveled hair, and suddenly realized how heavy the burden was on this blind vice admiral candidate. Behind every decision could lie the lives of thousands of Marines. In the following days, the warship sailed in calm waters. Kai Luan used this time to consolidate his strength, and the fusion of magnetic field rotation and Conqueror's Haki became increasingly smooth. He could even manipulate metal instruments on the deck with magnetic force without touching them, something he had never been able to do before. Desiki recorded his recovery daily, and the data in the reports grew more astonishing each day. Muscle density increased by 17, nerve reaction speed by 23, and peak magnetic field energy output by 35. The medical officer could only describe it as a miracle. On the morning of the 7th day, the lookout suddenly reported, ahead, we are about to enter the waters of Ma Lin Fan Duo. Kai Luan and Tung, who came to the deck seeing the familiar gate of justice standing on the horizon behind which were dense warships and batteries. The outline of headquarters loomed faintly in the morning mist like a lurking beast. It seems we are about to receive a new mission. Tung, who lightly tapped the deck with his cane sword. Fleet Admiral Akainu summoned us, so there must be important arrangements. Kai Luan clenched his fist, the golden light flickering faintly in his palm. Whatever the mission, I am ready. That's the spirit of a Marine. Tung, who nodded approvingly. As the warship slowly entered the harbor of Ma Lin Fan Duo, the scene on the dock surprised Kai Luan. There were no soldiers lined up to welcome them. Only Akainu stood at the center of the pier, followed by several vice admirals with stern expressions. The aura of magma enveloped the entire dock, making even the sea breeze feel scorching. When Ka Taku Li and Kuli Jia were escorted off the ship, Akainu's gaze swept over them like a tangible force, finally settling on Kai Luan. Kai Luan stepped forward. Kai Luan quickly walked up to Akainu and saluted. The sunlight reflected off the Fleet Admiral's cap, casting a shadow that just covered his face. Mission accomplished well. Though Akainu's voice was still low, there was a hint of barely perceptible approval. Successfully capturing Ka Taku Li and Kuli Jia is a blow that can shake the foundations of the Big Mom pirates. Kai Luan was stunned and subconsciously said, but Fleet Admiral, we let Jack escape. That was a necessary trade-off. Akainu interrupted him, his magma-like aura receding somewhat. The Marines' current strength in the New World is insufficient to wage war against two emperors simultaneously. Abandoning Jack to secure the other two targets aligns with headquarters' strategic planning. The surrounding vice admirals showed expressions of understanding, and Tung, who nodded slightly. Akainu turned and walked toward the headquarters building. Follow me. There is something more important to tell you. Kai Luan quickly followed, his confusion deepening. When he entered the conference room of the headquarters building, he noticed a map of the New World hanging on the wall with islands controlled by the Big Mom pirates circled in red ink. Akainu pointed at the map and said, these people exchanged their lives for a crucial victory. You must remember them. Yes, sir. From today you are promoted to Vice Admiral of the Marines, and also a candidate for Admiral. Akainu pushed a letter of appointment toward him. But before you officially assume the post, I have a special mission for you. Kai Luan picked up the appointment letter, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. Please instruct me, Fleet Admiral. Go to Dr. Vegapunk's laboratory. Akainu tapped the edge of the map with his finger. He has developed something new, and says he needs your cooperation to complete it. Your electromagnetic cannon showed us the future. Electromagnetic cannon. Kai Luan was stunned. He had never imagined that his ability could intersect with Vegapunk's research. To be precise, the first generation of practical electromagnetic cannons. A rare hint of a smile tugged at the corner of Akainu's mouth. If successful, we will have an extra trump card against the Emperor's officers, and even higher-level enemies. Kai Luan looked at the seal on the appointment letter, and suddenly understood Akainu's intention. This capture of Ka Taku Li and Kuli Jia was not only to complete the mission, but also to verify the practical value of the electromagnetic cannon in combat, providing a basis for future weapon development. You have rendered great service in this mission. Akainu's tone was unusually gentle. I'll give you 1 month to recover from your injuries, then set off for the Barmoa Islands immediately. Vegapunk has already been notified, and will prepare the experimental equipment in advance. Kai Luan stood up, saluted, and said in a firm voice, I will not let you down, Fleet Admiral. Akainu nodded, his gaze fixed on the window. Big Mom's influence is deeply entrenched. The battles ahead will not be easy. But as long as we keep growing stronger and creating new power, we will eventually sweep away all pirates and uphold justice in these seas. The research laboratory of the Baltigo archipelago floated above the clouds with an eternal thunderstorm raging beyond the transparent dome. Karen stood at the central experimental table, watching dozens of metal probes approach from all directions, their tips flickering with pale blue arcs of electricity. Vegapunk's holographic projection paced before him, tracing complex data streams in the air with his fingers. Relax, Vice Admiral Kai Luan. Vegapunk's voice carried an electronic hum. We're merely measuring the frequency fluctuations of magnetic fields. Nothing dangerous. Kai Luan took a deep breath and a flash of memory crossed his mind. The image of Kuma's transformation. Suddenly golden light burst from his palms. Ever since awakening and impelled down, his control over magnetic fields had become more refined. At that moment, the instruments around the experimental table levitated, forming a rotating ring of metal around him. Energy output stabilized at 87. Magnetic field frequency matches design parameters at 92. Vegapunk's projection suddenly jumped with excitement. Perfect. This is the resonance effect I was looking for. The probes pierced into Kai Luan's arm, collecting blood samples while releasing a weak electric current. Kai Luan grunted, feeling the magnetic force within him ripple like a pond disturbed by a stone, creating chaotic waves. Record the energy decay curve under interference conditions. Vegapunk's voice turned serious. Record that sensation. The future electromagnetic cannon must maintain stable output in complex electromagnetic environments. Kai Luan clenched his teeth, forcing himself to stabilize the magnetic field. The rotating metal rings gradually resumed their rhythm, though their luster had dimmed considerably. The data bars on the holographic screen jumped wildly, finally settling on a string of red numbers. Energy retention rate under strong electromagnetic interference 63. Far exceeds expectations. Vegapunk's projection clapped his hands. Ordinary ability users would have lost control under such intensity. Your cellular evolution has truly brought a surprise. Over the next 3 days, Kai Luan immersed himself entirely in the experiments. He had to release his magnetic power in various environments, testing cold resistance in a chamber at -50 degrees, recording pressure tolerance in a simulated deep-sea high-pressure room, and verifying energy conduction efficiency without a medium in a vacuum chamber. The most grueling experiment occurred on the 4th day. Vegapunk activated the combat simulation pod, and within moments a holographic projection of Katakuri materialized. When the Machi thrust came at him, Kai Luan instinctively raised his defenses, only to find the attack's trajectory even more treacherous than he remembered. This was an optimized version, based on Vegapunk's analysis of the battle data from the Cage Islands. This is the exact pressure, the closest to your critical threshold. Vegapunk's voice came from the speaker. Your habit of using observation hockey needs to be synchronized with your magnetic field warning. Data shows a 0.3-second delay between the two, which can be fatal in a duel between masters. Kai Luan fought continuously in the simulation pod for 8 hours before being automatically ejected due to total exhaustion. When he collapsed onto a rest chair, Vegapunk's assistant handed him a thick report densely filled with the energy parameters, reaction times, and magnetic field fluctuation curves of each of his attacks. Dr. Vegapunk, can these data really build an electromagnetic cannon? Kai Luan wiped the sweat from his brow. Not just an electromagnetic cannon. Vegapunk's projection pulled up a three-dimensional design drawing floating before Kai Luan. A strangely shaped giant cannon with spiral metal coils wrapped around its barrel. This is the conceptual design for the first-generation combat electromagnetic cannon. There's also a custom electromagnetic cannon for your future warship, which requires your magnetic field to activate its core components. He flicked a microchip toward Kai Luan. This is your exclusive data key. Keep it safe. Kai Luan caught the chip and clenched it in his palm. With this, the future fleet would be able to suppress pirates at long range. Go back now. Vegapunk's projection waved a hand. The main framework is complete. The remaining adjustments don't require your presence. When practical combat testing is needed, I'll inform you naturally. On the day he left the laboratory, the thunderstorm had just ceased. Kai Luan stood on the floating platform, watching the Baltigo archipelago shrink into a black dot in the sea of clouds. The chip in his palm felt slightly warm. He knew that this seemingly tedious experimental experience would one day shine on the battlefield. On the 3rd day of his return to Marineford, Kai Luan found Garp in the training ground. The legendary Vice Admiral stood with his back to him, punching a massive sea stone pillar again and again. Each blow sent ring-shaped shockwaves across the ground. A manifestation of hockey at its peak, the impact so intense that even the hard sea stone showed fine cracks. You brat had enough of watching, Garp said without turning around, suddenly accelerating his punch. Spiral white patterns appeared on the sea stone pillar. Did you forget everything I taught you in the recruit camp? Kai Luan smiled and stepped forward, saluting with a less than perfect gesture. Mr. Garp, your fists are still as formidable as ever. Cut the flattery. Garp turned around, still holding half a bag of senbei, his beard stubble bristling. I heard you got beaten pretty badly by that Kaido guy. Back then I told you that relying on flashy abilities alone won't cut it. So I've come to seek your guidance. Kai Luan scratched his head, his gaze falling on the cracks in the sea stone pillar. I've never fully mastered the technique of hockey infusion. At least you're learning. Garp tossed him the bag of senbei, then suddenly punched a sandbag beside him. Without even touching it, the bag exploded from the inside. Watch closely. This is the most basic form of Ryuo. Kai Luan held his breath, his observation hockey capturing the subtle changes in Garp's punch. The hockey didn't adhere to the fist surface, but flowed along the arm, like water, suddenly bursting forth an instant before impact. This technique was somewhat similar to his magnetic field manipulation, yet far more condensed. Your problem is still relying too much on your ability. Garp picked up a small stone from the ground and flicked it, sending it through a wooden board 10 meters away. Last time you fought Kaido, if you had combined your magnetic power with hockey, you wouldn't have been beaten so badly. Kai Luan's face flushed instantly. He had never considered such a combination in previous battles, he always used the two separately. You need to develop a new combat style. The old one no longer suits your current abilities. Try using your magnetic field to guide the flow of Haki. Garp walked up to him and grasped his wrist. Imagine Haki as electric current, your blood vessels as wires, and let it follow the magnetic trajectory. Kai Luan followed the guidance, but felt the two forces repel each other within his body. The Haki he had just gathered instantly dissipated. Garp suddenly tapped his temple with a knuckle. Don't overthink it. Haki is an extension of will. Over the following days, Kai Luan practiced repeatedly under Garp's guidance. He would sometimes infuse Haki into his fists, trying to reproduce the penetrating effect of infusion. Other times he attempted to compress Haki with his magnetic field, but always failed to control the intensity, causing the surrounding training equipment to suffer. Idiot. Garp finally couldn't help but kick him in the backside. I didn't tell you to demolish things. Think about what you want to protect most, and draw the Haki in that direction. Kai Luan fell to the ground, and suddenly the image of the cage islands flashed through his mind to Shiji's back as she stood before the cell, the smile of the veteran cook as he fell, and the soldiers, pierced by the sugar arrows. A warm current surged from the depths of his heart, and the previously wild Haki suddenly became docile, condensing in his palm like a tamed beast. That's it. Garp's eyes lit up. Remember that feeling. Kai Luan stood up, and suddenly a dark golden light burst from his fists. He attempted to inject the condensed Haki into his magnetic field, and discovered that the two merged perfectly, forming a spiral energy stream. When he punched the sea stone pillar, there was no earth-shattering sound, only a fine crack spreading from the surface to the interior. This was the combined effect of Haki penetration and magnetic field oscillation. Not bad. Garp grinned, then suddenly assumed a combat stance. Come on, let me see what you've really got. Kai Luan charged without hesitation. He no longer relied on the violent output of his magnetic field, but instead learned from Garp, letting Haki wrap around his fists like a flowing stream. Their figures rapidly intertwined across the training ground, the shockwaves from their fists sending dust flying into the air. When Kai Luan's fist collided with Garp's iron fist for the third time, he clearly felt the opponent's Haki, as if alive, traveling along his arm, and instantly dismantling his magnetic defense. Though he was sent staggering back several steps, a smile spread across his lips. He finally understood the essence of infusion, a penetrating toughness like water wearing through stone. Brat, you're improving fast. Garp patted his belly and pulled out another handful of senbei. But to catch up to me, you'll need another 10 years of training. Thank you for all your guidance, but in 10 years I will definitely surpass you. Kai Luan saluted with a smile, his arm still tingling. Garp waved his hand and walked back to the sea stone pillar. Remember, there's no fixed way to use Haki. As for Conqueror's Haki, I can't teach you directly. I can only give you some advice. Roger could infuse Conqueror's Haki into his blade to cleave lightning, and Whitebeard could shatter the sky with his Conqueror's Haki. You need to find your own way. But the principle of infusion should be the same. As the sun set, Kai Luan stood at the edge of the training ground, watching Garp's silhouette stretch long. Each of the old man's punches was simple and unadorned, yet contained the truth of 1,000 tempered strikes. He clenched his fists, feeling the Haki and magnetic field flowing slowly within him, and suddenly understood the meaning of those words. True power always comes from the relentless push beyond one's own limits. The great era was about to dawn. The morning mist over Malinfanjuo had not yet dissipated when the crisp clash of metal echoed across the training ground. Kai Luan's fists, wrapped in a faint golden aura, hammered into the specially forged alloy targets again and again. Each strike left fine, intricate patterns on the target's surface, traces of the interweaving of Haki and magnetic field power. Since Kapu's guidance, he had been able to stabilize the fusion of the two forces, yet he always felt something was missing. Vice Admiral, your training time is almost up. Dasiki approached, carrying a file folder, her uniform still damp with dew. Here is today's schedule. You have a strategic meeting at 10 in the morning. Kai Luan threw his final punch, and the alloy target finally gave way, cracking apart. He took the file folder, but his gaze was fixed on the direction of the Marine headquarters building. I'll be there on time. By the way, what's the situation with Smog? Kai Luan wiped his sweat. You go prepare the materials. I need to visit a senior officer. Captain Smog has gone training with Mr. Kapu and hasn't returned yet. I'll report to you when he's back. Dasiki said earnestly. It's nothing, just asking. You carry on. Kai Luan thought to himself that Dasiki was truly an excellent adjutant. When Smog returned, he would have to find a way to keep her. Dasiki watched him walk toward the headquarters building, feeling that Kai Luan had been different lately. There was an indescribable sharpness in his eyes, as if he was chasing something invisible. Zhangguo's office was on the top floor of the headquarters building. The guard at the door visibly paused when he saw Kai Luan. This newly promoted vice admiral's recent performances on the training ground had already spread widely, but few knew of his connection with the Marine Grand Inspector. Vice Admiral Kai Luan, please go in. Mr. Zhangguo is inside. The guard saluted, his tone filled with reverence. As the door opened, Kai Luan was immediately greeted by the familiar aroma of tea. Zhangguo was seated on the tatami by the window, a delicate tea set on the low table before him, beside which lay an open copy of the Chronicles of Marine History. Sunlight streamed through the porthole, gilding his graying hair. You're here. Zhangguo looked up, a gentle smile on his face. Just came from the training ground. Sorry to disturb you, Mr. Zhangguo. Kai Luan sat down beside the low table, his posture respectful, but not stiff. Zhang Guo poured him a cup of matcha, the emerald green tea gently rippling in the cup. Tell me, have you hit a bottleneck in training, or is there something you want to ask about work? Kailuan's hand holding the teacup paused. He spoke frankly. I want to ask about the techniques of using Conqueror's Haki. Zhang Guo's movements halted briefly before returning to normal. Didn't Kapu tell you? Mister, Kapu taught me the basics of Haki infusion. Kailuan's gaze turned serious. But he didn't go into detail about Conqueror's Haki. Zhang Guo set down the teapot and pulled an ancient scroll from the bookshelf. Do you know why so few in the Marines can teach Conqueror's Haki? Kailuan shook his head. Because this power itself goes against the nature of the Marines. Zhang Guo unrolled the scroll, which bore portraits of past conquerors who had possessed Conqueror's Haki. It is not a skill that can be mastered through training, but a manifestation of the strength of one's soul. It is the Haki of the chosen one found only once in a million people. The qualifications of a king to stand above others. Yet as Marines we serve under the world government, and psychologically it is rare for us to develop that kind of spirit. Kailuan stared at the portraits on the scroll, suddenly recalling the scene on the prison islands. When Kaido's Conqueror's Haki bore down on him, he felt his very soul tremble. That absolute disparity still haunted him. But since I have awakened this ability, I must master it. Kailuan's voice carried an unshakable determination. Against enemies of the Yonko level, ordinary Haki and abilities are simply not enough. Zhang Guo looked at the fire in his eyes, took a sip of tea, and said, this persistence is admirable, but don't get stuck in a rut. He stood up and walked to the window, overlooking the entire Malenfanguo. The essence of Conqueror's Haki is the will that never surrenders. The more you are pushed to the brink, the more this will erupts with astonishing power. You must have experienced that on the prison islands, right? Zhang Guo turned around, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. When your comrades were in dire straits, didn't your Conqueror's Haki suddenly awaken and burst forth? Kailuan nodded instinctively. He did remember in that moment of blurred consciousness something inside him seemed to explode. That is the eruption at the brink of desperation. Zhang Guo sat back, down refilling their tea. Conqueror's Haki does not need to be deliberately controlled. What you must do is accept it. Just as you accept your fears and anger, let it become a part of you, not an adversary. But, no buts. Zhang Guo cut him off. Do you know? My Conqueror's Haki is not actually that strong now. Because I have spent years as the fleet admiral, making many compromises, making many decisions I had no choice but to make. My justice has never been fully carried out. Do you understand now? The road ahead won't be easy. Kailuan's mind flashed with the image of the old soldier from the kitchen squad falling, and the memories of the world government, the celestial dragons, and the figure on the throne from his past life. His heart felt as if it were being squeezed. So what you need to learn is not just technique. Zhang Guo's tone softened. It is to learn to stay clear-headed in desperate situations, to let that, I won't lose, will become your weapon, not your burden. He walked to the wall, took down a wooden sword hanging there, and tossed it to Kailuan. Take it. Let's go to the training ground. The auxiliary training ground of Marine headquarters was empty at that moment. Zhang Guo held the wooden sword, his posture as relaxed, as if he were taking a stroll. The infusion of Conqueror's Haki is in essence an extension of the soul's power. It's like moving an object with your mind, but much more precise. You must make that will take shape as a tangible weapon possessing the power to pierce and strike. The moment he swung the sword, Kailuan suddenly felt an invisible pressure. Even though the wooden sword was still mid-air, he could already sense that his left shoulder would be struck. Clang! Kailuan raised his wooden sword to parry in haste, but a numbing sensation shot through his arm. He was astonished to realize that Zhang Guo's wooden sword had never touched his weapon. It was the invisible shockwave of Conqueror's Haki that had hit him. See, Zhang Guo stood with his sword lowered. This is not Haki attached to the weapon, but making the Conqueror's Haki itself the weapon. The more resolute your will, the sharper this power becomes. Kailuan tried to imitate, but found that even gathering his Conqueror's Haki was difficult. Once it left his body, it became chaotic and couldn't even reach a target 10 meters away. Don't rush. Zhang Guo picked up a stone. Imagine this stone is your enemy. Your will must pierce it like a needle. Focus your mind. Don't think about how to control the power. First think about how to touch it. Kailuan took a deep breath, concentrated, and fixed his gaze on the stone. He recalled Kaido's Kanabo Katakuri's Machi. Those attacks that had pushed him to the brink became a relentless source of motivation. Conqueror's Haki surged within him, forming a sharp current. Whoosh! Suddenly a fine crack appeared on the stone. Progress. Zhang Guo nodded. But not enough. True Conqueror's Haki infusion should be like this. For the next 2 hours, Kailuan practiced repeatedly under Zhang Guo's guidance. From not even being able to hit the stone at first to later making the target tremble slightly, his progress was so rapid that even Zhang Guo was somewhat surprised. Alright, it's almost time for the meeting. Zhang Guo checked his pocket watch. I've taught you the principles and techniques. The rest is for you to experience and master on your own. When Kailuan walked out of the headquarters building, the sun was shining brightly. He clenched his fists, feeling the Haki flowing quietly within him, no longer as violent as before. He knew he still had a long way to go before truly mastering this power, but at least he had found the direction. At the strategic meeting, Chi Quan stood before the enormous sea chart, his finger tapping heavily on the New World region. The vice admirals around the table held their breath, all aware that the decisions of this iron-willed fleet admiral would shape the entire sea's landscape. At this stage, our core objective is to maintain the balance of power in the New World. Chi Quan's voice was as scorching as magma. Once the check and balance among the Yonko is shattered, only greater chaos will sweep in. Before we have accumulated enough strength, any rash action could lead to irreversible consequences. He brought up several intelligence files, projecting them above the sea chart. The trade friction and border conflicts between Big Mom and the Beast Pirates are gaps we can exploit. But before that, we must first deal with the potential threats. After this topic concluded, Vice Admiral, he seated at the head of the left side, gently set down her teacup, her white hair gleaming silver under the light. Fleet Admiral, our staff just received an intelligence report from Dressrosa. She pushed an encrypted file to the center of the table. The image showed a valley covered in vines with several boxes opened, faintly revealing fruit-like objects shimmering with various colors. Our frontline informant has confirmed that there appears to be a large number of devil fruits there of unknown origin. Vice Admiral He's voice carried her usual calm. More notably, the scene bears the distinctive marks of the Don Quixote family. A collective intake of breath filled the conference room. Duo Fuel Langming firmly controlled Dressrosa, his influence entangled like roots. If a large cache of devil fruits had indeed appeared in his territory, the conspiracy behind it was likely nothing short of significant. Dressrosa is currently under the tight control of the Don Quixote family. An open investigation would only alert the enemy. Shi Quan circled the location of Dressrosa on the sea chart. Arrange for personnel to infiltrate undercover. Investigate the source and quantity of these fruits, and identify the forces behind them. Vice Admiral He's gaze swept across the Vice Admirals present, finally settling on the one at the end. Vice Admiral Kailuan, this mission is yours. Your mobility is second only to Kazuru's, giving you room to maneuver in any special circumstances. Kailuan suddenly looked up, meeting Vice Admiral He's sharp eyes. He instantly understood the danger of this mission. Operating right under Do Fuel Langming's nose was like dancing on the edge of a blade. Vice Admiral He, I understand the importance of this mission. Kailuan stood up, his voice steady. But Dressrosa's defense system is formidable. Should I take a small team? He actually knew the situation. He couldn't exactly say he knew from watching anime, so he still needed to put on a show for the audience. At most 3 people. Shi Quan interjected his tone, leaving no room for argument. Your identities will be arranged by Vice Admiral He. Try not to reveal your marine identities until you have obtained critical information. Vice Admiral He added, Duo Fuel Langming's intelligence network spans the entire new world, and his identity is special. Once exposed, not only will the mission fail, but it could also trigger a diplomatic conflict. Remember, your primary mission is to gather intelligence. Do not engage in conflict unless necessary. Yes, sir. Kailuan stood at attention and saluted. He knew that this undercover operation was more troublesome than facing a Yonko commander. On that land, tightly controlled by Duo Fuel Langming, every step could be discovered. He wasn't worried about safety, confident in his own strength to take down the pink-haired heavenly Yuksha at any moment. The difficulty lay in completing the mission as planned. After the meeting, Kailuan encountered Fujitora in the corridor. The Admiral candidate seemed to have been waiting there, his staff tapping lightly on the ground. It seems you have found your answer. Fujitora's smile was gentle. Your aura is different now. I still have a long way to go. Kailuan smiled. But I know what to do now. Fujitora nodded, turned, and walked toward the stairs. Every inch of Dressrosa is under Duo Fuel Langming's surveillance. I have been there before. The darkness within is deeper than you imagine. Be very careful. If the opportunity arises, you can contact the local resistance forces hidden there. They might be able to provide help. Rest assured, Mr. Yixing, I will. The sunset once again enveloped Malin Fanjuo, and Kailuan's figure could still be seen on the training ground. Each of his punches carried an increasingly refined conqueror's haki, and the cracks on the alloy targets grew finer and denser. In the distance, the Gate of Justice shimmered faintly in the twilight, as if witnessing the transformation of a power. The sea breeze of Dressrosa carried a cloying fragrance of flowers sweeping through the square with the sound of laughter and joy. Kailuan leaned against a pillar by the fountain, watching Dasiki, clumsily learning the local tap, dance, her blue twin tails swaying with each step. It was their 3rd day on the island, and the umpteenth time he doubted whether his plan was too naive. Rear Admiral, how do you think I'm doing? Dasiki stopped, blushing, with a few sunflower petals clinging to her skirt from somewhere. Kailuan tossed her a bottle of juice. Much better than yesterday. But keep dancing like that, and you'll lose your sword. Dasiki suddenly remembered the blade at her waist and hurriedly pressed the scabbard. In the 3 days of playing tourist, she had barely drawn her sword. Looking at the singing and dancing crowd, she couldn't help frowning. These people seemed completely unaware of Don Quixote's true nature. Everyone speaks well of him. That's his brilliance, Kailuan said, gazing at the gleaming palace in the distance. Caging people with candy and festivals holds them tighter than iron chains. When he first received the mission, his plan was simple and crude. With his strength, even if discovered, he could just force his way through. After all, no matter how arrogant Don Quixote was, he couldn't be a real match. But actually arriving on the island, he realized the waters were far deeper than imagined. Remember that old fruit seller yesterday? Kailuan suddenly spoke. Dasiki nodded. Yes, he said, Lord Don Quixote brought unprecedented prosperity. There was a faint reddish mark on his left ring finger, like the imprint of a long-worn ring. Kailuan traced a circle on his palm. Exactly the same outline as the emblem of King Riku's old faction. Dasiki was stunned. You mean, he might be coerced? Or memory altered? Kailuan took a swig of juice. Don Quixote didn't sit securely on this throne without having more than one means of control. That was the most troublesome part. Originally, he thought he could find an opportunity for Desiiki to accidentally encounter the Tontata exposed on Quixote's conspiracy and then summon the main force. Now there was not even a single informed witness to be found. Those old men with evasive eyes, the hesitant merchants. They clearly harbored secrets, yet were pulled by invisible strings, never uttering a word related to resistance. If I'd known it would be this troublesome, I'd have just stormed Caesar's factory, Kyloin said, scratching his hair in frustration. That was the method he was familiar with, simple, direct fist to the flesh. Desiiki quickly grabbed him. Vice Admiral Kyloin, don't be rash. Vice Admiral Tsuru specifically warned against alarming the enemy. At the mention of Vice Admiral Tsuru, Kyloin's fire subsided. In the encrypted communication before departure, the old woman's words still echoed clearly. Don Quixote is not just a warlord. The world government is very lenient with him. Without irrefutable evidence, no one can touch him. The headquarters isn't unwilling to act, but cannot act rashly. He had been unconvinced at the time until he saw the world government merchant ships in the harbor and understood how murky the waters were. Don Quixote's business network was already deeply intertwined with the world government. Moving against him meant slapping the world government in the face. And Kyloin didn't yet have the capital to break with the world government. He couldn't just rush and kill Don Quixote for a thrill, become a pirate, and abandon his goal. On the central stage of the square, dancers in elaborate costumes performed, drawing cheers from the crowd, whose faces were seemingly genuine smiles. Kyloin's gaze swept over the crowd. He could sense an inexplicable excitement in their emotions, as if guided by some force. Don't you think the joy here feels too forced? Desiiki asked in a low voice. Like, it's all been arranged. Kyloin replied. More like a collective self-anesthesia. They'd rather believe in the false prosperity before their eyes than think about the darkness behind it. As they spoke, a toy bear pushing an ice cream cart passed by, the bell jangling harshly. Kyloin suddenly grabbed Desiiki's wrist and pulled her into a nearby alley. The toy bear's neck had a fresh stitch mark with cotton mixed with a few strands of human hair. You saw it. Desiiki's voice trembled. I saw it, Kyloin said, leaning against the wall, using his magnetic field to block the view from the alley. And I'm sure that's no ordinary toy. He pulled out a miniature Din Mushy, hesitated for a moment, then pressed the call button. Static crackled for a few seconds before Vice Admiral Tsuru's steady voice came through. How's it going? Found some suspicious leads, Kyloin reported concisely. But the populace is deeply influenced, hard to find direct evidence. Requesting instructions. The Din Mushy was silent for a few seconds before the old woman's helpless sigh came. The world government just sent an inquiry about our movements in Dressrosa. Kyloin, you must understand, without evidence they cannot refute. Everything is empty talk. Kyloin clenched his fist. So we just let him do whatever he wants. Such is the helplessness of the Marines, Vice Admiral Tsuru said, her voice weary. Act prudently and don't stir up unnecessary trouble for headquarters. The moment the call ended, a thought flashed through Kyloin's mind. Green bit. Fragments of memories from his past life suddenly became clear. Caesar wasn't in this place, but he could find an excuse to go there. Also the Revolutionary Army. He had the impression they were already active here. Otherwise Sabo wouldn't have had backup a year later. The idea made his eyes light up. The Revolutionary Army operated without convention. Perhaps they already had key evidence. Even if they couldn't join forces, at least he could glean some useful intelligence. After all, the enemy of my enemy is a temporary friend. He had long wanted to find an opportunity to communicate with them. Let's go to Green Bit, Kyloin said, pulling Desiiki out of the alley. We'll just say we're going to see that famous iron bridge. Desiiki, though puzzled, followed his steps. Passing by a sunflower field, she suddenly stopped, pointing into the dense flowers. Rear Admiral, there seems to be movement over there. Kyloin looked in the direction she indicated. Under several giant petals, a small green figure was peeking out. A Tontata with a leaf helmet holding a spear taller than himself. Looks like we don't need to go looking for them, Kyloin said with a hint of a smile. Your charm really is stronger than mine. Desiiki was about to walk over, but the Tontata frantically waved his hands to stop her. He quickly pulled a rolled-up leaf from his pocket, threw it forcefully at their feet, and then vanished into the flowers with a whoosh. Unfolding the leaf, they saw a crude drawing made with berry juice, a factory spewing black smoke, a grinning smiley face beside it, and a small figure bound in chains. At the bottom, there was a name, Punk Hazard, and coordinates. This is the location of a factory. Desiiki's eyes lit up. Whether it's a trap or a clue, we'll know when we go, Kyloin said, tucking the leaf into his pocket. But before that, we need to meet some other guests. He looked up toward Green Bit, where sunlight filtered through the gaps of the iron bridge, casting dappled shadows on the sea. The secrets hidden there might be more than he imagined. Desiiki saw the renewed fighting spirit in his eyes, and suddenly understood the Vice Admiral's plan. They might not be able to topple Don Quixote immediately, but at least they could tear open the veneer of hypocrisy and let sunlight shine into the shadows that had been hidden. As the sun set, the two sat in a small boat heading to Green Bit, watching the lights of Dressrosa fade into the distance. Desiiki suddenly remembered that 3 days ago when they first arrived on the island, Kyloin had confidently declared, the problem will be solved in 3 days, and couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? Kyloin raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Desiiki shook her head, gripping the sword at her waist. I just think maybe investigating step by step like this isn't so bad. Kyloin looked at her earnest profile, and suddenly felt that this troublesome mission might not be so hard to endure. As for those so-called political pressures and the world government's displeasure, Once he obtained the evidence, no one would be able to turn a blind eye any longer. The small boat cut through the night, sailing toward the unknown island. On the distant sea, a merchant ship with a black flag was slowly docking, and on the deck stood a man wearing a hat, a faint, elusive smile on his lips. A silent contest had just begun. On the third night after leaving Dressrosa, the merchant ship carrying Kalin and Tashigi rocked violently across the ink-black sea. The salty wind mingled with fine ice crystals slapped against the hull with a crisp, crackling sound. Tashigi tightened her thick coat, staring at the eerie purple haze on the far horizon. A shiver ran down her spine. How much longer? Her voice was almost swallowed by the wind. Kalin leaned against the mast, squinting at the glowing haze. Through his magnetic perception, the island radiated a chaotic flux of energy, half scorching like molten magma, half frigid like glacial ice. These two extremes clashed violently at the island's core, forming a visible turmoil of energy currents. About 2 hours. He pulled a bronze pocket watch from his backpack, a relic Sengoku had insisted he take, saying it had served him well during his own missions. Engraved inside the watch cover was a small line: "Truth lies in ashes." Tashigi noticed the watch's hand wasn't moving clockwise. Instead, it jumped erratically across the dial, and as it pointed to different marks, small lights on the inner lid glowed in corresponding colors. When the hand pointed to the red zone, the light began to flicker urgently. "Is this the warning?" she asked curiously. "One of Vegapunk's little inventions." Kalin snapped the watch shut. "It detects airborne toxin levels. Looks like the air on that island is indeed problematic." The fishing boat stopped 3 nautical miles from the island. The old fisherman's hands trembled as he hauled in his net, pointing at the coastline shrouded in white mist. "Sir, ahead is the ghost island. We can only take you this far. They say no one who goes and ever comes out. Even the fish steer clear." Kalin handed him a bag of berries. "Could you lend us 2 lifeboats?" The old fisherman waved his hands frantically. No, I dare not. Keep those for your own safety." He turned the boat around, not even bothering to retrieve his net, and soon vanished into the night. As they rowed the lifeboat toward the shore, Tashigi truly felt the island's eerie strangeness. To the left, the beach was covered in thick ice, with icicles jutting like swords toward the sky. To the right, the rocks steamed dark red magma seeping through the cracks. The two extremes formed a blurry boundary at the center of the coastline, where the white mist rose. "So this is Punk Hazard." Tashigi stared at the surreal sight, momentarily forgetting to breathe. "More precisely, it's an abandoned marine research base." Kalin jumped onto the ice, his boots crunching beneath him. "Our former admiral and fleet admiral turned this place into what it is today, half ice hell, half sea of fire." He pulled out 2 gas masks from his backpack and handed one to Tashigi. "Put it on. My magnetic field can filter out some toxins, but better safe than sorry." As soon as they stepped into the white mist, the temperature soared. Tashigi watched her breath vanish instantly in the hot air. "The climate here is so bizarre. Just a moment ago, it was freezing cold." Before she finished, a rough laugh rang out from ahead. The two quickly hid behind a massive ice rock. A dozen pirates in tattered leather jackets were gathered around a bonfire drinking. The leader was a hulking brute with a brown beard braided into 3 strands, a captain's hat, and the lower body of a crocodile draped in a cloak. "Boss, patrol's over for today, right?" A lanky pirate handed him a bottle of rum. "Those masked guys are getting way too cocky, ordering us around." The brute, brown beard, slapped him on the head. "Idiot. Didn't you see the weapons they had? Those gas bombs aren't a joke." Kalin and Tashigi exchanged glances, both surprised. They hadn't expected to run into the brown-beard pirates here, a crew that had once been moderately famous in the New World but had reportedly disappeared. "The masked men they mentioned must be those well-equipped guys you told me about," Tashigi whispered. Kalin nodded. His magnetic perception had already detected new movement. 3 figures in silver-gray gas suits patrolling nearby, helmets with 2 curved horns and weapons that looked like extended rifles with a cylindrical attachment emitting faint green mist. "Their steps are uniform like well-trained soldiers," Kalin observed. Brownbeard and his men seemed to sense the patrol's presence, falling silent and hiding behind rocks. The patrol didn't notice anything unusual and walked straight toward the island's interior, their boots making a rhythmic click on the ice, starkly out of place in the surroundings. "Let's follow them," Kalin decided. "Stay low and don't get caught." The two trailed the patrol, carefully navigating the ice-fire boundary. Tashigi soon realized the island's terrain was far more complex than she had imagined. Huge caves hidden beneath the ice, natural stone bridges formed by lava flows, a pungent sulfur smell in the air, and occasional roars from unknown creatures. After about half an hour, they reached a clearing. The patrol stopped, saluted an unremarkable rock, then turned and left. Kalin used observation hockey to sense behind the rock a hidden elevator shaft leading deep underground. "Looks like there's a secret entrance here." Tashigi moved forward to inspect, but Kalin pulled her back. "Wait." He pointed to the sky. "We'll go from above." A pale golden aura enveloped him, and his magnetic power formed an invisible barrier around them. Tashigi felt her feet lighten, and before she knew it, she was floating upward, rising 100 meters into the air. "Your ability can do this." She was both amazed and delighted, looking down to see the path they had taken, now a winding thread, the ice and fire terrains like a giant pallet. "Magnetism doesn't just control metal," Kalin said, adjusting their altitude to avoid the hot air currents. "The human body also has a magnetic field." From high above, the full scale of Punk Hazard was laid out before them. The island was an irregular circle split by a massive canyon down the middle. To the left a white snow-covered region, to the right a red lava-flowing region. At the very center, however, lay a green lake like an emerald set between fire and ice. Is that the central lake? Tashigi pointed. Looks so calm. As they crossed the canyon, violent air currents shook them violently. Tashigi squeezed her eyes shut, and when she opened them again they were above the island's center. Below was a dense forest with bizarre trees, deep purple trunks, and leaves that seemed formed of ice glinting coldly. Massive shapes moved through the forest. One had the head of a lion, the body of an elephant, and a pair of huge wings letting out a deafening roar. Are those artificial life forms? Tashigi covered her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Probably Vegapunk's failed experiments. Kalen's voice was heavy. They must have escaped during the evacuation and bred on this isolated island. They flew over the forest, and the central lake came into full view. The water was an eerie green with small bubbles rising to the surface. Scattered around the shore were enormous skeletal remains like fossils of prehistoric creatures. Look over there. Tashigi pointed to the far side of the lake. There's a building. Kalen followed her gaze. On the cliff across the lake stood a massive structure. The building was silver-white, covered in complex pipes and antennas with a huge rotating disc at the top slowly turning toward the sky. That must be the main laboratory. Kalen descended, preparing to land near the building. It looks well-preserved, not like it's been abandoned. Just as they were about to land, the disc on top emitted a blue beam that swept across their position. Kalen's heart tightened. He immediately strengthened the magnetic barrier hiding them behind a cloud. They have radar. Tashigi's heart was in her throat. Kalen said nothing, focusing on sensing the surrounding energy fluctuations. He detected an invisible energy net around the building capable of detecting any approaching creature. The blue beam was the net's alarm system. Barging in won't work. He adjusted course, heading toward a cliff behind the building. We'll go in through the crack at the back. The energy response there is weaker. There was indeed a huge crack in the cliff behind the building, as if cleaved by a giant axe, dark and exuding a chilling aura. Kalen and Tashigi landed at the entrance. Just as they were about to enter, strange sounds came from within, a low growl like a creature mixed with the hum of machinery. Careful, there might be danger inside. Kalen took the lead. Stay close. Once inside, the light dimmed instantly. Tashigi turned on her flashlight. The beam revealed a sight that made her gasp. On the rock walls on both sides were embedded transparent cultivation chambers, floating in which were various biological embryos, some already formed with strange limbs and organs. They're still conducting experiments. Tashigi's voice trembled. Kalen's face grew darker. He could sense powerful energy within these embryos, some even bearing the rudiments of Conqueror's haki, clearly bred from special genes. At the end of the crack, a metal door stood, engraved with the words, Sector B, Bio-Research Lab. Kalen used his magnetic power to destroy the door's internal lock mechanism, and with a gentle push it swung open. Beyond was a long corridor with screens on both walls displaying complex data and charts. Voices echoed faintly from the end of the corridor. Kalen signaled Tashigi to stop, then crept forward silently. Through a gap in the door, he saw a man in a white coat talking to several gas-masked soldiers. The man had a yellow afro and round glasses. It was Caesar Clown. Subject 3 stability is still insufficient. Increase the dosage concentration. Caesar's voice carried impatience. Tell the men below that I need a new report by tomorrow, or they'll be fed to the dragons. The soldiers saluted and left. Caesar picked up a cultivation chamber from the table inside, which floated a blue fruit covered in spiral patterns. Soon it will be complete. A fanatical smile spread across his face. Then the whole world will tremble. Kalen quietly retreated, signaling Tashigi to withdraw. They retraced their steps, not daring to take a deep breath until they were out of the crack. What do we do? Tashigi asked. Go in and arrest him directly. Kalen shook his head. No, we need to send the evidence back and wait for instructions, then bring in the troops. I want to catch them all. There are still many places we haven't checked, and the defense system here is tight. A direct confrontation would alert them. He looked at the massive building, determination flashing in his eyes. Let's find a place to hide and gather more intelligence. Once we know the full scope of their experiments and personnel deployment, we'll find a way to contact headquarters. Just then Kalen's expression changed. He closed his eyes, elevating his observation haki to its maximum, covering the entire island. A moment later, he opened his eyes, shock and gravity in his gaze. What is it, Vice Admiral Kalen? Tashigi noticed his unease. To the northwest of the island, there's a very peculiar life energy response. Kalen's voice was low, extremely powerful, yet carrying a sense of innocence and pain like giant children. Tashigi froze. Giant children. Kalen nodded. Based on the energy response, there are quite a few, and their life energy is very unstable, as if forcibly accelerated by some power. He recalled fragments of his past life's memories about Punk Hazard. There were indeed traces of Caesar's human experiments, and those giant children were the victims. That place is likely another site of Caesar's human experiments. Kalen's tone turned serious. If we can photograph those children and gather evidence of their being used as test subjects, that will be a crucial piece to topple Caesar and Doflamingo. Then let's go now. Tashigi gripped her sword, her eyes resolute. Kalen glanced at the main lab, then to the northwest. After a moment's thought, he said, yes, now. The main lab is heavily guarded. It'll be hard to get solid evidence quickly. The place where those children are might be a breakthrough. He again released his magnetic power, forming a barrier around them. We'll go by air again, avoid the patrols and those artificial creatures as much as possible, and sneak in to collect evidence. Tashigi nodded and rose into the air with Kalen. As she looked down upon the bizarre and dangerous island, her heart was filled with worry for the unknown children. Kalen controlled their flight altitude and direction, evading several patrols of gas-masked soldiers heading northwest. His magnetic perception remained alert, ensuring they weren't detected. As they drew closer, the peculiar life energy response became clearer, and Kalen could even sense the pain and fear within it. His gaze grew colder, his anger towards Caesar and Doflamingo deepening. Almost there, Kalen said softly, pointing to a valley covered in ice ahead. The energy response is coming from there. They descended slowly, hiding behind rocks at the edge of the valley. Kalen peered over. In the valley were several giant metal cages inside, which faintly visible large figures. Indeed, abnormally large children wearing thin clothes, huddled and looking very weak. Just as I thought. Kalen pulled out a camera from his backpack. Tashigi, wait here. I'll fly over and take some photos as evidence. Tashigi gripped her sword, watching the surroundings alertly. Be careful. Kalen nodded, using his magnetic power to move stealthily, gliding quietly toward the valley. He knew this evidence gathering was crucial, not only for the mission's success, but for the future of these children. He feared that if Caesar and Doflamingo were alerted, they might order the children's execution. The valley was silent save for the occasional faint sobs of the children. Kalen carefully avoided the monitoring devices, aiming his camera at the giant children, and began shooting. Every photograph recorded the sin here and carried the hope of exposing the truth. The crisp click of the camera shutter echoed distinctly through the silent valley. Kailuan crouched behind the icy rock, his lens aimed at the enormous child curled up inside the cage. Each time he pressed the shutter, his fingertips trembled slightly with rage. In the photographs, the children's pale faces were etched with terror, dense needle marks visible beneath their thin prison garments. The cold light reflected off the ice only made this heinous scene appear more glaring. Vice Admiral, a patrol is approaching. Dasiki's voice suddenly rang out, tinged with urgency. Kailuan swiftly stowed the camera, his magnetic perception expanding instantly. Two squads of soldiers in protective suits were moving toward the valley, their gas rifles already chambered, the horns on their helmets gleaming coldly under the icy light. He lowered himself, pulling Dasiki into a deeper crevice while using his magnetic powers to disrupt the surrounding surveillance signals. Their route is headed straight here. Must be a routine patrol. Kailuan whispered against the rock wall. We'll leave as soon as they pass. The soldiers' footsteps grew louder, the crunch of boots shattering ice crystals sounding as if right beside them. Kailuan held his breath as the leading soldier suddenly halted, seemingly checking something. At that moment, the miniature Den Mushi at Dasiki's waist began to vibrate, the faint static noise jarringly sharp in the silence. The soldier spun around abruptly, his gas rifle aimed at the crevice. Who's there? Kailuan's eyes hardened. Before the soldier could pull the trigger, his magnetic field expanded instantly. He reached out with a grasp, and with a sharp clang, the soldier's helmet crumpled and dented the man, collapsing stiffly to the ground. Moved? Kailuan barked. Dasiki drew her blade in a flash, and with a sweep of steel, the gas rifles of two soldiers were severed cleanly. Her movements were swift and decisive, clearly showing that during these days she had not stagnated. Her combat prowess and awareness had improved considerably. The remaining soldiers tried to release gas canisters, but Kailuan used his magnetic powers to seize their weapons, redirecting the bullets backward into their own legs. Cries of pain instantly echoed through the valley. Go! Kailuan grabbed Dasiki and descended again. Behind them, shouts from more soldiers rang out, but they were already too late to pursue. The two figures quickly vanished into the clouds. After flying out of the northwestern valley, Kailuan found a concealed ice cave and stowed the visual Den Mushi. Dasiki stood guard at the entrance, alert for any approach. Connect to Vice Admiral Tsuru's encrypted channel. Kailuan activated the miniature Den Mushi, and soon the screen displayed Tsuru's stern face. How goes it? The elderly woman's voice carried a hint of urgency. Kailuan held the metal case up to the lens. I've captured evidence of Caesar's human experiments. Those giant children are forcibly accelerated growth subjects covered in injection marks. Also, the main laboratory's defenses are tight, and I've seen some dwarves being kept as slaves. Vice Admiral Tsuru's eyes sharpened instantly. Is the evidence reliable? Absolutely reliable. Kailuan's tone was firm. I saw the condition of those children with my own eyes, along with fragments of the experiment logs. They mentioned the smile fruit catalyst and the name Doflamingo. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the Den Mushi, then Akainu's steady yet furious voice came through. Kailuan, assault the main laboratory immediately. Kailuan and Dasiki both froze. They hadn't expected Akainu to issue a direct assault order. The original plan was to wait for reinforcements. Fleet Admiral, Kailuan asked in confusion. I am now authorizing you as the Fleet Admiral of the Navy. Akainu's voice came through the channel, carrying an unyielding authority. Orders: you are to lead your current personnel, immediately assault the main laboratory of Punk Hazard, arrest Caesar Clown and other core personnel, and ensure the preservation of evidence. 1 hour from now, headquarters will dispatch 3 naval fleets to Dressrosa to surround and capture Doflamingo. Sir. Kailuan stood at attention and saluted, a surge of excitement rising within him. The long-awaited moment of counterattack had finally arrived. Be careful. Monet's ability is the snow fruit. Don't underestimate her, Vice Admiral Tsuru added. Caesar's gas abilities are extremely dangerous to humans. Strike quickly and decisively. Understood. After ending the communication, Kylo handed the Den Mushi to Dasiki. Take the evidence and stand by at the nearby lifeboat. Once I send the signal, immediately deliver the evidence to the rendezvous warship. What about you? Dasiki asked urgently. The main lab is swarming with enemies. It's too dangerous for you alone. Don't worry, I'm not the same person I used to be. Kylo grinned, electricity crackling around him, intertwining with his magnetic field to form a spiral energy flow. Besides, I feel like stretching my limbs a bit. He spread his arms, his magnetic levitation lifting him into the sky. Remember, no matter what happens, don't approach the main laboratory. Wait for the headquarters fleet before moving together. Dasiki watched his resolute back, clutching the Den Mushi tightly, and nodded firmly. Please be careful. Kylo did not look back, flying straight toward the main laboratory. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting a golden armor-like glow upon him. He knew this assault was not only for the suffering children, but also to shatter the dark web woven by Doflamingo and the world government. Approaching the main laboratory, Kylo descended, concealing himself within the clouds. His observation haki expanded, fully meticulously probing the laboratory's defensive layout. 4 patrol squads outside, each of 5 men armed with gas rifles and heat detectors, 2 massive mechanical guards at the entrance, their arms spinning buzzsaws, eyes infrared scanners, multiple energy signatures inside with 2 of the strongest, likely belonging to Caesar and Monet. Now, Kylo took a deep breath, pushing his haki and magnetic powers to their peak. He plummeted from the clouds like a meteor, his fists smashing into the ground. A powerful shockwave instantly radiated outward, splitting the earth with huge cracks. The patrol soldiers were thrown off balance, 2 even knocked unconscious. Kylo seized the moment to charge into the laboratory entrance, his magnetic field snaring the mechanical guards' buzzsaws, forcibly twisting them in reverse. Crunch, boom. 2 deafening roars, the core gears of the mechanical guards shattered, their massive bodies crashing to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. Alarm. Intruder. Inside the lab, blaring sirens sounded, red warning lights flashing incessantly. Machine gun ports popped out from the walls, unleashing a torrent of bullets at Kylo. Kylo didn't slow his pace. His magnetic field transformed into an invisible barrier around him. The bullets struck it like hitting steel, deflecting or even ricocheting back along their original paths. He charged straight toward the strongest energy reaction. Soldiers who tried to block him were powerless. Some raised their gas rifles only to have the weapons snatched away by magnetic force, smashing into their own chests. Others attempted to close in for melee combat, but were thrown back by the crushing pressure of his haki, convulsing on the ground before they could even get near. Within mere seconds, every soldier in the corridor was incapacitated. Who dares to break into my lab? Caesar's voice came from the far end of the corridor, laced with anger and incredulous panic. Kylo looked up to see Caesar standing inside a massive laboratory, surrounded by cultivation tanks filled with bizarre biological embryos. Monet stood beside him, white snowflakes dancing around her form, her hands already coalescing into sharp ice blades, her gaze fixed coldly on Kylo. Vice Admiral of the Navy Kylo. Kylo clenched his fists, his haki condensing into a tangible aura around him, the metal fragments on the floor trembling slightly. Under orders from Fleet Admiral Akainu, I'm here to arrest you. Surrender now, and you'll save yourself some pain. Navy, just you alone. How utterly foolish. Caesar sneered, thrusting both hands forward. A torrent of green gas surged out like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire lab. Taste my gas. One breath, and your body will be corroded to nothing. Kylo's eyes focused, his magnetic field erupting violently, forming a spinning golden barrier. The moment the gas touched the barrier, it was forcibly diverted and dispersed, some even compressed into liquid by the magnetic field, dripping to the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. He pushed off the ground, darting towards Caesar like an arrow, his fist wreathed in spiraling energy, the air itself humming as it tore through the space, aimed straight at Caesar's chest. Caesar's face changed drastically. He scrambled to retreat, but found his feet shackled by iron bars. Kylo had already silently controlled nearby metal strips to coil around his ankles. Just as the fist was about to land, a white ice blade suddenly lashed out from the side. Monet had launched a surprise attack. Kylo didn't even turn his head. With a casual wave of his left hand, his magnetic field formed an invisible palm, slamming heavily into the ice blade. With a crack, the ice blade shattered. Monet's arm went numb from the impact, and she stumbled back 3 steps, shock flashing across her face. She hadn't expected her full-force strike to be so easily neutralized. At that moment, Kylo's observation haki detected a dangerous aura approaching from the side. He didn't even bother to dodge. His haki automatically formed a layer of defense around him. Clang! An invisible slash struck the haki barrier, sending up golden sparks, but causing no damage. Oh my, it seems I've arrived just in time. A languid voice came with a hint of barely concealed gravity. Kylo turned to see Trafalgar Law standing at the laboratory entrance, wearing his spotted hat, his smile slightly faded, a pale blue glow emanating from his longsword. Clearly, he had already activated his ability. Trafalgar Law. Kylo narrowed his eyes, his magnetic field intensifying, causing the metal instruments in the lab to tremble violently. I have no time for your nonsense. Either step aside, or... A Vice Admiral of the Navy raiding Caesar's lab all alone. How intriguing. Law interrupted, raising his sword slightly. But I can't let you take Caesar. Then don't blame me for being impolite. Kailuan didn't hesitate. An intense wave of Conqueror's haki erupted from him. Golden air currents spread like a tsunami. The ordinary soldiers in the lab were instantly knocked unconscious, collapsing to the floor. Even Caesar felt his breath catch, staggering half a step back under the pressure. Monet's snowflakes dissolved, outright fear written on her face. Law's expression changed completely. He hadn't expected Kailuan's Conqueror's haki to be so overwhelming. Yet he still didn't retreat, his blade glowing once more. It seems I'll have to deal with you first. Room. A pale blue circular space instantly enveloped them both. Law's figure vanished from sight, reappearing behind Kailuan in the next instant, his long sword slicing through the air with a sharpness that could cut space itself, aimed at Kailuan's back. That's all you've got. Kailuan's voice came from behind Law. Law's pupils contracted. He realized his attack had been anticipated. Kailuan, as if with eyes in the back of his head, sidestepped the moment Law appeared, simultaneously swinging his right fist wreathed in haki and magnetic force, smashing heavily into Law's chest. Ugh! Law had no time to block. The punch landed squarely. He felt a terrifying force surge through his torso, as if his internal organs were being shattered. Blood spurted from his mouth, and his body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into a cultivation tank. With a crack, the tank shattered, spilling embryos and liquid everywhere. Before Law could scramble up, Kailuan appeared before him in an instant, Conqueror's haki pressing down on him, immobilizing him. Your ope no me is indeed troublesome, but against absolute power those tricks aren't enough. Kailuan looked down at Law, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable pressure. Law struggled to activate his ability again, only to find his power suppressed by Kailuan's haki, unable even to maintain room. He looked up, meeting the faint golden light in Kailuan's eyes, and a feeling of overwhelming helplessness surged within him. This Vice Admiral's strength far exceeded his imagination, terrifyingly powerful. Caesar and Monet nearby were already pale with fear. Caesar watched Law so easily subdued, then turned to see Kailuan advancing step by step toward him, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He frantically released more gas, hoping to obstruct Kailuan, only to find the gas instantly sucked away by Kailuan's magnetic field, compressed into a small green sphere floating at Kailuan's fingertip. Don't come any closer. Caesar's voice quavered. I'm with Doflamingo of the Seven Warlords. If you touch me, he won't let you off. Doflamingo. Kailuan sneered, casually tossing the green gas sphere to the ground. He can't even save himself now. He's next. You'd better worry about yourself. He closed in on Caesar, his observation haki already locked onto the man. Caesar tried to flee, but found himself like Law, held fast by an invisible force, unable to move even a finger. Monet attempted to step in, but was frozen by a single glance from Kailuan. The haki in that gaze sapped her of any courage to resist. Kailuan reached out, grabbed Caesar by the collar, and lifted him. I've been holding back my anger for a long time over what you've done, the children you've hurt. Caesar struggled, but couldn't break free from Kailuan's grip. He looked into the cold, murderous intent in Kailuan's eyes, and terror filled his heart. He knew this time he was truly finished. Outside the laboratory, Dasiki, listening through the miniature communicator, finally let out a sigh of relief as she heard the commotion inside. Sunlight streamed through the glass dome of the laboratory, illuminating Kailuan as he held Caesar aloft, his gaze resolute and icy. Kailuan grabbed Kaisa by the collar and dragged him step by step out of the laboratory. Kaisa struggled like a fish about to be slaughtered, still shouting incessantly, "Let me go. Doflamingo won't let you get away with this. You Marines have no idea how formidable he is." Noisy. Kailuan frowned, his arm suddenly exerting force as he slammed Kaisa directly onto the ground. Before the other could rise, his armament haki had already enveloped his right fist in an instant. The pitch-black knuckles gleamed with a cold light, carrying an oppressive force that brooked no resistance and drove straight toward Kaisa's head. Thump. A dull sound echoed. Before Kaisa could even let out a scream, the light in his eyes faded instantly, his body went limp, and he collapsed onto the ground, completely unconscious. The force of this punch was precisely controlled, enough to render Kaisa unconscious without taking his life, for he was still needed as a key witness to testify against Doflamingo. Monet stood to the side, her face pale, as she watched the scene unfold, lacking even the courage to flee. The brief exchange moments ago had made her realize that the gap in strength between her and Kailuan was an insurmountable chasm. Defeating her would be nothing more than a flick of his wrist. Don't even think about running. Kailuan turned to look at Monet, his tone icy and devoid of warmth. Stay put and wait for the headquarters to handle you. Monet shuddered, instinctively stepping back as her hands quietly gathered ice and snow energy. She still clung to a sliver of hope, planning to launch a surprise attack, while Kailuan was off guard. But before she could fully form the ice blade, Kailuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, and the haki radiating from his body froze her in place, leaving her unable to move even a finger. Kailuan paid no further attention to Monet. He bent down, hoisted the unconscious Kaisa onto his shoulder, and turned to walk toward the laboratory entrance. His steps were steady, each one causing the ground to tremble slightly, as if this laboratory steeped in sin itself quaked at his arrival. Just then a faint blue light suddenly rose from the ground, instantly expanding into a circular spatial barrier. Kailuan's observation haki immediately detected a familiar energy fluctuation. It was Law's room. Humph couldn't hold back anymore. Kailuan sneered inwardly. Just as he was about to tighten his grip on Kaisa on his shoulder, he felt the weight suddenly vanish. He looked down and saw that the kaisa he had been carrying was gone, replaced by a cold piece of metal debris, still faintly marked with traces of blue energy. "Oh my, thank you for your leniency, Vice Admiral." Law's voice came from outside the laboratory, tinged with mockery. Kylo spun around abruptly, only to see Law standing at the laboratory entrance holding the unconscious kaisa in his hand. In that instant, Law had used the swapping ability of Room to exchange kaisa with the metal debris on the ground, seizing the opportunity to escape with kaisa. Seeing this, Monet's eyes flashed with wild delight. She finally broke free from the suppression of Haki, and the ice and snow around her erupted instantly, sending dozens of ice blades hurtling toward Kylo to buy time for Law and Kaisa's escape. "Don't waste your strength." Kylo's voice carried a hint of impatience, and he didn't even turn his head. He casually waved his left hand, and the armament Haki around him formed an invisible barrier. The ice blades shattered upon impact, leaving not even a single scratch. In the next moment, he turned and stepped in front of Monet in a single stride, his pitch-black fist raised once more. Thump! Another dull sound rang out. Before Monet could even react, the fist struck her head squarely. Her body toppled straight back, completely unconscious, and the ice and snow energy around her dissipated. After dealing with Monet, Kylo leisurely walked to the spot where Kaisa had lain, looking at the green gas residue on the ground, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He didn't immediately give chase. Instead, he gathered armament Haki once more and punched the ground. Thump! The ground split open with a jagged crack, and the gas pipeline hidden beneath was directly severed, releasing a massive amount of green gas. Kylo, however, remained utterly unfazed. His magnetic force instantly compressed the gas into a huge green sphere, which he then casually hurled into the depths of the laboratory. Boom! The green sphere exploded, and the immense shockwave destroyed all the experimental equipment in the lab. The grotesque biological embryos immersed in the culture tanks were reduced to disgusting pools of slime in the blast. "Now it's time to find you, Trafalgar Law." Kylo clapped his hands and walked out of the laboratory. Sunlight streamed through the broken dome, casting a long shadow behind him imbued with a murderous aura. Stepping out of the lab, Kylo spotted Law fleeing in the distance at a glance. Law was carrying Kaisa, moving at incredible speed, his steps faltering, yet never daring to pause. Clearly he intended to reach the small boat he had prepared earlier and escape punk hazard with Kaisa. But Kylo was in no hurry at all. He spread his arms, and his magnetic force transformed into an invisible lift, propelling him high into the air. He leisurely followed behind Law, toying with him like a cat with a mouse, even taking the time to observe the island's situation. "Trafalgar Law, do you think you can get away?" Kylo's voice came from above, laced with mockery. "Did you really think a little trick like that would let you snatch someone from me, yeah?" Law glanced back, his expression growing even more grim. He hadn't expected Kylo to be so composed, completely unbothered by his escape attempt. He gritted his teeth, accelerating once more, heading toward the northeastern coastline of the island. Hidden behind the rocks, there was a fast boat he had prepared in advance. Kylo, however, didn't pursue too closely. As he followed Law, he used his magnetic perception to probe the entire island's activity. With the main laboratory destroyed, the pirates and gas soldiers on the island had fallen into utter chaos. Some were scurrying about trying to find a ship to leave the island, while others, in a desperate act of defiance, charged toward Kylo, ready to fight to the death. "Perfect, I'll clean up this trash while I'm at it." Kylo grinned, and his magnetic force suddenly erupted. Metal fragments and discarded weapon parts on the ground floated up, transforming under his control into countless sharp metal blades that flew toward the stubborn pirates and gas soldiers. Screams rose and fell in waves. Those pirates and gas soldiers were utterly powerless against the assault of the metal blades, collapsing one after another. Kylo's movements were precise and efficient. Every metal blade struck its target in non-lethal areas, only severely wounding them and rendering them combat ineffective. He needed to keep these survivors as additional witnesses to testify against Doflamingo. Hearing the screams behind him, Law grew even more anxious. He knew that Kylo was mopping up the enemies on the island, and once that was done, he would concentrate on pursuing him. Unable to spare his strength any longer, he spread his arms wide, and the blue light of Room flared up again, instantly teleporting himself and Kaisa 100 meters away behind a rock. "Oh, flying thunder god, huh?" A flicker of interest crossed Kylo's eyes. He also accelerated his magnetic force, pushing his flight speed to the limit, streaking across the sky like a golden meteor, quickly catching up with Law once more. "Law, stop wasting your efforts." Kylo landed a short distance in front of Law, blocking his path. His armament Haki once again covered his entire body, his pitch-black skin gleaming with cold light like a war god from the underworld. "Do you think you can escape from me?" Law said nothing. The long sword in his hand suddenly glowed with a faint blue light. Room. The circular space expanded again, and his figure vanished in an instant, reappearing behind Kylo the next moment. His long sword, carrying the sharp aura of cutting through space, slashed toward the back of Kylo's neck. Still the same old trick. Kylo shook his head, not even bothering to turn around. The armament Haki around him automatically formed a solid barrier. Clang. The long sword struck the barrier, sending golden sparks flying, but failed to inflict any damage. "Your op fruit is indeed interesting, but against me it's not enough." Kylo walked toward Law, step by step, his magnetic force intensifying. The metal fragments around began to shake violently, as if ready to launch a lethal attack at any moment. "Did you think you could defeat me with spatial swapping?" "Too naive." Law's expression was as grave as it could be. He knew he was no match for Kailuan, but he still refused to give up. Kaisa was the key to his deal with Doflamingo, and he absolutely could not be taken by the Marines. He activated Room, once more intending to swap Kailuan with the giant rock nearby, trapping him. It's useless. Kailuan's voice carried a hint of derision. His figure suddenly vanished, and with the extreme speed granted by his magnetic force, he appeared behind Law in the next instant. Before Law could react, Kailuan's right foot, coated in armament hockey, slammed heavily into his back. PFF. Law spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, only to find his body firmly locked in place by Kailuan's magnetic force, unable to move even a single finger. Kailuan walked up to Law, looking down at him with an icy gaze. I told you can't escape. Just then the distant sound of a warship's horn echoed. Kailuan looked up and saw several massive warships appearing on the horizon. The marine insignia on their hulls gleamed brightly in the sunlight. It was the reinforcement fleet dispatched from headquarters. It seems our game is over. Kailuan grinned, and his magnetic force suddenly erupted to its peak. His right fist gathered immense armament hockey and magnetic force, once more glowing with a dark golden light, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth, and drove straight toward Law's chest. Thump. Law was utterly unable to withstand this punch. He felt a terrifying force spreading from his chest, as if his internal organs were shattered. His vision went dark and his body was sent flying, once more crashing heavily into a massive rock. The rock shattered instantly, and Law's body slid limply to the ground, completely losing consciousness. Kailuan walked over and bound Law and Kaisa together with iron bars. This time he gave them no chance. Not only did he knock them out, but he also wrapped them tightly with metal fragments, leaving them unable to move even a finger. After finishing all this, he flew toward the warships. By now the pirates and gas soldiers on the island had been mostly dealt with. Tashigi, carrying the evidence, was also heading toward the warship in a lifeboat. Seeing Kailuan's figure, a joyful smile appeared on her face. Vice Admiral, are you all right? Don't worry, I'm perfectly fine. Kailuan nodded, his gaze falling on the den mushi in her hand. Were the evidence delivered safely? Yes, all delivered. Tashigi nodded emphatically. Vice Admiral Tsuru has confirmed the evidence, and is now arranging for people to take over the island. We'll accompany the fleet to Dressrosa to surround and capture Doflamingo. Excellent. Kailuan smiled. We should head back too. The main event is still waiting for us in Dressrosa. The two boarded the warship. Kailuan handed Law and Kaisa over to the soldiers for custody, specifically instructing, keep a close watch on them, especially Law. Don't let him have a chance to use his ability again. Yes, Vice Admiral. The soldiers snapped to attention and saluted carefully, putting sea-stone handcuffs and shackles on the two before dragging them into the prison cell. Kailuan then made his way to the bridge. Vice Admiral Tsuru and several Marine officers were already waiting there. Seeing him, Tsuru's face broke into a pleased smile. Kailuan, well done. You have successfully destroyed the experimental base on Punk Hazard and captured Kaisa and Law, creating the most favorable conditions for the encirclement of Doflamingo. It was my duty. Kailuan stood at attention and saluted, his tone resolute. However, Doflamingo has ruled Dressrosa for years with extensive and intricate influence. Capturing him will require careful handling. We have already taken that into consideration. Tsuru nodded, a sharp glint flashing in her eyes. Headquarters has already dispatched 3 elite fleets, personally led by Vice Admiral Isho. They are expected to arrive in the waters off Dressrosa in 2 hours. This time we will definitely round up Doflamingo and his cronies in one fell swoop. Leave the rest to us. We'll take good care of those children. As for the artificial devil fruits, and Kaisa will bring them back for processing. Kailuan nodded and said no more. He walked to the window of the bridge, gazing at Punk Hazard shrinking in the distance, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. This island of ice and fire had borne the suffering of too many innocent people. Now it was finally destroyed, and the children who had been used as experiments could finally regain their freedom. Next up is Dressrosa. Kailuan murmured softly, his voice filled with determination. He knew that the battle to capture Doflamingo would be even more arduous, but he was ready. No matter how great the difficulties, he would persevere, for the innocent victims, for the trampled justice, and for the future of this sea. The warship sounded its horn and slowly departed from Punk Hazard, heading toward Dressrosa. Sunlight bathed the vessel as if gliding the victory with a layer of golden radiance. Kailuan stood on the bridge, gazing at the distant horizon, his heart full of anticipation. He knew that a storm that would determine the new order of the new world was about to unfold in Dressrosa. Meanwhile, in the warship's prison cell, Law slowly opened his eyes, looking at the still unconscious Kaisa. Beside him, his heart filled with bitterness and despair. He had never imagined that his meticulously planned scheme would end in such failure, nor that Kailuan's strength would be so terrifying. Doflamingo. Law muttered under his breath, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. He didn't know whether Doflamingo could withstand the Marines' encirclement, nor what his own future held. But he knew clearly that the war over Dressrosa and the artificial devil fruits had only just begun, and he had already become the first loser in this war. The warship continued sailing across the sea, advancing toward Dressrosa. Kailuan stood on the bridge, feeling the sea breeze idly playing with a metal fragment he had brought from Punk Hazard. The trace left when Law used his ability to swap Kaisa. His gaze grew more resolute, with only one thought in his mind. He would bring Doflamingo down from his throne and ensure that all those he had harmed received a just outcome. The setting sun dyed the seas of Delaseza a golden red, and the dense fleet of naval warships on the ocean resembled steel behemoths tightly encircling the entire island. Kylo stood on the deck of the flagship, gazing at the twinkling lights on the distant island with an eagle-sharp gaze. After 2 hours of sailing, they had finally rendezvoused with the advanced fleet, led by Tung, who forming a complete encirclement of Delaseza. Kylo, my friend, long time no see. Tung, who leaned on his cane sword and slowly walked beside Kylo, a gentle smile on his face. I've heard about what happened at Punk Hazard. Well done. Master Ishin. Kylo stood at attention and saluted, smiling. Long time no see. For the upcoming battle against Doflamingo, I'll rely on your strength. Tung, who waved his hand and looked toward Delaseza. Doflamingo has been operating here for years with deep-rooted connections. Taking him down won't be easy. According to your intelligence, our frontline operatives have confirmed that he still has sugar as his trump card. The hobby fruit can manipulate the memories of the populace. If he in desperation uses the people as hostages, we'll be constrained and fall into a passive position. Kylo nodded in agreement. You're right. During my earlier covert investigation on the island, I found that the people firmly believe in Doflamingo's benevolence and have no memory of the old royal family's suffering. If we don't deal with sugar first, our attack will not only be misunderstood by the populace, but might also be exploited by Doflamingo, causing innocent casualties. As they were talking, several naval officers emerged from the bridge carrying a detailed map of Delaseza marked with red, yellow, and green key points. Vice Admiral, communications on all ships have been debugged and squad leaders have assembled. The War Council can commence at any time. The leading officer respectfully handed over the map. Tung, who took the map and spread it on the temporary war table in the center of the deck, his tone becoming serious. Since everyone is here, let's formulate the attack plan now. According to intelligence, Doflamingo's core forces are concentrated in 4 key points. The Royal Palace Heights is his command center. The bullfighting arena holds coerced strong warriors. The Smile Factory is the production base for artificial devil fruits, and the Toy House, where sugar resides, is crucial for controlling the populace. We must launch simultaneous assaults on these 4 locations, denying Doflamingo time to redeploy his forces and avoid unnecessary casualties. According to Vice Admiral Tsuru's analysis, Doflamingo likely has informants within the Navy, which is why previous operations failed. Now that we have solid evidence, we must be wary of any naval officer not present in this meeting. He pointed at the red mark on the map and swept his gaze across the assembled officers. First, we must resolve the Toy House. Once sugar is neutralized, those turned into toys will revert to their original forms, and the people's memories will be restored. Then Doflamingo's lies will crumble, and the populace will not only cease to hinder us, but may even become allies. This mission is critical. Who volunteers? I will. Tashigi stepped forward, her tone resolute. I've fought Caesar's subordinates at Punk Hazard. My swordsmanship is precise and controlled, minimizing risk to the imprisoned toys. Kylo looked at her with approval. Tashigi, you are meticulous, the best choice for this mission. Remember, sugar may appear childlike, but she is ruthless. You must first immobilize her and prevent her from touching anyone. Do not hesitate. Immediately use sea-stone handcuffs to block her ability. Rest assured, Vice Admiral. I will complete the mission. Tashigi stood at attention, saluted, and received the submap marked with the route to the Toy House. Tung, who then pointed to the yellow mark. Next is the bullfighting arena. The prisoners there are a mix, coerced warriors and bounty-hunting pirates. If we don't secure this area first, these people might cause chaos during the battle, or even be incited by Doflamingo's officers to become our enemies. A tall Navy Rear Admiral stepped forward, thumping his chest. Vice Admiral, let me take the 3rd squad. Our squad specializes in area control. We'll surround the arena so tightly that no one can escape, and Doflamingo's men won't be able to reinforce it. Good. Tung, who nodded and cautioned, try to persuade them to surrender first, especially those who were coerced. After Doflamingo falls, most of them may be willing to lay down their arms. No need for a massacre. Understood. Finally, the Smile Factory. Tung, whose finger rested on the green mark. That's where Doflamingo keeps all the evidence of his artificial devil fruit production, experimental data manufacturing equipment, and unsold fruit samples. We must send a team to secure the factory completely. On one hand, we need to preserve the production line and prevent more fruits from circulating. On the other, we must collect all evidence to make Doflamingo's crimes undeniable. Another bespectacled Navy officer volunteered. I'll take the technical team. We have assistants sent by Vegapunk who are familiar with various experimental equipment. We can preserve the production line and extract complete data evidence. Tung, who nodded in satisfaction, and finally turned his gaze to Kylo. As for the Royal Palace Heights, you and I will handle it together. Doflamingo has core officers like Treble and Diamante, all formidable. His own string fruit ability is bizarre, and he possesses Conqueror's Haki. Only the 2 of us can ensure absolute success. No problem. Kylo's eyes were firm. After Punk Hazard, I've been looking forward to this. Good. Tung, who slammed the table. All squads return to your ships immediately. Check your equipment and count your personnel. In 1 hour, signal flares will rise and all squads will launch the attack simultaneously. Yes. Everyone responded in unison and turned to leave, leaving only Kylo and Tung, who on the deck. The sea breeze lifted Kylo's coat as he gazed at the silhouette of Delaseza in the distance, his mind swirling with thoughts. He remembered the little Tontado warrior Leo in the sunflower field, the giant children used as experiments at Punk Hazard, and the deceived, yet peace-yearning citizens on the streets of Delaseza. These images intertwined, making him clench his fists. The magnetic force around him rippled unconsciously. Worried. Tung, who sensed his mood, and asked softly. Kyloin snapped out of it, and shook his head. Not about failure. I'm worried the battle will harm innocents. Doflamingo is ruthless. He might destroy the town at the last moment, dragging the people down with him. From the start, his greatest fear was that Doflamingo, knowing he couldn't win, would use the entire island's civilians as hostages to blackmail the Navy and make a political deal through the world government. Tung, who looked up at the sky, a gentle yet resolute smile on his face. What we can do is end the battle as quickly as possible and minimize the damage. Look, today's weather is perfect for ending evil. Kyloin followed his gaze. The afterglow of the sunset was fading and night began to shroud the sea. The lights of distant Delaseza still glimmered, unaware of the coming battle and the new dawn it would bring to the island. You're right. Kyloin took a deep breath, pushing aside his distractions. We've made thorough preparations. As long as we execute the plan, we'll take down Doflamingo. An hour later, 3 red signal flares precisely pierced the night sky, blooming with dazzling light above Delaseza. From the flagship's communicator came the reports from each squad. Tashiji's squad has reached the rear of the toy house, ready to infiltrate. 3rd squad has arrived at the main gate of the arena, ready to attack. Technical team has approached the perimeter of the Smile Factory, breaking through the defense system. Tung, who stood up leaning on his cane, soared a sharp glint in his eyes. Kyloin, it's time for us to go. Kyloin nodded and followed Tung, who onto the specially made Kyloin's custom flying craft. Controlled by Kyloin's magnetic power, the flying craft shot into the sky, soon breaking through the night and heading toward the Royal Palace heights. Through the porthole, they could see landing craft on the sea below, surging toward the coast like fireflies. The squad's attacks had already begun. Doflamingo, your era is over. Kyloin murmured, looking at the palace growing closer below as his haki began to gather slowly. The flying craft quickly broke through Delaceza's outer defenses and reached the sky above the Royal Palace Plaza. Below, guards were raising weapons, looking around, having evidently detected the battle outside. Land directly. Tung, who ordered. The flying craft dove like a falcon and landed steadily in the center of the plaza. Who goes there? The guards immediately surrounded them, aiming gas rifles at the craft. Kyloin jumped off first and suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of Conqueror's haki. Golden currents spread like a tidal wave, instantly knocking out the dozen guards, who fell stiffly to the ground. Tung, who stepped down, looking at the unconscious guards and shaking his head with a smile. It seems we've saved the trouble of knocking. The two walked side by side toward the palace gates, their steps steady, each footfall seeming to echo in the hearts of those inside. The iron gates were tightly shut, with stone lion statues on either side looking ferocious in the night, but they couldn't hinder their advance. Kyloin raised his hand, magnetic force gathering in his palm. With a gentle push, the heavy iron gate creaked open, revealing the brightly lit hall inside. In the center of the hall, Doflamingo sat on the royal throne, wearing his signature pink feather coat, his fingers tapping idly on the armrest. Beside him, the 3 core officers, Treble, Diamante, and Pica, stood in a line, their eyes cold and fixed on the two at the entrance. Fufufu, if it isn't Lieutenant Kyloin. Last time we met, your ability was truly impressive. The Navy's audacity grows by the day. Doflamingo's voice carried a lazy smile, but pierced with bone-chilling coldness. You dare to storm my palace directly. So Punk Hazard was your doing. Who gave you that delusion? Delusion? Kyloin stepped forward, magnetic force surging around him, causing the metal chandeliers to sway slightly. We've come to reclaim the justice that belongs to the people. The throne you stole, the memories you altered, and the future of countless innocents you've harmed. Tung, who also advanced, tapping his cane, soared lightly on the ground, a faint purple gravity field spreading silently. Doflamingo, your crimes have persisted for too long. Today, neither the title of Joker nor the status of Warlord can save you. Doflamingo suddenly stood, pink threads erupting from his fingertips like venomous snakes. Justice. Future. Ridiculous. This world has always belonged to the strong. Since you insist on dying, I'll oblige you. The threads shot toward Kyloin and Tung, who like a rainstorm, the air hissing as it was sliced. Kyloin's eyes sharpened and his magnetic force erupted, forming an invisible barrier that firmly blocked the incoming threads. Tung, who swung his cane, soared, the gravity field intensifying, crushing the threads near him into powder. Oh, interesting. A flicker of surprise crossed Doflamingo's eyes, followed by an even more manic smile. It seems this game will be more fun than I imagined. Behind him, the 3 officers activated their abilities simultaneously. Treble spewed sticky mucus, Diamante turned his cloak into sharp blades, and Pica manipulated rocks, launching a fierce assault. Within the palace hall, battle erupted instantly. Golden magnetic fields, purple gravity, pink threads, and black armament haki intertwined, the deafening clash echoing through the night sky. Outside the palace, fighting raged in every corner. Tashiji's squad infiltrated the toy house, engaging the guards in a skirmish. At the bullfighting arena, Navy soldiers and coerced warriors were locked in a stalemate, and in the Smile Factory, the technical team had breached the outer defenses and advanced toward the core laboratory. Delaceza's night sky was illuminated by the flames of war and the light of justice. Amid the onslaught of threads and rocks, Kyloin slammed his fist into the ground, sending debris flying flying with his magnetic force, temporarily driving back the enemies. He looked at Doflamingo, who was laughing wildly with only one thought: end this quickly, with full force, and extinguish this evil tonight, granting Delaseza true light. The crimson glow of the signal flare had yet to fade from the night sky of Delasi Luosa when in the shadows behind the toy house Dasiki led dozens of elite soldiers pressing close to the vine-covered walls as they moved stealthily. This was the safe house Duo Folong Minga had built for Sha Tang. Its exterior resembling a fairy tale castle, yet the colored bells hanging under the eaves concealed a deadly secret. Each bell contained a micro-alarm triggered by the slightest touch. Be careful, these bells are rigged. Dasiki signaled the soldiers to halt, pulling a pair of specialized demagnetizing pliers from her pack. She took a deep breath, her observation haki subtly expanding, precisely capturing the rotation frequency of the gears inside the bells. As a bell swayed, she twisted her wrist, the pliers clamping firmly onto the metal hook. With a soft click, the hook was severed without a sound. Follow me, stay quiet. Dasiki vaulted over the wall, first landing in a courtyard blanketed with flower petals. The petals beneath her feet appeared soft, but the moment she stepped on them, a faint pink glow arose. A fluorescent trap set by Sha Tang's underlings designed to leave a visible trail on anyone who entered. Use this. A soldier handed her a bag of black powder, a light-suppressing agent developed by Begabang. Dasiki took it and sprinkled it evenly underfoot. The pink glow instantly extinguished. The group crept along the base of the wall toward the back door of the toy house, quietly neutralizing the toy guards they encountered with tranquilizer guns. The lock on the back door was a specialized gear mechanism. Dasiki produced her tools, her fingers moving deftly. Just as the lock was about to click open, her observation haki caught a dangerous presence, faint breathing from behind the door along with the scraping of metal. Careful, there's an ambush inside. Dasiki lowered her voice, signaling the soldiers to raise their weapons. She slowly pushed open the door, and as expected, 5 women in maid outfits stood there brandishing whips coated in a viscous slime, their eyes cold and fixed on the intruders. The Marines are indeed impressive to have made it this far. The lead maid sneered, her whip suddenly lashing toward Dasiki, the slime crystallizing into razor-sharp ice blades, a weapon developed by Kaiser using the snow fruit. Dasiki drew her blade. In an instant, a flash of steel split the ice blades in two. She pushed off the ground, shooting forward like an arrow, the sword whistling toward the maid's wrist. Surrender now if you don't want to get hurt. The maid showed no fear, whipping the slime into a shield. A sharp clang rang out as the blade struck the shield, sending slime flying in all directions. The other maids attacked simultaneously, their whips snaking toward the soldiers, and a fierce melee erupted in the courtyard. Dasiki, with her masterful swordsmanship, quickly gained the upper hand over the lead maid. She noticed that while the maids' attacks were fierce, they had a clear weakness. Their movements always revolved around a single direction, as if guarding a particular room. Sha Tang must be in there. Dasiki realized, deliberately exposing a gap to lure the maid's attack. The maid took the bait, whipping toward Dasiki's chest. But Dasiki sidestepped, sliding her blade along the whip and slashing heavily into the maid's wrist. The maid cried out, the whip falling from her grasp. Dasiki seized the moment, locking the maid with sea-stone cuffs. Tell me, where is Sha Tang? The maid clenched her teeth and refused to speak. Just then a child's laughter echoed from inside the room, and a little girl in a pink dress stepped out. It was Sha Tang. She held a piece of candy, a syrupy smile on her lips. Big sisters, what are you playing? Can I join? Dasiki's eyes hardened, her haki coalescing. Sha Tang, your tricks have been exposed. Surrender now. Meanwhile, at the main entrance of the fighting arena, the third squad of Marine soldiers was locked in fierce combat with the guards. The arena gates were forged from a special alloy impervious to ordinary cannon fire. The towering Marine Rear Admiral, known as Iron Wall Galin, directed the soldiers as they set up siege cannons, preparing to force the doors open. Quick, get the cannon in position. Galin shouted, personally hoisting a shell into the breach. His arms were thick with muscle. A single punch could send a pirate flying, and he was renowned as a strength-type commander in the Marines. Rear Admiral, watch out, a soldier suddenly yelled. Galin looked up to see a dozen pirates wielding massive axes leaping from the arena walls. These were the beasts Duo Folong Minga kept in the arena, tasked with guarding the gates. The lead pirate, 3 meters tall, swung his blood-stained axe at Galin's head. Galin showed no fear, coating his entire body in armament haki and blocking the axe with his bare arm. A deafening clang echoed as the axe cracked the pirate's arm, numbed by the recoil. Galin seized the opening, slamming his fist into the pirate's chest. The pirate flew backward like a broken kite, crashing into the wall and falling unconscious. Charge, brothers! Galin roared, leading the assault on the remaining pirates. The Marines raised their weapons, engaging in close-quarters combat. Before the arena gates, swords clashed, and screams rose and fell, blood staining the ground. Then the gates suddenly swung open, and a group of people in varied attire rushed out. They held long swords, their eyes filled with anger and defiance. Slaves who had been coerced by Duo Folong Minga, now seizing the opportunity to revolt under the guidance of the dwarf Liu. We are not your enemies, the leader shouted to Galin. We were imprisoned by Duo Folong Minga. We want to help you take this place. Galin paused, then said solemnly, good. We thank you for your support. Now let's take out the pirates inside. The group nodded and followed Galin into the arena. Inside, cages filled with prisoners lined the walls, and armed pirate guards roamed the corridors. The Marines and the warriors worked together, quickly gaining control and cornering the pirates in the center of the arena. Surrender. You have no way out. Gulin bellowed. The pirates showed no fear. The leader sneered. Lord Duo Folong Minga will not forgive you. Do you think you can defeat him? How naive. He suddenly pulled a smoke bomb from his pocket and threw it to the ground. As smoke billowed, the pirates fled toward the back door of the arena. Gulin immediately ordered after them. Don't let them escape. The Marines and warriors pursued hot on their heels. The battle at the arena continued, but it was already tilting toward victory. On the outskirts of the Smile Factory, the technical squad's Marine commander, the bespectacled Brain Lion, led a group of soldiers in cracking the factory's defense systems. The factory perimeter was bristling with surveillance cameras and laser traps, a single misstep triggering an alarm. Hold on, use the jammer to block the camera signals. Lion called to a grizzled soldier beside him. Old Joe pulled a palm-sized black device from his pack. Flicking the switch, the device emitted a faint hum, and within 10 meters, all camera feeds dissolved into static. This was an electromagnetic jammer specially made by the Marine Engineering Department, limited in range but perfect for localized interference. With the cameras neutralized, the group carefully approached the laser traps. The lasers were nearly invisible to the naked eye, only faintly glimmering red at certain angles. Lion crouched and produced a coil of metal wire, tying a small stone to one end and tossing it ahead. As the stone passed through the air, it was suddenly sliced in half by an unseen barrier. The laser's position was exposed. 3 meters to the left, one beam, of 5 meters ahead, two crossing. Lion marked the positions and directed the soldiers to lay down temporary alloy plates. The plates absorbed the laser energy and the soldiers stepped on them, moving toward the factory gate step by step. The factory gate was a massive steel structure, its handle wrapped in 3 chains and secured with an old-fashioned combination lock. Lion had 2 soldiers brace the door while he took out a thin wire and inserted it into the lock's keyhole. He closed his eyes, gently twisting the wire, feeling the internal gears turn with years of lockpicking experience. Click, click, 2 soft sounds and the lock sprang open. The soldiers pulled the chains away and the heavy door creaked open a crack, revealing the roar of machinery within. Attention, all stay alert after entering. Eliminate the guards first. Lion whispered, slipping through the gap. Inside, the factory reeked of harsh chemicals. Huge machines dominated the space, green liquid flowing sluggishly through pipes, occasionally emitting a gurgling bubble. 3 to the east, steady breathing, elite guards. Lion extended his observation hockey, pinpointing their locations. He gestured to the soldiers. They split into 3-man teams and circled around. Sure enough, 3 guards in protective suits emerged from a corner, their gas rifles already trained on the soldiers. Before they could pull the triggers, Marines on both sides struck alloy daggers, slicing through the air and severing the guards' weapon straps. The rifles clattered to the floor. The guards reached for their pistols, but were knocked unconscious by rifle butts. Quick, the core lab is in the southwest corner. Experimental data and fruit samples are there. Lion led the technical team deeper into the factory. The core lab's door was made of glass. Inside, rows of culture tanks held floating, unformed artificial devil fruits, while computer screens scrolled dense experimental data. La Si, could you copy the data? Lu Bin, collect the fruit samples. The rest of you guard the door and prevent any counterattack. Lion assigned tasks quickly, then grabbed a wrench and began dismantling the core components of the machines, the key parts for producing artificial fruits, which had to be completely destroyed. The tapping of keyboards and the clanking of wrenches interwove tension thick in the air. Halfway through the data transfer, the factory's alarm suddenly blared, red warning lights flashing wildly, the entire building trembling slightly. What's happening? Lion looked up sharply to see the lab ceiling slowly open, revealing a man in a Marine uniform and sunglasses stepping out. Abort. Leave the data, take the samples and go. Lion yanked out the data drive, grabbed the sample box, and shouted toward the door. The soldiers, though confused, scrambled for the exit. Rear Admiral, you seem to know something. A young soldier lagged behind, only to see the officer point a finger. A dull thud of finger gun, and the soldier's body was pierced through. Blood pooled on the floor. Bastard. How dare you? Are you even a Marine? Lion's eyes blazed with fury. I see from your attitude you know all about Duo Folong's plan. With all the commotion on the plateau, I need to finish you off quickly and go help out there. Before the words faded, he charged at Lion. Meanwhile, elsewhere in Delacy Luosa, battles raged on intensely. Marine soldiers fought desperately against Duo Folong Minga's subordinates. The streets were scarred with combat, blood staining the petals, smoke filling the air. In the toy house, the Siki finally subdued all of Sha Tang's minions, cornering Sha Tang in a room. Sha Tang, limited by her physical abilities, was no match for the enhanced Siki once her fruit ability was seen through. Backed against the wall, her eyes filled with terror, don't come any closer. Lord Duo Folong Minga will save me. Siki stepped forward, her voice icy. He won't come. Your scheme has been exposed, and the people's memories will soon be restored. You've hurt so many innocents. Today you must pay for your actions. Sha Tang suddenly pulled a dagger from her pocket and lunged at Siki. Siki's eyes flashed, she sidestepped, and with an armament hockey-enhanced punch, she struck Sha Tang's wrist. The dagger clattered to the floor. Siki followed up with another blow to knock her out, then locked her in sea-stone cuffs. All clear. Siki reported into the communicator. Sha Tang is secured, awaiting reinforcements. Inside the fighting arena, Gulin and his combined force of Marines and warriors had subdued all the pirates. In the center of the arena, piles of pirate bodies and weapons lay scattered, the blood on the floor already congealed. Villain looked at the scene and let out a long sigh. It's finally over. Only the situation at the Smile Factory remained unclear. Lion and his technical squad had lost contact. At the same time, the battle on the Royal Plateau had reached a fever pitch. Kai Luan and Tung Hu were locked in a fierce fight with duo Folong Minga and his core executives. Golden magnetic fields, purple gravity, pink threads, and black armament hockey intertwined. Thunderous clashes echoed through the night sky, the entire palace trembling. The night sky of Delacy Luosa was illuminated by the light of war and justice. Reports of victory from various fronts kept coming, boosting the morale of the marine soldiers. They knew that if they held on, victory would be theirs. And duo Folong Minga's reign was about to come to an end. The stone pillar in the Imperial Hall shattered with a thunderous roar as the collision of pink threads and golden magnetic fields sent debris flying everywhere. Kai Luan's fist, cloaked in dark gold armament hockey, slammed heavily into the thread shield conjured by Doflamingo, the immense impact causing the entire hall to tremble. For the first time, Doflamingo's face showed a grave expression. He could feel the terrifying power emanating from his opponent's fist, the perfect fusion of hockey and magnetic field, each collision tearing apart his thread defenses. Your power. To think it's reached such a level. Doflamingo's fingers twitched rapidly as more threads gushed from his palms, surging toward Kai Luan like a torrential rain. These threads were no longer mere bindings. They were enveloped in armament hockey, sharp as blades capable of severing steel with ease. A sharp glint flashed in Kai Luan's eyes as his magnetic field power erupted around him. The scattered metal fragments across the hall instantly levitated, coalescing into a swirling storm of metal before him. The threads collided with the storm, producing crisp, clinking sounds as they were sliced into tiny pieces by the high-speed metal fragments, scattering into a rain of pink dust. These threads alone are not enough to stop me. Kai Luan pushed off the ground, his figure darting like an arrow through the thread blockade, his fist aimed straight at Doflamingo's face. His observation hockey had long locked onto the opponent's movements. No matter how fast Doflamingo's threads were, they could not evade his premonition. Doflamingo's pupils contracted sharply, and his body suddenly dispersed into countless threads, dodging Kai Luan's fist. The next second, the threads reformed into a solid body behind Kai Luan, his right hand carrying threads entwined with hockey, stabbing toward Kai Luan's back. String fruit supreme strike whip. I've been waiting for you. As if having eyes in the back of his head, Kai Luan instantly condensed magnetic field power in his left hand, forming a thick metal barrier. With a loud clang, the threads struck the barrier, sending golden sparks flying. Seizing the opportunity, Kai Luan turned around and delivered a heavy kick to Doflamingo's chest, his right foot carrying spiral energy. Uffed. Doflamingo spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the king's throne. The throne shattered instantly. He struggled to stand, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but a crazier light ignited in his eyes. Not bad, not bad. It's been a long time since anyone pushed me this far. He flung his arms wide and countless threads spread across the hall, entangling the broken pillars, tables, chairs, and even the rubble on the floor. String fruit parasite thread. The threads, like living vines, gathered the surrounding debris into a gigantic puppet and hurled it toward Kai Luan. Kai Luan took a deep breath, pushing his magnetic field power to its limit. He pressed his palms together, then flung them open, forming a massive golden vortex of magnetic energy that engulfed the oncoming puppet. Shatter! Kai Luan roared, and the vortex spun faster, instantly tearing the puppet apart into fragments, sending stones and wood chips flying in all directions. While the two were locked in fierce combat on the other side of the hall, Fujitora was engaged in a heated battle with the three core executives, Treble, Diamante, and Pika. Treble spewed viscous mucus attempting to trap Fujitora. Diamante turned his cloak into sharp blades, slashing at Fujitora's limbs. Pika manipulated the rocks, raising spikes from the ground to launch a pincer attack with the other two. Fujitora stood still, leaning on his cane sword, unmoving. A pale purple gravity field radiated from his center. Treble's mucus was flattened into a paste by the gravity. As soon as it approached, Diamante's blades froze in midair, unable to advance. No matter how hard he tried, the rock spikes raised by Pika were crushed into powder by the gravity, scattering into the air. Is this all the power you have to stop me? Fujitora's tone carried a hint of disdain as he tapped the ground lightly with his cane sword. The gravity field suddenly intensified, forcing Treble and the other two to their knees, their bodies as heavy as lead, making it excruciatingly difficult even to lift their arms. So this is the power of an admiral candidate. Treble struggled to shout, his face filled with disbelief. The three of them were Doflamingo's top executives, yet even together they couldn't even touch a corner of Fujitora's coat. Fujitora ignored their shock, slowly raising his cane sword toward Treble. Doflamingo's crimes, you accomplices, are also implicated. Today I'll start with you. Just then a dark figure suddenly dropped from the hall's beam, the bamboo in his hand turning into a sharp spear coated with armament hockey aimed straight at Kai Luan's back. Kai Luan's observation hockey had already warned him. He swiftly sidestepped, dodging the fatal blow perfectly. The spear grazed his shoulder and struck the ground heavily, leaving a crater half a meter deep. Kai Luan looked up and saw the newcomer wearing a marine officer's uniform, yet exuding a ferocious aura contrary to the marines. Twisted muscles bulging at his neck, a sinister grin on his face, and the bamboo in his hand gleaming with black armament hockey, clearly a hardened veteran of many battles. He had never seen this face before, but he could sense a strong hostility from the man's aura along with the same dark quality as Doflamingo's. "Who are you?" Kai Lun asked coldly, though he knew in his heart that this must be Virgo the Marine spy. Instantly his magnetic field power gathered silently, and metal fragments at his feet began to tremble, ready to launch an attack at any moment. The man pulled out the bamboo using its tip to flick dust off his clothes and said calmly, "You should have heard my name, Virgo. Underlord Doflamingo, Marine Vice Admiral." He flexed his wrist, and armament hockey instantly covered his entire body, turning even his exposed skin pitch black, as if clad in a suit of hard armor. "I heard you destroyed the Smile Factory and want to capture Lord Doflamingo. You truly deserve to die. Wearing the Marine uniform, but being scum of pirates, you've defiled this uniform." Kai Lun clenched his fist, dark gold hockey gathering on his knuckles. "Today I'll purge you a traitor for the Marines." "Traitor!" Virgo sneered and charged at Kai Lun, the bamboo in his hand cutting through the air toward Kai Lun's throat. That hypocritical justice of the Marines should have been torn apart long ago. Lord Doflamingo is the one who can change the world, and you are nothing but a stepping stone under his feet. Your opponent is here. Please don't interfere with young Kai Lun's battle. Fujitora's voice suddenly rang out as the pale purple gravity field shifted, instantly enveloping Virgo. He could sense that Virgo's armament hockey was exceptionally powerful. If Kai Lun faced him alone, he might fall into a tough fight. Virgo, who had just halfway through his charge, felt a terrifying force pressing down on him, freezing his body in place, making even his fingers difficult to move. Fujitora, the Admiral candidate. His expression unchanged. He hadn't expected the blind Admiral candidate to react so swiftly. Fujitora walked slowly up to Virgo, his gaze cold. "You, a Marine Vice Admiral, colluded with pirates and murdered your comrades. Unforgivable. Today I will cleanse the Marines of your filth." Virgo said nothing, but desperately mobilized the hockey within him. The bamboo in his hand suddenly thrust toward Fujitora, its tip carrying spiral hockey, attempting to break through the gravity's blockade. However, Fujitora swung his cane sword, and with a crisp clang, he blocked the black bamboo. Seeing this, a ruthless glint flashed in Doflamingo's eyes. He had originally intended for Virgo to hold Kai Lun back, but he hadn't expected Fujitora to be so decisive. Fujitora's gravity field was like a sword hanging over their heads. If they didn't break this situation, everyone would die here. He suddenly abandoned his attack on Kai Lun and shouted at Pika, "Pika, get out of here. Kill all those commoners." Pika looked up sharply, a vicious glint in his eyes. He stopped struggling against the gravity and instead poured all his power into the ground. Stone fruit. His body instantly merged with the rock beneath his feet, fleeing underground toward the outside of the hall. Fujitora sensed something wrong and tried to stop him, but Doflamingo's threads entangled his cane sword. "Your opponent is still here. Don't even think about stopping him." Kai Lun also wanted to intercept, but Treble and Diamante suddenly lunged at him. Treble spewed a large amount of mucus, firmly sticking Kai Lun's legs to the ground. Diamante turned his cloak into dozens of short blades, shooting them at Kai Lun's vital points. "Want to ruin Lord Doflamingo's plan? You'll have to get through us first." Pika took the opportunity to break through the palace wall and escape into the streets. His body rapidly assimilated with the surrounding buildings and rocks, his size instantly swelling to 100 meters tall, like a moving mountain. Roar. Pika let out a deafening roar, his massive fist smashing into the nearby houses. With a thunderous crash, a civilian house was instantly crushed, sending debris flying. The people screamed in terror and fled in all directions. "Bastard." Fujitora's eyes flashed with anger at the sight. The last thing he wanted was for civilians to be caught in the crossfire, and Pika's actions struck precisely at his weakness. He violently broke free from Doflamingo's threads and rushed out of the hall. "Kai Lun, leave this to you. I'll stop Pika. I can't let him harm the civilians." "Don't worry," Kai Lun replied in a deep voice, his magnetic field power erupting, shattering the mucus on his legs, while forming metal fragments to block Diamante's short blades. Fujitora's figure quickly disappeared outside the hall. Doflamingo smirked at the direction he left. "Good. Without Fujitora, let's see how you deal with the four of us." He slowly walked to Treble and Diamante's side, while Virgo finally broke free from the residual gravity, and the three formed a triangular formation surrounding Kai Lun. "Vice Admiral Kai Lun, let's see how arrogant you can be now." Virgo pursed his lips. The bamboo in his hand gleamed cold again. The humiliation of being suppressed by Fujitora made him vent all his anger on Kai Lun. Treble kept spewing mucus, forming a sticky trap on the ground to prevent Kai Lun from escaping. Diamante turned his cloak into a giant sword, ready to attack at any moment. Kai Lun looked around at the three, his eyes showing no fear, but instead burning with even fiercer fighting spirit. His hockey and magnetic field power continued to rise, and the metal fragments in the hall floated again, swirling around him, forming a golden barrier. "What about four? Even if you all come at me, I'll still take you on." Doflamingo sneered, his fingers twitching again. "Since you're so spirited, I'll grant your wish." String, fruit, flap, thread. Countless hair-thin threads shot from his fingertips, each entwined with armament hockey, raining down on Kai Lun like a storm. Virgo attacked simultaneously, turning the bamboo into a spear with spiral hockey aimed at Kai Lun's chest. Treble spat out a mucus chain to entangle Kai Lun's limbs. Diamante's great sword also whistled through the air, slashing toward Kai Lun's head. Four attacks came at once, sealing all of Kai Luan's evasive routes. The air in the hall seemed to freeze, and the breath of death loomed over Kai Luan. Well done. Kai Luan showed no panic. He completely fused his magnetic field power with Haki, forming a swirling golden vortex around him. Magnetic field rotation. The metal vortex spun faster and faster. Doflamingo's flap threads were drawn into the vortex and instantly shredded. Virgo's spear struck the vortex and was repelled by the powerful force, sending him staggering backward. Treble's mucus chain evaporated. As soon as it approached, Diamante's great sword was deflected by the vortex, cutting into empty air. What a... Doflamingo and the other three were shocked. They hadn't expected Kai Luan to so calmly neutralize their attacks under the assault of four opponents. Seizing this opportunity, Kai Luan appeared before Virgo, as if teleporting, his fist glowing with dark gold light, crashing heavily into Virgo's chest. Bam! Virgo, unable to react in time, was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily into a stone pillar. He spat out a mouthful of blood, his face instantly turning pale. Virgo! Doflamingo roared, his threads once again lashing toward Kai Luan. Treble and Diamante also attacked simultaneously, mucus and blades surging like a tide. Kai Luan did not linger. After hitting Virgo, he immediately retreated and once again formed a barrier with metal fragments. He felt no fear in his mind, even wandered a bit, feeling that he was terrifyingly strong now, and he somewhat understood why those who mastered magnetic field rotation were called madmen. First, take out one of them and break this encirclement. Kai Luan quickly formulated a strategy in his mind, his gaze falling on Virgo, who had killed Lion. Doflamingo seemed to read Kai Luan's thoughts. He stepped in front of Virgo, a flash of madness in his eyes. Want to touch my men? You'll have to get past my threads first. Today you will die without a doubt. Awakening white wave. He flung his arms wide and countless threads shot toward Kai Luan like a deluge while shouting at Treble and Diamante, "Treble, Diamante, go all out and kill him." Treble and Diamante immediately complied, mucus shooting toward Kai Luan's legs while blades slashed at his ankles. Virgo also struggled to his feet, raising his bamboo, once more stabbing toward Kai Luan's back. Four attacks came again, even more ferocious than before. Kai Luan took a deep breath, gathering all his power. He knew the battle had reached a critical moment. Either win or die. Then come on, let me show you what true power is. Kai Luan roared, and the golden magnetic field around him erupted once more. The metal fragments in the hall, as if summoned, converged into a massive torrent of metal shooting toward Virgo and the others. An even more intense battle erupted once again in the palace hall. Kai Luan, alone against the siege of Doflamingo, Virgo, Treble, and Diamante, showed no sign of retreat. His eyes shone with unwavering determination. Outside the palace, Fujitora was engaged in a fierce battle with the giant Pika. Pika's enormous fists continuously smashed toward Fujitora, devastating the surrounding houses and streets. Fujitora, while using his gravity field to block Pika's attacks, also had to direct the soldiers to evacuate the civilians, and for a time, he could not subdue Pika. The metallic torrent within the palace hall hurtled toward the group with a piercing wind. Doflamingo's eyes narrowed, his hands quivering rapidly as countless threads coalesced into a dense barrier before him. Clang, clang, clang. The metal spears struck the barrier with deafening echoes, yet they could not breach the thread defense. Is that all you've got to harm us? Doflamingo sneered, his fingers snapping sharply. The thread barrier instantly transformed into countless razor-sharp blades ricocheting back toward Kai Luan. Virgo seized the moment to attack, his bamboo staff coiling with spiraling haki like a venomous serpent striking from the flank. Treble spewed a torrent of viscous mucus, forming a sticky trap beneath Kai Luan's feet. Diamante's greatsword descended with a force that could split mountains, aiming for Kai Luan's head. Yet Kai Luan remained unfazed, his golden magnetic field aura erupting once more. With a forceful thrust of both hands, he reversed the trajectory of the incoming thread blades, redirecting them toward Treble and Diamante. Simultaneously, he planted his feet and vanished like a teleport, evading Virgo's bamboo strike. His fist, cloaked in dark gold haki, slammed into Diamante's greatsword with devastating force. Bang! Diamante felt a terrifying power surge through the sword, his arm instantly numbing as the weapon flew from his grasp, hurtling toward Doflamingo. Doflamingo hastily ensnared the greatsword with threads, narrowly avoiding accidental injury. Damn bastard! Diamante's face paled. He had never expected his full-force strike to be so effortlessly neutralized by Kai Luan. Ignoring his shock, Kai Luan flickered again, appearing before Treble. Just as Treble prepared to spew mucus, Kai Luan's fist, imbued with the 150 horsepower magnetic field rotation, smashed into his face. Splat! Treble's head burst like a watermelon, blood spurting forth. His body flew backward like a broken kite, crashing heavily into the wall and instantly losing all signs of life. This punch carried not only magnetic force, but also armament haki, shattering his skull completely. Treble! Doflamingo roared, a mix of madness and fear flashing in his eyes. He had never imagined that under the combined assault of four fighters, Kai Luan would not only hold his ground, but also kill Treble with a single blow. Virgo and Diamante were also stunned by the scene, their attack rhythm faltering for a moment. But Virgo quickly recovered, his armament haki surging wildly as he attacked Kai Luan's back with even greater ferocity. Diamante retrieved his greatsword and transformed his cloak into dozens of short blades, hurling them at Kai Luan's vital points in an attempt to restrict his movements. Kailuan's observation haki had already locked onto their motions. He spun around his left hand, gathering magnetic force to attract scattered metal fragments into a thick net, casting it toward Virgo. His right hand, cloaked in dark gold haki, struck Diamante's chest like a meteor with the electromagnetic cannon punch. Bang! Diamante's ribs shattered instantly, his body pierced through by the fist. Kailuan flicked his hand, sending the broken corpse flying like a tattered doll, crashing into a stone pillar. Blood mixed with shattered organs spurted from his mouth before he lay still. Within half a minute, Treble and Diamante had fallen, leaving only Doflamingo and Virgo in the hall. Doflamingo gazed at the two corpses, his fear no longer concealable. The family he had cherished for years and the core officers he had meticulously cultivated were nothing before Kailuan. Virgo, go all out. Stop him at any cost. Doflamingo screamed, his aura turning violent. He thrust both hands into the ground, unleashing countless threads from below that crawled up walls and ceilings. The entire hall's brick and stone structure began to visibly transform into pink threads. String fruit, giant white wave. With his roar, the hall was completely remade. Floor, walls, and ceiling all became flowing threads. Even the air seemed entangled, forming an airtight cage of strands. These threads possessed immense toughness, each capable of slicing through steel with ease. Like living vines, they swarmed Kailuan from all directions, leaving almost no room to evade. At the same time, Virgo unleashed his full power, coating his entire body in armament haki, until even the whites of his eyes turned pitch black, turning him into a mobile block of dark iron. His bamboo staff, now wrapped in haki into a black spear, gleamed with a cold light as it thrust toward Kailuan's chest, the speed creating afterimages. Kailuan, you die here today. Kailuan faced the desperate situation with eyes that held no retreat, only a fiercer battle intent. He could clearly feel his magnetic field power and haki fusing and growing in the heat of combat. Where before he had to tread carefully against 4 opponents, now he could distinctly perceive every attack's trajectory. Think you can trap me? Not so easy. Kailuan roared, his golden magnetic field aura erupting to its peak, forming a high-speed, rotating energy vortex. The incoming threads upon nearing the vortex were shredded by the violent rotation. Simultaneously, he pushed off the ground, breaking the sound barrier to appear before Virgo, his fist carrying the dual force of magnetic field and haki aimed straight for the face. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Virgo's eyes as he raised his bamboo staff to block the blow. Clang! A deafening impact shattered the staff, fragments flying everywhere. Kailuan's fist, undiminished, slammed into Virgo's chest. Crash! Virgo was sent flying like a struck baseball, crashing into the thread wall and immobilized for a moment. Having dealt with Virgo, Kailuan turned to face Doflamingo. Watching his last subordinate fall, Doflamingo's eyes were filled with nothing but madness and despair. He manipulated the thread cage to contract continuously, the density of threads in the hall increasing until even the light was dimmed. Damn bastard, think you've won. Not yet. 1,000 arrows piercing heart, feather strike line. As his words fell, thousands of threads coated in armament haki rose from the ground, forming the shape of a flamingo's wings to surround Kailuan. A sharp light gleamed in Kailuan's eyes. He chose not to dodge. Since comprehending the magnetic field rotation, he had been in disadvantageous battles, never fully experiencing the surge in power it brought. Now at last that power erupted fully. He did not retreat a single step, using magnetic field rotation armament haki iron body to endure the attack, crossing his arms before him. Boom! The armament haki-infused threads collided with Kailuan, the immense impact shaking the entire hall, violently cracking the ground with countless fissures. All surrounding structures were deformed by the shockwave. Doflamingo gritted his teeth, directing more threads into the assault, aiming for a one-hit kill. Kailuan let out a cold laugh from within the smoke, once again marveling at the power of the magnetic field. His actions grew more and more like a madman's, a choice he would never have made before. Shatter! Kailuan roared, exerting force, and the threads instantly shattered into fragments, scattering across the floor. Before Doflamingo could react, Kailuan was already before him, his armament haki fist crackling with thunder descending. Doflamingo hastily formed a barrier of threads, shield white line, but it was shattered instantly by Kailuan's fist. Yet it bought him a sliver of space to dodge, so the fist only struck his shoulder. Doflamingo let out a piercing scream as his shoulder broke his body, crashing heavily into the ground, creating a large crater. Kailuan walked slowly toward Doflamingo, his magnetic field aura still pulsing faintly. He looked down at the struggling figure with no pity in his eyes. Doflamingo, it's ending. At that moment, Doflamingo suddenly raised his head, a wild gleam flashing in his eyes. Ignoring the agony in his shoulder, he erupted with a fierce wave of Conqueror's haki. A golden aura like a tsunami sweeping outward, shaking the threads in the hall violently and levitating the debris on the ground. Kailuan, don't get too cocky. Doflamingo's voice was hoarse with madness. I am the heavenly Yakshala king with Conqueror's haki. You can't kill me. Kailuan sensed the familiar aura of Conqueror's haki, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He too unleashed his own Conqueror's haki. A golden torrent colliding with Doflamingo's, forming a visible shockwave of energy. The two streams of Conqueror's haki clashed in the air, producing a deafening roar. The threads in the hall began to snap, one by one, the cracks in the ground widening. Even citizens on distant streets could feel the terrifying pressure, prostrating themselves in fear. A king. Kailuan's voice was cold as iron. Someone who thrives on plunder, deceit, and slaughter. Do you deserve to be called a king? True power is never meant to oppress the innocent. He intensified his conqueror's haki, the golden aura, overwhelming Doflamingo's. Doflamingo's face grew paler, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. His haki was not only weaker in strength, but also suppressed by the righteous, while within Kailuan's aura dissipating like darkness before light. Impossible. You can't kill me either, I am the Heave. Doflamingo's eyes were filled with despair. His proud conqueror's haki was but a pitiful match before Kailuan. Kailuan paid no heed to his screams, continuing to amplify his conqueror's haki. The golden tide surged toward Doflamingo, whose body trembled under the assault, his consciousness fading. Yet he still refused to give up, using the last of his strength to command the remaining threads to entangle Kailuan, even if it meant mutual destruction. Kailuan watched the incoming threads with cold eyes. Without using his magnetic field, he merely let the shockwave of Conqueror's haki shatter them instantly. Then step by step he walked toward Doflamingo, each footfall like a hammer on the man's heart. Doflamingo, it's time to settle the blood debt you owe. Kailuan's voice was calm, but carried an unyielding authority, his conqueror's haki surging once more, completely smothering Doflamingo's aura. Doflamingo's body collapsed heavily to the ground, the madness in his eyes gradually fading, and he finally lost consciousness. Kailuan looked down at the fallen figure, slowly raising his fist. Dark gold armament haki coalesced on his knuckles, magnetic field energy swirling around them, ready to end this battle with a final blow. Outside the hall on the distant streets, Marine soldiers had already brought the chaos under control and were rushing toward the palace. The dark reign of Doflamingo was about to end forever. Karen's fist hung over Doflamingo's head with dark golden haki and magnetic field intertwined, and the air was filled with deadly pressure. Doflamingo lay on the ground, his consciousness fading, blood ceaselessly trickling from the corners of his mouth, his eyes void of awareness. Just then a pale purple gravitational field suddenly enveloped Karen's fist, causing his movement to instantly halt. Karen, please hold off. Fujitora's voice came from the entrance of the hall with a tone of helplessness. Karen turned to see Fujitora leaning on his cane, sword, walking slowly into the hall. The hem of his coat was stained with fresh stone dust, and the blade of his cane sword still bore traces of rock powder, clearly having just experienced a battle related to rock. Behind him, two naval soldiers escorted a figure covered in wounds. It was Pika. His stone fruit ability had been sealed by sea stone handcuffs. His originally massive body returned to normal size, with a deep bone exposing wound on his left chest, evidently struck by a heavy blow, his eyes filled with lingering terror. Isho. Karen frowned, puzzled. Why stop me? Doflamingo has committed countless heinous crimes with solid evidence. He deserves to die. Fujitora walked up to Karen, his gaze falling on Doflamingo on the ground, his tone serious. He indeed deserves death, but headquarters just issued an order. Doflamingo is involved in multiple secret transactions within the world government. He must be taken alive back to headquarters for trial to extract more clues from him. Executing him privately would cause great trouble for the subsequent investigation. Karen fell silent. He understood Fujitora's meaning. Doflamingo had operated for many years with entangled forces behind him, especially his secret ties to the world government. Only by keeping him alive for trial could these dark secrets be thoroughly exposed. He slowly withdrew his fist, the haki and magnetic field around him gradually dissipating, but his gaze fell again on Pika, knowing that Fujitora's subduing of Pika was beyond doubt. Time went back to when Karen was fiercely battling Doflamingo. Pika, using his rock assimilation ability, escaped to the outside. At that time, Karen was held back by Treble and Diamante and couldn't stop him in time. With Pika's ability after giganticization, he could easily bulldoze streets with his rock body. Fujitora had to protect civilians while commanding soldiers, making it somewhat difficult to subdue him, until Karen and Doflamingo's Conqueror's haki clashed. The two waves of Conqueror's haki spread across the entire island, even cracking the stone pillars of the palace. Although Pika's stone fruit could assimilate rock, his true body had to be hidden inside the rock to maintain the gigantic form. The shockwaves from the Conqueror's haki clash were enough to penetrate the rock layers, impacting the hidden true body. However, Fujitora, though blind, possessed observation haki far beyond ordinary people. He must have seized this fleeting moment, directly locking onto Pika's true body's location. With a single gravity blade tiger, he disintegrated the rock giant. Without the rock's protection, Pika's true body strength was greatly weakened. Facing Fujitora's gravitational field, he was utterly powerless. Not only did the gravity field restrict his movements, but Fujitora's swordsmanship was at the level of a great sword master, instantly preventing him from merging into the rock and escaping. In the end, Fujitora only needed a single gravity-infused strike from his cane sword to severely wound Pika's true body, completely ending his resistance. Fujitora did not explain further, merely signaling the soldiers to take Doflamingo and Pika away, locking them firmly with sea stone handcuffs. This is not the time for talking. We still have much aftermath work to do. He looked at the chaotic scene in the hall, a hint of gravity in his eyes. Although Doflamingo has been subdued, his remaining forces are still on the island. They must be cleaned up as soon as possible, while also comforting the people and helping them return to normal life. Karen nodded. He knew the importance of the aftermath work. Doflamingo had ruled Dressrosa for many years, and there were surely many of his followers still on the island. If not cleaned up quickly, they might continue to harm the people. The two walked out of the palace hall. The sky outside was already faintly brightening. On the streets, naval soldiers were methodically clearing the battlefield, and treating injured civilians. Tashigi was leading the soldiers, comforting the toys that had been controlled by sugar. These toys had just returned to human form, and the memories of their loved ones had fully recovered. Their emotions were very unstable, and they needed guidance to accept reality. Vice Admiral Tashigi saw Karen and immediately approached a tired but excited smile on her face. Is Doflamingo subdued? Yes, he's been taken into custody and will soon be sent back to headquarters for trial. Karen nodded. Thank you for your hard work, Tashigi. Tashigi shook her head, a hint of determination in her eyes. This is what I should do. I'm happy to do something for the people of Dressrosa. She paused and continued, most of the toys have now returned to normal, but some people are still emotionally agitated due to missing body parts. We're trying our best to comfort them. Well done, Karen praised. Tashigi was meticulous, making her the perfect person to comfort the people. Just then a commander led a new technical team over. Fatigue showed on his face, but excitement sparkled in his eyes. Vice Admiral Karen. Vice Admiral Fujitora. He saluted and said, the remaining equipment in the Smile Factory has been completely destroyed, and the experimental data has been collected. We also found some imprisoned experimental subjects in the factory's basement. They have all been rescued and are now receiving treatment. Thank you for your hard work, Karen said. Those experimental subjects are innocent victims. They must be well cared for and helped to recover their health. Yes, sir, the commander responded. He turned his gaze to the distant Smile Factory, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. Although the factory had been destroyed, the team led by Ryan had all sacrificed themselves, and the suffering endured by those who were used as experimental subjects could never be erased. He silently vowed to expose Doflamingo's crimes to the world and ensure he received the harshest punishment. Fujitora observed the scene before him, a hint of relief in his eyes. Naval soldiers were fulfilling their duties, carrying out the aftermath work methodically, and Dressrosa was gradually recovering its vitality. He turned to Karen and said, Karen, you go take care of the cleanup of Doflamingo's remaining forces. I've received intelligence that some of his followers are still hiding in the shadows, trying to take the opportunity to escape. You are strong, so you're best suited for this. Make sure to finish it quickly to avoid further trouble. Yes, sir, Karen replied. He knew the importance of cleaning up the remnants. These people were Doflamingo's loyalists, and if not captured quickly, they might bring more trouble to the island's people. Karen spread his arms, and the magnetic field lifted him into the sky. His observation hockey magnetic field perception instantly spread, covering the entire Dressrosa. Soon he detected several anomalous auras. These auras were hidden in various corners of the island, carrying a texture similar to Doflamingo's, clearly his remaining forces. Found them. A sharp glint flashed in Karen's eyes. He flew toward the direction with the densest aura, which was Doflamingo's secret base hidden in the mountains of the island. Flying above the base, Karen saw the situation at a glance. Over a dozen pirates in black clothes were frantically packing things, preparing to escape Dressrosa on a small boat. These people were core members of Doflamingo's gang, stained with the blood of innocent civilians. You're not going anywhere. Karen's voice came from high above, carrying icy killing intent. The pirates looked up and saw Karen's figure, their faces instantly turning pale. They knew Karen's power. Even Doflamingo had been subdued by him, so they were no match. Quick, set sail. The leading pirate shouted, trying to steer the small boat away. Karen sneered, and his magnetic field burst forth. Metal fragments on the ground instantly levitated, forming countless sharp metal blades that shot toward the boat. Puff, puff, puff. The metal blades precisely struck the boat's hull, shredding it into pieces. The pirates fell into the sea. Karen landed on the sea surface, the magnetic field forming an invisible barrier beneath his feet, allowing him to stand on the water. He looked at the pirates struggling in the water with no pity in his eyes. You have committed countless evils. Today you will pay for your actions. The pirates thrashed in the sea, trying to swim to the shore and escape. But Karen gave them no chance. He activated his magnetic field again, drawing metal fragments from the sea to form a metal cage, trapping the pirates firmly. Take them away, Karen said to the arriving naval soldiers. The soldiers immediately stepped forward, pulled the pirates out of the metal cage, locked them securely with handcuffs, and escorted them back to the warship. After dealing with this group, Karen rose into the air again and flew toward the next target. Suddenly his observation hockey detected two figures flying in the sky. He sensed carefully and identified them as Buffalo and Baby 5. Without a word, Karen went directly and knocked them out with one punch each, arresting them. After all, they were executives of the Don Quixote family. Over the next few hours, relying on his powerful magnetic perception, he successively found several of Doflamingo's secret bases and cleaned out all the remaining forces. These pirates were either subdued on the spot or severely wounded by Karen while resisting. Not a single one escaped. By the time the sky was fully bright, Karen had finished the cleanup. He returned to the palace square and saw Fujitora talking with the former royal family members of Dressrosa. King Ricadoldo III and the former royal members wore grateful smiles, continuously thanking Fujitora. They had finally reclaimed their country, and Dressrosa could finally return to its former peace. Karen, thank you for your hard work, Fujitora said with a smile when he saw Karen. Have the remaining forces been cleaned up? Yes, all cleaned up, not a single one left. Karen nodded. He walked over to Fujitora and looked at the former royal members. Next, we need you to work with the Navy to help the people return to normal life. The former king said gratefully, thank you so much, Vice Admiral Karen and Vice Admiral Fujitora. Without you, Dressrosa might never have escaped Doflamingo's rule. We will do our utmost to help the people rebuild their lives and restore Dressrosa's vitality. Karen and Fujitora nodded. They knew rebuilding Dressrosa would take time, but as long as everyone worked together the island could surely become prosperous again. Over the next few days Karen and Fujitora led the naval soldiers in helping with Dressrosa's reconstruction. They assisted the people in repairing damaged houses, clearing rubble from the streets, and treating the injured. Tashigi along with the soldiers helped those who had been controlled by sugar recover their memories and guided them to reintegrate into society. Ryan and the technical team set up temporary medical stations on the island providing treatment for injured civilians and experimental subjects. With the joint efforts of the Navy and the people the reconstruction of Dressrosa progressed smoothly. The rubble on the streets was gradually cleared, damaged houses began to be rebuilt, and smiles reappeared on the faces of the people. Those who had been controlled by sugar with the help of Tashigi and the former royal family gradually came to accept their past and started new lives. A few days later the reinforcement fleet dispatched by headquarters arrived at Dressrosa. Karen and Fujitora handed over Doflamingo Pika and the other captured followers to the fleet soldiers who would escort them back to headquarters for trial. Fujitora would accompany the ship as escort. Presumably they didn't ask Karen to escort because they feared his youthful impulsiveness might lead him to kill Doflamingo during the journey. Vice Admiral Karen, Vice Admiral Fujitora, thank you for your hard work. The fleet commander saluted and said, headquarters has issued an order. Once you complete the aftermath work you can return to headquarters to report. Vice Admiral Fujitora, we can set off. Thank you. Thank you all for your hard work. Karen and Fujitora nodded. Watching the fleet slowly sail away from Dressrosa's waters, a complex emotion surged in Karen's heart. This battle had cost them a great deal, and they had lost some comrades. But in the end, they had won the victory, bringing peace to the people of Dressrosa. It's all over, Tashigi said, a hint of relief in her eyes. Karen nodded. He looked at the streets of Dressrosa where the people were seeing off the Navy with grateful smiles. He knew that the victory in this battle was not just the Navy's victory, but the victory of justice. Tashigi, get ready. It's time for us to go back too. Karen said. The corner of his eye caught a few people in hooded cloaks on the street. His heart stirred. The Revolutionary Army. He murmured the name within his heart. Previously on Punk Hazard he had witnessed from memories of his past life the world government's deep-seated fear of the Revolutionary Army, and intelligence from Dressrosa had more covertly revealed that the Revolutionary Army had secretly aided the common people who rose up against Doflamingo. What they sought to overthrow were tyrants like Doflamingo, but in Karen's eyes behind every such dictator stood something far greater and more corrupt, the world government itself. He quietly recorded the spiritual signatures of those individuals using his observation hockey. Those presences took root in his perception like coordinates immovably fixed within his awareness. For now he maintained a composed demeanor while discussing the next phase of their report with Tashigi. Beside him, yet within his mind, churned like a tempest. He had seen enough of the world government's darkness. The cover-up of O'Hara's truth, the tolerated atrocities of the celestial dragons, the manipulation of the warlords as pawns, even the tacit approval of Caesar's human experiments. A regime such as this was utterly unworthy of guarding these seas. Karen's experiences over the years had gradually forged a resolute decision within him to see the red flag of revolution flutter across this world as well. Vice Admiral Karen, please report to the bridge. New orders have arrived from headquarters. A soldier's voice interrupted his thoughts. Karen nodded and rose, and as he turned toward the bridge his gaze swept once more toward the red-line forest. There was no rush during the day. He would have to wait until nightfall, when he could slip out alone to meet with the Revolutionary Army. They might be the only ones who truly understood the fire burning within him. Inside the bridge Tashigi held the command, dispatch, her brows slightly furrowed. Headquarters wants us to return as soon as possible. Further operations are expected. Karen took the document from her hands, and the moment his fingers touched the paper he responded gravely, understood. I shall make arrangements and set sail. As night fell the warship anchored in the waters off Dressrosa. Karen changed into practical civilian attire, slipped past the sentries on deck, and launched himself skyward. The crisp night sea breeze only sharpened his senses further. What he sought was not mere cooperation, but the cultivation of potential allies for the day when the world government would be brought to its knees. Magnetic power condensed beneath his feet into an invisible platform, and Karen sped through the darkness like an arrow released from a bow. Half an hour later he had penetrated deep into the forest following that familiar spiritual signature until he located the Revolutionary Army's temporary camp. By the campfire 3 figures were speaking in low voices. Hiding behind a tree Karen clearly heard the leader say, Doflamingo has fallen, but the world government will not rest easy. They will send someone new to control Dressrosa. It is only a matter of time. Those words were like a key unlocking a dam long pent up within Karen's heart. He drew a deep breath, stepped out from behind the tree, and held his hands open to show he meant no harm. You are right. The world government will not abandon this place. All 3 figures snapped to attention instantly. The leader surged to his feet, his saber half drawn from its scabbard. Navy Vice Admiral. Silver Falcon Karen. How did you find this place? It is I, he said, plainly revealing his identity as his gaze swept across their wary faces. During the day at the harbor my observation hockey caught your presences. I am not here to arrest you. I am here to make a friend. Those words left all 3 momentarily stunned. The woman skilled in concealment instinctively gripped the short blade at her waist while the technician paused whatever he was adjusting on his device. The leader's brows knitted tight, his tone laced with suspicion. You are a Navy Vice Admiral, yet you wish to be friends with us. That is nothing short of absurd. Karen did not rush to defend himself. Instead, he walked to the campfire, picked up a branch, and drew upon the ground, sketching the emblem of the world government, then beside it the symbol of Doflamingo Caesar's laboratory and the ruins of O'Hara. Look. These are all the world government's so-called masterpieces. They tolerate tyrants, shelter war criminals, and even manufacture disasters for profit. I joined the Navy not to protect such a regime, but to safeguard the very people it tramples beneath its heel. But I have gradually come to realize, as long as the world government remains, such tragedies will never cease. His voice was low, heavy with long-suppressed fury. Doflamingo was merely their pawn. Even if I apprehend him today, there will be a second, a third tomorrow. The only true path to peace upon these seas is to overthrow this rotten government and establish an order that genuinely serves the people. The leader's expression gradually shifted. He sheathed his saber and sat back down. What you say, we already know. But you are Navy, and we are the Revolutionary Army. Our positions are fundamentally opposed. How could we possibly cooperate? Different positions do not mean different goals, Karen replied, shaking his head. He finally understood his own justice was nothing less than toppling the great mountain of the world government that pressed down upon all people. I know you do not trust the Navy, but I am not like those blind followers of the government. What I seek is not rank, not honor, but true peace. He withdrew an encrypted din mushy from his coat and placed it upon a stone beside the campfire. This is my private communication channel, unmonitored by any Navy department. Should you uncover anything or require intelligence support, contact me. Likewise, if I discover the government's dark dealings, I will share that information with you without delay. The leader fell silent for a long while before finally speaking. Are you not afraid we might betray you? Once Navy headquarters learns of your connection to the Revolutionary Army, your career will be ruined. I care nothing for my career. Karen's eyes were as resolute as iron. What matters to me is whether people like the citizens of Dressrosa will no longer suffer oppression, whether victims like the children of Punk Hazard will no longer perish innocently. If betraying me can bring about that future, then I care nothing for the cost. Those words cast the camp into silence, broken only by the crackling of the burning fire, its sound echoing through the woods. After a while, the leader picked up the communication device and tucked it into his coat. We will need to report this to our superiors. If cooperation is approved, we will notify you. But let me remind you, the world government's power far exceeds your imagination. A single individual stands little chance against them. I know more than anyone here. This world should not be this way. Karen's lips curled into a faint wry smile. A plan was already taking shape in his mind. He would build strength within the Navy while allying with the Revolutionary Army, and when the time was ripe, sever the very roots of the world government. That is why I need allies. And you are the first I have found. He rose to his feet, ready to depart. It is growing late. I must return. Oh, and one more thing. Keep a close watch on Dressrosa's former royal family. Power is the easiest corruption to fall prey to. Do not let them become the next Doflamingo. The leader nodded. We will. And you, be careful. Navy headquarters is riddled with the government spies. Karen said nothing further, turning to disappear into the night. As he returned to the warship from the sky above, his resolve hardened still further. He had seen too much of the world government's darkness. From this day forward, his purpose would not be merely to guard justice. It would be to forge justice anew. Even if this path were destined to be walked alone, even if he must stand against the entire world, he would never retreat. Leaning against the cabin wall, he gazed out at the starry sky beyond the porthole. Starlight filtered through the window, falling upon his face and illuminating the fierce fire burning in his eyes. He knew this was only the beginning. In the years to come, he would carve his own path between the Navy and the Revolutionary Army, a path leading to the overthrow of the world government and the realization of true peace. As dawn approached, Karen had already returned to his post, directing his crew in the final preparations for departure. On the surface, he remained the same decorated and dutiful Navy Vice Admiral. But only he knew that beneath his calm exterior, a seed determined to overthrow the old order had already taken root and begun to sprout. The sea breeze at Marineford carried a salty tang, brushing against the neatly lined up naval soldiers on the pier. As Kailuan's warship slowly sailed into the harbor, the dock was already crowded with people waiting to welcome him. Not the heavy atmosphere of escorting a prisoner, but the respect for a victorious hero. Kailuan stood at the edge of the bridge, his impeccably worn Vice Admiral uniform slightly ruffled by the sea breeze. As he gazed at the saluting soldiers below, his face showed no excessive joy, only a calm demeanor that bordered on tranquility. A few days earlier, Fujitora had already arrived with the fleet escorting Doflamingo. The once arrogant Heavenly Yiksha was now locked in a temporary cell at headquarters, awaiting his final trial, or perhaps a trade of interests. Kailuan's solo return this time was both to report the detailed battle situation of Dressrosa and to receive commendation from headquarters. The credit for this campaign was undeniably his. As soon as he stepped off the warship, a staff officer quickly approached and said respectfully, Vice Admiral Kailuan, Fleet Admiral Akainu, and Vice Admiral Tsuru are waiting for you in the Fleet Admiral's office. Understood. Kailuan nodded and followed the staff officer toward the Fleet Admiral's office. Along the way, naval soldiers stopped to salute and murmurs arose one after another, I heard that Vice Admiral Silver Falcon single-handedly defeated Doflamingo in Dressrosa. Indeed, he is a man with conqueror's haki. His strength is terrifying. These praises reached his ears, but Kyloin merely nodded slightly, his mind occupied with another matter. Higher prestige and rank meant more power, and thus access to the deeper secrets of the world government. An indispensable step in his plan to overthrow the old order. Inside the Fleet Admiral's office, Akainu and Vice Admiral Thru stood side by side by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant sea. Akainu wore his signature red suit, his justice cloak of vivid red like blood, exuding an aura of authority. Vice Admiral Tsuru, in her white uniform, held a file folder, her expression gentle yet resolute. Hearing footsteps, they turned around simultaneously. Kyloin, you're back. Akainu's voice was low and powerful, his gaze fixed on Kyloin with a hint of barely discernible approval. Fujitora has already given a general report on Dressrosa, but I want to hear the details from you personally. Kyloin stood at attention and saluted, then explained the battle details of Dressrosa one by one, from the raid on the Smile Factory and the control of Sugar to the final showdown with Doflamingo and the process of cleaning up the remaining forces. Every link was clear and precise. Akainu and Vice Admiral Tsuru listened attentively, occasionally nodding their approval growing more evident. Well done. After hearing the report, Akainu walked to his desk and sat down, pulling out a document from a drawer and pushing it in front of Kyloin. This is the commendation order from headquarters, promoting you to Admiral candidate with resource allocation rights at the Admiral level. Additionally, the Gorosei have also expressed their recognition of your performance. Kyloin took the commendation order, scanned its contents, and felt a slight stir in his heart. Admiral candidate, only one step away from full Admiral. It was no surprise that he had already entered the sight of the Gorosei. Given his past performance, he had always been a model Marine. But it was still too early for anything. He had to tread carefully. Kyloin raised his head and replied solemnly, "Thank you, Fleet Admiral and Vice Admiral Tsuru, for your guidance. I will not disappoint the trust of headquarters. You don't need to thank us. You earned this with your own strength." Vice Admiral Tsuru said with a smile, placing the folder on the desk. "By the way, regarding your promotion, Vice Admiral Fujitora and I have jointly submitted a recommendation for Admiral, and it has already been reported to the Gorosei. We both believe that with your strength and achievements, you are fully qualified to become a Marine Admiral." Kyloin was slightly surprised, then understood. Tsuru and Fujitora had always valued him, so it was only natural they would recommend him. But he was well aware that the world government would never easily let an outsider sit in the Admiral's seat. This recommendation would likely fail to pass the Gorosei, just like the future Momosaji, who would remain an Admiral candidate at best. Akainu also nodded in agreement. "I have seen your justice, and you are indeed worthy of the Admiral position. However, the appointment of an Admiral requires the approval of the world government and the Gorosei. All we can do is try our best to fight for you." Just then the encrypted den mushi on the desk suddenly rang. Akainu pressed the answer button, and the voice of a CP liaison officer came through. "Fleet Admiral Akainu, the world government has recommended a new Admiral candidate named Aramaki. He has arrived at Marineford today and will report to the Fleet Admiral's office immediately." Akainu's brow furrowed, instantly a flash of displeasure in his eyes. The Gorosei were clearly intervening in the Navy's internal appointments. But he also knew that the Gorosei's orders could not be defied, so he replied in a low voice, "I understand." After hanging up, Akainu looked at Kyloin and said with a hint of helplessness, "It seems the Gorosei do not approve of your promotion to Admiral. They have recommended a candidate named Aramaki, who has already arrived." Kyloin showed no surprise on his face. Instead, he calmly said, "I understand. The Admiral position is of great importance, and the Gorosei have their own considerations. The position of Admiral candidate is already enough to make me proud." He said this outwardly, but inwardly he sneered. The Gorosei's so-called considerations were merely fear of him gaining power and becoming uncontrollable. But it didn't matter. The authority of an Admiral candidate was already sufficient for him to access core strategic meetings, which was no small gain for his plan. Not long after the office door opened, a tall man walked in, his dark green cloak fluttering in the wind, his hair and beard a deep green, a lazy smile on his face, and a green leaf twirling in his hand. He exuded a strange aura, yet gave off an unfathomable feeling. "Greetings, Fleet Admiral Akainu, Vice Admiral Tsuru, and this must be Vice Admiral Kyloin." Aramaki's voice carried a casual tone, and he saluted Akainu with a lazy wave. "I am Green Bull Aramaki. From today onward, I am your subordinate. Honestly, the sunlight at Marineford is really delightful. Vice Admiral Aramaki, welcome aboard." Akainu's expression was stern and serious. "You flatter me, Fleet Admiral. It is my honor to serve under your command." Aramaki's attitude toward Akainu was unexpectedly warm. Then instead of greeting Vice Admiral Tsuru, he walked up to Kyloin and looked him up and down. "I heard you were quite impressive in Dressrosa. You took down 4 of Doflamingo's executives single-handedly and arrested him. Interesting. Maybe we'll get to know each other better someday." Kyloin looked at Aramaki with a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. He didn't need to recall the plot of his past life. He could already sense that Aramaki's aura carried a sense of submission to the world government, marking him as a loyal follower of the Gorosei. Such a person was both a potential adversary and a spy to be wary of. He nodded slightly. "Vice Admiral Aramaki, I've long heard of your reputation. Vice Admiral Tsuru, seeing Aramaki's casual attitude, shook her head helplessly and said to Akinu, "Since the Gorosei have made their decision, let's finalize the Admiral matter soon. The seas are turbulent enough as it is." Akinu pondered for a moment and nodded. "Agreed. Kailuan, from today onward, in addition to your existing duties, you will join Vice Admiral Tsuru in the Navy's core strategic meetings." "Yes, sir." Kailuan stood at attention and replied, inwardly delighted. Participating in Admiral-level meetings would allow him to grasp the Navy's core strategies and gain a clearer understanding of the world government's movements, a crucial step in his plan. Akainu then said to Green Bull, "Aramaki, since you're new to headquarters, have someone show you around and familiarize you with the environment. You'll officially assume your duties tomorrow." Aramaki acknowledged and turned to leave, but before leaving he winked at Kailuan as if he were looking forward to a show. The office fell silent. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Kailuan and said earnestly, "Kailuan, don't be discouraged by the Admiral matter. The Gorosei recommended Aramaki to balance the Navy's power, but your strength and achievements are evident to all. As long as you keep working hard, the Admiral seat will be yours in time." "I understand. Thank you for your concern, Vice Admiral Tsuru." Kailuan nodded, but he knew in his heart that what he wanted was not merely the title of Admiral, but the power that came with the position to gradually approach the core of the world government and eventually overthrow it completely. Moreover, becoming an Admiral would mean being at the beck and call of the Celestial Dragons at any time. For now, it was better to be like Garp. Although Fujitora was not present, Vice Admiral Tsuru spoke of him with full approval. "Fujitora specifically told me when escorting Doflamingo that your strength is improving rapidly and your future potential is limitless. He also hopes you can grow quickly and become a pillar of the Navy." Akainu stood up and walked over to Kailuan. "Although you weren't promoted to Admiral, your achievements will not be forgotten by headquarters. Take 2 days to rest first, then you'll be responsible for compiling the post-battle report on Dressrosa and assisting Aramaki in getting familiar with headquarters affairs." "Yes, sir. I will complete the mission." Kailuan saluted. Assisting Aramaki would give him a chance to observe the man's strength and stance up close, a rare opportunity for him. As he left the Fleet Admiral's office, the sun was already setting, painting the sky over Marineford in shades of orange. Kailuan stood in the corridor gazing at the distant sea, his mind swirling with thoughts. Becoming an Admiral candidate, participating in Admiral meetings, assisting Aramaki. These arrangements seemed ordinary, but they were all paving the way for his plan. Akainu was also cultivating his own loyalists. He touched the encrypted Den Den Mushi in his pocket, thinking of the Revolutionary Army in Dressrosa. Perhaps he could use the opportunity of compiling the post-battle report to pass on information about the secret dealings between the world government and Doflamingo. And Aramaki's appearance made him realize that he must accelerate his pace. The world government was already on alert. If he didn't accumulate power quickly, he might miss the best opportunity to overthrow them. The Gorosei, the world government. Kailuan murmured under his breath, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. He turned and walked toward his quarters, his steps steady. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed him, casting a long shadow that seemed to foretell a path full of challenges, yet also brimming with infinite possibilities. The next day, Marineford officially issued the commendation order. News of Kailuan's promotion to Admiral candidate spread throughout the headquarters, causing quite a stir. Aramaki also began his duties. His laziness and mystery aroused both curiosity and vigilance among many officers. After 2 days of rest, Kailuan started compiling the post-battle report on Dressrosa, while secretly sending a message to the Revolutionary Army conveying some red ideological information to strengthen the connection. Looking at the familiar quotes, a faint smile tugged at the corner of Kailuan's mouth. He knew that his cooperation with the Revolutionary Army had taken a solid step forward, and the covert struggle against the world government was about to unfold. During breaks from compiling the report, Kailuan occasionally interacted with Aramaki. Aramaki seemed lazy, but he always managed to ask sharp questions at critical moments, revealing that his strength and mind were far from simple. Kailuan remained vigilant, neither deliberately keeping his distance nor casually revealing his thoughts. He understood that every encounter with Aramaki was a silent contest. Outside the window, the night grew deeper and Marineford fell into slumber. Only the light in his quarters remained on, silently preparing for the justice in his heart and the plan to overturn the old order. On the plaza of Marineford, the sea breeze swept the white Justice cloak, and thousands of Marine soldiers stood in neat ranks, their eyes blazing as they gazed at the elevated platform. The lingering warmth of the victory at Dressrosa a month ago had not yet faded, and today the headquarters witnessed another momentous event capable of shaking the Marines' power structure: the ceremony appointing new admirals. Kailuan stood at the front of the vice admiral ranks, his crisp uniform accentuating his composed demeanor. He watched Akainu and Tsuru on the platform, his fingers unconsciously tracing the sword at his waist. Lately, he had been practicing Conqueror's Haki and Fusion, using an ordinary officer's standard-issue blade. Over the past month, while organizing post-war reports from Dressrosa, he had also secretly observed Aramaki's movements. That admiral candidate recommended by the world government appeared to idle away his days, either sunbathing in the headquarters garden or vanishing without a trace. Yet at every core strategy meeting, he unfailingly grasped the crux of the issues and even proposed battle plans that catered to Akainu's preferences. Kailuan understood clearly that Aramaki was far from the easygoing figure he seemed. His strength and cunning lay hidden beneath that languid exterior. "All rise." At the herald's loud call, the plaza fell silent instantly. Akainu ascended the platform holding a gilded appointment document, his red cloak snapping in the wind. His gaze swept over the soldiers below, his voice amplified across Marineford. By order of the world government and the resolution of Marine headquarters, I hereby formally appoint Fujitora Isho and Ryakuju Aramaki as the new admirals of Marine headquarters. From this day forward, they shall join me in commanding the Marine's highest combat power and safeguarding the justice of the seas. As his words fell, banners on both sides of the platform unfurled, one bearing the cane sword emblem of Fujitora, the other the leaf insignia, unique to Ryakuju. Fujitora, leaning on his cane sword, slowly ascended the platform with a calm smile on his face. Ryakuju, still maintaining his lazy demeanor, hands in the pockets of his dark green cloak, sauntered over to stand beside Fujitora, even waving at the soldiers below, drawing low murmurs among them. Kailuan watched the two on the platform, feeling no surprise, but a sense of urgency rising within him. He knew his time was running out, yet he could not afford to reveal his intentions too hastily. Every step of accumulation now was a building block toward the goal in his heart. As long as he advanced steadily, he would eventually find an opportunity to overturn the old order. He already had the best candidate in mind. After the appointment ceremony, the soldiers filed out in an orderly manner. Kailuan was about to return to the general staff when Tsuru called out to him, "Kailuan, the final handling plan for Doflamingo has come down. Come with me to the strategy room, and I'll brief you on the results." "Yes, ma'am." Kailuan nodded and followed Tsuru toward the strategy room. Along the way, officers they encountered saluted respectfully, their gazes holding curiosity about the new admirals, as well as admiration for Kailuan, the vice admiral candidate who had missed the admiral position. Inside the strategy room, Tsuru handed Kailuan a brief handling report and said calmly, "Doflamingo himself is involved in the world government's highest level secrets. He will be escorted directly by the world government to a secret prison near the empty throne. His remaining underlings and all those involved in the Smile Factory operations will be transported by Fujitora to impel down 6th level for life imprisonment." Kailuan took the report, quickly scanned it, and understood. The 5 elders were ultimately afraid of Doflamingo leaking secrets and chose to imprison him personally. He looked up and asked, "Is there anything you need me to assist with?" "Not for now," Tsuru shook her head. "Your main task going forward is to return to the general staff and help formulate the pirate eradication plan for the new world. Now that the new admirals have taken office, we will soon take action. Also, you'll need to allocate time to carry out support missions for the headquarters. Your flying ability gives you great mobility, making you ideal for handling emergencies." Kailuan replied solemnly, "Understood." Returning to the general staff might not be as direct as getting involved in the world government's core, but formulating eradication plans would allow him to track pirate movements across the seas, and executing support missions would let him discreetly observe the operations of various marine divisions. These tasks would also help him accumulate prestige and trust, laying the groundwork for future actions. Leaving the meeting room, Kailuan headed straight to the general staff office area. His desk was already neatly arranged, piled with new world pirate intelligence reports, and beside them lay a notice from the logistics department. The new batch of metallic wings he had damaged had been completed, and he was to collect them at his convenience. After handling the urgent documents on hand, Kailuan went to the logistics department. The veteran craftsman in charge of equipment development was already waiting at the door. Seeing him, he smiled and handed over a metal case. "Vice Admiral Kailuan, the new metallic wings are ready. See if they suit you." Kailuan opened the case, revealing 4 pairs of silver metallic wings neatly arranged inside. Unlike the previous pair with their intricate and delicate design, the new wings had an exceptionally simple structure. No superfluous decorations, joints connected with lightweight alloys, and the surface treated only with basic anti-corrosion coating. They looked more like mass-produced equipment than a custom order. "This is exactly what I asked for, isn't it?" Kailuan said with some doubt. The old craftsman explained, "Yes, following your request to reduce functions and wait for easy replacement after damage, and to allow mass production so you can get replacements anytime during missions." Kailuan picked up a pair of metallic wings. They were indeed noticeably lighter than before. He activated them with his magnetic power, and the wings instantly spread, their joints moving smoothly. Although some complex functions were missing, the basic flight and defense capabilities remained undiminished. "Excellent, just like this, better suited to my current combat system." He nodded in satisfaction, placing the wings back into the case. "Thank you for your trouble." "It's my pleasure. Seeing you maximize the equipment's value in battle is the best affirmation for us," the old craftsman said with a smile. Back at the general staff, Kailuan stored the new metallic wings properly and threw himself into work. He first reviewed the distribution of pirate activity. A faction called the Bloodbone Pirates had recently been causing havoc, plundering civilian ships, and even attacking marine branches. Not only did they endanger the people's safety, but they also tarnished the Marines' prestige, making their eradication urgent. Leveraging the mobility of his magnetic abilities, Kailuan quickly devised a surprise attack plan. Use the metallic wings to rapidly overcome terrain limitations, reach the pirate stronghold's airspace first, then disrupt their communication equipment with magnetic interference to cut off their distress signals. Meanwhile, coordinate with the branch Marines to encircle them from the ground, forming a 2-pronged assault of aerial suppression and ground clearance to minimize civilian casualties and combat losses. After completing the plan, Kailuan submitted it to Akainu for review. Akainu studied it, tapping his fingers lightly on the paper, then nodded with approval in his eyes, clear thinking, highly mobile. very much in line with your fighting style. Set out this Sunday. The branch will fully cooperate with your operation. Make sure to completely eliminate this pirate force. Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed. Kylun acknowledged. In the following days, Kylun refined the eradication plan, coordinating the details with the East Blue Branch, while also processing other pirate intelligence. Several pirate groups near Fishman Island were growing restless, and although they hadn't caused large-scale destruction, contingency measures needed to be prepared. During this period, he also received 2 temporary support missions, one to assist in suppressing a pirate riot on an island, and another to escort medical supplies to a remote marine branch. Each time he carried out a mission, Kylun brought the new metallic wings, and their practical performance exceeded expectations. During the riot suppression, the wings were hit by heavy pirate cannon fire, causing noticeable damage. He promptly detached the damaged wing, retrieved a spare from the equipment case, and completed the replacement in just a few seconds, then rejoined the fight, without disrupting the offensive rhythm. During the escort mission, the lightweight wings allowed him to maintain low-altitude air patrol for extended periods, covering a wider area, while reducing physical fatigue, keeping him in peak combat condition throughout. During this time, Aramaki occasionally dropped by the General Staff office, seemingly casually flipping through documents on the desks and inquiring about Kylun's work progress, but in reality, he was observing covertly. On one occasion, Aramaki noticed the metallic wings placed on the corner of Kylun's desk. He raised an eyebrow and reached out to touch the surface. So these are the new ones the logistics department made for you. They look much more rudimentary than the previous ones. Won't that affect your combat effectiveness? As long as they're practical, Kylun replied, without looking up from his files, his tone flat. For support missions, what matters is rapid response and sustained combat. Consumables that can be quickly replaced are more suitable than precision primary equipment that's prone to damage. Aramaki chuckled, ran his fingers lightly over the wing's surface, asked no further questions, and turned to saunter out of the General Staff office. Kylun watched his retreating figure, a flicker of vigilance in his eyes. Aramaki's probing never ceased. But as long as he maintained his usual demeanor, focused on his work, and revealed no flaws, the other man would find no leverage. Early Sunday morning, as dawn barely broke, Kylun set out with a pair of metallic wings and an elite squad of marine soldiers aboard a small, fast warship. During the voyage, he reviewed the Bloodbone pirates' intelligence again. Their captain, Bloodbone Guru, was a former rebel general from a certain kingdom skilled in positional warfare and surprise attacks. His crew consisted mostly of desperados, and their base was on an uninhabited island called Black Reef Island, surrounded by dense reefs that prevented large ships from approaching. One of the reasons they had long evaded capture. Vice Admiral Weave marked the reef area around Black Reef Island. We'll take a small boat to the shallows. Please be careful, the helmsman reported. Kylun nodded. Notify the branch to stand by 3 nautical miles east of Black Reef Island as planned. Attack only after I send the interference signal. Yes, sir. After the warship reached the waters near Black Reef Island, Kylun transferred to a small boat and landed on the shallows. He quickly checked the magnetic connectors on the metallic wings. Oh, everything was in order. Then his magnetic powers surged, and the silver wings instantly spread, lifting him into the air as he flew toward the pirate stronghold at the island's center. Arriving above the stronghold, Kylun immediately activated his magnetic field. Invisible magnetic waves spread out, covering the entire base. The pirate speakers emitted piercing static, and the patrolling pirates were thrown into chaos, brandishing their weapons and looking around frantically. Now, Kylun signaled the branch through the encrypted channel, then dove down. His magnetic power gathered metal fragments in the air, forming dozens of sharp metallic blades that shot toward the pirates' defensive structures. A series of booms followed as wooden watchtowers and earthen walls collapsed under the metal blades, creating gaps in the pirates' defenses. On the ground, the East Blue Branch Marines charged in, engaging the pirates in fierce combat. Kylun circled overhead, using the metallic wings' mobility to continuously harass the pirates' rear, preventing them from organizing an effective counterattack. When he encountered a slightly stronger opponent, he would control nearby iron fragments to condense into a fist and send the pirate flying with a single punch. Within half an hour, the battle was nearly over. Except for a few captured, the Bloodbone pirates were all annihilated, and Captain Guru was knocked unconscious and taken into custody after a direct confrontation with Kylun. While clearing the battlefield, Kylun discovered a large cache of bribery ledgers and smuggling records in the pirates' cabin. The documents clearly recorded evidence of collusion between the Bloodbone pirates and a certain branch colonel. The pirates regularly paid protection fees to the colonel, who in return provided them with marine patrol routes, cover for smuggling operations, and even deliberately delayed response times after pirate raids. Vice Admiral, this evidence. The soldier beside him said, his face turning grave. Kylun carefully stored the evidence, his tone icy. The Marine's duty is to protect the people, not to collude with pirates. I will take this evidence back to headquarters and hand it over to Tsuru for a thorough investigation. After completing the mission, Kylun did not immediately return to Marineford. Instead, he stayed in the towns near Black Reef Island to assist the branch in calming the civilians affected by the pirates. He personally visited the families that had been plundered and returned the recovered goods to the people. Seeing the relieved smiles return to their faces, his conviction grew even stronger. Overthrowing the world government was not only about dismantling corrupt rule, but also about ensuring that these innocent people could truly live in peace on these seas, free from oppression and threats. A week later, Kylun returned to Marineford with the prisoners and evidence. He first handed over the Bloodbone Pirates captives to the headquarters prison, then took the collusion evidence to Tsuru. After reviewing the ledger, Tsuru's expression grew increasingly grim. She slammed the documents on the table. Corruption within the Marines must be eradicated completely. I will personally oversee this case. Rest assured, I will not allow such parasites to continue harming the people. Thank you, Tsuru, Kailuan replied. Back in the General Staff office, Kailuan looked at the pirate intelligence on his desk, then at the neatly arranged metallic wings in the corner. The plan in his mind grew clearer. He knew that the road to overthrowing the world government would be long. Every eradication mission, every investigation now, was paving the way for the ultimate goal, accumulating power and prestige, purging corrupt forces within the Marines, and earning the people's trust. One day he would gather enough strength to shatter the darkness that hung over the world. Elsewhere in Marineford, the new admirals were also busy in their own ways. After returning from Impel Down, Fujitora immediately submitted a plan for military discipline reform, demanding strict investigations into dereliction of duty and corruption at various branches. Aramaki meanwhile maintained his indolent attitude, but whenever he received orders from the Five Elders, he acted immediately, his whereabouts mysterious and unpredictable. Under the influence of the new admirals, the power structure of Marine headquarters gradually stabilized. Yet beneath the calm surface, the flames of change, burning in Kailuan's heart, quietly grew stronger and more intense. The mornings of Marineford were always awakened by crisp bugle calls, yet today an oppressive gloom permeated the strategic planning department. As Kailuan stepped into the office, he saw his colleagues gathered in hushed discussion, their faces etched with regret and shock. His heart tightened as he strode over quickly what happened. An old staff officer sighed and handed him a freshly printed internal bulletin. Take a look. Admiral Zifa has submitted his resignation from the Marines. What? Kailuan's pupils contracted sharply, his fingers trembling as he took the bulletin. The stark black text exploded in his mind like a thunderclap. Zifa, the Black Arm, who had trained countless Marine elites, the senior who had once guided him, was actually leaving the Marines. Then he remembered. It was Edward Weevil joining the Marines as a warlord of the sea that had sparked the fuse. The bulletin says Admiral Zifa submitted his resignation due to a divergence in philosophy with the Marines' direction, and Fleet Admiral Red Dog has approved it. The old staff officer's voice carried regret. I heard he's packed his things and is now at the port ready to leave. Kailuan didn't listen further. He grabbed his coat from the desk and rushed out. Only one thought filled his mind: find Zifa, stop him. He knew Zifa's nature. Once he made a decision, it was nearly impossible to change, but he had to try. Zifa's departure was not only a loss to the Marines, but might also drive him to extremes. Fragments of past life memories flashed through Kailuan's mind. He vaguely recalled that Zifa had later founded the Eneo Marines, becoming an enemy of the organization, ultimately meeting a tragic end. He couldn't let that happen. Running at full speed, Kailuan's leather shoes clattered urgently on the stone paths of Marineford. Soldiers along the way, seeing his frantic expression, hurriedly stepped aside. He didn't even bother to summon his magnetic powers, relying solely on his legs to sprint. He feared that if he arrived, even a moment late, he would never see Zifa again. The wind at the port was colder than usual. From a distance, Kailuan spotted a small sailboat moored at the dock. Zifa, dressed in civilian clothes and carrying an old travel bag, was about to board. His hair had grown whiter than before, and his silhouette looked especially forlorn in the morning light. Mr. Zifa, Kailuan shouted hoarsely, his voice ragged from rapid breathing. Zifa paused, then slowly turned around. He saw the panting Kailuan, a flicker of surprise in his eyes before it settled into calm. Kailuan, you brat. Why are you here? Why are you leaving? Kailuan dashed in front of Zifa, hands on his knees, gasping for air. Just because of a difference in philosophy. The Marines still need you in so many ways. The soldiers you trained, the justice you upheld. Are you throwing all that away? Zifa looked at the agitated young man before him, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. He raised a hand and patted Kailuan on the shoulder, his voice heavy. Kailuan, I know what you want to say. But the Marines are no longer the organization I once knew. To fight pirates, they cooperate with the warlords, tolerating their atrocities. For the sake of the so-called greater good, they sacrificed the interests of ordinary citizens. This kind of justice I cannot accept. Then you can change it. Kailuan lifted his head, his eyes full of earnestness. You are a veteran of the Marines. Your voice still carries weight. If you stay, we can work together to steer the Marines back onto the right path. I've been promoted to Vice Admiral and can participate in core meetings. Together we can push for reform and change all of this. Zifa shook his head, a bitter smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Change. I've tried for 20 years, from admiral to instructor. I exhausted every means. And what was the result? My family was murdered by pirates. My students were sacrificed as pawns by the Marines. Kailuan, I'm tired. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the distant sea. The path I must take is different from the Marines. A different path? Do you mean becoming an enemy of the Marines? Kailuan's voice trembled. Do you know the consequences? You will become a Marine enemy, branded a rebel, and might even. He dared not finish, afraid to speak of that tragic ending. A sharp glint flashed in Zifa's eyes. I will not harm innocent Marine soldiers. But if the Marines continue to allow evil, continue to sacrifice civilians, then I do not mind standing against the entire world. His tone was resolute, with no room for compromise. Kailuan knew Zifa had made up his mind. He looked into Zifa's eyes, searching for any trace of hesitation, but found only unwavering conviction. Suddenly, he recalled something Zifa had once said: justice is not set in stone, everyone has their own justice. Perhaps Zifa's justice could no longer be realized within the Marine framework. More importantly, in Marineford, a place teeming with Marine eyes and bound by position, there were things Zifa simply could not speak openly. Where are you going? Kyloen's voice dropped, tinged with reluctance, but he quietly suppressed his earlier urgency. He knew that pressing further would only make Zifa more resistant. I don't know. Zifa shook his head. Maybe I'll go to the East Blue or the South Blue. Find a place with no Marines, no pirates, and live out my remaining days in peace. He knew it was a lie, but he didn't want to worry Kyloen, nor did he want to reveal his true destination on Marine territory. Kyloen fell silent. He did not argue further. Instead, he took a deep breath, pulled a din mushy from his pocket, and pressed it into Zifa's hand. Take this. It has no tracking function, only I can contact you. I'm not asking you to change your mind, but if you're willing, we could meet outside, just the two of us, and talk properly. Zifa's hand paused as he held the din mushy, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. In Marineford, there are too many eyes watching. There are things you can't say, and I can't fully explain. Kyloen's tone was exceptionally earnest. But if we're outside in a place without ranks or positions, perhaps we can truly understand each other's thoughts. I don't want you to leave with disappointment in the Marines. I've always regarded you as my teacher, so I especially don't want us, master and disciple, to end up on opposite sides. Zifa looked at the earnestness in Kyloen's eyes, was silent for a long moment, then finally placed the communicator into his pocket. Thank you, Kyloen, you brat. Your talent is remarkable. Remember, no matter what you face in the future, never forget the justice you first held. As for meeting, if the opportunity arises. He didn't give a definite yes, but he didn't refuse either. Kyloen knew this was the greatest concession Zifa could offer. Zifa patted his shoulder, then turned and boarded the sailboat. The boatman pulled in the gangplank, and the sailboat slowly drifted away from the dock. Zifa stood at the bow, not looking back, merely waving a hand toward Kyloen. That solitary figure gradually diminished in the morning light, eventually vanishing beyond the horizon. Kyloen stood on the dock, the sea breeze lifting his coat. Yet in his heart, there was no longer the previous sense of helplessness. He knew that while his attempt to persuade Zifa to stay in Marineford had failed, he had won himself another opportunity, a chance to communicate with Zifa candidly, as a private individual. Back at the Strategic Planning Department, Kyloen sat at his desk, his fingers lightly tracing the South Blue Supply Requisition Form. A document he had prepared long ago, originally meant to advance his work, but now taking on a new significance. He stared at the word South Blue on the form, recalling Zifa's mention of possibly going to the South Blue, and a plan gradually took shape in his mind. He could use the pretext of carrying out the supply mission to head to the South Blue. On one hand, he could complete the Marine mission without arousing suspicion. On the other, he could secretly search for Zifa's trail. If Zifa truly went to the South Blue, he would inevitably pay attention to the plight of civilians, and the islands Kyloen was to supply were precisely those hardest hit by pirate raids, where civilians needed help most. Perhaps he might encounter Zifa there. More importantly, on the islands of the South Blue, there would be no surveillance from Marineford, no barrier between a special vice admiral and a former admiral. He could sit with Zifa on the same beach as they had in the Marine Academy, casting aside all positions and speaking only of justice and original intent. He wanted to tell Zifa that not everyone within the Marines was corrupt. There were still those who held fast to the belief of protecting civilians. He wanted to know what Zifa truly thought, whether he had really lost all hope in this world. And he wanted to find a balance point so that Zifa wouldn't have to walk the dead end of standing against the world. Then that settled. Kyloen clenched his fist and submitted the South Blue Supply requisition to Red Dog. Red Dog looked at the request, a flicker of doubt in his eyes. You just returned from the East Blue. Don't you want to rest a few more days? The South Blue Supply mission could be handled by someone else. The civilians of the South Blue cannot wait. Kyloen's tone was firm. My magnetic abilities give me high mobility. I can quickly shuttle between islands with supplies, and also assist the branches in establishing defenses, reducing civilian casualties. Entrust it to me, it will be more efficient. Red Dog stared at him for a few seconds as if trying to find something unusual in his eyes, but finally nodded. Be careful. Report any developments promptly. Yes, sir. Kyloen replied, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief. Red Dog had not suspected him. The first step of his plan was proceeding smoothly. Leaving the Fleet Admiral's office, Kyloen headed straight to the logistics department. The old craftsman in charge of equipment had already prepared his metal wings. 4 pairs of simple lightweight silver wings lay in the crate, gleaming with a cold light. Kyloen picked up one pair, and with a gentle surge of magnetic power from his fingertips, the metal wings instantly unfolded, the joints operating smoothly. These consumables would not only help him efficiently complete the supply mission, but also provide ample mobility when he searched for Zifa. He also asked the logistics department to prepare some portable medical kits and compressed rations. Apart from aiding civilians, he thought they might come in handy if he encountered Zifa. After all, Zifa was alone without attendants and might need help at some point. On the last night before departure, Kyloen sat by the window of his dormitory, holding the magnetic communicator identical to the one he had given Zifa. He didn't send a message. He knew Zifa needed time to calm down. Too hasty contact would only provoke resistance. He simply set the communicator to its most sensitive state, ensuring that as soon as Zifa was willing to contact him, he would receive it immediately. Outside the window, Marineford gradually fell into slumber, only the distant lighthouse still emitting a faint glow. Kyloin gazed at the sea under the night sky, his mind continuously rehearsing scenarios of meeting Zifa, perhaps on an island attacked by pirates where they would protect civilians side by side, then sit on the beach and talk, or perhaps in a quiet town tavern ordering 2 glasses of beer and chatting like ordinary friends. No matter where it was, he hoped to make Zifa understand that he was not alone in upholding justice, that this world was not merely darkness. Mr. Zifa, wait for me, Kyloin murmured in his heart. This time I will definitely find you. The next morning, Kyloin boarded the warship heading for the South Blue. Standing at the edge of the bridge, he watched Marineford gradually recede into the distance. The anxiety in his eyes was gone, replaced only by a resolute light. The sea breeze brushed against his cheeks, carrying the humid breath of the South Blue, as if heralding a journey full of uncertainty, yet brimming with hope. The warship sailed across the calm sea, Kyloin's gaze fixed on the distance. He knew that the road to finding Zifa might be arduous, perhaps even fruitless, but he would not give up. For the senior who had once guided him to prevent the tragedy of the past life from repeating, and to safeguard the justice in his own heart, he had to give his all, even if this path meant walking it alone. The salty, humid breeze of the South Sea brushed against Karen's face. He stood on the pier of Withered Leaf Island, with the unloaded relief supplies behind him. Marines from the local branch were busy transporting food and medicine to the civilian area on the island. Using the pretext of inspecting the security of neighboring islands, Karen stayed behind alone. This was the meeting spot he had arranged with Zifa, a remote town barely found on any map, with no marine base, no pirate stronghold, only a few dozen fishing families. He pulled out the din mushy from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then pressed the call button. A faint static hummed from the receiver, and after a few seconds Zifa's deep voice sounded. Karen. Master Zifa, I'm at Wind Harbor Town on Withered Leaf Island. Have you arrived? Karen's voice carried a hint of tension as his gaze swept across the town entrance. A dirt road lined with low wooden houses, children chasing each other by the roadside, elders basking in the sun under the eaves. A scene of serene tranquility. I'm at the Seaside Tavern on the east side of town. Come over. Zifa's voice betrayed no emotion, and he hung up after speaking. Karen put away the din mushy and adjusted his casual clothes. He had deliberately changed out of his marine uniform, wearing only a plain blue shirt and black trousers with no sword at his waist. He didn't want the identity of Marine to become another barrier between them. Walking east along the dirt road, he soon spotted the Seaside Tavern. The tavern was built of wood with a faded sign hanging above the door depicting a small boat. The sea breeze carried the laughter and chatter of fishermen from inside, mingled with the faint aroma of ale. Karen pushed open the door and quickly scanned the interior. Fishermen sat around several tables, raising their glasses in cheerful conversation. Behind the counter, the owner was busy wiping glasses. At the far end of the tavern by the window, Zifa sat with his back to the door. A glass of untouched ale sat before him as he gazed out at the sea. Karen walked over and sat down opposite Zifa. The owner approached with a smile and asked, "What can I get you, sir?" "A glass of ale, please," Karen said. After the owner left, a brief silence fell between them. The waves crashed against the rocks outside in a rhythmic sound, as if the tavern's clamor belonged to another world. "What do you want to talk about?" Zifa spoke first, still looking out the window, not at Karen. Karen took a deep breath and decided to be direct. "Master Zifa, I'm not here to convince you to return to the Marines. I know your decision won't change easily. I just want to talk with you like we used to back then, one proper conversation." Zifa finally turned his head to look at Karen, a flicker of complex emotion in his eyes. "Talk about what? About the Marines' justice? Or about the world government's greater good? About the justice in our hearts?" Karen met Zifa's gaze, his tone unusually earnest. "Master Zifa, you said the Marines are no longer the ones you once knew. I agree. You said the Marines cooperate with the Shichibukai, turning a blind eye to their atrocities. I've seen it myself, sacrificing civilians for the greater good." He paused, recalling the scenes of Dressrosa. The people under Doflamingo's rule turned into toys by sugar, their memories erased, toiling day and night. The victims in the Smile Factory writhing in agony as test subjects. The people of Dressrosa were enslaved by Doflamingo for 10 years. The Marines knew, but because he was a Shichibukai, they chose to remain silent. Karen's voice held suppressed anger. In the Smile Factory, countless people were treated as experiments. The world government turned a blind eye for the sake of artificial devil fruits. And the children of Punk Hazard used as test subjects by Caesar. The Marines only intervened later. Zifa tapped his fingers lightly on the table, a sharp glint in his eyes. "You know all this. And you can still stay in the Marines without being moved, eh?" "Because I want to change it." Karen's voice was firm. "I stay in the Marines not to protect the world government's rule, but to protect the ordinary people they ignore. I rose to the rank of Special Vice Admiral, participating in core meetings precisely to gain access to more secrets and find a way to change this." He looked at Zifa and continued, "You said you tried for 20 years, but couldn't change the Marines. That's because you always operated within the Marine framework, bound by positions and rules. But I want to walk a different path, one not shackled by Marine regulations, not swayed by the world governments, while protecting true justice in my own way." A flicker of surprise crossed Zifa's eyes, as if he hadn't expected such thoughts from Karen. "A different path? How do you intend to do it?" "I want to overthrow the world government." Karen's voice was not loud, but carried an unshakable conviction. "The world government is the root of all evil. They conceal the truth of the void century, tolerate the atrocities of the celestial dragons, and use the Marines and the Shichibukai to maintain their rule. As long as they exist, ordinary people will always be sacrificed and justice will always be their excuse. This was the first time Karen had formally stated his goal in front of another person. Zifa's body jolted at those words. He stared at Karen, his eyes filled with disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? Overthrowing the world government is rebellion. You'll become the enemy of the entire world. I know. Karen nodded, his tone calm, but resolute. But I don't care. What I care about is whether people like those in Dressrosa can stop being enslaved, or whether victims like the children of Punk Hazard can stop being sacrificed, whether those whose families were killed by pirates like yours can obtain true justice. For these things I'm willing to become the enemy of the world. Zifa fell silent. He looked at the determination in Karen's eyes, as if seeing his younger self. A time when he too was full of hope for the Marines, wanting to protect the peace of the seas through his own efforts. But the harshness of reality had gradually eroded his confidence. The owner approached with the ale, placing the glass before Karen. Your ale, sir. Karen thanked him, and the owner left. Karen picked up the ale, but didn't drink. He simply stared at the liquid in the glass. Master Zifa, I know you're disappointed in the world, disappointed in the Marines. You want to walk your own path, and I don't oppose that. But I don't want to see you go to extremes, to see you fight this world with a mutual destruction approach. He hinted. He lifted his head, his eyes full of earnestness. You once said that justice is not set in stone. My justice is to overthrow the world government and establish an order that truly serves the people. But your justice, must it only end in a tragic confrontation with the world? Zifa's body trembled slightly. Karen's words struck the deepest pain in his heart. Hadn't he also longed for another path? But the death of his family, the sacrifice of his students, he couldn't let go. He hated pirates, hated those who tolerated pirates, and hated this rotten world even more. Zifa opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. Master Zifa, I hope you can help me. Karen's voice carried a hint of anticipation. You are a veteran of the Marines. You understand how the Marines operate and know the weaknesses of the world government. You have trained countless Marine elites. Your experience and wisdom are what I need most. With your help, my plan to overthrow the world government would have a much better chance. With your help, we could build a truly just world, allowing your family and your students to rest in peace. He paused, then continued. I'm not asking you to return to the Marines, nor to abandon your own justice. I just hope you can trust me, give me a chance, and give this world a chance. Together we can change all this in a more rational and effective way rather than using extreme measures that cause more innocent people to suffer. Zifa looked at Karen, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He recalled the students he had trained, the longing for justice in their eyes. He recalled his family, their hopes for peace while alive. Perhaps Karen was right. His justice should not be about destruction alone, but about rebuilding. Do you know how difficult it is to overthrow the world government? Zifa's voice was low. The world government has ruled for 800 years, its influence spreading across the entire sea. There are also powerhouses like the Five Elders. Even with my help, it's incredibly difficult for you alone to succeed. I know it's hard, but I won't give up. Karen's eyes blazed with determination. I've already been secretly contacting like-minded people who are also dissatisfied with the world government's rule and want to change this. As long as we unite and persist, one day we will succeed. He didn't mention the Revolutionary Army. He didn't know Zifa's attitude toward them and didn't want to cause another rift between them. Zifa was silent for a long time. He picked up his ale and took a sip. The bitterness of the drink seemed to sharpen his mind. He gazed out at the sea, his thoughts swirling. I need time to think. Zifa finally spoke, a note of concession in his voice. I can't easily agree to this. It concerns too many people's fates and my own justice. Karen's heart leaped with joy. He knew that Zifa's willingness to consider was the best outcome. Good, I'll give you time. He said, whatever your final decision, I will respect it. But I hope you remember, no matter what difficulties you face, no matter what help you need, you can always contact me. Zifa nodded, saying nothing more. The two continued sitting in the tavern, occasionally taking a sip of ale, their gazes fixed on the sea outside. The tavern's noise gradually subsided as the fishermen left one by one, leaving only the two of them. The setting sun painted the sea in shades of orange and red. Zifa stood up and said, I should go. Karen also rose and nodded. Master Zifa, take care. Zifa didn't look back, merely waved his hand, pushed open the door, and disappeared into the twilight. Karen stood in the tavern watching the direction Zifa had gone, his heart filled with hope. He knew that although Zifa hadn't explicitly agreed, he had been swayed. As long as Karen continued to persevere and prove his resolve, one day Zifa would become his most steadfast ally. The owner approached with a smile. Sir, we're about to close. Do you need anything else? No, thank you. Karen paid for the ale, pushed open the door, and walked out of the tavern. The afterglow of the sunset bathed him, stretching his shadow long. He gazed at the distant sea, his conviction growing firmer. The road to overthrowing the world government was arduous, but he was no longer alone. He had Zifa as a potential ally, those like-minded people, and the unquenchable fire of justice in his heart. Master Zifa, I will prove to you that my justice is worthy of your trust. Karen murmured in his heart, then turned and walked toward the pier. He needed to return to the Marine branch as soon as possible to complete the South Sea relief mission, while also beginning to prepare for the next step. Gathering more intelligence on the world government, contacting more like-minded people, and making thorough preparations to overthrow it. The sea breeze swept past, carrying the scent of the ocean. Karen's steps were steady and resolute. He knew that a transformation that would shape the fate of the world was about to unfold slowly under his guidance. And the first step of that transformation was to rekindle the flame of hope for justice in Zifa's heart. Kai Lun has been back at Malinfanguo for a month. During this month, he handled reports of pirate suppression in the East and South Seas, while covertly following up on the aftermath of the Celestial Dragon's atrocities in the South Sea. Under Vice Admiral He's push, although the core meeting did not directly censure the world government, it passed a resolution to strengthen civilian protection in the South Sea, a small but significant step. In his daily work, he always kept an eye on internal movements within the Marines, especially the conduct of the new Admiral, Huang Mu, secretly noting the other's multiple probing contacts and reminding himself to stay vigilant at all times. One morning, the alarm at Malinfanguo suddenly shattered the peace. The shrill siren, different from past drills, carried an urgent tension, instantly putting the entire Marine headquarters on alert. As Kai Lun entered the strategy department, he saw staff officers moving grimly through the office area carrying thick files while the keywords Big Mom, Beasts, Pirates, and mobilization kept reaching his ears. The air was thick with a stifling tension. What happened? Kai Lun grabbed a passing staff officer, asking urgently. The officer wiped sweat from his forehead and said rapidly, Vice Admiral Kai Lun, urgent intelligence. News from the New World says that the Big Mom pirates have recently massed in the Wangwa Seas with all their ministers and fleets returned. Even the Sweet Fleet, usually scattered abroad, recalled, bringing the fleet size to nearly 30 ships, yet with no clear movement. More troubling, the Beast pirates have also moved simultaneously. All of Kaido's 3 calamities have left Wano country, and their main fleet has assembled in the western seas of the New World. Intelligence indicates they have had brief signal contact with Big Mom's fleet, suggesting they are plotting something. Kai Lun's pupils suddenly contracted. 2 emperors simultaneously massing on such a scale and having signal contact was extremely rare in the past decade. Although there had been friction between the emperors before, never had there been such obvious coordinated action. Once they reach an alliance, the entire power balance of the New World could be shattered. Does Fleet Admiral Chi Quan have any orders? Kai Lun pressed his fingers, unconsciously clenching. The Fleet Admiral is already holding an emergency meeting in the top floor conference room. He has ordered all main combat forces to attend immediately. You should go too. The staff officer finished speaking and hurried toward the intelligence room with his files, obviously still having urgent work to handle. Kai Lun did not hesitate and immediately ran toward the top floor conference room. Along the way, all Marine soldiers had already changed into combat uniforms, standing at attention on both sides of the streets with weapons. From the port came the long blasts of warship horns rising and falling, the signal that the fleet was entering first-level combat readiness. Even the usually bustling cafeteria fell silent, with only a few soldiers quickly eating before returning to their posts. The entire Malinfanguo was preparing intensively for the possible conflict. Pushing open the conference room door, Kai Lun saw Chi Quan, Vice Admiral, He Tung Ku, and Huang Mu already seated around the table, which was covered with New World Sea Charts, pirate crew organization tables, and densely packed intelligence documents. Chi Quan wore a red combat uniform with the word justice on his cloak fluttering slightly in the wind, his expression more severe than usual. Tung, who leaned on his cane sword, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, as if sorting through complex intelligence clues. Huang Mu, still wearing his usual lazy demeanor, had lost his former leisure of playing with a green leaf. He held a piece of intelligence, his eyes sharp as they fixed on the assembly areas of the 2 emperors' fleets on the sea chart. Kai Lun, you're here. Chi Quan looked up, his tone grave. Sit down. Let me bring you up to speed on the current core situation. As soon as Kai Lun sat down, Vice Admiral, he pushed over an intelligence document marked Top Secret. Take a look at this latest summary. Big Mom's fleet has assembled, but has not taken action against nearby islands, only cruising in the Wangwa Seas. As for the Beast pirates, besides Fleet Assembly, King of the 3 Calamities has secretly contacted several former members of the Whitebeard pirates. Although the content of the conversation is unclear, combined with recent intelligence that the remnants of Whitebeard are active in the Eastern New World, we have reason to suspect that the 2 emperors' objective might be to encircle and annihilate the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates. Encircle and annihilate the Whitebeard remnants. Kai Lun frowned, quickly flipping through the files. After Whitebeard's death, his remnants still have combat power, but not enough to threaten the emperors. Why would the 2 emperors join forces to target them? Could there be a deeper purpose behind this? Tung, who spoke slowly, his tone heavy. There are 2 possibilities. 1, the Whitebeard remnants have obtained some secret, such as clues about the ancient weapons or the Void Century, and the 2 emperors want to obtain that intelligence through the encirclement. 2, they want to eliminate the Whitebeard remnants to thoroughly consolidate their spheres of influence in the New World, while also demonstrating the deterrence of their alliance to other forces. Either way, we cannot let our guard down. Once the Whitebeard remnants are wiped out, the 2 emperors are likely to expand further, eventually affecting innocent civilians. Huang Mu put down the intelligence, leaning forward slightly, his tone firm. In my opinion, we should immediately strengthen surveillance of the Whitebeard remnants' activity area, and at the same time, send a fleet to the periphery of the 2 emperors' assembly zones. Once we detect signs of an encirclement, we should proactively intervene. Although the Whitebeard remnants are pirates, allowing the 2 emperors to expand unchecked will only make the Marines' subsequent control more difficult. No. Chi Quan immediately vetoed, his finger tapping heavily on the sea chart. The 2 emperors have only assembled so far without taking substantive action. If we rashly send a fleet to intervene, it might be seen as a provocation and actually hasten their alliance. The top priority now is to ascertain their true purpose. Tung Hu, your intelligence network should focus on monitoring the area around the Whitebeard remnants. At the same time, all main combat forces should be on standby. Once the encirclement erupts, we must arrive at the scene, immediately prioritize protecting the surrounding civilians, and then decide on intervention based on the situation. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone, then clearly assigned tasks. Tung Hu, you are responsible for coordinating intelligence monitoring in the New World, focusing on tracking the movements of the Whitebeard remnants, Big Mom's fleet, and the Beast fleet, ensuring we grasp their contact situation in real time. Huang Mu, you will lead the third fleet to the transfer station island in the central New World and stand by there. That location is strategically critical, allowing rapid support to the Whitebeard remnants activity area, while also guarding against the two emperors suddenly turning to other targets. Vice Admiral, you are in charge of logistics, ensuring weapons, ammunition, and medical supplies are promptly delivered to various combat readiness points, especially the branches near the Whitebeard remnants activity area. Kai Luan, as a special Vice Admiral, you will be integrated into the main combat force. Your magnetic ability gives you high mobility. You will be Yes, sir. The four answered in unison, their voices firm, without any hesitation. After the meeting, everyone left the conference room one after another. As Kai Luan reached the door, Huang Mu called out to him, "Vice Admiral Kai Luan, wait a moment." Kai Luan stopped and turned around, seeing Huang Mu walk slowly, over his usual laziness gone, his eyes scrutinizing. "You are responsible for infiltration and intelligence gathering. The location is sensitive. If you are discovered, it will not only compromise the mission, but could also escalate the conflict. This time you can't be as casual as when dealing with ordinary pirates. You must be extremely cautious and not cause trouble for headquarters." Kai Luan understood in his heart. Huang Mu was testing his stance and also giving him a warning. He calmly met the other's gaze. "Rest assured, Admiral Huang Mu. I will strictly follow orders, operate covertly, ensure intelligence collection while avoiding any additional conflict, and definitely not cause trouble for headquarters." Huang Mu stared at him for a few seconds, seemingly finding no flaw, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "I hope so. I look forward to your performance on the mission." With that, he turned and walked toward the port. Kai Luan watched his back, becoming even more vigilant. As an admiral recommended by the world government, Huang Mu would inevitably report every marine deployment to the Five Elders. During the infiltration mission, Kai Luan not only had to complete intelligence collection, but also had to constantly conceal his tracks, avoiding any exposure of his thoughts about overthrowing the world government, and not give the other any opportunity. After leaving the conference room, Kai Luan went straight to the logistics department. The old craftsman in charge of equipment development had already received the notice. When he saw Kai Luan, he immediately handed over a heavy metal case. "Vice Admiral Kai Luan, the equipment you requested is all ready. Inside are 12 pairs of metal wings, lightweight and stealth-treated as you requested, with a wave-absorbing coating on the surface to reduce the chance of radar detection. There are also 4 signal flares: red for requesting support, blue for transmitting intelligence, white for emergency evacuation, and black for discovering a major movement requiring immediate decision from headquarters. Additionally, 10 sets of stealth combat suits have been prepared for your elite squad. They are breathable and have been tested for concealment, suitable for long-term infiltration." Kai Luan opened the case. The silver metal wings had a matte finish, and the wave-absorbing material made them less reflective under light. The stealth combat suits were dark gray, the material light, yet tough. He nodded in satisfaction. "Thank you. These equipment pieces are crucial. I appreciate your hard work. It's my duty. You and your squad collect intelligence on the front lines while we ensure equipment support in the rear, all for the sake of protecting civilians," the old craftsman said with a smile, his eyes full of love for the Marines. After returning to his quarters, Kai Luan organized the metal wings, signal flares, and stealth combat suits. He then spread the New World Sea chart on the table and marked with a red pen the recent activity range of the Whitebeard remnants, the assembly areas of Big Mom's and the Beast fleets, and his own infiltration route. He planned to land on an uninhabited island on the edge of the New World, then use the metal wings to fly low, avoiding pirate patrol routes, and quietly sneak into a town near the target area, collecting intelligence under the cover of being a civilian. He also specifically gathered the elite squad that would follow him, 10 soldiers in total, all veterans with extensive combat experience. Kai Luan explained the mission objectives, action route, and concealment requirements in detail, emphasizing the principle of intelligence first, concealment priority, no active conflict, ensuring everyone understood the core focus of the mission. Over the next 3 days, the combat readiness level at Malinfanjuo continued to escalate. All warships at the port were fitted with heavy artillery and protective armor. Soldiers underwent intensive stealth combat and rapid support training. Staff officers manned the intelligence room day and night, compiling and analyzing incoming information, constantly updating the movements of the 3 forces. According to the latest intelligence, Big Mom's fleet had begun slowly moving toward the eastern New World, and the Beast fleet had also moved in sync, while the Whitebeard remnants were staying near Ghost Island, apparently resting. Kai Luan's daily schedule was also packed. In the morning, he attended intelligence analysis meetings, synchronized the latest clues with Tung Hu, and adjusted the infiltration route. In the afternoon, he led the squad in stealth training, testing the metal wings' flight performance in complex terrain and the combat suit's concealment effect. In the evening, he stayed at the strategy department using intelligence to simulate possible times and locations of the two emperors' encirclement and developed multiple contingency plans for the infiltration mission. During this time, he also took the opportunity to contact the South Sea branch confirming the implementation of the Civilian Protection Resolution and learned that self-defense forces had been formed on various islands, which gave him some peace of mind. On Friday evening, as Kai Luen was organizing the final plan for the infiltration mission, he suddenly received an urgent communication from Chi Quan. Kai Luen, come to the Fleet Admiral's office immediately. There is new intelligence. He did not dare delay, grabbing his coat and running to the Fleet Admiral's office. Pushing open the door, he saw Chi Quan and Tung Hu discussing around the sea chart, both with grim expressions. We just received intelligence from Tung Hu. Big Mom's and the Beast's fleets have entered the waters around Ghost Island, less than 50 nautical miles from the Whitebeard remnants. The encirclement operation is likely to erupt within the next 2 days. Chi Quan pointed at the markings on the sea chart. You must depart tonight, lead your squad to infiltrate Huajlan town near Ghost Island. In advance, closely monitor the movements of the three parties. Once you detect signs of an encirclement, immediately transmit intelligence to buy time for subsequent support. Yes, sir. Mission guaranteed. Kai Luen stood at attention and saluted, taking the latest intelligence documents from Chi Quan, which marked the real-time coordinates of the two emperors' fleets and a detailed map of Huajlan town. Be careful. Huajlan town is a mixed place with both pirates and civilians. Your identities are very sensitive. You must hide well. Tung Hu cautioned, his tone carrying concern. If you encounter danger, prioritize evacuation. Intelligence can be supplemented later. Personnel safety is the most important. Understood. Kai Luen replied, then turned and quickly left the office, running toward the squad's assembly point. In the night, a small fast boat departed from Malinfanjuo's secret port, speeding toward the New World. Kai Luen stood at the bow, gazing at the dark sea in the distance, clutching the intelligence documents tightly. The sea wind brushed his face, carrying the biting chill of the New World. He knew this was his first time going deep into the core area where the four emperors' forces were confronting each other. The mission was arduous and dangerous, but as long as he could grasp the encirclement's movements in advance, he could buy crucial time to protect civilians and respond to the conflict. Everyone check your equipment and enter stealth mode. Estimated arrival at the outskirts of Huajlan town in 8 hours. Kai Luen said to the squad members behind him, his voice steady and firm. Yes, sir. The squad members answered in unison, quickly checking their equipment, activating the stealth mode of their combat suits, and folding away the metal wings. The entire fast boat instantly merged into the night. Kai Luen looked into the darkness ahead, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. He knew that this undercurrent surrounding the Whitebeard remnants not only concerned the power balance of the New World, but could also become the beginning of the two emperors' expansion. He must do a good job of intelligence collection to support the Marines' subsequent actions, and even more, he must hold on to the justice in his heart, not letting innocent civilians be caught in the war. Meanwhile, in the Fleet Admiral's office at Malinfanjuo, Fleet Admiral Chi Quan and Vice Admiral He were still staring at the sea chart, their expressions grave. The night of Hogland town carried a damp, fishy scent of the sea. The old lighthouse at the town's entrance blinked a dim yellow light every 10 seconds, casting flickering shadows on the puddles on the cobblestone road. Karen had just settled his elite squad of 10 in an abandoned fishing shack on the east side of town. While his team busied themselves checking the signal blocking function of their stealth suits, he crouched by the window, spreading out a New World map under the faint light of the lighthouse. His fingertips traced back and forth along the route between Ghost Island and Hogland town. According to the latest intelligence, the fleets of Big Mom and the Beasts were still lingering around Ghost Island, seemingly poised to launch a siege against the remaining forces of Whitebeard stationed there. Vice Admiral, the deployment is complete. The squad leader reported in a low voice, holding a Den Den Mushi. Karen nodded and was about to instruct the team to take turns on watch when the Den Den Mushi in his trouser pocket suddenly vibrated violently. This was an emergency contact Den Den Mushi exclusive to headquarters, engraved with the Marine emblem, accessible only by core high-ranking officials like Akainu and Vice Admiral Tsuru. He immediately pressed the answer button. The Den Den Mushi's eyes lit up instantly, and Vice Admiral Tsuru's anxious voice came through the shell, accompanied by noticeable static. Karen, abandon the Hogland town mission immediately. Rush to impel down at full speed. Karen's heart sank. His hand gripping the Den Den Mushi tightened unconsciously. Vice Admiral Tsuru. What's wrong with impel down? Could it be? It's Big Mom. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice was urgent and heavy. The earlier gathering of two emperors to besiege Whitebeard's remnants was all a diversion. The Beast's pirates deliberately created a stir around Ghost Island to draw our attention, actually covering for Big Mom. Half an hour ago, Big Mom Pirates' main fleet suddenly appeared in the waters of Impel Down, launching a fierce assault directly targeting Level 6. Level 6. Karen's pupils contracted sharply, instantly recalling the important prisoner held there, Charlotte Katakuri. After the Battle of Dressrosa, Katakuri, as a core combatant under Big Mom, had been defeated and captured by Karen's, sentenced to life imprisonment and confined to the deepest Level 6 of Impel Down, guarded by heavy seastone fortifications that ordinary pirates could never breach. That's right, their target is Katakuri. Vice Admiral Tsuru's voice carried a hint of helplessness. We underestimated Big Mom's resolve, and we never expected the Beast's pirates to strike a deal with her. According to the latest intelligence, while our attention was diverted, the Beast's pirates have already attacked 3 important territories of Whitebeard's remnants, clearly having reached a non-interference each takes what they need agreement with Big Mom. Karen finally understood the full picture of this luring the tiger away from the mountain scheme. Big Mom needed the Beast's pirates to tie down the main marine forces, allowing her to raid Impel Down and rescue Katakuri. Meanwhile, the Beast's pirates took the opportunity to swallow up Whitebeard's territories and expand their influence in the New World. The two emperors harbored their own agendas, yet through a meticulously crafted siege illusion, they successfully diverted the Marines' forces, directing their attention toward the relatively vulnerable Impel Down. What's the defense situation at Impel Down? Do you need me to bring the team back? Karen asked urgently, his gaze sweeping over his team members. If he withdrew the squad, the surveillance mission at Hogland Town would be interrupted, but the crisis at Impel Down was clearly more pressing. No. Leave your squad in Hogland Town to continue monitoring the Beast Pirates' movements, preventing any other actions. Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately vetoed. Reinforcements from nearby branch fleets have already been sent to Impel Down, but Big Mom's assault is too fierce. They need a stronger combatant to hold the line. Your magnetic field ability grants you the greatest mobility. Only you can arrive the fastest. Admiral Kazuru will also head there, but he's currently far from the area. Remember, prioritize defending the outer defenses of level 6. Do not let them breach the Seastone gates. Once the prisoners inside are freed, Big Mom's combat power will skyrocket, making it even harder to handle later. Understood. Karen replied in a low voice. After hanging up the Den Den Mushi, he immediately issued orders to the squad leader. You stay in Hogland Town, keep a close watch on the Beast Pirates' movements. Report to headquarters via encrypted Den Den Mushi once every hour. If you detect any signs of them leaving Ghost Island, notify me immediately. I'm heading to Impel Down for support now. I'll rendezvous with you later. Vice Admiral, let us go with you. Impel Down is dangerous, you're going alone. The squad leader said, urgently, concern evident in his eyes. No. Karen cut him off, his tone firm. The surveillance at Hogland Town is equally important. The Beast's pirates may make a move at any moment. Someone must keep watch. Don't worry. I'll head there first, arrive at Impel Down as fast as possible, and I'll be fine. With that, he hesitated no longer. Quickly donning his combat suit, he fastened the folded metal wings onto his back, checked the Den Den Mushi and signal flares. There might be magnetic interference near Impel Down, so ensuring constant contact with headquarters was crucial. Once everything was ready, he ran toward the empty beach outside the town, where no buildings obstructed the area, ideal for activating magnetic acceleration. The beach was pitch black under the night sky, only the sound of waves crashing against rocks filling the air. Karen stood in the center of the sand, took a deep breath, and his magnetic field power began to surge. Faint blue magnetic lines flickered around him. He raised his hands, palms facing the distant sea horizon. The magnetic field expanded instantly, pulling in metal fragments scattered on the beach, abandoned anchors, and even metal ore from the seabed, forming a massive metallic vortex behind him. Electromagnetic cannon principle. Karen murmured, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. In his research on magnetic abilities, he had attempted to use electromagnetic force for ultra-high-speed movement. By converting surrounding metal into an electromagnetic rail and using himself as the projectile, he could be instantaneously accelerated by intense electromagnetic force, reaching speeds over 3 times that of normal flight. But this method placed enormous strain on the body. Even a slight mistake could result in severe injury from the immense impact. He had only practiced short-distance movements during training, and this was the first time he was using it for a long-distance combat reinforcement since achieving magnetic rotation. He adjusted his breathing, focusing the magnetic force on the metal wings and his feet. The wings not only provided flight support, but also served as part of the electromagnetic rail, reducing air resistance during acceleration. His feet, connected to the metal fragments on the ground via the magnetic field, formed stable force points. Once ready, he suddenly thrust his palms backward. The metallic vortex behind him erupted with intense electromagnetic force, like an invisible cannon barrel, propelling his body forward with a violent burst. Whoom! A piercing electromagnetic hum tore through the night sky. Karen's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bowstring, flying low over the sea surface. The high-speed airflow kicked up 2 white trails of spray from the water. The intense wind pressure pressed his combat suit tightly against his body, and his cheeks stung from the rushing air, but he dared not relax. He continuously adjusted the magnetic field to maintain stability and speed. Impel Down was nearly 1,000 nautical miles from Hogland Town. Even at electromagnetic acceleration speed, it would take an hour to reach. He had to race against time. During the flight, Karen's Den Den Mushi vibrated again. This time, it was the Impel Down guard captain, his voice filled with despair. Vice Admiral Karen. Big Mom's fleet has breached the outer defense wall. Zeus has shattered 2 watchtowers, Prometheus has set fire to the western ammunition depot, and many guards are injured. Their officers have already reached the outer platform and are trying to destroy the control mechanism of the Seastone gates. In 10 minutes, they'll be able to open the gates. Hold on. I'll be there in 40 minutes. Karen gritted his teeth, increasing the magnetic force again. The metal wings behind him emitted a slight tremor, and his flight speed increased further. Tell Chief Warden Hannibal and Vice Warden Magellan to reinforce the gates with Seastone chains and defend the outer platform at all costs. I will definitely arrive before they open the gates. Yes, sir. We'll hold on. The guard captain's voice carried a renewed glimmer of hope before the call ended. Karen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with urgency. He knew that level 6 of Impel Down housed the most heinous criminals. If Katakuri were rescued, not only would Big Mom's power surge, but it could also trigger a chain reaction. Other prisoners might riot, and other forces might seize the chance to attack Impel Down. In the darkness, his figure was like a streak of blue lightning weaving swiftly across the sea. Occasionally encountering pirate ships on patrol, he simply bypassed them, never wasting a moment. His magnetic power drained his stamina continuously. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and into the ocean below, but he never slowed down. He had to reach Impel Down, defend the outer defenses of level 6, and prevent Big Mom's plan from succeeding. Meanwhile, the battle at Impel Down's waters was intensifying. Big Mom stood at the bow of her flagship, the Queen Mama chanter wielding Napoleon and shouting, "Hurry up. Shatter the gates. Katakuri is waiting for us inside." Her officers attacked ferociously. Charlotte Smoothie swung her massive scythe, shattering the railings of Impel Down's outer platform. Charlotte Daifuku summoned a genie to fend off the charging guards, and Charlotte Perispero used his candy ability to wrap around the control lever of the Seastone gates, trying to wrench the mechanism apart. At that moment, heavy footsteps echoed from the main passage of Impel Down. Chief Warden Hannibal, wielding a giant Seastone shield and longsword, and Vice Warden Magellan, surrounded by purple toxic mist, led the last elite guards charging out, blocking the entrance to the outer platform. "Big Mom, you dare to invade my Impel Down. You're courting death." Hannibal slammed the Seastone shield onto the ground, the impact creating a harsh clang against the metal surface. "These level 6 gates, you'll never touch them as long as we're here." Magellan said nothing, merely waving his arm. The purple toxic mist instantly condensed into several venomous dragons shooting towards Smoothie and Daifuku. Venom Dragon. Wherever the dragons passed, the metal plates of the platform corroded into black marks. Smoothie's expression changed, and she hurriedly sliced at the dragon with her scythe, but still toxic mist splattered onto her arm, causing her skin to instantly fester. "Damn poison." She gritted her teeth and retreated, pulling out an antidote from her pocket to apply to the wound. Daifuku's genie was also entangled by the venomous dragon. The purple mist spread along the genie's arm, quickly corroding it into a puddle of black liquid. "Magellan, your poison is truly troublesome." Daifuku roared, summoning a stronger genie, gathering flames in its hands to burn away the mist with intense heat. Hannibal charged straight at Perispero, his Seastone shield slamming into the candy wrapped around the control lever. Clang! The shield collided with the candy. Perispero's fingers controlling the candy instantly went numb. The Seastone's properties temporarily nullified his devil fruit ability, causing the wrapping candy to soften immediately. "Damn Seastone!" Perispero exclaimed in alarm, hurriedly retreating, but Hannibal seized the opportunity, swinging his long sword toward his chest. Perispero barely dodged, but the blade still slashed open his shoulder, blood gushing out. Hannibal didn't relent, pressing the attack. "Don't think Impel Down has no one to stop you. Even if we have to give our lives, we will defend this outer platform today." However, Big Mom's officers outnumbered them, and more importantly, Big Mom herself had lost patience. Watching Magellan's toxic mist repeatedly hinder their advance, she snorted coldly, raised Napoleon, and erupted with powerful conquerors. "Hockey useless bunch. Can't even handle 2 jailers." With that, she leaped from the flagship's deck onto Impel Down's outer platform, swinging Napoleon down toward Magellan. Imperial Sword Bishamon. A golden sword slash tore through the toxic mist, heading straight for Magellan. Magellan's face twisted in alarm. He hastily formed a toxic wall to block, but the slash split it apart, instantly shattering the wall. The residual force struck Magellan's chest, sending him flying backward with a spray of blood, crashing heavily into the main passage wall. The purple toxic mist around him dimmed significantly. "Magellan!" Hannibal cried out, trying to rush to his aid, but Perispero's candy snared his feet. This time, Perispero carefully avoided the Seastone shield's range, sticking the candy directly onto Hannibal's combat boots. Smoothie's scythe also came crashing down. Hannibal barely raised his Seastone shield to block. Clang! The shield was split open with a huge crack, and the residual force of the scythe cut his arm, blood flowing down his limb onto the shield. "You!" Hannibal gritted his teeth, trying to break free from the candy's grip, but found that Perispero had mixed an anesthetic into the candy. His legs were already going numb. He tried to lift his long sword to continue fighting, but his body uncontrollably swayed. Eventually his legs gave way, and he fell to his knees, the long sword and shield clattering to the ground. Magellan struggled to stand, but the wound on his chest kept bleeding, and his toxic power was difficult to gather due to the severe injury. He watched Big Mom approach step by step, his eyes full of defiance. "Impel Down will never let you succeed." Big Mom stomped on Magellan's chest, sneering, "Now who else can stop me?" She turned to look at the Seastone gate. Perispero had already pounced back on the control lever, and this time no one could stop him. "Mama, just 3 more minutes. The lever will be twisted open." Perispero shouted excitedly, his fingers once again wrapping around the candy, carefully avoiding the Seastone components. Big Mom nodded in satisfaction, her gaze sweeping toward the distant sea horizon. She knew marine reinforcements would arrive sooner or later, but as long as she could wrench open the gate and rescue Katakuri before then, everything would be worth it. At that moment, Karen was still rushing toward Impel Down at maximum speed. He had no idea that the outer platform had already witnessed a brutal battle, nor that Hannibal and Magellan had been defeated. All he knew was that every second he flew, the crisis at Impel Down deepened. He clenched his teeth, poured even more magnetic force into his acceleration, and his blue figure carved a faster trajectory through the night, hurtling toward Impel Down. The hum of electromagnetic acceleration grew stronger in the night as Kai Luan's blue figure streaked through the smoke above Impel Down like a meteor. When the deep-sea prison engulfed by flames finally came into clear view, his heart tightened. The outer platform had already become a battlefield. Twisted metal guardrails were thrust into the ground, a burning ammunition depot billowed thick black smoke, and beside the lever of the Seastone Gate, Parasparrow's candy was coiled around it, while Hannibal and Magellan lay at Big Mom's feet, their breaths faint. Just in time. Kai Luan stared at the candy writhing on the lever, and the magnetic force in his fingertips surged instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, as he was still 100 meters above the platform, a dazzling pale gold hockey burst from his body. A conqueror's hockey, he rarely displayed, now unleashed without reserve to clear the obstacles. Buzz! The pale gold hockey, like an invisible shockwave, swept down from the sky. The pirate grunts on the platform who were beating the wounded guards were instantly struck by this pressure, their eyes rolling back and foam dripping from their mouths as they collapsed. Several candy ministers assisting Parasparrow also trembled violently, their abilities momentarily out of control, and the candy wrapped around the lever snapped with a sound. The entire outer platform was instantly cleared into a circular area, leaving only Big Mom's core officers and Big Mom herself barely standing. Moi. Big Mom, who had been looking down at Magellan at her feet, felt this familiar hockey, and abruptly looked up to the sky, a flicker of astonishment in her eyes. You again, you brat. How dare you act insolently before me? The words had barely left her mouth when a deep purple conqueror's hockey suddenly erupted from Big Mom. A hockey forged through decades of warfare, carrying the unique intimidation of an emperor, crashing toward Kai Luan's pale gold hockey like a tsunami. Boom. The two conquerors' hockey collided violently in midair, the pale gold and deep purple lights intertwining into twisted ribbons. The originally calm sea instantly raised towering waves dozens of meters high. The watchtower atop Impel Down leaned and collapsed under the invisible wind pressure. The dark clouds in the sky gathered rapidly, as if torn apart, with lightning and thunder changing the very color of heaven and earth. The metal plates on the platform began to crack. Smoothie and Daifuku instinctively stepped back several paces, their eyes filled with shock. They had never seen anyone match Mama equally in a clash of conquerors' hockey. Kai Luan steadied himself in the air, clenching his teeth. Big Mom's conqueror's hockey was stronger than he had imagined, causing his blood and chi to churn within him. But he had no time to regulate his breathing. Seizing the brief vacuum created by the clash of hockey, he abruptly detached the metal wings on his back. The silver wing segments instantly separated from his body, flying like sharp blades toward the scattered broken weapons and discarded metal fragments on the platform. You love to eat, don't you? Then try my steel torrent. Kai Luan shouted, pressing his palm downward forcefully. The detached wing segments acted like magnets, instantly attracting all metal objects on the platform. Broken longswords, twisted chains, even the metal rods of collapsed guardrails. They were pulled by the wings, converging into a silver torrent 20 meters high. Within the torrent, the wing segments and metal fragments spun at high speed, emitting a screeching sound, and surged toward Big Mom's direction with a thunderous roar. A mere trick. Big Mom snorted coldly, not even bothering to dodge, and directly withstood the attack. This was the power of the steel balloon. She stood still without any evasion, ready to take the steel torrent head-on. Boom! The silver torrent, like a raging tsunami, slammed violently into Big Mom's steel balloon. The immense impact shook the entire outer platform of Impel Down, splitting the ground into several deep gouges, and the surrounding pirate ships were tilted by the airwaves. The ground beneath Big Mom began to sink. Her body was pushed backward by the torrent, sliding until her back hit the railing of the Queen Mama chanter, finally stopping. She had been pushed back nearly 100 meters. Cough, cough. Big Mom released her grip on Napoleon and looked down at her chest. The steel balloon was completely intact, not even a single scratch. But her expression turned extremely grim, for she could feel that the magnetic force contained in the torrent had made her arm slightly numb. Impossible. Parasparrow, hiding nearby, looked at Big Mom pushed to the ship's side, his eyes full of disbelief. Mama's steel balloon was actually forced back by a vice admiral. Kai Luan ignored the other's shock. The moment the steel torrent struck Big Mom, he had taken advantage of the airflow to dive down like an arrow from a bow, landing beside Hannibal and Magellan. He quickly assessed their injuries. Magellan had a deep sword wound on his chest visible to the bone, and his breath was weak. Hannibal's legs were entangled in candy, his arms still bleeding, but he remained conscious. Chief Warden, Vice Chief. Kai Luan pulled out 2 emergency medical syringes from his pocket and injected them into the 2, then released a pale blue magnetic field from his palm, forming a shield that enveloped them. The magnetic field's power could not only block external attacks, but also slowly heal their injuries. Kai Luan, Vice Admiral. Hannibal opened his eyes weakly, and upon seeing Kai Luan's figure, a trace of relief flickered in his eyes. You finally. Come. Don't talk yet. I'll take you out of here. Kai Luan said, gently lifting the 2 with his magnetic field, and shouted to several Impel Down guards who could still fight nearby. You cover us. We're retreating to the inner passage. Yes. The guards replied in unison, raising their weapons and charging at the pirates trying to approach. Big Mom recovered her composure and saw Kai Luan taking Hannibal and Magellan away. Rage ignited in her eyes. Wanna leave? Did you ask me? She grabbed Napoleon beside her and slashed another golden sword beam toward Kai Lun. Imperial Sword Crushing Blade. The golden sword beam with a tearing roar shot toward Kai Lun's magnetic shield. Kai Lun's expression changed, and he immediately adjusted his magnetic power to thicken the shield while accelerating toward the inner passage of Impel Down. Clang! The sword beam struck the magnetic shield, and the pale blue shield instantly rippled. Kai Lun's arms went numb from the impact, and the magnetic field carrying the two nearly collapsed. But he gritted his teeth and held on, using the force of the sword beam to accelerate his flight, successfully rushing into the main passage of Impel Down. Bang! Kai Lun pressed the emergency close button inside the passage, and the heavy alloy gate descended instantly, temporarily blocking the pursuing sword beam and pirates outside. Only after the gate was fully closed did Kai Lun breathe a sigh of relief. He gently placed Hannibal and Magellan on the medical station beds in the passage. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. The long-distance flight and the brief clash had drained his stamina tremendously. Vice Admiral Kai Lun. Magellan slowly opened his eyes, looking at Kai Lun with gratitude. This time, thanks to you. Otherwise Impel Down. It's my duty. Kai Lun shook his head, took out a Den Den Mushi, and dialed headquarters. Now is not the time for this. I need to report the situation at Impel Down immediately. Big Mom has breached the outer defense. The Seastone Gate was almost open. Chief Warden Hannibal and Vice Chief Magellan are injured. Request immediate dispatch of a support fleet. From the Den Den Mushi came Vice Admiral Tsuru's anxious voice. We've already received the news. Admiral Kazuru's fleet is also on its way and should arrive in half an hour. You must hold the inner passage. Do not let Big Mom break through. I understand. Kai Lun hung up the Den Den Mushi and turned to look outside the passage. Though they had temporarily blocked Big Mom, he knew it was only temporary. With Big Mom's power, she would not be stopped at all. The next half hour would be the most dangerous moment for him, and Impel Down. He walked to the alloy gate, reassembled the remaining metal wing segments, and attached them to the inner side of the gate, forming an additional metal barrier. Meanwhile, he mobilized the remaining magnetic force in his body, attracting the scattered metal objects in the passage and arranging them into simple defensive fortifications. Vice Admiral Kai Lun. Hannibal watched Kai Lun's busy figure and said weakly, Big Mom's steel balloon is hard to break. Be careful. I know. Kai Lun nodded, a glint of determination in his eyes. But as long as I'm here, I will never let her set foot inside the inner passage. Once Admiral Kazuru's fleet arrives, we can completely crush her plan. At that moment, Big Mom's furious roar came from outside the passage, accompanied by the thump-thump of the alloy gate being struck. The metal wing segments on the gate began to vibrate. Clearly Big Mom was already attacking the gate. Kai Lun clenched his fists, walked to the gate, and the magnetic force around him surged again. He knew a new battle was about to begin. But this time he was no longer fighting alone. The guards of Impel Down were rapidly assembling, and Fujitori's support fleet was also on its way. More importantly, he had successfully rescued Hannibal and Magellan, holding the last line of defense of Impel Down. The sounds of impact outside the passage grew louder, and the cracks on the gate expanded. But Kai Lun's eyes became even more resolute. He looked at the guards around him and said in a low voice, Brothers, hold on for another half hour. Support is coming. For Impel Down, for the criminals imprisoned here, not to be set free, we must hold this place. Hold this place. The guards shouted in unison, raising their weapons, their eyes full of fighting spirit. Kai Lun took a deep breath and concentrated all his remaining magnetic force on the gate. He knew that every second of the next half hour would be a torment. But he would not back down. He would not only defend Impel Down, but also make Big Mom understand that the justice of the Marines would never be trampled easily. Outside the passage, Big Mom looked at the constantly vibrating alloy gate, her eyes full of fury. She raised Napoleon and slashed another golden sword beam, shouting to her officers, Everyone attack together. Smash open this gate. Today I will definitely rescue Karakuri. The golden sword beam struck the gate again, widening the cracks. Smoothie and Daifuku also activated their abilities and attacked the gate. Both inside and outside Impel Down, a fierce battle surrounding the 6th underground level, and Karakuri began once more. Kai Lun stood inside the gate, feeling the vibrations, and silently counted the time. 25 minutes left until Kazuru's fleet arrived. If he could hold on for just 25 more minutes, victory would be theirs. He clenched his fists, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes, and the magnetic force around him began to gather once more. With a thunderous roar, the Seastone Gate of Impel Down finally shattered under the combined assault of Parasparrow's Candy Giant Hammer and Smoothie Sickle. Sharp-edged sea stone fragments flew through the air, crashing onto the metal floor of the external platform with a piercing clatter. Big Mom jerked her head up, a gleam of wild joy flashing in her eyes as she shouted toward the inner side of the gate, Karakuri. Mama is here to get you. Behind the gate, Karakuri had already broken free of his shackles. Using observation haki to predict the guards' attacks, he was temporarily trapped by the sea stone bars, but visible cracks had appeared. Given just a few more minutes, he would break through. This hope, so close at hand, made Big Mom abandon all thoughts of retreat. Turning, she fixed her gaze on Kai Lun with a fury that could consume everything. At that moment, Kai Lun had just helped Hannibal and Magellan to a safe area on the platform. Though severely wounded, the two kept their eyes locked on the battlefield. Vice Admiral Kai Lun. Be careful. Her iron balloon. And Zeus and Prometheus. Magellan coughed blood, forcing out a warning. Right now she only has eyes for Katakuri, she'll destroy everything. Kylun nodded, the pale blue magnetic field glow in his palm, growing denser. He could clearly feel the surge of power within him. The life and death battle in Dressrosa, the extreme support in the South Sea, and the breakthrough in electromagnetic acceleration just now had stabilized his 300 horsepower magnetic field rotation at its peak. But facing a Yonko with bloodshot eyes, he dared not relax in the slightest. He subtly manipulated the scattered metal fragments around him, forming an invisible magnetic barrier around his body. Brat, it's time to clean up this nuisance. Big Mom's Conqueror's haki pressed down like a tangible force, causing the metal fragments on the platform to tremble slightly. She leaped into the air, swinging Napoleon with a golden sword aura that tore through the air, leaving fine cracks in the ground, and even causing the distant waves to roll back. Not so fast. Kylun growled, instantly coalescing discarded weapons and ironware into a barrier several meters thick. Clang! The sword aura struck the barrier with a deafening roar. The metal wall burst apart, but it held the impact, preventing the aura from advancing a single step. Oh, how much longer can you last? Big Mom sneered, raising her hand to summon the sun Prometheus. The blazing fireball instantly heated the air, heavenly fireball. Prometheus transformed into a massive fireball, charging at the metal wall with a sweeping blaze. Kylun's eyes narrowed as he quickly adjusted the magnetic field. I can keep this up all day. The metal wall instantly disintegrated, countless fragments shooting toward the fireball like bullets. With a series of thuds, the fragments passed through the flames, glowing red-hot, but successfully scattered Prometheus's form, forcing it to shrink back into a small sun that landed on Big Mom's shoulder. Damn it, Zeus. Tin Man Dajazaden. Big Mom roared. Dark clouds instantly covered the platform's sky, purple lightning writhing within like predatory serpents. Lucky me, I can generate electricity too. Kylun spread his hands, forming an invisible barrier with his magnetic field. The lightning struck, but was forcibly redirected toward the sea, raising several meter-high waves without harming him. After countering 3 attacks in a row, Kylun's breathing had grown rapid. The consumption was far beyond expectations, especially when confronting Big Mom's Conqueror's haki, which required constant high-intensity operation. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he launched an offensive, taste the steel flood again. All metal components on the platform, railings, bolts, gate fragments, and even the guard's standard weapons, were mobilized by the magnetic field, forming a massive steel flood dozens of meters long that surged toward Big Mom. Where the flood passed, deep grooves were gouged into the ground, and the air was filled with the screech of metal friction. Big Mom's expression shifted slightly, but she did not dodge. She took a deep breath, activating her iron balloon defense at full power, still trying. How naive. She spread her arms and met the flood head-on. With a thunderous crash, the steel flood collided with the iron balloon, sending fragments flying, but failing to breach it. However, Kylun had prepared. At the moment of impact, he concentrated his armament haki power into his right hand, forming 2 fingers into a sword shape. Seizing the gap, when Big Mom was distracted by defense, he shot forward like an arrow, magnetic field rotation pierce. His blackened fingers aimed straight for Big Mom's chest, cutting through the air. She sensed it too late to fully dodge, only twisting to avoid a fatal hit. The attack grazed her shoulder, drawing blood. You actually hurt me. Big Mom was both shocked and enraged, raising her hand to strike Kylun. He quickly raised his arm to block. With a loud thud, the immense force sent him stumbling back several steps, his arm numb. But using the backward momentum, he again mobilized the magnetic field, sending several metal blades toward Big Mom's limbs to harass her. Kylun knew the vast difference in their sizes, so he kept using his ability to restrain her, preventing her from stopping to gather power. Big Mom reacted swiftly, tapping her feet lightly to dodge, while swinging Napoleon to slash out several sword auras. Kylun constructed a defense with metal fragments, but one aura still grazed his arm, cutting through his combat suit and drawing blood. The battle instantly escalated into a white-hot conflict. Kylun used his magnetic field's mobility to alternately launch metal assaults and disrupt Zeus's lightning. With electromagnetic interference, Big Mom relied on her iron balloon to withstand attacks, while striking back with sword auras, flames, and lightning. On the platform, metal fragments danced amid the magnetic field and flames. Lightning and pale blue light interwove, illuminating the entire night sky. Hannibal and Magellan sat in the safe zone, their eyes filled with shock. They had never seen anyone fight a Yonko to such a standstill. Big Mom's officers were frozen in place. Smoothie's hand gripping her sickle trembled slightly. Perispero stopped clearing the bars, and Difika's genie also halted. The aftershocks of the 2 combatants' battle far exceeded the level they could intervene into. Approaching recklessly would only end in annihilation. Brat, your ability is indeed troublesome. Big Mom panted, sweat appearing on her forehead for the first time. Although her iron balloon provided strong defense, continuously blocking the magnetic field's impacts consumed considerable stamina. Zeus and Prometheus, repeatedly disrupted by the magnetic field, also had their abilities limited. But do you think you can stop me? Katakuri is still inside. Kylun was also regulating his breathing, using life return to control the bleeding from his wounds. He looked at Big Mom without fear. As long as I stand here, you won't get close. He knew that at this point in the battle he hadn't done any substantial damage to her. A Yonko was truly formidable. Then I'll put you down. Big Mom roared, unleashing her Conqueror's haki again, denser than before. She raised Napoleon, pouring all of Zeus's lightning and Prometheus's flames into the blade. Golden fire and purple lightning entwined the sword humming Mingguang's sword. This strike's power surpassed all previous ones. The sword aura surged toward Kailuan like a beast, as if it would cleave impelled down in two. Kailuan's face turned grim. He mobilized all the magnetic field power within him, the glow of 300 horsepower, reaching its zenith. The surrounding metal fragments spun wildly, forming a huge metal vortex in front of him. With a thunderous crash, the collision of the sword aura and the vortex sent shockwaves radiating outward. The platform floor cracked extensively, railings flew, and even the sea raised massive waves. Hannibal and Magellan were knocked down by the shockwave. Big Mom's officers retreated, using their abilities to defend. As the smoke cleared, a deep trench dozens of meters long appeared in the center of the platform. Kailuan stood on one side of the trench, tearing off his torn combat suit to reveal his muscular torso. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, but he remained in a fighting stance. The magnetic field glow around him dimmed, but not extinguished. Big Mom stood on the other side, her chest heaving violently, her breathing already unstable. The flames and lightning on Napoleon had died out. She looked at Kailuan with disbelief in her eyes. A vice admiral had actually been able to withstand such a strike. It seems. You can hold out quite a bit. Big Mom wiped the blood from her mouth and sneered. But how much longer can your stamina last? She summoned Zeus and Prometheus again, dark clouds and fireballs swirling around her. I will rescue Katakuri today, even if I have to destroy everything. Kailuan took a deep breath, wiped the blood from his arm, and once again mobilized the scattered metal fragments around him, forming layer upon layer of barriers. Then let's try. As long as I haven't fallen, I won't let you pass. Before the words faded, Big Mom attacked again. Zeus's lightning rained down like a storm. Prometheus followed as a fireball, and Napoleon's sword aura carried a destructive force. Kailuan, in a brutal hand-to-hand exchange, also manipulated metal fragments to form defenses while condensing metal spears for counterattacks. Each collision shook the platform. Each exchange was accompanied by blood and sweat. Time passed swiftly, and the battle on the platform continued. Though the brief fight had already left both wounded and exhausted, neither side was willing to yield. Big Mom was obsessed with rescuing Katakuri, while Kailuan was determined to stop her. Metal fragments flew in the magnetic field, lightning and flames intertwined, and the clash of conquerors' hockey made the air tremble. This peak duel remained deadlocked with no end in sight, and no sign of reinforcements. Hannibal murmured as he watched the battlefield. These two are terrifying. Magellan said nothing but clenched his fists. He knew the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of Impel Down and the shape of the new world. The battle on the platform grew fiercer. The sounds of metal clashing, thunder roaring, and sword auras cutting through the air interwove, echoing in the night sky above Impel Down, signaling that this confrontation was far from over. Meanwhile, Kizaru, who had yet to arrive, faced a dilemma. Crackle! Zeus's lightning struck the metal floor beside Kailuan once again, and the sparks illuminated his blood-stained cheek. He knelt on one knee, his right hand supporting the ground, and his left hand tightly clutching the wound on his chest. The punch from Big Mom earlier, though cushioned by metal fragments, had still shaken his internal organs, and every breath brought tearing pain. Kid can't hold on anymore. Big Mom stood not far away, hands on her hips, her chest heaving slightly, yet still exuding a domineering aura. You are indeed tenacious, but your stamina will eventually run out. Surrender now, and I'll grant you a swift death. Kailuan did not respond, only slowly raising his head. There was no trace of retreat in his eyes, instead a glint of fervor flashed. This was the unique trait of a magnetic field maniac. In desperate situations, the closer to the limit, the more easily the magnetic field rotation within the body breaks through its shackles. A pale blue glow once again emanated from his palm, and the scattered metal fragments around began to tremble uncontrollably, as if echoing the restless power within him. Just then the den mushi in Kailuan's pocket suddenly vibrated. He struggled to pull it out. The creature's eyes lit up weakly, and Vice Admiral, his anxious voice came through, accompanied by pronounced static. Kailuan. Reinforcements. Reinforcements have encountered a change. Admiral Huang Yuan was originally ordered to assist, but the Celestial Dragons temporarily required him to escort them, so he couldn't get away the other fleets. Even the fastest would take half a day to reach Impel Down. You must hold on no matter what delay until reinforcements arrive. Half a day. Kailuan repeated in a low voice, but a resolute smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He had long expected the support would not go smoothly, but he hadn't anticipated such a delay. Yet this only fueled his battle spirit even more. If there were no reinforcements to rely on, then he would rely on his own strength to defend Impel Down. Whose call makes you so happy? Big Mom noticed Kailuan's anomaly, a flicker of vigilance in her eyes. Is it news of reinforcements? I advise you not to hold any hope. No one can save you today. Kailuan hung up the den mushi, stuffed it back into his pocket, and slowly stood up. His figure was slightly unsteady, yet he still straightened his spine. The magnetic field glow around him was denser than before, even carrying a hint of unstable ferocity. Whether there are reinforcements or not, it doesn't affect the outcome. Today you won't take Katakuri away. Stubborn fool. Elbaf spear Ikoku. Big Mom roared and launched another attack. She leaped into the air, Napoleon's sword gathering an even more powerful sword aura than before, and slashed toward Kailuan. This time the giant sword aura shockwave seemed capable of cutting through all obstacles. Kailuan took a deep breath, mobilizing all the power within him, and instantly burst out with a 300 horsepower magnetic field rotation. electromagnetic cannon charging fist. His pitch-black fist charged with thunder, and the surrounding metal fragments no longer coalesced orderly, but formed a violent vortex meeting the sword aura head-on. Boom! The sword aura and the metal storm collided. The immense impact sent Kylo flying backward, slamming heavily into the platform wall, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. But this time he did not linger long. Instead, at the moment of landing, he used the rebound force to charge forward again. The magnetic field power surged wildly within him. He could clearly feel that the pain in his chest seemed to stimulate the magnetic field rotation to grow stronger, and he grew increasingly excited. The originally stable 300 horsepower rotation began to climb to a higher level. How is that possible? Big Mom watched Kylo charge again, her eyes filled with disbelief. She could sense that Kylo's aura had not weakened but had grown even stronger. You? What kind of monster are you? Kylo did not answer, instead concentrating the magnetic field power on his feet. His speed instantly increased, and like a blue lightning bolt he circled behind Big Mom. His right hand once again formed a pitch-black fist charged with thunder, electromagnetic cannon charging fist, and thrust it toward Big Mom's back. He knew that although the steel balloon's defense was formidable, it must have a limit. Big Mom reacted, swiftly dodging sideways, while swinging her palm back toward Kylo. Kylo was prepared. He used the magnetic field to manipulate metal fragments into a barrier blocking the palm strike, but the immense force still numbed his arm. He took the opportunity to retreat, widening the distance. The magnetic field glow in his palm grew even denser. Magnetic field rotation seems to have grown stronger again. Kylo rejoiced inwardly. Though the collision had injured him more severely, it had unexpectedly broken the bottleneck of 300 horsepower rotation. The current rotation intensity was now approaching 350 horsepower. This feeling of breaking through in adversity only strengthened his resolve to fight. Big Mom also noticed Kylo's change, and her expression grew increasingly grave. She summoned Prometheus and fused it into the Napoleon sword, the blade instantly enveloped in scorching flames. Since you're so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. Imperial Sword Ragna Blade. The flaming sword aura slashed toward Kylo, igniting the air wherever it passed, forming a wall of fire. Kylo's eyes sharpened. He quickly adjusted the magnetic field direction, condensing the surrounding metal fragments into a giant metal shield in front of him. Clang! The sword aura struck the metal shield, flames instantly spreading and turning the shield red hot. Kylo gritted his teeth and endured, using the magnetic field power to suppress the spread of flames. He could feel the metal shield melting under the flames. He had to find a way to counterattack quickly. Just then, electromagnetic cannon. Kylo shouted, concentrating the magnetic field power in his palm, while mobilizing the static electricity in the surrounding air, forming a powerful electric current. He injected the current into the metal shield, instantly forming an electromagnetic rail, and launched the shield as a cannonball. In that moment, not only did it block the spread of flames, but it also reflected part of the current back toward Big Mom. Big Mom didn't expect Kylo to suddenly use such an attack. Caught off guard, the metal shield with electric current struck her face, instantly paralyzing her. Kylo seized the opportunity to attack, turning the melting metal shield into streams of sharp metal, shooting them toward Big Mom. Big Mom endured the paralysis in her arm and used the steel balloon to block most of the metal streams, but a few streams pierced through her defense, striking her legs and leaving several deep wounds. Ah! Big Mom let out a furious roar, her eyes blazing with even greater rage. I'll kill you, shining light sword. She summoned Zeus once again. Dark clouds shrouded the entire platform, and purple lightning rained down densely on Kylo. This time the lightning was even more violent, with almost no blind spots. Kylo did not dodge. Instead, he pushed the magnetic field power to its limit, forming an electromagnetic barrier around himself, reflecting most of the lightning back, while simultaneously manipulating metal fragments into layers of defense to block the remaining lightning. However, the prolonged high-intensity battle had taken a huge toll on Kylo's stamina. His face grew paler, his breathing more rapid, and the intensity of the magnetic field rotation began to fluctuate. Big Mom seized this opportunity, leaped into the air, and brought the Napoleon sword down with all her strength, slashing fiercely at Kylo. Puffed! Kylo failed to completely evade. The sword aura struck his shoulder. Even though he used armament hockey iron block, it still left a wound deep enough to see the bone. He was sent flying again, crashing heavily onto the ground, and couldn't get up for a long time. Kid, this is the end. Big Mom walked up to Kylo, raised the Napoleon sword, and prepared to deliver the final blow. Hannibal and Magellan watched this scene from the side, their hearts filled with anxiety, but they were powerless. Their injuries were too severe. They simply couldn't go forward to support Vice Admiral Kylo. Hannibal shouted, his eyes filled with despair. Just as the Napoleon sword was about to fall, images flashed through Kylo's mind. He knew this lantern show was his final moment before death. He felt time suddenly stop at that instant. He saw his promise to Zifa, his unwillingness for the suffering people, his anger toward the world government, and even saw his past self saying to the current Kylo, go change this world with our beliefs. Let this world truly feel our impact. Kylo suddenly opened his eyes, a crazed light flashing in them. The magnetic field rotation within him erupted once again in the dire situation. The originally nearly 350 horsepower rotation instantly broke through to 400 horsepower. Thunder and lightning wildly gathered the surrounding metal fragments toward him, forming a massive metal armor that enveloped his body. as majestic as the thunder god donning his armor. What a... Big Mom's pupils contracted, her sword halting in midair, unable to believe the sight before her. Kylo slowly stood up, his metal armor glowing with a pale blue light, and the metal wings on his back unfurled once more, larger and sharper than before. He rolled his shoulders, the pain from his wounds seemed suppressed by the magnetic field power, and his body brimmed with unprecedented strength. So this is the power of a magnetic field maniac. Kylo murmured to himself, a confident smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He could clearly feel that now he was strong enough to face Big Mom head-on. Impossible. How can you become so strong in such a short time? Big Mom's voice carried disbelief. She had never seen anyone break through their limits so frequently in battle. Kylo did not answer. Instead, he took the initiative to attack. The metal wings on his back flapped rapidly, carrying him toward Big Mom, while he used the magnetic field to manipulate fragments from the metal armor, forming sharp metal blades that shot toward Big Mom to restrict her movement. Big Mom directly used the steel balloon to block, but found that this time the metal blades were far more powerful than before, actually leaving scratch marks on the steel balloon. She was greatly alarmed and had to begin taking it seriously, no longer underestimating Kylo as before. The two clashed once again in fierce battle. Relying on the increasingly powerful 4,000 horsepower magnetic field rotation, Kylo launched relentless attacks, with moves like metal blades, electromagnetic cannons, and metal storms coming one after another. Big Mom, on the other hand, relied on the steel balloon and her Yonko-level combat power, counterattacking with Napoleon's sword Zeus and Prometheus. The battle on the platform grew increasingly intense, the sounds of metal clashing, thunder roaring, and flames burning interwove into a ferocious war song. The ground was riddled with holes. The platform's railings had long been destroyed. Seawater was constantly broken apart by shockwaves, and the clouds in the sky were scattered by the tremors. Big Mom's stamina was also rapidly depleting. Her breathing grew more labored. Just then a violent crashing sound came from inside the gate. There the genie summoned by Charlotte Dafu was pounding the last sea prism stone fence with giant fists, while Charlotte Posipo manipulated Candy, prying open the gaps in the fence bit by bit. The two worked in perfect coordination, one attacking head-on, the other dismantling from the side, and soon tore a large opening in the fence. Katakali, hurry. Mama is still waiting for us outside. Pilo Osipilio shouted toward the back of the fence, his face full of urgency. Katakali had already obtained the key and freed himself from the shackles. By seeing the fence opened, he immediately stepped forward and, escorted by Dafu and Pilo Osipilio, quickly walked out of the gate and onto the platform. His gaze swept over the two combatants, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes, concern for his mother and an assessment of the battle situation. He did not immediately step forward. Instead, he stood behind Dafu and Pilo Osipilio, using his observation haki to predict every detail of the battle, searching for the most opportune moment to intervene. Kylo sensed Katakali's arrival, his heart tightening. With 3 sweet commanders gathered, he would essentially be facing a pincer attack from Big Mom plus 2 high-level combatants. But he did not retreat. Instead, he pushed the magnetic field rotation to its limit. The 4,000 horsepower rotation raged within him, and all the metal in impelled down began to fly uncontrollably, forming a massive metal vortex that enveloped both him and Big Mom. Big Mom, even if Katakali is rescued, you won't leave this place today. Kylo's voice carried a hint of madness, and his eyes shone with the light of battle. Big Mom looked at Katakali, who was shielding Dafu and Pelisipilio behind him, and then at the metal vortex surrounding them, a flicker of madness also flashing in her eyes. She took a deep breath, unleashing all the Conqueror's haki within her, which collided with Kylo's magnetic field power. Boom! A massive shockwave spread outward. The platform shook violently once more, and larger cracks appeared on the ground. Even Katakali, Dafu, and Pelisipilio were forced to step back several paces. Dafu's genie directly blocked the front, using its body to withstand the impact. Within the metal vortex, the figures of Kylo and Big Mom constantly interweaved, each collision sending metal fragments flying outward. Both were giving their all, holding nothing back. By the gate, Katakali and the 2 others were ready to join the battle at any moment. This peak confrontation had completely entered its most intense phase. The collision of the metallic vortex and Conqueror's haki unleashed another shockwave, shattering the metal floor of Impel Down's outer platform. Rubble and metal fragments rained down upon the sea like a storm, raising countless splashes. Kylo was forced back 3 steps, his metallic armor covered in scratches. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, dripping down his chin, yet his battle intent only burned fiercer. A cold, resolute determination in his eyes as he faced his enemy. Big Mom was not faring well either. Her steel balloon aura fluctuated noticeably. She looked at Kylo, who seemed possessed by a demon, and felt a first flicker of irritation. This brat's magnetic field ability was not only bizarre, but also capable of breakthroughs mid-combat. Worse, he was growing faster, and she could not fully lock onto his movements. Mama, we'll help you. Parasparrow's voice came from the side as he manipulated Candy into dozens of spikes, shooting them toward Kylo's back. Meanwhile, Daifuku's genie swung a massive fist wreathed in flames from the other side, aiming to trap Kylo in a pincer attack. Kylo's eyes sharpened. The metal wings on his back suddenly beat faster, and his body darted sideways like an arrow from a bow. The candy spikes grazed his armor and embedded deep into the ground. The genie's fist slammed into empty air, and flames scorched a blackened crater into the floor. Think you can pincer me? Not so easy. Kyloin growled, releasing the magnetic force from his palm. The scattered metal fragments instantly coalesced into several sharp blades shooting toward Perispero and Daifuku. Each blade aimed at a fatal angle, showing no mercy. Perispero hastily formed a candy shield. With a series of clangs, the shield was gouged with several gaps, pieces flying everywhere. Daifuku had his genie guard its vitals with its arms. The metal blade struck the genie's arms,